crafting a rainwater filtration system from lifeboat canvas and repurposing first-class wine bottles into deep-sea fishing gear. Yet during the captain's democratic distribution meeting, he smirked. The rules here dictate that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. When the satellite phone unexpectedly received a rescue signal, Qin Yuan gazed at the crowd on the beach, fighting over canned goods, and silently sprinkled the last pinch of sea salt over the roasted wild boar. Chapter 1. Castaway on a Deserted Island. Ugh. Cough, cough. Qin Yuan awoke with a jolt, sputtering seawater and feeling the acidic churn in his stomach. Disheveled and weary, he slumped onto the beach. Summoning what little energy he had, he rummaged through his pockets for a cigarette, only to find a waterlogged pack, the contents thoroughly soaked. A bitter smile creased his lips as he cradled his head, striving to regain his strength. Originally, he was to embark on a cruise renowned for its impeccable safety record, destined for Australia. A former comrade had introduced him to a lucrative job opportunity, boasting an hourly wage of $50. Though he considered declining, the distance to Australia felt daunting. Yet, after 2 aimless years post-discharge, during which he failed to earn a living and lost his girlfriend to another, he found himself compelled to venture across the ocean in pursuit of prosperity. His ambition to earn money in Australia stemmed from a desire to prove himself, to rise from the ashes and make those who once scorned him regret their judgments. But now, not only was he deprived of wealth, he was perilously close to losing his life. The memory of last night's tempest haunted him. Even a seasoned veteran like Qin Yuan felt a shiver of trepidation in the face of nature's fury. At that moment, he had been on deck, savoring the sea breeze and admiring the women around him, marveling at the beauty of it all. In an instant, the deck tilted dangerously, and Qin Yuan was thrown into the tumultuous waters, blinded by the salt and chaos, instinctively grasping a rope. As he slipped beneath the surface, his head collided with something, a post, or perhaps the deck itself, and darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled upon this desolate shore. He grimaced, his lips cracked, and his throat parched with thirst. He managed to swallow a mouthful of saliva and surveyed the remnants of the storm, the bodies adrift upon the waves, feeling a twinge of gratitude that he was still alive. Yet, he was severely dehydrated, and the sun blazed overhead, nearly blinding him. Summoning his exhausted body, he sought refuge in a shaded area and collapsed. In mere moments, hunger and fatigue surged through him, a sensation far more overwhelming than any 30-kilometer march he had endured in the army. Qin Yuan fought against the encroaching sleep, refusing to close his eyes, fearing that if he did, he might never awaken. But fatigue overwhelmed him, and confronted by the vastness of the sea, he could no longer resist. His eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. He lost track of time until he was stirred by a faint rustling sound. Years of training had honed his ability to wake at the slightest noise, and he jolted awake, instantly alert. "Help, help me!" The voice was faint and tinged with desperation, a sound only someone on the brink of exhaustion would emit. Could there be another survivor? Qin Yuan sprang to his feet, noting that the sun had dipped lower in the sky, likely around 4 in the afternoon. After his brief respite, he felt a modicum of strength returning and began to follow the direction of the cries for help. As he traversed the beach, he stumbled upon various remnant wreckage from the cruise ship, bodies impaled by debris, scattered luggage, and grotesque corpses. Even with his military experience, the sight sent shivers down his spine. He had trained as a soldier, but that did not equate to witnessing the horrors of battle. This grim reality was something he had only seen in films. Turning away from the gruesome scene, he pressed onward toward the source of the cries. Not long after, behind a cluster of rocks, he spotted a distraught girl, tears streaming down her face, surrounded by 3 lifeless bodies. Fear rendered her immobile, and she clutched her head in despair. His footsteps caught her attention. She looked up, and upon seeing the disheveled, sand-covered Qin Yuan, she screamed, believing him to be a resurrected corpse, crying out even more fiercely. She attempted to flee, but her despair had drained her of all strength. Her cries grew more desperate. Finding humor in her exaggerated terror, Qin Yuan chuckled softly, momentarily distracted from his own plight. "Don't cry. I'm Qin Yuan, and I washed up on this island from the cruise ship," he hoarsely explained. The girl lifted her head, scrutinizing him closely, relieved to see a semblance of life in him. "Then why didn't you speak when you approached?" "I came because I heard you crying. As far as I know, it's just the 2 of us on this island." "I'm uncertain about anything else," he replied. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Beside the corpses lay a bottle of water, He wasted no time, snatching it from the dead hand and drinking deeply. The refreshment was exquisite. Yet, to the girl, this act felt grotesque. How could he take something from the deceased? After quenching his thirst, he noticed her disdainful gaze, but felt no shame. He began to rummage through the bodies. "What are you doing? They're dead. You shouldn't be touching them," she protested, indignation flashing in her eyes. Qin Yuan frowned at her naive perspective. Ignoring her, he continued searching, soon unearthing a lighter, a belt, and a watch. The girl approached him, swatting the items from his hands. "Have you no respect for the dead?" Qin Yuan was taken aback. Her innocence was almost comical, oblivious to the dire situation they faced. Survival took precedence over decorum. "Please, you may be a sheltered young lady, but I am simply a man trying to stay alive. If I don't take these things, I doubt you'll see tomorrow," he replied tersely, retrieving the items, stowing the watch and lighter in his pocket, and securing the belt around his waist. "You are impossible," she retorted, glaring at him before turning away, convinced that there was no common ground to be found with someone like him. This suited Qin Yuan just fine without distraction. He resumed searching other bodies, discovering a chocolate bar, which he tore open and consumed, offering a momentary reprieve to his weary body. Leading the group was none other than the ship's captain, whom Qin Yuan had seen briefly when boarding. Accompanying him were a sailor and a steward, followed by several elegantly dressed individuals, adorned in gold and jewels, though their attire bore traces of seawater. They appeared to be in good spirits. Realization struck Qin Yuan. This cluster of affluent individuals and the captain must have sensed the impending storm before it struck, thus escaping in the lifeboats. Anger surged within him at the thought. Surely there were more lifeboats on board. Had the captain provided timely warning, many lives could have been saved. To safeguard his own interests, he had condemned countless others to death. Chapter 2. Parting Ways. Qin Yuan counted there were 11 of them in total. While he felt a deep outrage at their selfishness, he was not foolish enough to confront them. To accuse them would invite violence, and on this lawless island, even if they killed him, there would be no repercussions. Qin Yuan silently scrutinized the group before him, consisting of 7 men and 4 women. Among them, 2 men were ingratiating themselves to a wealthy individual, likely playing the role of his lackeys. The remaining members included a married couple, a man in a black suit, and 3 affluent women, all of whom appeared dazed and overwhelmed, clinging closely to their companions. One thing was certain. Their expressions conveyed a sense of revulsion towards their recent actions, coupled with disdain for themselves. Upon spotting the captain and his entourage, a young woman paused, contemplating her response. Even if she were somewhat naive, it was impossible for her to overlook the underlying implications. "Captain, why didn't you inform us about the storm beforehand?" she demanded, her tone laced with intensity as she questioned Captain James. Listening to James's nonsensical excuses, even Qin Yuan found them hard to believe, let alone the knave girl. "What we should focus on now is survival on this island while awaiting rescue, not casting blame or complaining," interjected the wealthy man behind James, with his 2 sycophants agreeing. "Indeed, we are all stranded on this desolate island. Our boss wishes for you to join us. Strength lies in numbers, facilitating better survival." The young woman felt somewhat swayed by this proposition, yet her feminine intuition sensed the intense gaze of the wealthy man beside her, making her feel profoundly uncomfortable. Qin Yuan chuckled. This group of affluent individuals was likely seeking subordinates, intending to offload all the arduous tasks onto him to ensure their own comfortable existence on the island. How laughable. "I apologize, but I have no interest in joining a team. Let us each take our separate paths." One of the wealthy man's lackeys stepped forward, angrily pointing a finger at Qin Yuan. "Stop the insults, brother, that's just his temperament. Don't pay him any mind." Observing their interplay, Qin Yuan felt a deep-seated aversion and coldly remarked, "Join you? I have never associated with the weak. Do not assume that having a bit of money grants you the right to act as you please. We are on a deserted island. If you truly possess any capability, why would you need me to join?" Qin Yuan's bluntness left them visibly displeased. A plump, aristocratic woman stepped forward, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "You pitiful wretch, don't you have a mirror? Do you truly think you are worthy of our company? Leave at once before you become an eyesore." Qin Yuan merely smiled, finding their arrogance amusing, which aligned perfectly with his own sentiments. "I hope you remain in such a state indefinitely," he coldly retorted before turning to leave. He had never held any fondness for them, and now he wished only that they would not provoke him. The wealthy man watched Qin Yuan's retreating figure, snorting dismissively. He held little regard for Qin Yuan's fate, What mattered was the knave girl before him. His tone softened, feigning gentility. "So, my dear lady, would you like to join our team?" The young woman instinctively took a step back, tears no longer flowing. Though she understood the strength in numbers, their haughty demeanor made her uncomfortable. She preferred to be with the so-called pervert. In less than 10 minutes, she had already labeled Qin Yuan as such. "No, thank you. Your team is too large. I wouldn't be of any help. I'm leaving," she stammered, hastily following Qin Yuan. The wealthy man's expression darkened, a flicker of resentment crossing his features. How dare this impoverished boy, merely lucky to be alive, compete with him for a woman? His lackeys, noticing their boss's displeasure, hurriedly sought to calm him, while the others remained indifferent, wearing expressions of apathy. "Wait for me, pervert. I have a name. It's Qin Yuan, not pervert." "All right, pervert." The knave girl blinked, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her initial encounter with Qin Yuan. "Why didn't you stay with them?" she asked. There were too many of them, and the wealthy man's condescending attitude made her feel as though he viewed everyone as his subordinates. His gaze was unsettling, and she had no desire to remain in his company. Qin Yuan chuckled, sensing something amiss in her reasoning. "So, you would prefer to be with me, the pervert?" She nodded earnestly, leaving Qin Yuan momentarily bewildered. "Well then, let's not dwell on that. What is your name? Since you wish to accompany me, I should at least know your name." Internally, Qin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The allure of strength and femininity had led a beautiful girl to follow him, affirming his worth in her eyes, a need for validation that even he, indifferent as he was, could not escape. "My name is Gnawing," she replied. "Such a lovely name, and you are quite beautiful. What brings you to Australia?" "To manage overseas business." "Excuse my intrusion." Qin Yuan was at a loss for words. This seemingly delicate girl was, in fact, a wealthy heiress. "Have you seen those corpses? I need to search them for anything useful, and we should bury them all." A flicker of fear crossed Gnawing's eyes, but the notion of burial provided her with some solace. Why? She couldn't help but ask. Was it not possible to avoid them? Respect for the deceased, after all. In just one afternoon, the stench is already overpowering. "Do you wish to wait for them to bring disease?" Qin Yuan explained, pinching his nose. Gnawing caught a whiff and realized the source of the foul odor. She dared not speak further, trailing behind Qin Yuan in silence. As they traversed the area, they encountered 5 or 6 corpses. Despite the stench, Qin Yuan rummaged through their belongings and was pleased to discover that one individual had been a glutton, carrying a bounty of snacks. He unceremoniously collected everything, stuffing his finds into his jacket. After finding a wooden plank to serve as a makeshift shovel, he spent considerable time digging a pit in the sandy soil to bury them. This scavenging yielded significant rewards. 3.5 bottles of water, 2 belts, 3 lighters for half-full packs of soggy cigarettes, and 3 unopened suitcases. However, the most valuable discovery was a metal sheet from the cruise ship, measuring approximately 30 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. With a bit of refinement, it could be transformed into a dagger, providing him with greater assurance of survival on this deserted island. Checking his waterproof watch, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock. The sun was setting, and darkness would soon envelop the land. "Come, we need to gather some branches without them. We won't have a fire tonight. I have a name. It's Gnawing." "Very well, Gnawing." There was no time for banter. Visibility was dwindling, and they had less than half an hour left before total darkness fell, plunging them into uncertainty. The immediate priority was to ignite a fire. Who knew what wild beasts roamed this uncharted island? The less developed the area, the more terrifying the creatures, and the more potent their venom. Chapter 3. Igniting the campfire. Fire is the genesis of human civilization, and on this desolate island, it serves as a shield against wild beasts, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Qin Yuan flicked his lighter and sighed in relief upon discovering it functional. Had it been inoperable, he would have been forced to resort to the arduous task of friction fire, a skill he had yet to master. Fortunately, the forest was replete with dry twigs and decaying leaves, all highly combustible materials that Qin Yuan eagerly collected. Beside him, Gnawing mimicked his actions, gathering branches, her delicate fingers further affirming her status as a pampered young lady. Yet, instead of surrendering to her circumstances, she persevered, and Qin Yuan felt a flicker of solace. At least she was not entirely idle. Surviving on this forsaken island was already a daunting endeavor. Adding a person who only consumed without contributing would be an unnecessary burden. Compared to the captain and his crew, interacting with this young woman proved to be a more pleasant experience. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Qin Yuan, cradling an armful of firewood, guided Gnawing to a clearing. To the east stood a 2-meter-high rock formation, the northern boundary marked by dense foliage, and the southern edge kissed by the sea. Overall, it was a commendable refuge, providing some respite from the eastern sea winds. He cast the branches aside and dug a pit approximately 30 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters deep, lining the bottom with pebbles and layering it with branches bound by cloth about 3 layers thick. He then placed more pebbles beside the pit, completing a rudimentary campfire. Qin Yuan dug a further 10 centimeters down about 20 centimeters from the pit, creating a channel leading to the fire. Lu Xiaoning watched, perplexed, unable to fathom his intentions. Qin Yuan offered no explanation once the passage was excavated, revealing the pebbled base. He began stuffing it with dry leaves before igniting a cloth strip wrapped around a branch with his lighter. Within a minute, the campfire roared to life, billowing dark smoke. But the wind's direction spared the two from its fumes. As the fire blazed, illuminating the pitch-black night, Lu Xiaoning's trepidation diminished somewhat. Qin Yuan, why dig a pit to start a fire? Why not just light it directly? She inquired, accepting the bottle of water he handed her. Her curiosity piqued by his earlier actions. Digging a pit to ignite the fire is straightforward and safer. If the wind shifts unexpectedly, we might not have been able to light it at all. More importantly, the wood inside will turn to charcoal by tomorrow, allowing us to preserve the flame. If we lose the lighter, we would be left without a means to ignite a fire, he explained. Lu Xiaoning nodded, only partially comprehending, as her upbringing had not acquainted her with such matters. Qin Yuan then retrieved the snacks he had scavenged, offering her several packets. Be frugal. This is all we have for now. Tomorrow, I will attempt to catch some fish and perhaps find coconuts. Don't discard the water bottles. We can repurpose them, he urged, pulling out the dried tobacco from his jacket to dry by the pebbles, a precious commodity indeed. He also extracted a piece of metal from the cruise ship, finding a rough stone to sharpen it against, occasionally placing it over the fire to heat. After wrapping it in cloth, he fashioned a rudimentary dagger. Though rudimentary, it was still a weapon. Without proper cutting tools, he could only flatten it further with stones. You seem to know an awful lot, you weirdo. Lu Xiaoning could no longer contain her curiosity. Qin Yuan disregarded her question, testing the dagger's heft, which felt satisfactory. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was past 9 o'clock. The fire's intensity had waned, prompting him to add more wood. You should sleep now. I'll keep watch tonight. Take my jacket. Don't catch a chill while you rest, he instructed. Lu Xiaoning accepted the jacket gratefully, despite its dampness, unbothered by its condition. Thank you, she murmured. Qin Yuan smiled, concealing his true thoughts. The reality was, stranded on this island, the last thing he needed was to worry about her catching a cold and needing care. One jacket could mitigate that concern, so he saw no reason to allow further complications to arise. As for her thoughts, he felt no inclination to delve into them. Once Lu Xiaoning fell asleep, Qin Yuan felt the pull of fatigue, taking the opportunity to observe her. She resembled a sleeping beauty. In his eyes, Lu Xiaoning was undeniably attractive, reminiscent of a popular star he had heard his subordinates mention, though he rarely followed celebrity news. Yet, he noted her slight frame. Pondering the implications of his thoughts, a wave of guilt washing over him, which he quickly suppressed. Despite his predicament, he was still a civilized individual, not a beast. Turning away, he began contemplating his survival strategy. Tomorrow could bring rescue or extend into weeks, months, or even years. The uncertainty loomed large. Yet, he must strategize on how to endure until the rescue team arrived. He held steadfast to one belief. Humanity could triumph over fate. He was unwilling to relinquish his future to others, waiting passively for salvation. For Lu Xiaoning, this was her first experience sharing a sleeping space with a male, and she felt anxious about Qin Yuan's potential intentions. While she did not consider herself a paragon of virtue, surrendering her most cherished treasure under such circumstances was unthinkable. If it came to that, she believed death might be preferable. This was the raw truth of Lu Xiaoning's thoughts. Fortunately, Qin Yuan merely glanced at her without crossing any boundaries. Even so, when he turned away, a pang of disappointment washed over her. Was it a reflection of her own lack of allure? Why had he looked away? Humans are curious creatures, particularly women, and one should never presume to understand their thoughts. Lost in such reflections, she succumbed to slumber. As the night deepened and Qin Yuan added the final logs to the fire, he could no longer resist the weight of exhaustion and surrendered to sleep. The day had drained him, not only physically but mentally, as he grappled with myriad thoughts. Fortunately, the first night passed without incident. The campfire deterred small creatures from approaching. The following morning, Qin Yuan was roused by the sound of Lu Xiaoning's footsteps as she stealthily ventured to relieve herself. His sleep was light, and he contemplated calling out to her, cautioning against wandering off. Just as he opened his mouth, he heard the sound of water flowing, and his face flushed with embarrassment, choosing instead to feign sleep. Seeing him still resting, Lu Xiaoning exhaled in relief. Get up, weirdo. Chapter 4, Consolidation of Supplies. Qin Yuan feigned a look of having just awakened, rubbing his eyes and gazing vacantly at Lu Xiaoning. Little girl, could you fetch me a cigarette from beside the pebbles? He asked. Don't you have hands? Despite his words, Lu Xiaoning complied and handed him one. Qin Yuan smiled, leaning against the rock behind him, and took a leisurely puff. What bliss! He then shared some snacks with Lu Xiaoning, and after they both had a bite, he began distributing the day's tasks. After assigning duties, Qin Yuan opened 3 suitcases that had remained unopened from the previous day. There were 3 in total, blue, black, and a pink one. As he opened the black suitcase, he felt its weight. It bore no password, just the initial 3 zeros. Inside, he found 2 suits, 3 bottles of drinking water, and some underwear and socks. He felt no disappointment, for opening a suitcase is akin to unboxing a mystery. One never knows what treasures lie within. Just as he was about to close it, he noticed something bulging at the bottom and pulled it out. To his surprise, it was an item meant for privacy enhancement, branded with a certain name. He quickly covered it, glancing at Lu Xiaoning, who had wandered off, and sighed in relief. Next, he opened the blue suitcase, which contained several outfits, a camera, a thermos, a canister of tea, and a pair of sneakers, nothing more. After trying on the sneakers, he found them quite comfortable. The pink suitcase was locked. Yet it posed no challenge for Qin Yuan, who easily pried it open. It was stuffed to the brim with women's clothing, cosmetics, face masks, a mirror, and a comb, truly a testament to a lover of beauty. Finally, he discovered a can of pepper spray for self-defense and some feminine hygiene products, along with 2 rolls of toilet paper. He couldn't help but admire the meticulous nature of a girl's mind. Though it was unfortunate that the original owner had met a tragic fate, these items were of no use to him, but they would surely be beneficial for Lu Xiaoning. So he decided to keep them for her. After searching through the suitcases, Qin Yuan fashioned a makeshift rope from a strip of cloth and, emulating an electrician scaling a pole, he climbed a coconut tree. The tree was quite tall and lacked support points, but this method would suffice for reaching the coconuts. Despite his clumsy movements, thanks to years of military training that had enhanced his physical prowess, he finally reached the top of the tree. With the dagger he had crafted the previous day, he severed all the fronds. In total, he harvested 8 coconuts, leaving some immature ones behind. Using the same technique, he climbed another coconut tree, returning with a total of 14 coconuts, not in abundance, but sufficient to sustain their hydration for the next couple of days. Qin Yuan, be careful and come down quickly, Lu Xiaoning urged. Following her advice, 5 minutes later, Qin Yuan used his dagger to crack open a coconut and handed it to her. Here, pure and natural. He utilized the same method to open one for himself, savoring the coconut water. Delicious. Lu Xiaoning took a sip and gazed at the coconuts, inquiring, Qin Yuan, how did you climb the tree? Qin Yuan chose not to respond. She was far too naive, making a fuss over something as simple as climbing a tree. After they finished drinking the coconut water, he sliced the remaining coconuts in half, consuming the flesh inside. He then took the shells and placed them upside down in a clearing, propping them with pebbles. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoning asked, perplexed. Qin Yuan, slightly exasperated, explained patiently, we'll collect rainwater when it rains. This island must be situated somewhere in the Pacific. Given the current heat, it's only a matter of time before the wind brings rain. The seawater is undrinkable, so we'll have to rely on rainwater until we find a freshwater source. Rainwater? What if it tastes bad? Lu Xiaoning expressed her doubts. Little girl, we're on a deserted island, not in a civilized society. If you don't want to drink it, you can always opt for seawater, Qin Yuan replied earnestly, believing it necessary to help her grasp the harsh realities of their situation. During his military days, he had drunk water from the foulest of ditches. There was no room for delicacy. Seeing Qin Yuan's serious demeanor, Lu Xiaoning felt a twinge of guilt. He was right. All right, go gather some planks. I'll see if there's a way to catch fish, he instructed, glancing at his watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and the scorching sun from the previous afternoon was something he could hardly withstand. Otherwise, he would truly be parched. After lighting a cigarette, he ventured to the edge of the dense forest, searching for a meter-long branch. He sharpened it with his dagger, crafting a simple spear for fishing. He had learned fishing techniques during his childhood in the village. Though the waters were different, the village had a reservoir, while here, he faced the ocean. By the time he fashioned the spear, it was already around 10:30. He removed his shoes and socks, donning the beach shorts from his suitcase, and waded into the sea. The scenery here was undeniably beautiful, but alas, it was a deserted island, devoid of admirers. The waters were filled with coral reefs, and the shoreline was relatively clear, allowing glimpses of the fish's movements beneath the surface. Aiming carefully, he thrust the spear and successfully caught a 2-pound ornamental fish. He stuffed it into the deep pocket of his shorts. The startled fish scattered in all directions, But Qin Yuan remained patient, waiting silently. Soon, he caught another fish, weighing approximately 3 pounds, and added it to his pocket. However, it seemed the fish had sensed danger and were no longer showing themselves, leaving him with only 2 catches. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoning was drenched in sweat. Although her task was merely to move planks, as a girl, how much strength could she muster? With the sun blazing, she had already exhausted herself. All right, it's noon. No more lifting for now. Go wash up in the sea and cool off. We'll have grilled fish for lunch. Qin Yuan said, feeling a pang of sympathy for her diligent efforts. He was not heartless. Witnessing her toil stirred feelings within him. Lu Xiaoning nodded. Removing her shoes and padding barefoot toward the shoreline, Qin Yuan gathered 2 sticks, sharpened them, and meticulously removed the fish entrails with his dagger. He inserted a stick into each fish, and as the campfire had died down, he tore a small piece of cloth to use as kindling and reignited the fire. The planks were all 2 to 3 meters long, with the smallest weighing several kilograms. Lu Xiaoning had exerted herself to the fullest in moving so many. Chapter 5. Electing a leader. This marine fish is inherently delicious and requires no additional seasoning. The essence of its natural flavor shines through in its charred exterior and tender interior. Qin Yuan observed the fish, perfectly cooked, and decided it was ready for tasting. Taking a bite, he was pleased by the delightful flavor. Crispy on the outside, yet exquisitely tender within. Moreover, this fish had large, manageable bones, unlike river fish, which alleviated any apprehension he had while eating. Save one for me. Lu Xiaoning, after rinsing her hands, hurried over upon seeing Qin Yuan relish his meal. Having spent the past few days together, she felt increasingly comfortable and shed her initial reservations. Of course, here you go, Qin Yuan replied with a smile, handing her another perfectly grilled fish. After enjoying the fish, he opened 2 coconuts, and by the time they had feasted, it was already midday. Under the blazing sun, Qin Yuan, feeling utterly drained the previous day, had not taken the time to truly observe his surroundings. In such sweltering heat, one could easily suffer from sunburn or heat stroke on the beach. He led Lu Xiaoning to the shade of a tree, even beneath the canopy. The oppressive heat was unbearable, and soon, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Let us take a break. It's too hot to work right now. You stay here while I take a brief look into the woods, Qin Yuan advised. Lu Xiaoning nodded, yearning to accompany him. Yet an instinct warned her of the perils hidden within the dense forest. She sensed that while Qin Yuan could manage alone, her presence might only hinder him. It must be said that this weepy girl had developed quite a sense of self-awareness. Among the survivors was a wealthy man named Zhao Lei, who had 2 aides known as Xiao Lu and Xiao Li. Zhao Lei was the representative of a multinational corporation. Although his title seemed unflattering, it was lucrative. A single trip abroad could yield hundreds of thousands, making it hard for him to relinquish his position. However, a disaster had struck, and the entire cruise ship was lost. He regretted opting for the boat in search of companionship instead of flying. During their initial days on the deserted island, they had managed with the limited supplies, canned goods, and instant food sufficient for 7 days. Yet with 11 people, it was hardly adequate. After finishing their meal that noon, they were left with nothing. Feeling the need to take action, Zhao Lei exchanged glances with Xiao Lu and Xiao Li, who quickly grasped his intent and gathered everyone together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all survivors here. I believe there is no distinction of status among us on this island. We are all ordinary people, united in our desire to survive until rescue arrives, Zhao Lei proclaimed as he rallied the group. Indeed, our supplies are gone. How will we feed 11 people tonight? Xiao Li echoed, much to Zhao Lei's satisfaction. What do you propose? Inquired one of the crew members, suspicious of Zhao Lei's intentions. Historically, societies have favored males due to their labor potential. More hands mean more food. Look at our situation. We have 11 capable individuals. Zhao Lei's words, steeped in historical reference, resonated with the group, who nodded in agreement, eager for action. Zhao Lei continued, of course, while our numbers are our strength, we also require a leader. Even wolves have a pack leader. Would you not agree? Most of them, being affluent individuals, understood this simple truth. Yet Zhao Lei's proposition began to raise doubts about his motives. Are you suggesting you should be the leader? The captain? A previously silent man in a suit asked, his voice low and gravelly. Not at all. I lack the aptitude for such a role, but among us is Captain James, Zhao Lei exclaimed. James was taken aback, unsure how he had become entangled in this discussion. Before he could respond, Zhao Lei encouraged, you all lead busy lives and lack experience in such matters. But Captain James is a seasoned mariner and surely knows about survival on a deserted island. I believe he is the most suitable candidate. The crowd appeared contemplative, gradually agreeing with Zhao Lei's rationale. James, observing their reactions, felt a surge of excitement. Gaining the approval of these affluent individuals meant he would strive to impress them. You are all Chinese, and there is an old saying, Respect is not as good as obedience. Thank you for your trust. I will take on the role of leader, James declared, beaming with delight, and the others remained largely silent. Internally, Zhao Lei smirked. Few would willingly assume the burdensome role of leader. And a few flattering words were all it took to please James, revealing his lack of discernment. And what should we do next, Captain? Zhao Lei feigned sincerity in his inquiry. In high spirits, James replied, we must find our cruise ship, for it holds plentiful supplies. Our immediate task is to fish in the ocean. As James finished speaking, the others paused, realizing that the ship likely lay at the bottom of the sea and wondering how they would retrieve any supplies. Glancing at the scorching sun, their enthusiasm waned, but James, undeterred, kicked off his shoes and dashed into the water to fish. Zhao Lei exchanged a glance with his aides, urging them to join James, while the remaining individuals lounged in the shade, waiting for food to come to them. Qin Yuan gripped his dagger tightly, carefully navigating through the underbrush. Despite the fierce sunlight outside, the dense foliage shielded him from most of its rays, sparing him from sunburn. Each step was taken with utmost caution, wary of encountering any creatures, such as venomous snakes. In such dense woods, the likelihood of snakes was significantly heightened. One moment of inattention could lead to a fatal bite. Desiring to survive, Qin Yuan proceeded with deliberate exploration. In the realm of nature, humans rank among the lowest. Lacking the thick skin of wild boars or the fangs of tigers and wolves, they have managed to dominate their environment through intellect. Before long, Qin Yuan spotted a squirrel. A promising sign. Just as humans cannot survive without water, animals are similarly dependent on it. The presence of wildlife often indicates a nearby freshwater source, a crucial milestone in his quest for survival. For Qin Yuan, it was far better to take proactive measures than to passively await rescue. Maintaining his strength was paramount, for by the time help arrived, he might be beyond saving. He dismissed thoughts of uncertainty, focusing instead on the immediate task at hand. The discovery of water was sufficient for now. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, it would be unwise to venture too recklessly. Upon seeing Qin Yuan approach, Lu Xiaoning hurriedly trotted over, visibly anxious. Qin Yuan, there's something happening, she exclaimed. Chapter 6, New Survivors. What's wrong, little girl? Qin Yuan asked, noticing her anxiety, thinking perhaps it was the rescue team arriving. No, I just saw a group of people pass by, 2 men and 4 women. Likely from the cruise ship. They headed towards the captain, she replied. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, while having more people could be advantageous. If they joined the captain's group, it would bring their numbers to nearly 20. The situation regarding supplies on the island remained uncertain, and the 2 of them might struggle against such a crowd. Let us go take a look, Qin Yuan whispered, opting to move stealthily through the surrounding forest rather than boldly across the beach with Lu Xiaoning. This mission was akin to reconnaissance, requiring discretion. If they truly intended to collaborate, it would at least prepare him psychologically. The captain was approximately 2 kilometers to the east of Qin Yuan's position. As he cautiously navigated through the dense forest, he arrived at the location after about half an hour. Captain, what do you mean by this? As the captain, how can you prioritize your own safety at such a critical moment? If we hadn't discovered your movements in advance, we might have already met our demise. What's wrong with asking for some supplies now? The speaker was a man with a sullen expression, standing over 6 feet tall, flanked by others who equally bore disapproving looks directed at the captain and his crew. We need food. These 2 fish I just caught from the sea are hardly sufficient for our 11 people. You're asking too much, Captain James replied, shaking his head in displeasure at the audacity of those demanding food. At that moment, one of Zhao Lei's lackeys, Xiao Lu, erupted in anger. You useless bunch. Can't you find food for yourselves? Why are you asking us? Do you think we owe you anything? Xiao Lu's words, though harsh, held a grain of truth, albeit lacking in tact. The women behind him were too intimidated to speak up, but the man could no longer contain his frustration. Say that again. After arriving on the island yesterday, they had consumed nothing and were on edge even while sleeping. Now, instead of receiving food, they were being insulted, and he could no longer tolerate it. What did you say? I'm not your father? Xiao Lu laughed mockingly, emboldened by the numbers on his side. Yet, he seemed to forget that their group consisted of individuals of stature who would not stand up for a mere lackey. The lead man, incensed, rushed in front of Xiao Lu, seizing his collar and delivering a sharp slap to his face. You've got a big mouth. Don't think I want to hit you. Stunned by the blow, Xiao Lu took a moment to recover, only to find himself kicked to the ground, writhing in pain. This prompted Zhao Lei to intervene. Witnessing his subordinate being attacked in front of him ignited his fury. Captain James, we are part of the same team. How can you allow them to bully your members? Upon hearing Zhao Lei's challenge, Captain James quickly approached the man, his countenance darkening. You dare to strike my crew? The assailant felt a flicker of fear. Although he and Xiao Lu were of similar height, Captain James towered at nearly 6'3", diminishing their bravado. At this moment, one of the more attractive women from their team stepped forward, tugging at him. Yes, Wang Ji, we don't have the numbers here. It's not worth it. Let us just go. Another man from their group echoed her sentiment. Wang Ji, swayed by their advice, relented. Fine, let us let this matter go. If you're unwilling to share food, that's your choice. I refuse to believe that on this vast island, we will starve without you. After Wang Ji spoke, he led his group away. Zhao Lei instructed another lackey, Xiao Li, to look after Xiao Lu, while he, dressed in a dark suit, lit a fire and began to divide the 2 fish, which weighed less than 4 pounds in total, among the 11 of them. Observing this, Qin Yuan felt relieved. Knowing that the 2 factions would not join forces, humanity is a peculiar breed, often wishing for others to suffer in their plight, even on a deserted island. Yet, they also feel compassion for the weak, embodying a contradiction. How dare you think you can reap the rewards of my hard work? With a thunderous shout, Qin Yuan commanded. Stop right now. Wang Ji and his group froze, and as they regained their composure, they huddled together, casting awkward and wary glances at Qin Yuan. What do you want? This is my property. Qin Yuan asserted his stance, brandishing his knife and fixing a steely gaze upon them. If he could not protect what was his, he believed he had no place on this island. Indeed, upon seeing the weapon in Qin Yuan's hand, the women behind Wang Ji displayed signs of fear, while only he and another man maintained their composure. Brother, let us talk this through. There is no need for hostility. We can resolve this amicably. Wang Ji awkwardly gestured, signaling for his group to lower their makeshift weapons. As they passed through, they had noted Lu Xiaoning's absence and the luggage nearby, assuming food was concealed beneath the boards. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan softened his demeanor slightly. Let us maintain our distance for now. I hope you will act wisely. This was not an aggressive stance, but rather a warning. Should they harbor any ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to make them regret it. Brother, we're all on this deserted island together. Strength lies in numbers. Why not join us? Wang Ji perceived Qin Yuan as a formidable individual, especially with a weapon in hand. Join you? Let us see if you can survive on your own first. I have no interest in supporting a crowd. Qin Yuan replied coolly, then waved them away, urging them to leave. Wang Ji's expression soured, and those behind him shared glances of discontent towards Qin Yuan. What do you mean by that? Support you? Who do you think you are? We can take care of ourselves just fine. You think you're something special? Unable to contain herself any longer, a girl in a short black skirt pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Yuan. Previously, there were 11 individuals with the captain who might have been overpowered, but now, with just 2 against them, they felt emboldened. Qin Yuan's expression darkened, and he raised his knife, pointing it at Wang Ji and his group. I will count to 3. Leave now, or don't blame me for being uncivilized. The girl in the short skirt bristled at his threat, itching to retort, but was restrained by her companion. Yeah, stop. He has a weapon. We can't provoke him now. Chapter 7. Constructing a shelter. The group wore expressions of discontent, having unexpectedly encountered yet another obstacle. It was evident that their adversary was far more formidable than the captain and his crew. Let us depart, Wang Ji said, lowering his head as he led his companions away. Qin Yuan fixed his gaze intently on their retreating figures, only releasing a breath of relief once they had vanished from sight. Those wooden planks were not merely the fruits of Lu Xiaoning's labor. They were vital materials for Qin Yuan's upcoming shelter, and he would not allow them to be taken easily. Qin Yuan was acutely aware of his current disadvantage in terms of manpower. If he did not adopt a more assertive demeanor, he risked being perceived as an easy target, which would not bode well for his endeavors. Observing Qin Yuan's assertiveness, Lu Xiaoning felt an unfamiliar sense of security, as if standing beside him rendered her impervious to the collapse of the world around them. Come here, little one, Qin Yuan beckoned. I will teach you how to twist hemp rope, and later we will search for vines. Casting a glance at the sky, he spoke reflectively. Today's sun was not as merciless as yesterday's. Ominous clouds loomed on the horizon, hinting at impending rain. After all, this was a desolate island, and should they become drenched and fall ill, the absence of medicinal remedies would leave them to endure the consequences. The crux of the matter was that illness would abruptly sever their food supply, and being sick with no provisions would undoubtedly exacerbate their plight. Therefore, Qin Yuan resolved to utilize the remaining time before the rain arrived to construct the shelter using the wooden planks. The afternoon's hunting plans were now dashed. Qin Yuan procured slender vines and instructed Lu Xiaoning to observe while he imparted the art of rope making. Having crafted ropes in his youth, growing up in a rural village where such skills were indispensable due to financial constraints, he found himself drawing upon past experiences. The technique was not overly complicated. Lu Xiaoning quickly grasped it after only a few demonstrations. The two then ventured into the woods to gather more vines and began their task. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, Lurking at a distance, watched with simmering resentment, channeling his frustration and indignation towards Qin Yuan. In the harsh reality of nature's hierarchy, where the strong prey upon the weak, he felt emboldened. After all, the captain commanded a group of 11, a force he dared not challenge, while Qin Yuan had only 2. He sought to discern Qin Yuan's intentions, observing closely to pilfer some resources when the opportunity arose. His eyes widened in greed at the sight of a suitcase beneath the planks and a few coconuts, his desire to seize them almost overwhelming. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuan, who was solely focused on the urgent task of constructing the shelter, 2 hours passed, and their hands were reddened from the effort, having only produced 6 ropes, far from sufficient. But time was of the essence, and they had to proceed with the shelter. Qin Yuan selected 3 of the longest planks to serve as beams, angling them against the rocks to form a triangular shape. After lying down, he discovered that it was not particularly spacious, yet it could comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. The sky darkened, signaling the imminent arrival of rain. After sealing the back with planks and layering eucalyptus leaves to prevent water infiltration, Qin Yuan instructed Lu Xiaoning to take action. Though the 3 planks formed the beams, their combined width was less than a meter, inadequate for shielding against the elements. The ground and rear were nearly complete, but they needed to reinforce the beams to extend at least 2 meters, allowing Qin Yuan to lie comfortably without being exposed to the rain. Directing Lu Xiaoning to gather more planks, Qin Yuan took up his dagger and ventured into the forest to gather eucalyptus leaves. While small, these leaves were dense and effective in keeping rain at bay, and he soon spotted a eucalyptus tree not far off. At that moment, Wang Ji, seeing that the coast was clear, recognized an opportunity. With all the supplies and the suitcase strewn about, it was a stroke of fortune. His hunger, having gone 2 days without food, clouded his judgment. He no longer cared for caution. He needed to eat first. His rational mind warned him to be discreet. But the pangs of hunger drowned out all reason. As Qin Yuan was busy gathering leaves, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps and turned to see Wang Ji. What the hell? Qin Yuan shouted, abandoning the leaves and rushing towards him, kicking Wang Ji away. Brother, I was wrong. I'm so hungry. Please, just a little food. Wang Ji pleaded, writhing in pain. Qin Yuan felt overwhelmed. Rain was imminent, and he had not secured his own supplies for the night. Now, another person was eyeing his limited resources, driving him to the brink of frustration. Get lost. Qin Yuan barked, delivering another kick to send him packing. The sky had grown dark, thick clouds gathering, and the sea breeze signaled the impending storm. Before long, Lu Xiaoning returned, dragging a plank. Qin Yuan handed her the dagger, instructing her to carve a drainage ditch behind, preventing rainwater from pooling and seeping into the shelter. Lu Xiaoning wiped the sweat from her brow and complied. As Qin Yuan finalized the reinforcement of the shelter, utilizing every last piece of rope, he declared their work complete. Suddenly, a thunderous downpour erupted, drenching the earth as if it had been ages since the last rain. Qin Yuan hurriedly moved the supplies inside, glancing at the row of coconut shells with relief. Once the rain ceased, they would not have to worry about fresh water for the next couple of days. Inside, the wooden planks and sand provided some shelter. But since they faced the sea, the ocean breeze swept in relentlessly, causing their clothes to become damp and leaving them shivering. Xiaoning, hand me the suitcase. I need to block the exit, Qin Yuan said, feeling increasingly overwhelmed, and Lu Xiaoning, trembling, handed him the suitcase. Chapter 8. Death on a rainy night. Qin Yuan first extracted the water and suit from his suitcase, shedding his drenched coat and wiping his body before donning the suit, which instantly enveloped him in warmth. Lu Xiaoning, observing Qin Yuan's robust form, blushed and turned away, feeling an inexplicable sense of security rise within her. After placing the 2 suitcases at the entrance of the shelter, Qin Yuan opened the pink suitcase and handed a set of clothes to Lu Xiaoning. Quickly change into these. You don't want to catch a cold. Lu Xiaoning noticed that the hoodie Qin Yuan held was entirely women's attire, causing her to flush with embarrassment. Could it be that she was to change here? The thought was uncomfortable, and she hesitated, unable to accept the clothes for a while. What's wrong? Aren't you cold? Qin Yuan, oblivious to her inner turmoil, inquired. No. Could you turn around? Lu Xiaoning stammered. Qin Yuan immediately understood. She was concerned he might peek at her, which lightened his previously somber mood considerably. All right, I promise not to look, Qin Yuan declared solemnly as he shut his eyes. Lu Xiaoning couldn't help but be speechless, realizing he had misunderstood her request. Turn around, she exclaimed in frustration as she took the clothes from him. After taking a sip of water, Qin Yuan complied and turned away. Lu Xiaoning sighed in relief, turning her back to him to remove her wet clothes, only to discover that her undergarments were soaked as well, leaving her in a dilemma. Should she wear them? The pink suitcase likely contained something suitable, but asking Qin Yuan to fetch it felt too embarrassing. Not wearing anything was also unsettling, especially with a man nearby. Ultimately, She steeled herself and slipped into the hoodie and jacket, which were somewhat sheer. Listening to the sounds behind her, Qin Yuan was tempted to glance back, rationalizing that it was merely a quick look. However, after much contemplation, he saw nothing but Lu Xiaoning's smooth back. Soon, Lu Xiaoning announced that she had wrapped her wet clothes around her undergarments, wishing to keep them hidden from Qin Yuan. All right, bring over the coconuts. Let us replenish our fluids. Lu Xiaoning's cheeks flushed as she retrieved 2 coconuts from behind her. Most supplies were at the back, near Lu Xiaoning, and the cramped space made it awkward for Qin Yuan to fetch them himself. After quenching their thirst, Qin Yuan placed the coconuts at the entrance to collect rainwater. Rainy days often dampened spirits and induced drowsiness. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Yuan reclined on a wooden board and drifted off to sleep. A state Lu Xiaoning soon joined him in. In stark contrast, the other survivors lacked Qin Yuan's foresight and found themselves thoroughly soaked by the downpour, resembling drenched chickens. Quickly, everyone into the woods for shelter, Captain James shouted, wiping the rain from his face. The group hurriedly complied, seeking refuge among the trees. Though the woods leaked water, it was far preferable to standing on the beach, exposed to the elements. A chill breeze swept through, causing everyone to shiver, including Captain James. Xiao Lu, Xiao Li, hold on to me, let us huddle for warmth. At that moment, Zhao Lei longed to embrace a girl, but reason prevailed, reminding him that it was inappropriate. The 2 henchmen flanked Zhao Lei, and while the sight appeared odd, the trio soon felt considerably warmer and less awkward. Observing this, Captain James instructed the sailors and crew to do the same, while a couple had already entwined themselves together. The wealthy women, adorned in opulent dresses that exposed their thighs, had suffered cuts as they entered the woods and were now obliged to follow suit, seeking warmth in numbers. The man in the black suit remained silent, quietly climbing a tree to lean against the trunk, seemingly pretending to nap. Wang Ji, Xiao Lu is in trouble. The voice came from a girl in the woods, clutching the very girl with whom she had quarreled earlier. At that moment, Ye was drenched, her face a mixture of rain and tears, sobbing uncontrollably. What? Xiao Lu. Wang Ji felt as if struck by lightning. Ye and Xiao Lu worked at the same company, while the others had only met after the disaster. Wang Ji rushed over, noticing Xiao Lu's distress, and felt her forehead, which burned with fever. 2 days without food, drenched by the rain, had rendered them vulnerable, and now she was feverish. This was dire news. Xiao Lu, you must hold on. Stay with us. Wang Ji, overwhelmed with worry, felt tears stream down his face. What about food? She needs to eat. Ye cried out, holding Xiao Lu tightly. Stop, please. It's my bad luck. Xiao Lu coughed weakly, attempting to wipe Ye's tears, but her arms felt too heavy to lift. She was utterly exhausted, parched, hungry, and desperate for sleep. Wang Ji grasped Xiao Lu's hand, urging her to stay awake, but it was futile. The specter of death loomed large, ready to claim those who had narrowly escaped the storm, leaving them to perish on this desolate island. Xiao Lu. Wang Ji's heart was filled with rage and despair. He hated the captain, but more so, he loathed Qin Yuan. If only Qin Yuan had shared a morsel of food, he could have given it to Xiao Lu, and she would not have perished. It must be so. Wang Ji's eyes, filled with venom, turned toward the direction of Qin Yuan's shelter. He had become deranged. Xiao Lu's demise had dealt him a devastating blow. He no longer contemplated whether he bore responsibility. All misfortunes were thrust upon others. The crew's disaster was the captain's fault. Xiao Lu's death was Qin Yuan's doing. He bore no guilt. It was all others' failings. Ye was oblivious to Wang Ji's glare and his resentful gaze. Focusing solely on Xiao Lu, helplessly weeping, she feared she might become the next Xiao Lu, terrified of meeting the same fate on this forlorn island. Wang Ji shot her a fierce look, his eyes brimming with coldness and hatred. Get lost. At that moment, he felt a desire to fracture, as Wang Ji embodied an uncontrollable ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment and wreak havoc upon them all. Chapter 9. Procuring food. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After a night of rain, Qin Yuan enjoyed a restful slumber. He moved his suitcase and stepped out of the shelter. The sunlight was splendid, the air was humid, aside from a few droplets on the eucalyptus leaves above the shelter. Everything else had nearly dried out. Noticing that Lu Xiaoning was still asleep, Qin Yuan refrained from waking her. He retrieved the leftover rope from yesterday, found a long wooden stick, planted it in the ground, and tied the rope to create a simple clothesline attached to the shelter. Qin Yuan took his clothes to the sea to wash them and hung them on the makeshift line. At that moment, Lu Xiaoning stirred from her slumber and gazed at the clothes he had hung. She wished to do the same, but hesitated, fearing Qin Yuan would notice. Observing her awkward demeanor, Qin Yuan directly addressed her. The weather is splendid today. You should hurry and wash your clothes from yesterday. They should dry by noon. Qin Yuan's suggestion was intentional. Who knew when they would leave this deserted island? If Lu Xiaoning continued to be shy and hesitant, it would only create discord within their small team, making it vulnerable to disintegration. For Qin Yuan, it didn't matter personally. He was primarily concerned about the cohesion of their group. It was akin to playing a game. While solo play could be lonely, teamwork provided companionship and shared responsibilities. With Qin Yuan's encouragement, Lu Xiaoning nodded and promptly went to the sea to wash her clothes, then hung them on the line. Qin Yuan, observing her garments, felt a sudden realization. How had he not noticed this before? Curiosity piqued, he stole a few glances but quickly averted his gaze. Today, you should stay here and weave ropes. Baskets, anything will do. Just keep your focus on our shelter, he instructed. He was wary, concerned by the actions of Wang Ji, who had instilled a fear of theft in him. With such limited supplies, he could hardly withstand repeated pilfering. Lu Xiaoning said little. She had seen the events of yesterday and understood Qin Yuan's intent. After giving his instructions, Qin Yuan sought the coconut shells from the previous day. 8 shells filled with rainwater were gathered into 5 mineral water bottles. The water was not entirely clear, but it was not overly murky either. Filling only 3.5 bottles, barely sufficient. In the city, 3.5 bottles would be consumed within half a day, but on the deserted island, water had to be rationed carefully. For Qin Yuan, the pressing issue remained food. Water was not a significant concern at the moment, yet their food supplies were alarmingly low. With barely 5 bags of snacks, far from adequate. Even if he were to catch a rabbit now, he would not be overly anxious. The food dilemma was paramount. And today marked their 3rd day on the island. Armed with a spear and a dagger, Qin Yuan bid farewell to Lu Xiaoning and set off along the shoreline, hoping for an unexpected bounty. Relying on the land and sea, he refused to believe that such a long stretch of coast could yield no sustenance. As he traveled, aside from a few shells, he encountered numerous small fish and shrimp, which he collected without hesitation. After walking about a kilometer eastward, he stumbled upon a cluster of rocks. His spirits lifted. A rocky area surely teemed with shrimp and crabs. He hurried over. As anticipated, the rain had driven many crustaceans to the surface, and Qin Yuan wasted no time in gathering them. In addition to the shrimp and crabs, he discovered several oysters and abalones, while the abalone were easily harvested. The oysters blended in with the rocks, requiring careful scrutiny to discern. Engrossed in his task, Qin Yuan amassed a substantial haul of over a dozen oysters, 20 or more abalones, and 3 or 4 coconut crabs, a bountiful catch indeed. In a city, such treasures would be considered luxurious, but on this deserted island, they might not even suffice for a 3rd meal. Qin Yuan had heard that in ancient times, only the impoverished coastal dwellers consumed such fare. He had been skeptical, but now he understood the truth of it. With his bounty in tow, he made his way back to the shelter. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and despite yesterday's rain, the sun blazed fiercely. Qin Yuan dared not challenge its heat. Didn't you leave? What do you want? He thought, observing the group's grim expressions and simmering resentment. A closer look revealed one person was missing. What is happening? A life for a life. If it weren't for you, Shalu wouldn't he have died? Wang Ji bellowed, glaring fiercely at Qin Yuan. Someone has died? Qin Yuan was taken aback, connecting the dots to the downpour from the previous night, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. What does her death have to do with me? Did I force her to die? Anger surged within him. How dare they cast such blame upon him? It's your fault. If you had shared food with us yesterday, Shalu would still be alive. You're a murderer, Wang Ji shouted, while beside him, Yaya echoed his sentiments, tears streaming down her face. It's you. How can you be so heartless? We're starving, and you refuse to share even a morsel. You're inhuman. Aside from these 2, the other 4 remained silent, yet their mere presence fueled Qin Yuan's ire. And don't you dare impose moral obligations on me. I have no morals here. This is a deserted island without law. If you push me too far, I'll not hesitate to silence you. Yaya, terrified, eyed the dagger in Qin Yuan's hand, her heart racing. Another man, while acknowledging the truth in Qin Yuan's words, felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him, leaving no room for thoughts of foraging. Just give us a little. We promise to return it later. Just let us fill our stomachs first, another man implored, his face contorted with desperation. Huh? Do you think the food you consume can be returned? I'm afraid I cannot entertain such a transaction. You may leave. Qin Yuan replied without hesitation. His shelter contained a suitcase full of provisions. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. We are many. We could easily take it from him. Chapter 10. The unfathomable human heart. Wang Ji's roar instantly transformed the gazes of those around him into expressions of ravenous greed, their bodies leaning forward in anticipation, eager to rush forward and seize all the food. Qin Yuan's expression darkened, his eyes coldly fixed on the group before him. Observing their avaricious demeanor, he tightened his grip on the dagger, fully aware that today might not end peacefully. With each step they took forward, Qin Yuan's expression grew more somber. Behind him, Lu Xiaoning trembled, clutching her spear tightly. She understood that if she retreated even a step, the food would indeed be snatched away. This was utterly intolerable. The two sides remained locked in a tense standoff. Qin Yuan stood resolute, declaring, "I advise you to find something to eat elsewhere and not to set your sights on mine. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." This was his final warning. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of harming anyone. Yet, with them boldly encroaching upon his territory, Qin Yuan could not care less about their identities. Did they expect him to stand idly by as they attempted to consume him? Absolutely not. Wang Ji glared at Qin Yuan, his hands clenched into fists, his expression taut. Uncertain of whether Qin Yuan would dare to act, he wondered if perhaps he was merely a paper tiger. The others lacked Wang Ji's audacity. Yet they were driven to madness by hunger. The gnawing sensation in their bellies left them no time to deliberate. While you still possessed the ability to act, go find something to eat. It would be in your best interest to not linger here, Qin Yuan urged one last time. He was no savior. Merely an ordinary individual facing similar hardships. Why should he share the fruits of his labor with them? Go. Wang Ji could no longer contain himself. Whether driven by hunger or hatred, he charged towards Qin Yuan, intent on seizing the provisions. The people behind him, stirred by his cry, hesitated only briefly before surging forward. Their hunger had obliterated any remnants of morality. Qin Yuan's expression turned icy as he shouted, "You choose to disregard courtesy. Begone." No sooner had the words left his lips than he lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to Wang Ji's abdomen. Ugh! Wang Ji instantly crumpled, clutching his belly. Drool escaping the corners of his mouth as he writhed in agony on the ground. Qin Yuan managed to deal with one, but the others had already rushed towards his refuge. Lu Xiaoning stood in shock. She never anticipated they would dare to advance. Frozen in place by the unprecedented situation she found herself in. Little girl. Thud. A heavy sound was followed by Yeye's wail as Lu Xiaoning inadvertently struck her arm with the spear, inciting her furious rebuke. Lu Xiaoning was taken aback, realizing she had indeed harmed someone. "You filthy wretch, how dare you strike me?" Ye cried, tears mingling with her pain as she pointed an accusing finger at Lu Xiaoning. At that moment, Qin Yuan arrived, delivering a kick to another man's back, sending him sprawling onto the sand, immobilized. He then positioned himself defiantly in front of the shelter, glaring fiercely at the remaining three women. "Do you wish to die?" Qin Yuan roared, his fierce demeanor akin to a tiger in the jungle, causing the trio to freeze in terror. His chilling gaze then focused on Yeye. "Begone! Who do you think you are to insult me?" His predatory glare frightened Yeye to the brink of losing control of her bodily functions. "Please, I beg you, grant us a morsel of food." The two remaining women knelt before him, pleading with tears streaming down their faces. "I have already advised you to seek food elsewhere while you still can. If you dare to covet my provisions again, it will not merely be a few kicks. I will not hesitate to end your lives." Qin Yuan's cold gaze swept across them, and in that moment, they felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. "Leave," Qin Yuan commanded again. This time, the man no longer feigned unconsciousness, unsteadily rising to his feet and retreating. Wang Ji, supported by Yeye, cast a lingering glare at Qin Yuan as they departed. "Damn it, these scoundrels are relentless," Qin Yuan vented after they had left. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated asserting his authority through violence, but his conscience ultimately stayed his hand. He had never taken a life, and would do so only in the direst of circumstances. "Calm down. I will prepare the food," Lu Xiaoning offered, handing Qin Yuan a coconut shell filled with rainwater, her voice barely above a whisper. As Qin Yuan accepted the coconut shell, he remained oblivious to the crimson flush on Lu Xiaoning's cheeks. At that moment, her heart brimmed with a sense of fulfillment and joy. Particularly, the words Qin Yuan had bellowed earlier, "Who dares insult me?" ignited a sweet sensation within her. The complexities of a woman's heart are inscrutable. Although the situation had been dire, she found herself contemplating such tender emotions. For her, Qin Yuan's actions had afforded her a taste of security and the feeling of being protected, an experience she had never known before. Qin Yuan, however, was preoccupied with his thoughts, taking a sip of water and sighing deeply. They had withstood this challenge, but what of the next? Now, Qin Yuan harbored but a single thought. The scoundrels were more shameless than he had imagined. After confronting them, they would likely still approach him again. But these rogues? They were indeed unafraid of consequences. He longed to relocate, to leave this beach behind, even if it meant dismantling the shelter he had just built. The constant feeling of being preyed upon was utterly stifling. Why should he be the target of their greed? Lighting a cigarette, he suppressed his discontent. At that moment, Lu Xiaoning presented him with the freshly grilled oysters and abalone. "All right, let us eat," Qin Yuan forced a smile, adhering to his principle of not imposing his displeasure upon those around him. Fish. Fish. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically as they gazed toward the beach. Indeed. A few fish lay there, and their faces instantly brightened with delight. Perhaps they were washed ashore by the waves during yesterday's rain? Inquired the woman in the white shirt. Picking up 4 fish. Who cares? At least heaven has shown us a modicum of mercy. Otherwise, we would truly starve. And that man, so miserly, is utterly revolting. Yaya babbled incessantly upon seeing the fish, provoking scornful expressions from those around her. I believe he is right. We should seek our own food. What? You treacherous wretch. How dare you speak in his defense? Chapter 11. Fragmentation. Another man in Wang Ji's team, named Tian, could no longer tolerate the two troublemakers. Had it not been for their foul mouths, matters might not have escalated to this extent. Now, everyone was suffering. And the girl named Ye seemed utterly oblivious to their plight, incessantly nagging. Xiao Su, bring all the food over here, Tian said. His expression devoid of emotion as he gestured dismissively. Ye, upon hearing this, grew frantic and pointed an accusatory finger at Tian, exclaiming, What do you mean? Do you intend to hoard it all for yourself? Indeed, you guessed correctly. I have no desire to form a team with you. Go wherever you please. I believe my thoughts will be supported by them, Tian replied coldly. The women behind him lowered their heads in silence, offering no defense for the two. You bastard. Now that there's food, you want to kick us out? You are truly despicable. Wang Ji shouted angrily, his body trembling with rage, but thankfully, Ye steadied him to prevent him from falling. Despicable? Huh. Perhaps that is what I am. Being with you will only drive us to madness. That man spoke the truth. We can find food on our own and 1T starve. As for you, do as you wish. Tian chose to sever ties. Casting a cold glance at the pair before leading his group away, leaving Wang Ji and Ye behind. Stop crying, be quiet. Let's explore along the seaside, Wang Ji said. His eyes filled with despair. He loathed everyone, but at this moment, all he desired was food. Humph, do you pity us? We shall catch fish. Since they have chosen to betray us, I will ensure they pay the price. Yes, they are all wretches. After Qin Yuan had eaten, feeling somewhat satiated, he surveyed the remaining provisions, enough for nearly 2 more meals, which offered him a modicum of comfort, though the supplies were still insufficient. All right. Lu Xiaoning had now grown accustomed to Qin Yuan's address, perhaps due to her habitual authoritative demeanor. Over the past few days of being under Qin Yuan's guidance, she found herself developing a strange fondness for it, a perplexing sentiment indeed. Could one truly become addicted to being managed? Qin Yuan resolved to return to the rocky outcrop, where he had gathered oysters earlier that day. But the path to that location happened to intersect with where the captain and his group had congregated. He wished to avoid them, contemplating a route through the woods instead. Otherwise, if they followed him, they would discover the source of his food supply, and he could not afford to let that happen. Humans are inherently selfish, Qin Yuan, currently struggling to satiate his own hunger, could not possibly allow others to be privy to his food source. As he walked, Qin Yuan's steps abruptly halted. He had not anticipated the captain and his group being in the woods. He quickly sought refuge behind a tree for cover, inwardly cursing. It is no longer raining. I propose we all venture to the seaside to fish, the captain, now the leader of their group, declared. Please, with such a glaring sun. Do you expect us to fish? What if I get sunburned? The wealthy women immediately scoffed and ignored the captain, leaving James feeling quite embarrassed. What I mean is that we should prepare additional provisions for a few days, so we can construct a raft and retrieve the supplies from our cruise ship. Oh? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's interest piqued. He had not anticipated such confidential information. There were indeed substantial supplies on the cruise ship. He had seen numerous cans, but regrettably, during his unconsciousness, he had no idea where the ship had drifted. Clearly, Qin Yuan was not the only one intrigued. Others perked up their ears at this revelation. Captain, what do you mean? Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us. Shally rushed to his side, eager for answers. Yesterday, my crew roughly calculated our position. We have been drifting from the southeast for about an hour, but the storm that day exacerbated our drift. There are still some items tied to the ship. If we can reach that location, we can dive into the sea and retrieve the food. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt disheartened. After all this commotion, they were still at sea. Who knew how deep it was? They might not even realize how they might perish. Captain, isn't that a bit too difficult? Even if we manage to reach there on a raft, how can we extract all the food? This is simple. Our inflatable raft contains 2 sets of diving suits. Qin Yuan smiled, pleasantly surprised. With diving suits, everything would become much more manageable. But why don't we just use the raft to float over? James instantly despaired. The raft is damaged. We were too focused on retrieving the food. After yesterday's rain, it likely drifted away. After hearing this, Qin Yuan lost interest. The captain was truly exasperating. having said so much yet providing little useful information. However, his mind began to churn with possibilities. If he could locate their raft, then he would have diving suits. Even if he did not seek the sunken cruise ship, it would still serve as a safeguard, allowing him to fish in the sea. Qin Yuan ventured further into the woods before circumventing them and heading alone towards the rocky outcrop. Meanwhile, although the captain's words left his followers speechless, the 11 of them had only managed to catch 2 small fish over the past 2 days and were now ravenously hungry. Reluctantly, they followed the captain to fish. The man in the black suit, perched in the trees, scanned the captain's group and, hearing subtle sounds around him, headed deeper into the woods. Zhao Lei noticed something amiss. He had always sensed that the man in the black suit was suspicious, so he instructed Xiao Lu to follow him and uncover his intentions. The post-rain forest was damp, yet it was also a time when various animals emerged to breathe. The man in the black suit descended from the trees, having heard the faint calls of wild chickens. The sounds were not loud, but the man in the black suit was keenly aware of this detail. He withdrew a small alloy knife from the inner pocket of his suit and, like a phantom in the woods, dashed forward. Xiao Lu, unaware of his peculiar behavior, followed closely behind, his curiosity piqued by the man's silence over the past few days. The man in the black suit cast a slight glance behind, sensing something unusual but paying it no mind, and continued his pursuit of the wild chicken. Sure enough, around a bend in a clearing, a plump wild chicken stood prominently in the midst. Chapter 12. Another death. The wild chicken, keenly sensing danger, instinctively attempted to flee. The man in the black suit swiftly hurled a knife, piercing the bird. In an instant, the wild chicken flapped its wings twice before collapsing lifelessly. The man in the black suit revealed a faint smile and approached to collect his prize. This scene left Xiao Lu, who had been trailing behind, utterly astonished. Such a method, murder in silence? Who was this man in black, and how deep was his concealment? A sense of retreat began to blossom within him. He yearned to leave and inform Zhao Lei and the others, vowing never to associate with such a perilous individual. Did you think you could escape? The man in the black suit sneered, withdrawing the knife from the wild chicken and lunging it towards Xiao Lu's neck. Thud! Xiao Lu fell to the ground, engulfed in darkness as fear consumed him. The man in black paid him no heed, producing a lighter and gathering some wood to enjoy a roasted chicken. Even with Xiao Lu's corpse lying nearby, he remained indifferent. Upon reaching the rocky outcropping, Qin Yuan commenced his afternoon labors. The gentle sea breeze swept away the oppressive midday mood, invigorating him. In the distance, something glimmered by the shore, momentarily blinding him. He paused his oyster gathering and approached. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a can, mostly buried in the sand, with only a portion visible. Qin Yuan chuckled. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Grateful for nature's bounty, he rummaged through the area, but regrettably found only this solitary can. Nevertheless, he expressed no complaint. Having something to eat was a blessing. After securing the can, he resumed his oyster gathering. The rocky expanse was extensive. Qin Yuan realized that, even alone, it would take him about half a month to collect all the oysters, and it was only a matter of time before others discovered this place. Thus, he endeavored to gather as many as possible. Moreover, today marked the 3rd day, and he had yet to resolve the issue of fresh water. Had it not been for the troublesome Wang Ji, he might have already located a freshwater source. He dismissed such thoughts. Glancing at the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He had managed to collect merely a dozen oysters, some abalone, and a fair number of snails, which was hardly sufficient for his needs. 2 hours later, Qin Yuan had amassed nearly 40 oysters, several abalone, and a hefty handful of snails. Checking the time again, he noted it was 6 o'clock. He realized he could tarry no longer and headed back toward the shelter. Upon returning, he had just placed the food inside and complimented Lu Xiaoning when he spotted the captain and his group approaching angrily, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gazes upon Qin Yuan. Was it you? Did you kill Xiao Lu? Zhao Lei's agitation was palpable. Xiao Lu had been his most loyal subordinate for years, and now he had met an untimely and inexplicable demise. Could he remain calm? What are you saying? Murder? Qin Yuan was taken aback, lost in a fog of confusion. Stop feigning ignorance. Did you not encounter Xiao Lu in the woods and kill him? Zhao Lei's eyes were bloodshot, fixed on Qin Yuan with unwavering intensity. Come on, can you produce any evidence? I don't even know the Xiao Lu you mentioned. Why would I kill him? Qin Yuan felt incredulous. He was being unjustly accused without cause. Evidence. You harbor resentment because we Haven Tea provided you with food. You saw Xiao Lu alone in the woods and took the opportunity to strike. Is it not true that you also devoured a wild chicken, fearing Xiao Lu would claim your meal? Qin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Eat a wild chicken? If only such a meal were available. At that moment, from behind Zhao Lei, a figure emerged. It was Wang Ji. Brother Lei, it was him. Today, we asked him for food, and he was unwilling. He even threatened to kill us. For a mere morsel, he must have slain Xiao Lu. It turned out that after departing from Tian's group, Wang Ji had entered the woods with Yu in search of food. They found no sustenance. Only Xiao Lu's lifeless body. Coupled with his pent-up resentment towards Qin Yuan, he exaggerated the tale to Zhao Lei. Initially, Zhao Lei had suspected the man in black, but the latter remained silent, obscured in mystery. However, Wang Ji's embellished account sparked Zhao Lei's interest, especially upon hearing that Qin Yuan possessed food. He became immediately intrigued. Though he would not divulge his thoughts to others, the justification was clear. Xiao Lu was his subordinate. That alone was sufficient. Damn it, do you dare approach? Upon seeing Wang Ji, Qin Yuan understood everything. It was indeed Wang Ji's meddling that had incited this chaos. Lu Xiaoning, gripping her sleeves tightly, believed in Qin Yuan's innocence. Yet the sheer number of adversaries made her anxious for him. Do not speak recklessly. Brother Qin is not that sort of person. I can assure you. She stepped forward to defend him. Huh? You assure? What are you? Just a mere assurance? I see you two are in cahoots. Some individuals simply lack self-respect. In just 2 days, she was already entangled with a wild man. You. Lu Xiaoning's face blanched with fury, her chest heaving as she struggled to contain her indignation at the fat, wealthy woman's slander. Qin Yuan's expression turned icy. How dare they malign him? He pulled Lu Xiaoning behind him and stepped forward, declaring, I, Qin Yuan, act without hesitation. If I committed the deed, I would own up to it. But if I did not, no amount of slander will hold weight. Do not presume that your numbers grant you superiority. If you dare to take another step closer, we shall see this through to the bitter end. Qin Yuan's words were a declaration of war. Though outnumbered, with only 2 on his side against the 12 of them, he was undeterred. They had lost 1 member, but Wang Ji and Yu had joined the ranks, increasing their numbers. The disparity was 6-1, leaving Qin Yuan no choice but to fight fiercely. Fleeing? To preserve the mountain means not fearing the lack of firewood? Absurd. The resources in this shelter were the fruits of painstaking labor by Qin Yuan and Lu Xiaoning over the past 3 days. He would not relinquish them easily. Seeing Qin Yuan's fierce demeanor, Captain James instinctively took a step back. Although he was tall and imposing, he was not foolish. If one man were truly intent on seeking vengeance, his nights would be restless. Moreover, in such a confined space on this deserted island, would he need to remain vigilant against one individual day and night? That would be utterly exhausting. Chapter 13. Hidden Agendas. James furrowed his brow, momentarily indecisive about how to proceed. The others, too, seemed deep in thought. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot fear not the one in shoes. They considered themselves wealthy individuals, unwilling to risk their lives over such trivial matters. To the death? Huh, what audacity. I shall see if you dare to follow through on that. Zhao Lei spoke in a low tone, simultaneously testing whether Qin Yuan truly had the fortitude to act on his threats. His current approach mirrored that of Wang Ji's earlier tactics. It was no surprise they could blend in so seamlessly, sharing the same motives. You may certainly try, Qin Yuan retorted coldly, gripping his dagger tightly and stepping forward, intending to intimidate Zhao Lei. Captain James, we are part of the same team. Will you simply stand by and watch your comrades be coerced? Observing Qin Yuan's demeanor sent a chill down Zhao Lei's spine. Where did he acquire that knife? In an instant, he realized he had to align himself with the towering James. He was no fool. In this desolate place, a careless cut could lead to infection without any medical assistance, putting his very life at stake. The pressing issue was no longer about seeking justice for Xiao Lu, but rather about avoiding the sharp blade of Qin Yuan. James hesitated. He could not take the gamble. We are all civilized individuals. There is no need for violence. However, Xiao Lu cannot die in vain. You must prove that you were not in the woods. James shifted the conversation, attempting to redirect their focus. Why should I prove myself? I have no knowledge of his demise. If you continue to press, be wary of my ire. Qin Yuan brandished his dagger, momentarily reflecting on the wisdom of having crafted weapons. Without the dagger, Wang Ji and his cohorts would have surely robbed him of everything during their first encounter. He was grateful for the blade. Seeing that Qin Yuan was impervious to both threats and persuasion, they felt helpless, yet they dared not advance. For they were all wealthy individuals who valued their lives. Without anyone willing to take the lead, their collective spirit faltered. If you have nothing further to discuss, you may leave. Do not disturb my slumber. Qin Yuan gestured towards the setting sun, indicating that nightfall was upon them. Very well, await your fate. We shall not let you off easily. Zhao Lei spat defiantly before leading his group away. He had come to a realization. His team lacked unity. Had they acted together, they could have seized Qin Yuan's provisions. Alas, fear had rendered them ineffective, each a liability, and he knew that remaining with them would lead to their demise. Moreover, Zhao Lei now suspected that Xiao Lu's death was not as Wang Ji had claimed. It must have been the work of the man in the black suit. Being in the company of such a ruthless individual frightened him. Due to the events surrounding Xiao Lu, their fishing yield had dwindled to a mere 4 fish. Hardly sufficient for 12 people. The accumulation of these various grievances culminated in Zhao Lei's outburst. I have had enough of you all. Xiao Li, Wang Ji, Yu. Come with me. From this moment forth, we are no longer a team. With Xiao Lu dead, Zhao Lei was determined not to lose his only loyal subordinate. As for Wang Ji, he admired the young man, while Yu's fair leg stirred thoughts within him. James's expression soured, just days prior. He had supported Zhao Lei's leadership with fervor, yet today, they had turned against him. Zhao, we are a team. How can you say such things? Team, open your eyes. Look at those 3 gluttons, and that silent one, along with that cowardly couple. Joining forces with you has been the gravest mistake of my life. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Lei departed with his 3 companions, heading towards the rocky outcrop Qin Yuan had visited earlier. The harsh words from Zhao Lei left a sour taste in the mouths of his companions, particularly the 3 affluent women, who began to grasp the gravity of their situation. Albeit too late, they were frightened, fearing that James might take his 2 subordinates and leave them with only 2 men, one of whom was already married. The prospect of future starvation loomed large. Captain James, do not heed his words. He is merely a petty tyrant, always yearning for control. We believe you are the most charismatic man here. The 3 wealthy women, belatedly realizing the situation, lavished praise upon James, which greatly soothed his spirits. Let us put aside our differences and work together. I believe we can endure until the rescue team arrives. James composed himself and then invited them to share a meal of grilled fish. Although he himself might not be fully satisfied, he relished the sense of authority it provided. After their departure, Qin Yuan ignited a campfire, gazing into the flickering flames amidst the darkness. His mind was consumed by 2 increasingly fervent thoughts. First, to locate a source of fresh water. Second, to vacate this place. Within a single day, 2 factions had come to disrupt their existence. If mere words were exchanged today, what might transpire next time? Human energy is finite, and if it is squandered on trivial matters daily, the acquisition of food would inevitably dwindle, bringing him closer to death. Little girl, Qin Yuan suddenly called out, startling Lu Xiaoning, who nearly dropped the oysters into the fire. What is it? No need to be so jumpy. I intend to move away from here. I will no longer dwell on this beach, Qin Yuan declared candidly. With only the 2 of them present and authority resting in his hands, he expressed this in hopes of garnering Lu Xiaoning's support. All right, when shall we make the move? Lu Xiaoning, perceptive to Qin Yuan's distress over the past few days, recognized that their peace was constantly under threat. Living in such trepidation could lead to a breakdown if prolonged. This was not an act of cowardice on Qin Yuan's part, but rather a choice of the most prudent and least troublesome path. Moreover, the shelter they had constructed was still new, and its contents were minimal. Dismantling it would not evoke regret. Should they amass more belongings over time, departing would become increasingly difficult. After taking a bite of the oyster, Qin Yuan beamed with a long-lost smile upon hearing Lu Xiaoning's agreement. Very well, once we finish our meal, let us gather wood and construct a handcart. A handcart? No. Qinggu, the sea. Lu Xiaoning exclaimed in horror, pointing at the ocean behind him. Chapter 14. Expanding the team. Qin Yuan felt a sense of perplexity as he turned his head to see a rubber raft drifting in from the sea. Instinctively, he assumed it was the lost raft mentioned by the captain. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was occupied. After some contemplation, he resolved to rescue the individuals aboard, assessing their skills and character, for his first principle was to never harbor idlers. Little girl, what's there to fear? You eat first, and I will take a look. He chuckled softly, alleviating Lu Xiaoning's anxiety, before approaching the raft. Upon the raft lay 4 individuals, 1 man and 3 women, who appeared severely dehydrated and somewhat delirious. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, one of the women in a tank top stammered, Where am I? An uninhabited island. Qin Yuan replied. According to the captain, there should have been 2 diving suits in the raft, and when he opened it, he discovered the supplies untouched. Diving suits and fishing rods were all present, prompting a smile from him. It seemed these individuals had hastily sought a raft without realizing the provisions contained within. Amused, Qin Yuan unloaded everything. The supplies were sufficient for 2 people for 7 days. After emptying the raft, he dragged it to shore, deflated it, and set it aside. They're waking up. Lu Xiaoning whispered as she approached Qin Yuan. Yes, Qin Yuan nodded, moving closer to them. Did you save us? We are so grateful, they exclaimed. Indeed. But the situation remains dire. We are on an isolated island, cut off from the world. If you hope to wait for a rescue team, it may take an indefinite amount of time. The captain is also stranded here, so do not count on any rescue. He intentionally doused their hopes, as it was his way of testing their resilience. A positive mindset is crucial for his team. As expected, His words nearly caused the three girls to faint, though the bespectacled man retained his composure, albeit with a grim expression. Can you give us something to eat? We haven't eaten for 3 days. The woman in the tank top said weakly. Lu Xiaoning looked to Qin Yuan, who pondered for a moment before deciding to share some of the provisions he had just acquired. Little girl, prepare some roasted oysters for them. Surprised at first, Lu Xiaoning then retreated into the shelter, stifling her laughter. Qin Yuan was rather mischievous, having gathered such an abundance of supplies yet offering them only oysters. Naturally, Lu Xiaoning would not disclose the full truth to them. Nevertheless, gratitude filled their eyes as they expressed their thanks. Thank you, they repeated. And Lu Xiaoning began roasting the oysters. Qin Yuan refrained from asking further questions, opting to wait until they had finished their meal. During the meal, the three girls abandoned their ladylike demeanor and devoured the food ravenously. After finishing, they cast pitiful glances toward Lu Xiaoning, signaling their hunger. But she did not offer any more food, deferring to Qin Yuan's authority. Now that you understand the current circumstances, it is time for me to convey my thoughts. You must prepare yourselves mentally, he stated with a calm gaze, and they listened intently. First, we are on an uninhabited island. My team as principal is to not support idleness, meaning whether you were a pampered girl in the city or a socialite, do not expect similar treatment here. That is impossible, for your parents are not present. His words unsettled the three women, yet they dared not refute Qin Yuan. Secondly, my team currently consists only of me and the little girl. If you wish to join, please tell me what you did before. If you are a nurse, can cook, or possess other useful skills, you may join. If not, I regret to inform you that you cannot. Upon hearing this, they collectively sighed in relief. My sister and I studied nursing. The petite girl finally spoke, her accent revealing her origin as a native of Sichuan, which Qin Yuan, a northern brute, easily recognized. Excellent. And you? He inquired. I am a civil engineer. The bespectacled man awkwardly adjusted his glasses, resigned. I am a food blogger, the woman in the tank top chimed in. Very well, welcome to my team. However, tonight, you will have to make do by the fire. We will discuss tomorrow's matters then. Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. These four were obviously far superior to Wang Jiji. Captain, we still don't know how to address you. The woman in the tank top awkwardly ventured. Qin Yuan paused, then smiled wryly. I am Qin Yuan. Now, let us all introduce ourselves. I am Lu Xiaoning. I am Gao Xingyang, the bespectacled man spoke up. I am Li Yuyu, the food blogger added. I am Lin Xiao, and my sister is Lin Wei, the Sichuan girl introduced herself. Qin Yuan nodded slightly before distributing rainwater to them. What does this taste? Li Yuyu asked after taking a sip. Rainwater. There is no freshwater source available. Rainwater is our only option unless you prefer seawater, he replied. Why is it in a coconut shell? Li Yuyu asked, initially mistaking it for coconut juice. I have already consumed the coconuts. Those 2 coconut trees are now bare. Having water to drink is fortunate enough. Do not be picky. Qin Yuan said with a hint of irritation, gesturing toward the coconut trees. Each person had consumed their share, and there was no room for complaints. He understood their confusion, as they had not encountered such circumstances before, and it was perfectly normal. With time, they would adapt. After hearing Qin Yuan's explanation, the others remained silent. After their brief interaction, they perceived that Qin Yuan was not overly sentimental. It was best not to provoke him. However, as the group settled down to sleep, Lu Xiaoning found herself in a quandary. Chapter 15, Task Allocation. When there were fewer people, she resided in the shelter. Fortunately, with the addition of 4 more individuals, it would be quite embarrassing for her to continue sharing the shelter with Qin Yuan. Did she really have to live with him? Lu Xiaoning gazed at the shelter, her thoughts swirling with complexity. She feared the potential gossip that could adversely affect her reputation. Just as she pondered her predicament, Qin Yuan spoke up. Hey, hurry up and sleep. What are you thinking about? It wasn't that Qin Yuan lacked charm. Rather, on this desolate island, he was preoccupied daily with thoughts of finding food to stave off hunger, leaving him little time to dwell on other matters. Lu Xiaoning responded with a soft then slipped into the shelter. Let them say what they will, it was what it was. The others looked on at the shelter constructed by Qin Yuan, their expressions filled with envy. They had a place to shield them from the elements, while they themselves could only huddle by the fire. Within 3 minutes, the beach was filled with the sounds of their snoring. After Qin Yuan rose, he observed the slumbering figures around him and silently uttered, Day 4. The campfire from the previous night had long since died down, and the provisions he had originally prepared for 2 to last 2 or 3 days were now barely sufficient for a single day for the 4 of them. Once they consumed their rations today, they would find themselves worrying about food again tomorrow. For someone as prudent as Qin Yuan, this was not a favorable development. As Qin Yuan washed his face, the others began to awaken one by one. Gao Shenyang and the others, stretching their limbs and gazing at the sunrise by the sea, exchanged knowing smiles. Who would have thought we would still be alive? Indeed, the dawn signifies our rebirth. At that moment, Lin Xiaoning's sister, Lin Wei, spoke up. Her voice light and melodious, reminiscent of a dedicated broadcaster. No more lamenting. Come eat. After breakfast, I will assign today's tasks. Everyone nodded and gathered around the campfire that Qin Yuan had just rekindled. Breakfast was essential. The nourishment it provided was crucial for the labor ahead. And Qin Yuan could not afford to overlook its importance. All right. Qin Yuan's arrangements were straightforward, and no one voiced any complaints. As for assigning Lu Xiaoning to guard the shelter, it was logical given their 3-day acquaintance. She was unlikely to cause any trouble. After Qin Yuan departed, Lin Xiaoning playfully approached Lu Xiaoning, grinning as she asked, "What is your relationship with the captain? Why were you sleeping with him last night?" Xiaoning, before she could finish, her sister Lin Wei interrupted, forbidding her from prying further. Lu Xiaoning felt her face flush with embarrassment and replied, "It's nothing. Qin Yuan is quite capable. You'll understand in time." "Then why does he call you little girl?" Lin Xiaoning disregarded her sister's warning and pressed on. "Well, I'm not sure." Lu Xiaoning waved her hand, indicating her genuine uncertainty. The three chatted for a while, getting to know each other better before Lu Xiaoning led them to gather branches and vines. If before, with only Qin Yuan, her capabilities were somewhat suppressed, now they were fully unleashed. With the Lin sisters by her side, she guided them in completing the tasks assigned by Qin Yuan. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan took the two of them to the reef, and their efficiency in foraging for food was sure to double. "Yuyo, what were you doing in Australia? I think I saw you live streaming on a cruise ship." The journey took about an hour, and to alleviate the boredom, Qin Yuan inquired. "Of course. I was live streaming to catch Australian dragons and sample local delicacies." "What a pity." Yuyo smiled, her spirits lifted after a night's rest. "That's right. Soon you will be able to catch what you desire." "Really? You better not be lying." "I assure you, it's true." Qin Yuan chuckled. This island was a small isle near Australia in the Pacific, geographically suitable for the appearance of Australian dragons, though he had not yet encountered any. "Sheyang, do you know how to build a shelter? Since we're relocating, we can't just throw together a simple nest. Otherwise, we won't all fit." Gao Xingyang grimaced at the question. Although he had studied civil engineering, he had only recently graduated. Wasn't Qin Yuan asking too much? Then the task of constructing the shelter falls to you. Before long, they arrived at the reef, where Qin Yuan noticed Zhao Lei and his group already collecting oysters. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, Zhao Lei paused, surprised. How did he know about this location? Had he anticipated it? Who are they? Yuyo quietly asked upon spotting other survivors. "Don't mind them. Let us speed up and gather our food." Qin Yuan felt a sinking sensation. His greatest fear had materialized. If they were here, their daily food supply would decrease significantly. "Qin Yuan, did you know about this place all along? Why didn't you tell us?" Wang Ji's resentment toward Qin Yuan had been simmering for some time. It was infuriating to finally discover a source of food only to have Qin Yuan interfere. "Indeed, but why should I inform you? Since you are here, let's each gather our own food without bothering one another." "Humph, that's best." Zhao Lei quickly restrained Wang Ji, signaling him to remain calm. A clear boundary had been drawn. Each group would gather their own provisions. At first, Gao Shengyang and Yuyo struggled to adapt, but after catching a few oysters, they gradually became accustomed to the task, understanding that this was their daily source of sustenance, leaving no room for laziness. In contrast, Yeye from Zhao Lei's group, after collecting only a couple, acted as if she had accomplished something monumental, hands on her hips, incessantly complaining and generally not pulling her weight. Qin Yuan chose to remain silent on the matter. Perhaps spurred by competition, the three of them managed to catch over 100 oysters that morning. Their jackets stuffed to the brim, and they were drenched in sweat. The satisfaction of providing for themselves through their own efforts only motivated Gao Xingyang and Yuyo to work even harder. Let us go. It's unbearable seeing you all here. We'll stay here and catch whenever we like. By the time you return, we'll have already taken all the catch." Qin Yuan chuckled, dismissing her remarks as an idea began to form in his mind. Chapter 16. The cunning Qin Yuan handed his coat to Gao Xingyang, from which he extracted a dozen oysters. They were puzzled but refrained from questioning Qin Yuan's intentions, complying before departing. Qin Yuan was unconcerned about their potential dishonesty. He believed in trusting those he employed. Even if they were to pilfer on this desolate island, he possessed countless methods to compel them to relinquish their ill-gotten gains. With the oysters in hand, Qin Yuan approached the camp of the captain and his crew. Upon seeing him, they regarded him as if he were an adversary. Apart from the composed gentleman in a suit, the rest glared at Qin Yuan with suspicion. "What brings you here? Are you here to mock us?" The corpulent woman sneered upon spotting him. "I'm not here for you. Kindly be silent. I request Captain James to step outside. I believe I have news that you shall find quite intriguing pertaining to food." At the mention of food, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. And the corpulent woman's demeanor shifted dramatically, her face brightening at the prospect. Why didn't you say so? I'll fetch the captain immediately. Observing the woman's rapid change of expression, Qin Yuan remained unfazed, recognizing her duplicity as a waste of emotional energy. You wish to share news about food? Captain James exclaimed, astonished that Qin Yuan would overlook past grievances to offer him vital information about sustenance. Truly, a paragon of virtue. However, I am here to negotiate, as I do not engage in transactions that are unprofitable. Negotiate? What do you think we possess that is of value to you? James's expression soured, revealing his disappointment. Naturally, I require cigarettes. Do you have any? If you can provide me with 2 packs, we have a deal. I assure you, this transaction will be exceedingly beneficial, sufficient provisions for your entire crew for half a month. Qin Yuan's words stirred their interest, but they were genuinely low on cigarettes. Can you settle for 1 pack? James inquired, furrowing his brow in an attempt to haggle. I'm afraid I can only afford you 3 minutes. I suspect another group would be eager to trade with me for cigarettes. I shall simply approach them instead, by mentioning Tian's team. Qin Yuan inadvertently led James and his crew to believe he was referring to Zhao Lei's group. Captain, what is more important than food? Just give it to him. Indeed, we are numerous. If he attempts to deceive us, we can easily track him down. After contemplating their words, James reluctantly procured 2 packs of cigarettes from his crew. Please provide accurate information, or we shall not hesitate to hold you accountable. That is only natural. Qin Yuan surveyed the cigarettes, discovering they were Marlboros, 2 unopened packs of fine quality. Head east from here, and upon reaching the rocky area, you will find oysters, abalone, and lobsters in abundance. If you doubt my words, behold the oysters I hold in my hand. As Qin Yuan revealed his oysters, the crew was instantly convinced. All right, here's your cigarettes, James declared. Elated, Qin Yuan had proven himself trustworthy, and this deal was not a loss. Once Qin Yuan received the cigarettes, James and his crew immediately set out towards the rocky area. Their primary goal was not merely to acquire cigarettes, but to stir the waters near the rocks. Although Qin Yuan had lost a source of food, he understood that even if he remained silent, they would likely discover it in a couple of days. It was better to disclose the information openly and reap mutual benefits. Moreover, it satisfied Wang Ji and the others' curiosity about why he hadn't informed anyone else. Now that he had shared the knowledge, everyone would be spared from starvation. The adage strength in numbers rang true. After lunch and a refreshing drink, Qin Yuan collaborated with everyone to relocate sticks and vines beneath the shade of the trees. He spoke, "This island is most exposed to the sun at noon, thus we shall either rest or work in the shade. As we have just arrived on this island, we have much groundwork to cover. Today, I will teach you how to braid rope and construct a hand-drawn cart." Before he could finish, the spirited Lin Xiao interrupted, "A hand-drawn cart? But we lack wheels. Wheels are not a necessity. How did ancient people transport goods without them? The hand-drawn cart we propose requires no wheels," Qin Yuan patiently explained. Gathering them around, he demonstrated how to twist the rope. After roughly an hour, he instructed them to practice on their own and announced his intention to seek a freshwater source in the woods. Finding freshwater was essential. He had already outlined a preliminary plan for their new campsite, aiming for a location with water and an open area featuring favorable terrain. Such places are rare, but one must venture into the woods to seek them. This time, Qin Yuan fashioned the remaining rope into protective bindings for his limbs to guard against sudden snake bites. Armed with a water bottle, a dagger, and a spear, he ventured alone into the forest. Fortune smiled upon him as soon as he entered the woods. He spotted a wild deer. This deer, perhaps emboldened by its nature, resembled a naive creature from the northeast, displaying little fear of humans and curiously tilting its head to observe the upright Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan remained composed. Such an animal was ideal. If he could follow it to water, it would serve as his guide through the woods. He patiently awaited the deer to lead him to a water source, while simultaneously scanning the surroundings for any dangers or suitable habitation. After a brief moment, the deer grew weary of Qin Yuan's gaze and wandered away from the clearing. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuan trailed after it. The deer did not head towards water, but rather found a new spot to graze. Qin Yuan remained patient, biding his time. Approximately half an hour later, glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 3 in the afternoon, and the deer appeared to show signs of thirst, prompting it to seek water. Qin Yuan followed it, marking his path with the dagger as he navigated through the dense foliage. Before long, he was graced with a profound sense of clarity, akin to discovering a hidden paradise. Chapter 17. Encounter with wild boars. As Qin Yuan gazed upon the serene lake, he took in the surrounding landscape, noting the intertwining dense woods that formed a natural defense, concealing this quaint body of water. The lake's crystal-clear depths revealed a multitude of fish swimming gracefully. while an array of wildlife, including rabbits, squirrels, deer, and even sheep, populated the area. This small lake created an ecological haven where everything radiated tranquility, allowing Qin Yuan's anxious heart to find solace. He took a few refreshing sips from the lake, savoring its sweetness. Directly opposite him, he noticed a small stream flowing into the lake, marveling at the artistry of nature. This place was truly remarkable. Pouring some rainwater from his bottle into the lake, he then filled it with the pristine lake water. Grasping his spear, he had no intention of hunting. Rather, he aimed to survey the surroundings. The location was splendid, but it was likely the other creatures thought so too. Qin Yuan cautiously explored the area, vigilant for any predators, wishing to avoid settling in proximity to wolves, tigers, or leopards. Holding his spear, he inspected the unfamiliar environment, relieved to hear only the sounds of small animals. Just as he prepared to take a closer look, he parted the underbrush and froze. Wild boars. Qin Yuan held his breath. Should they detect his presence, a single charge could spell disaster. Counting them, he discerned 5 boars, 3 large and 2 smaller ones, rolling in the mud, their bodies adorned with a thick layer of mud armor. The sight sent a shiver down his spine. Historically, wild boars were considered formidable creatures in the wilderness, their armor-like hides making them nearly invulnerable. A collision with one could lead to severe injury, or worse. It was evident that this was an excellent location, albeit one that was equally enticing to the wild boars. Swallowing hard, Qin Yuan stealthily climbed a tree to gain a better vantage point. The mud pit appeared to be a favored haunt for the boars, devoid of tree cover and softened by rain. Observing the surroundings, he noted scratch marks on the trees to the south, indicating the boars likely made their home in that direction. However, with a mere 50 meters separating him from the lake, he recognized the inherent danger. Ultimately, the situation seemed precarious. Fortunately, the boars remained oblivious to his presence. Once back on the ground, Qin Yuan quietly ventured upstream along the creek, hoping to find a more suitable dwelling. He had abandoned the idea of settling by the lake, unwilling to risk living in proximity to the wild boars. As he followed the creek, the foliage grew denser. Eucalyptus trees, Australia's national tree, flourished on this deserted island, alongside towering trees whose names eluded him. Each step forward required careful scrutiny of his surroundings, anxious that he might encounter another group of wild boars. However, his concerns proved unwarranted. If the boars claimed this territory, it was unlikely that others would intrude. After walking for over half an hour without reaching the creek's end, he glanced at the time. It was already past 4. Reluctantly, he decided to retreat from the woods, as the night would herald the beast's revelry. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan remained skeptical. Surely there had to be more than just trees lining the path he had traversed. Time was of the essence. Despite the abundance of time on the deserted island, food resources were limited. Qin Yuan resolved that hunting would be necessary but required the construction of a shelter first. With a water source located, the next priority was establishing a refuge. As he hastened his pace, fortune smiled upon him. Just as he prepared to leave, a larger lake came into view, illuminating his surroundings. To the west loomed the island's highest peak. The ecology here was richer than that near the Boar's Lake, albeit fraught with danger. He could see wolves in pursuit of prey and venomous snakes lurking, poised to strike. Settling upstream was no longer a viable option. On his return journey, an idea struck Qin Yuan. Living in the trees might not be such a bad alternative. However, this prospect would require discussion with the others, as constructing a tree dwelling would require considerably more effort than a ground shelter. Despite its simplicity, the proposed structure would measure over 1 meter in width and nearly 2 meters in length. Clearly, they had not been idle. How is everything? Has anyone caused you trouble? Qin Yuan inquired directly. No. Tian offered us 2 oysters as a token of gratitude for your provision of food, came the response. Qin Yuan smiled, surprised that Tian's group had shown appreciation after the absence of Wang Ji. That's reassuring. It's not yet mealtime, so let me share the findings from the woods. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer first? Good news. The group eagerly chimed in. The good news is that we have secured a freshwater source, with 2 lakes available. The group erupted in joyous exclamations, recognizing the implications of the rainwater supply, which would satisfy their most basic needs. And the bad news? Lu Xiaoning inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. The bad news is that neither lake is suitable for habitation. One is inhabited by wolves and venomous snakes, while the other hosts a group of 5 wild boars. A shadow of despair crossed the faces of the group. Whether boars or wolves, they were not equipped to confront such threats. Noticing their somber expressions, Qin Yuan chuckled awkwardly before continuing, however. We can construct a treehouse between the 2 lakes connected by the creek. I'm curious to know your thoughts on this. A treehouse? The group looked at Qin Yuan, bewildered by this novel idea. Yes, a treehouse for our survival. Staying on the beach may not be feasible. I sense another heavy rain is imminent. Chapter 18. Resolute thoughts. The group of individuals pursed their lips, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. The construction of the treehouse was neither intricate nor overly difficult. The challenge lay in the absence of adequate tools, necessitating that everything be accomplished by hand. They were left wondering just how long it would take to complete the treehouse. With no clear timeline in sight, why can't we survive by the seaside? Liu Yu pondered, baffled by the insistence on residing in the woods. Isn't living by the coast more conducive to spotting passing ships? The others looked at Qin Yuan with expressions of confusion, awaiting his explanation. You do not comprehend. Qin Yuan began, by choosing to join my team, at the very least, you will not face starvation. You are unaware of their circumstances. Had I not informed them where to procure food, they would likely have perished from hunger by now. And we possess food, while they, like ravenous hounds, watch you with keen eyes. Do you truly believe we can remain here any longer? They will come to steal our provisions. If they fail, it matters not. For we have nothing to lose, but should they succeed, we would gain something. Henceforth, refrain from posing such inquiries. Qin Yuan explained calmly. Recognizing that some experiences cannot be conveyed through words, but must rather be understood through personal experience, revealing why he chose to risk his life to relocate from this place. One does not fear a thief, one fears a thief's covetous gaze, Lin Wei remarked thoughtfully after digesting Qin Yuan's words. Once she spoke, the others grasped her meaning. Sister, you are absolutely right. But are we truly going to live in a treehouse? Lin Zhao's spirits dampened as she approached Lin Wei. Let us heed Brother Qin's advice. Without him, we would have starved long ago. The group fell silent. Qin Yuan instructed Lu Xiaoning to prepare dinner and then addressed the four of them. You may regard me as timid, yet the facts are evident. We have no alternative. Perhaps you have the option to depart and join them. No, we shall not leave. They replied vehemently, shaking their heads in unison. They had witnessed the frail state of Tian and his companions, as if a gust of wind could topple them, and they had no desire to abandon this place. Starting tomorrow, we must weave a large net, ensuring that at least 2 individuals can lie upon it without falling. For the next few days, we will reside in the treehouse, and afterward, we will devise further strategies as circumstances arise, while also crafting ladders for your ascent and descent from the trees. Despite the increase in the number of Qin Yuan's team, he had to consider both safety and environmental factors. The advantages of moving into the woods were evident, for instance. The water source issue was resolved, and they could rely on hunting or cultivation for sustenance, as Qin Yuan had spotted some wild vegetables and wheat. Remaining here had its benefits, but the drawbacks were pronounced. Qin Yuan firmly believed that prompt changes, while fraught with challenges, would also avert numerous troubles. Of course, another audacious idea had taken root in Qin Yuan's mind. He yearned for pork. Humans, standing at the apex of nature, possess intelligence. Thus, he prepared to set traps in hopes of capturing a wild boar. Soon, Lu Xiaoning called everyone together to assist with dinner, while Qin Yuan leaned against a tree. Lost in thought, with Lu Xiaoning's help, he need not worry about going hungry. Damn Qin Yuan. Since the morning when Qin Yuan disclosed the food sources at the reef to the other 2 groups, Zhao Lei's frustration had reached a boiling point. Particularly upon witnessing the 3 corpulent women flaunting their confidence, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap them into silence. The group at the reef, having merely enjoyed 3 hearty meals, was now besieged by 3 separate factions, leading to a drastic decline in the number of oysters, leaving them with scant options for the evening. Qin Yuan should be cursed. Why did he wait until we discovered it to reveal this? Isn't he intentionally targeting us? Wang Ji seethed, biting into an oyster as he complained. Enough. Let us gather more tonight. Otherwise, when they arrive tomorrow, we may find ourselves with nothing left. Zhao Lei reasoned, his internal anger subsiding as he recognized the reality of their situation and continued to collect oysters. He was astute, having realized James was unreliable. He opted to divide the group. Although their numbers dwindled to just 4, each member was obedient and industrious, which sufficed. Had they remained with the previous group, the 3 gluttonous women who did nothing but complain would have been unbearable. As night fell and darkness enveloped the seaside, Moon voiced her discontent. Do we each have to wield a torch to collect oysters? She had consumed the least food and now found herself burdened with additional labor. But upon noticing Zhao Lei's lecherous gaze, she quickly grasped his intentions. Of course. Do you wish to compete with them for oysters in the morning? There are too many people during the day, making it difficult to gather. At night, we can collect oysters from this vast reef without any competition, and that is paramount. Zhao Lei's motives were as transparent as glass. Brother Zhao, I am truly exhausted, Moon sighed, contemplating her situation before swiftly moving behind Zhao Lei to massage his shoulders, playfully sticking her tongue out in a flirtatious manner. Zhao Lei, already a man prone to temptation, found Moon's demeanor quite pleasing. Very well. Since you are the only woman in our group, you shall keep watch tonight." With that, Zhao Lei playfully smacked Moon Moon's ample backside, eliciting a gasp from her. Wang Ji observed the scene, feeling a twinge of envy. Had he known Moon Moon was so flirtatious, he would have made his move long ago. Rather than waiting for Zhao Lei to act first, Little Li remained silent, wishing to replicate Zhao Lei's advances but knowing he must resist. He turned away, pretending not to see, as if by ignoring it, he could deny that anything had occurred. After toying with Moon Moon for a while, Zhao Lei's spirits lifted. He gestured toward the distant woods and led Wang Ji and Little Li to gather oysters. Moon Moon gazed in the direction Zhao Lei had indicated, her heart conflicted. Biting her lip, she steeled her resolve. She wished to live, to survive. If this method ensured her access to the food she needed to stay alive. What harm was there in that? She chided herself internally before heading to the seaside to wash her face. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei, distracted after catching a few oysters, remained preoccupied with the sensations from earlier, ultimately handing the oysters to Little Li. "You two continue gathering. You shall have plenty to eat tomorrow. I must attend to some matters." Seeing Zhao Lei's demeanor, they readily deduced what he intended to do. Indeed, under the moonlight, he led Moon Moon toward the dense thicket he had just pointed out. Chapter 19. The young lady in peril the next day, upon awakening. Qin Yuan gazed upon the picturesque seaside landscape, where numerous seagulls circled gracefully above, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the waves. Everything appeared so delightful. However, such delight was only for the creatures of nature. For humanity, this undeveloped island could merely be regarded as a tourist destination, wholly unsuitable for habitation. Qin Yuan propped himself up, leaning against a rocky outcrop, and quietly drew a square in the sand. It marked the 5th day. His movement roused Lu Xiaoning, who, upon observing Qin Yuan deep in thought, felt a surge of sweet affection. Her criteria for a partner did not hinge on financial wealth, for she was not in want of money. Rather, she sought a sense of responsibility from her companion. Coincidentally, Qin Yuan possessed a strong sense of duty, which only endeared him to her further. Yet, as a man of unwavering resolve, Qin Yuan was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of what to eat that day. With the leadership of the two, the other 4 companions gradually awakened. "Wow, sister, look, seagulls!" Lin Xiao exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand to point at the soaring birds. Lin Wei wore a bitter expression. Her younger sister was indeed a source of exasperation. "Xiao, could you please be quiet and wash your face first?" She sighed. Not long after, Lu Xiaoning produced the last of the oysters along with 2 cans. "There isn't much food left. Is there anyone who can fish?" Qin Yuan inquired as they gathered around the campfire for their meal. "I can't. I've never learned," Gao Shenyang replied awkwardly, scratching his head, his gaze falling shyly. "Neither can we," Lin Wei shook her head, casting an apologetic glance at Qin Yuan. "I can. Do we have a fishing rod? It's been ages since I last went sea fishing." Li Yuyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, abandoning her oyster in hand. Seeing her excitement, Qin Yuan smiled and said, "In that case, I shall entrust the task of fishing to you." "Great. I will." Both Lu Xiaoning and Lin Wei chimed in simultaneously, while Lin Xiao opened her mouth to speak but was silenced by a glare from Lin Wei, leaving her feeling dejected. "All right then. Gao Xingyang will be responsible for protecting both of them and weaving, while we head into the woods to fetch water." Qin Yuan succinctly assigned roles. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Wei, feeling somewhat displeased, but Lin Wei was perfectly aware of her sister's thoughts. "You stay here. The woods are far too dangerous for you. Don't you know who you are?" Indeed, given Lin Zhao's reckless nature and penchant for trouble, Lin Wei was hardly reassured. Lin Xiao wished to argue against her sister's perspective, but after reflecting on her past actions, she awkwardly lowered her head. Soon after breakfast, Qin Yuan gathered all the water bottles, handed a spear to Lu Xiaoning, and armed himself with a dagger as they ventured into the woods. Leading the way, Qin Yuan was followed closely by the 2 anxious young ladies, for it was their first time in such terrain, fearful that something might leap out at them. Turning to glance at them, he reassured, "Do not be overly tense. The more anxious you are, the more animals will perceive you as easy prey. Fear not. The strong survive while the weak perish, as it has always been." "Okay." They mutually comforted each other, feeling their tension ease somewhat. This path was one Qin Yuan had traversed many times and was familiar with. Yet he remained cautious as he led others into the woods for the first time. Before long, they arrived at a beautiful lake, resembling a paradise. Lu Xiaoning's eyes sparkled, identical to Qin Yuan's first impression of the place. Lin Wei too was astonished. She had not anticipated such beauty on this deserted island. "Let us fetch some water. But be careful, there are many wild beasts around, including wild boars nearby. Let us not disturb them," Qin Yuan warned in a low voice. The 2 young women promptly ceased their admiration and took out their water bottles to begin filling them. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan vigilantly scanned the surroundings, wary of any lurking beasts. In no time, they filled numerous bottles and coconut shells, which Qin Yuan wrapped in his jacket, while the two girls clutched their coconut shells. He took a glance at the mud pit where the wild boars resided, relieved to find them absent. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Qin Yuan quickly turned to find that Lu Xiaoning had been bitten by a snake. The water she had been carrying spilled onto the ground, soaking her clothes. Damn it! Qin Yuan cursed inwardly, having focused solely on the wild boars and not anticipating the venomous snake's sudden appearance. Lin Wei was frozen in fear. She had never encountered a poisonous snake before and was horrified at the thought of it, let alone seeing one in person. Qin Yuan swiftly picked up the spear and swung it at the snake, attempting to drive it away. However, the snake remained undeterred, hissing defiantly at him. Anxious for Lu Xiaoning, Qin Yuan did not wish to linger in confrontation, so he struck the snake forcefully with the spear. But the snake coiled around the spear, advancing rapidly towards Qin Yuan. As it seemed poised to strike, Lin Wei burst into tears. In that critical moment, Qin Yuan drew his dagger and fiercely struck the snake. By mere centimeters, he missed being bitten, and he felt a cold sweat break out as he stared at the head of the snake on the ground. He could not afford to dwell on anything else, quickly discarding the spear and sprinting to Lu Xiaoning's side. Xiaoning, where were you bitten? Lu Xiaoning's face was pale, beads of cold sweat rolling down as she looked at Qin Yuan in agony, her voice trembling. My thigh, my thigh. Her cries sent a jolt through Qin Yuan's heart. After spending so many days together, he had developed feelings for Lu Xiaoning. She could not possibly die. Do not be afraid. I am here. I will help you extract the venom. Do not be afraid, okay? In that moment, Qin Yuan felt uncharacteristically flustered. This was the first time he had panicked in many days. Even when faced with the scrutiny of their companions, he remained composed, yet this incident softened his heart. How could such a lovely girl perish? Indeed, as he looked down, he saw the bite marks on her inner left thigh. He used his dagger to cut through her jeans, revealing her fair, beautiful leg. Qin Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was far too intimate. Yet witnessing Lu Xiaoning's painful expression, his heart sank, and he ultimately proceeded to suck out the venom. Lu Xiaoning's entire thigh felt numb. But as she saw Qin Yuan bending down to help her, her previously pale face flushed with a hint of red, creating an incredibly awkward situation. Meanwhile, Lin Wei turned her head away, her cheeks flushed as well. The scene was truly difficult to bear. Chapter 20. The arrival of Tian Tian with a swift motion. Qin Yuan expelled the toxic blood, spitting it onto the ground, feeling a tingling numbness in his mouth. After a brief respite, he resumed his task. His hand pressed against her leg, yet the method was undeniably awkward for Lu Xiaoning, compelling her to close her eyes and retreat into self-hypnosis, deceiving herself. Soon, the blood he extracted turned crimson, prompting him to cease his actions, though his mouth had swollen, rendering him nearly unable to speak. Lin Wei, are there any herbs nearby? Please assist with the bandaging. His speech was slurred due to the numbness, and it took Lin Wei several repetitions to comprehend. Seeing her tears, Qin Yuan instinctively reached out to wipe them away. It's my fault for not taking better care of you. Those words melted Lu Xiaoning's heart. Disregarding the opinions of others, she embraced Qin Yuan tightly. You pervert. I thought I was going to die. Though her sobs were soft, she clung to him. And Qin Yuan, observing her distress, unconsciously stroked her hair. It's all right. It's all over now. She was not one to be oblivious to the moment, unwilling to disrupt their atmosphere. At the same time, she felt a pang of envy for Lu Xiaoning, who had found someone to protect her on this desolate island. A reality more tangible than any promise. If only she could have a man like that as well, Lin Wei mused silently. Hearing a sound behind him, Qin Yuan turned to gaze at Lin Wei. Are there suitable herbs? Initially, he thought of Lin Wei as merely a nursing student, but now he questioned her true understanding. Yes, there are, she replied, extending her hand to present the herbs. They are abundant in this vicinity. One can find them every few steps. Qin Yuan was taken aback, but recalled a saying he had heard. Where venomous snakes dwell, there must also be an antidote. He gathered the herbs, chewed them, bitter in taste, before spitting them out and applying them to Lu Xiaoning's wounds, tearing a strip of cloth from his attire to create a makeshift bandage. Lu Xiaoning felt no revulsion. She understood that, given the circumstances, having access to herbs was already fortunate, and the method of application was inconsequential. Let us search as we go. There are indeed many around here, Lin Wei agreed, moving to Lu Xiaoning's side to offer some comforting words. Be careful. I'll carry her from behind. Qin Yuan nodded, lifting Lu Xiaoning onto his back, one hand supporting her while the other held a coat filled with bottled water. Lu Xiaoning's face flushed as she leaned against Qin Yuan, her arms draped over his shoulders, lowering her gaze. This was only the second time in her life she had been carried by a man, the first being her father during her childhood, a memory from years past. The disparity between people truly is vast. Feeling the warmth of her presence, Qin Yuan, a young man brimming with vitality, found it impossible not to harbor certain thoughts. In an instant, he recalled his ex-girlfriend who had abandoned him, a bitter taste washing over him. Yet, comparing Lu Xiaoning to her, he realized how poor his judgment had been. Lu Xiaoning, with her obedient, clever, and occasionally foolish demeanor, far surpassed his former partner in every regard. If only something could blossom between them. However, on this desolate island, survival remained his foremost priority. Matters of the heart would have to wait. Along the way, Lin Wei discovered numerous herbs, not only for snake venom antidotes but also others with various beneficial properties. Qin Yuan couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Curiosity regarding her background ignited. Were these sisters truly nursing students? Yet, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that they were part of the same team. And unnecessary questions could create barriers. What they wished to share would naturally be voiced. What they chose to keep silent would not yield answers through inquiry. Sister, are you all right? Lin Xiao approached Lin Wei, having set down the woven basket she was carrying, scrutinizing her closely. I'm fine. You should check on Sister Xiaoning. Lin Wei replied. Brother Qin, are you really okay? The woods are quite dangerous. Li Yuyu approached, concern etched on her face, especially upon seeing Lu Xiaoning's snake bite. Her fear of the woods intensifying. A heavy gloom hung over them. Yes, I'm fine. How many fish did we catch today? Qin Yuan smiled, attempting to dispel their fears, though with little success. For fish, it may not be enough for all of us. Li Yuyu felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that with 6 people, they wouldn't even have 1 fish each. Not to worry, it's sufficient. Xiao Xiao, please wash the canned food. We can prepare fish soup for the little one at noon. Upon hearing this, their spirits lifted, realizing the simplicity of the solution. All right. Lin Xiao dashed to the seaside, her carefree nature allowing her to live life with such unburdened joy. Lu Xiaoning felt a surge of emotion, pondering if this was what favoritism felt like. Li Yuyu borrowed Qin Yuan's dagger to prepare the fish. Despite its awkwardness, her dexterity shone through as she cut 3 pieces of fish for Lu Xiaoning's soup. Qin Yuan also retrieved 3 cans, remnants from their inflatable raft. At that moment, Tian approached, carrying 2 oysters, accompanied by Suyu. Upon seeing Qin Yuan and the others feasting on grilled fish, canned goods, and the fish soup simmering over the fire, they instinctively swallowed hard. Do you need something? Qin Yuan, though uninterested, stood up. Gao Xingyang attempted to rise alongside him, but Qin Yuan gestured for him to remain seated. We discovered a treasure but lacked the means to procure it. We wish to collaborate with you. These 2 oysters represent our sincerity. Tian offered the oysters. Yet Qin Yuan did not accept them, lighting a cigarette instead, which only fueled Tian's envy. Oh, don't be ridiculous. There's certainly danger involved. Do you think I would be fooled by 2 oysters? If there were no danger, you wouldn't keep it to yourself. Unless you clarify the situation. I want to agree to collaborate. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, Tian felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing his ploy had been seen through. Simultaneously, he harbored a newfound respect for Qin Yuan's skills and perceptiveness. It's a genuine treasure. I'm not deceiving you. The danger lies in the presence of venomous snakes. Chapter 21. The venomous fishing boat. Absolutely not. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the well rope for 10 years. Before Qin Yuan could voice his thoughts, those behind him spoke in unison. Particularly, Lu Xiaoning was genuinely concerned for Qin Yuan. The venomous snake in the woods had nearly cost them their lives, so how could they possibly allow him to face danger again? Tian's expression darkened, surprised by their unanimous refusal. Yet, seeing that Qin Yuan remained silent, he was somewhat reassured when Siyu tugged at his sleeve, which improved his mood slightly. Qin Yuan chuckled, took a drag from his cigarette, and said, "Why don't you tell me what treasures lie within? You speak of treasures, yet neglect to mention their worth. Do you truly believe I would assist you?" Tian wished to say more but was halted by Suyu, who interjected, "Brother Qin, from my observations, there should be some cooking utensils inside, pots and pans, among other things. I cannot guarantee how many there are, but considering you are using cans as pots, I believe you would find them quite necessary. Of course, if there is only 1 pot, it belongs to you. If there are 2, we shall split them evenly. As for the other utensils, you may take 60%, and we shall settle for 40. Qin Yuan took another puff, examining Siyu with keen interest. Yet a sense of wariness crept into his heart. He had not anticipated that Tian, a man of little resolve, would have someone like Suyu by his side. The first impression Suyu left on Qin Yuan was that of a decisive leader, perfectly suited for guiding a team. However, the terms proposed by Suyu did stir a flicker of desire within Qin Yuan. The prospect of enjoying a steaming bowl of fish soup each day was indeed appealing. Observing Qin Yuan lost in thought, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. She understood that within Qin Yuan's team, once he committed to a course of action, any opposition would be futile. Until he expressed his stance, all possibilities remained open. When they departed, they gifted Qin Yuan 2 oysters, which he graciously accepted, after all. Why refuse food offered so freely? Brother Qin, are you truly going? Of course. However, you need not accompany me. Your presence would not be of much assistance. Pots and pans are essential for us. We cannot live solely on barbecued food, can we? Upon hearing Qin Yuan's reasoning, they found it quite sensible. Yet the inherent danger loomed large, making them hesitant. Opportunity and peril coexist. Some matters cannot be dictated by fate. I have never believed in destiny. Human determination can triumph over heaven. Otherwise, we might find ourselves like them, waiting for rescue. Given this, with opportunity before us, should we truly choose to forfeit it? Qin Yuan's heartfelt words alleviated their fears. Yes, opportunity and danger are intertwined. Then, Brother Qin, please be cautious. Do you need anything? We can assist you in preparation. They chimed in with concern for Qin Yuan. He grinned and replied, let us dine first. We shall discuss matters after we are well fed. An hour later, Qin Yuan arrived at Tian's gathering spot. Compared to their own, this place appeared rather rudimentary. Though lacking wooden boards, they had constructed 3 A-frame shelters using wooden sticks, providing at least some protection from the rain. If Qin Yuan's intuition served him right, this must have been Su Yu's idea. Upon seeing Qin Yuan's arrival, Su Yu hurried forward, exclaiming, Brother Qin, would you care for some more food? Noticing their insufficient portions, Qin Yuan declined, eager to focus on the task at hand. Very well, we shall lead you there, Tian responded with a sheepish smile, guiding Qin Yuan and Su Yu to the location where they had discovered the pots and pans. Along the way, to ease the awkwardness, Su Yu attempted to engage Qin Yuan in conversation, but he remained aloof and unresponsive. Qin Yuan harbored little fondness for them, had it not been for his genuine need. This collaboration might never have come to fruition. After walking westward, they indeed found a dilapidated fishing boat, aged and covered in moss. Qin Yuan frowned, realizing that the discovery of a fishing vessel suggested human presence in the area. Yet, where were the people? Brother Qin, yesterday Tian intended to investigate, but he was startled by several snakes and retreated. It seems the snakes have made this place their den. Tian witnessed the pots and pans inside with his own eyes. Qin Yuan nodded, brandishing his spear as he approached. However, before nearing the dilapidated vessel, he spotted 3 snakes, all venomous, flicking their tongues. Upon seeing this, he retreated. In this situation, we can only lure the snakes out, and we shall need tools. Otherwise, we will obtain nothing, Qin Yuan analyzed calmly. Following the incident where Lu Xiaoning was bitten, his disdain for venomous snakes had intensified. We lack suitable tools. We only have a large stick. Su Yu admitted awkwardly, which was precisely why they sought Qin Yuan. The treasures were valuable. But without the means to acquire them, Su Yu's thoughts were straightforward. If Qin Yuan succeeded, they would share in the spoils. The protective gear he mentioned involved wrapping limbs in vines to minimize the risk of snake bites. Torches could repel wild beasts. While the spear was intended for a decisive strike, speed and precision were paramount. 3 snakes, wouldn't that be perilous? Lu Xiaoning remarked, still apprehensive. 1 snake had nearly claimed her life, let alone facing 3. It won't be an issue. We are adequately prepared with tools, and the one to lure the snakes will not be me. I have already instructed Tian to create the protective gear. He will be the one to entice the venomous snakes. Qin Yuan smiled, revealing his plan. Brother Qin, you are quite mischievous. Lin Xiao could not suppress her laughter, her infectious mirth spreading to those around her. All right, let us gather the necessary items. Lin Wei, assist me in wrapping the vines around my body. Originally, this task would have fallen to Lu Xiaoning, but now it was left to Lin Wei. Lin Wei nodded, taking a vine and standing beside Qin Yuan to help him secure his limbs. Lu Xiaoning gazed at Qin Yuan, her mind adrift with unspoken thoughts, her expression tinged with melancholy. Chapter 22. Acquiring the axe moments later, Qin Yuan, armed with a dagger and a new spear, arrived at Tian's sanctuary alongside Gao Xingyang. At this juncture, Tian and the others had dutifully bound him with vines as per Qin Yuan's instructions. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, they promptly rose, greeting him with warm smiles. Everything is ready, let us proceed, Qin Yuan declared, casting a glance at their preparations. Nodding in agreement, Tian and Su Yu followed closely behind him toward the derelict fishing boat. Poor Tian was still blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly become the bait. Upon reaching the dilapidated vessel once more, Qin Yuan ignited a torch and handed it to Gao Xingyang and Su Yu. You two, hold the torches on either side. Fear not, the creature dares not harm you. What about me? Tian inquired awkwardly, standing beside Qin Yuan in a haze of confusion. You? Your task is to lure the snake out while I shall handle the extermination, Qin Yuan replied, nodding calmly. Instantly, Tian was rendered speechless, exclaiming inwardly, am I capable of such a task? However, seeing Su Yu and Gao Xingyang positioned with their torches on either side of the boat, and with Qin Yuan's gaze fixed on him, he resolved never to collaborate with Qin Yuan again. Yet, he dared not voice his objections, hesitantly making his way toward the fishing boat. Meanwhile, Gao Shengyang trembled as he held the torch, gripped by fear, in stark contrast to Su Yu, who appeared relatively composed. Noticing Tian's slow progress, Qin Yuan gave him a swift kick, propelling him forward. Ah! Tian's scream echoed like that of a slaughtered pig as he collided with the small fishing boat, producing a loud thud. The 3 venomous snakes inside were startled, hissing in response. This only heightened Tian's terror as he shouted for help, his legs trembling, desperately scrambling outward. What is an animal's instinct? To bully the fearful. Observing Tian's cowardice, one snake unhesitatingly lunged at his calf. As Tian felt the bite, he howled in agony, seizing the moment. Qin Yuan thrust his spear directly into the snake's vital spot, and after a brief struggle, it ceased to move entirely. Qin Yuan, you scoundrel! You bastard! Tian cursed furiously, but Qin Yuan paid him no mind, tossing him back into the fray. The remaining 2 snakes, witnessing their companion's demise, hesitated momentarily, eyeing Qin Yuan with trepidation. Subsequently, they attempted to slither out of the boat toward Gao Shengyang. Good grief! Gao Shengyang jumped, landing on the ground with a thud, frantically waving the torch. This fall dredged up memories of his childhood bullying, and despite having made strides in overcoming his fears, he found himself reverting to his former self. Stay away! Don't come near! Gao Shengyang shouted, flailing his arms. Qin Yuan, taken aback by his overwhelming fear, swiftly pierced one snake with his spear, simultaneously planting his foot on the other snake's vital spot as it attempted to strike him. However, the vines wrapped around Qin Yuan's calf rendered it incapable of biting through. Qin Yuan did not grant it a chance, thrusting the spear once more. Both snakes were now impaled upon it. It is all right now, Shengyang, Qin Yuan remarked, furrowing his brow in an effort to comfort him. He had not anticipated that 2 snakes would instill such dread in a man in his 20s. Of course, without experiencing another's plight, it was not his place to judge. Are they all dead? Su Yu approached, and upon confirming the snake's demise, she entered the derelict fishing boat to assist Tian out. Qin Yuan you. Tian was evidently still reeling from the shock, his legs weak. Were it not for Su Yu's support, he might have collapsed entirely. Qin Yuan tossed a dead snake toward Tian, frightening him anew, nearly causing him to topple along with Su Yu. Gao Shengyang, quaking, managed to stand, his complexion pale, clearly still shaken by the recent encounter. Qin, brother Qin. I'm sorry, he mumbled, his head bowed, overwhelmed with guilt. Do not worry. Take a moment to gather yourself. I will check inside for any items, Qin Yuan instructed, offering him reassurance before stepping into the derelict fishing boat. Once inside, he was greeted by a pungent, musty odor that made him grimace. He soon discovered 2 chests, clearing the green moss off with his spear before retrieving them. Disregarding the chest for the moment, he continued to search within. At the bow of the boat, he stumbled upon a decaying corpse, the stench overwhelming, and beside it lay an axe. An excellent find, Qin Yuan exclaimed, grinning as he secured the axe. After thoroughly examining the fishing boat and finding nothing of interest, he decided not to take any more of the detritus. Returning to the beach, Qin Yuan used the axe to pry open the 2 chests. Indeed, the one with the missing corner contained pots, bowls, forks, and kitchen utensils, albeit with an unpleasant odor reminiscent of pungent moss. The other chest revealed a similar assortment, prompting a smile from Qin Yuan. Tian, you take one chest, and we shall take the other. Does that seem fair? And no objections. Tian wanted to protest but fell silent upon seeing Qin Yuan emerge with an axe. Qin Yuan's offer of 1 chest each was more than agreeable. He and Gao Shengyang each took a chest of utensils and made their way back to the sanctuary. What do you think the owner of this boat intended to do with such utensils? Su Yu inquired, puzzled. Who knows? Perhaps they were meant for delivering meals, only to be caught in a storm and end up here, Qin Yuan mused, self-deprecatingly, as they too had arrived on this island due to a tempest. I'll go wash up. This smell is rather off-putting. Lin Wei pinched her nose, directing Gao Shengyang to carry the chest of utensils to the sea for cleaning. Look, what is this? Qin Yuan joyfully brandished the axe, leaving them all momentarily speechless. With the axe in hand, it signified that Qin Yuan could now chop down smaller trees or thicker branches, a far more reliable tool than a mere stick. Is this from the derelict fishing boat as well? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Indeed, but now it is ours, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. After which Lin Xiao eagerly inquired about the events that had transpired. Qin Yuan simplified the narrative, omitting Gao Shengyang's part, yet even so, the sight of the 2 snakes left them all feeling a chill. Tonight's snake soup will be entirely thanks to you, Chef Li. Chapter 23, The Memories of Shengyang. Fortunately, within this set of kitchenware, there is a knife. Although there is no cutting board, given the conditions of the deserted island, we can make do with what we have. Liu Yu skillfully sliced open the snake on the rocky surface, shedding its skin. Once she completed this task, she began to prepare snake soup, lacking any seasoning or condiments. The others nonetheless relished the soup with great enthusiasm. This is exquisite. Sisterly, your culinary skills are remarkable. Whoever marries you will surely be fortunate, Lin Xiao exclaimed. Savoring the snake soup, her words slightly slurred. Haha, that is only if we manage to escape this island, Xingyang replied after finishing his soup. Afterward, accompany me to find a suitable location for the treehouse. My vision is rather limited, and it would be difficult to locate one alone. After finishing his meal, Qin Yuan took a drag from his Marlboro and said, All right. Hai Sheyang silently encouraged himself, having already embarrassed himself during the snake catching earlier. He could not afford to falter again. Unaware of his thoughts, Qin Yuan approached Lu Xiaoning, sitting beside her and asking, How do you feel now? Are you better? Lu Xiaoning felt a flutter in her heart, her cheeks warming as she dared not meet Qin Yuan's gaze. Much better, thank you, she replied. Qin Yuan, perplexed by her reaction, wondered if she was perhaps feverish, reaching out to touch her forehead. Lu Xiaoning, caught between laughter and tears at his gesture, was unsure of how to respond. Wait a moment. Remembering the medical kit in the inflatable raft, Qin Yuan hurried into the shelter and retrieved it. Lin Wei, please see if there are any usable medications. I am utterly clueless about this. Lin Wei, taken aback at the sight of the medical kit, thought to herself. How does Qin Yuan have everything? Where did this come from? Unfortunately, they were unaware that it was taken from their own raft. All right, let me see, she said, finishing the last sip of snake soup before opening the kit to search for medicines. At that moment, Hai Sheyang set down his bowl, stood up, and nodded at Qin Yuan, indicating he was ready. This meal served as a light post-repast, as everyone had not eaten much, primarily enjoying the soup. Leading to a swift conclusion, Qin Yuan nodded, offering a few words of caution before leading Hai Xingyang into the woods. Having learned from the morning's ordeal, they proceeded with heightened caution, Hai Xingyang equally vigilant. As we select a suitable location for the treehouse, be wary of the wild beasts in the woods. If you notice anything unusual, alert me immediately. Their journey through the woods was relatively uneventful until they reached a small lake. Hai Xingyang, captivated by the breathtaking scenery, couldn't help but exclaim, if this were a tourist destination, it would be immensely profitable. Qin Yuan chuckled and replied, in this forsaken place, only we remain. The prospect of developing a tourist site is a dream for another lifetime. After speaking, Qin Yuan cast a wary glance towards the muddy area, a known haunt for wild boars. All right, take a sip of water. We need to find a suitable spot for the treehouse. He cupped his hands to drink, and Hai Xingyang mimicked him. Suddenly, a group of wild boars emerged from the thicket. Oh no. For the first time, Hai Xingyang was confronted by the immense beasts, weighing over 300 pounds, and he was utterly terrified. His exclamations startled the wild boars, making them cautious of the upright figures before them. Qin Yuan cursed under his breath, thinking, why now? He urged Hai Xingyang, do not be afraid. We will slowly retreat from this lake. Okay. Hai Xingyang nodded quickly, suppressing his fear as he followed Qin Yuan's lead. The wild boars eyed them warily, while Qin Yuan felt a weight in his heart. They were near the lake, with trees too distant to climb. At that critical moment, Hai Xingyang stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground, unleashing his pent-up emotions. The wild boars sensed his fear and, emboldened, prepared to charge at the intruders. Realizing the danger, Qin Yuan swiftly pulled Hai Xingyang to his feet, urging him to run. The wild boars immediately pursued them. I'm sorry. It's all my fault, Hai Xingyang cried, tears streaming down his face. Qin Yuan, feeling overwhelmed, spotted a tree and quickly scaled it, but Hai Xingyang struggled to follow. Just then, the wild boars were nearly upon them. Hurry, give me your hand, Qin Yuan called out, but Hai Xingyang couldn't reach him. In a moment of sheer determination, Hai Xingyang sprang up, grasping Qin Yuan's hand, who pulled him up just in time. Thud. The wild boar collided with the tree, causing it to shake violently, sending chills down their spines. Had they been struck, they would surely have met their demise. The wild boar, frustrated, turned and charged the tree again, but the sturdy trunk stood firm against its assault. I'm so sorry, Qin, I'm utterly useless, Hai Xingyang cried, wiping his tears. Qin Yuan did not reproach him. It was clear that a grown man shedding tears like a child must carry heavy burdens. I understand, but you must work on your courage. No one else can be responsible for your life. You alone must take charge. If we escape this island and you have a wife and children, can you protect them with such a disposition? Will they not call you a coward? Is that what you want? Chapter 24. A suitable abode after hearing Qin Yuan's words. Gao Shengyang fell silent for a moment, wiping away his tears before murmuring, I wish to change as well, but I am simply afraid. What are you afraid of? Stop being a coward. Let me tell you, it's not just about wanting to change. You must change immediately. Strengthen your resolve. Or get out of my team. Qin Yuan's voice was rough, yet it marked the first time in 5 days on this island that he had spoken so much. His words were not merely directed at Gao Shengyang. They seemed to sever ties with his past self. Taking a cigarette from Qin Yuan, Gao Shengyang inhaled deeply, causing tears to stream down his face once more. Qin Yuan laughed heartily, and Gao Shengyang, feeling a bit awkward, joined in. The bond between men is often simple. It can be easily forged. All right, follow me. After extinguishing the cigarette, Qin Yuan led Gao Shengyang through the trees. The forest was dense, allowing Qin Yuan to navigate effortlessly. While Gao Shengyang, though initially timid, began to gather courage after hearing Qin Yuan's impassioned words. He transitioned from climbing to walking across the branches, gradually growing bolder. After about 10 minutes of walking, Qin Yuan declared, "Let us find a suitable place to set up camp nearby." Good. Gao Shengyang gazed at Qin Yuan's imposing figure, feeling a sense of security as if no challenge could daunt him. It was indeed a fortune to be allied with such a strong individual. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a brook, the sound of rushing water harmonizing with the calls of birds. The air was fresh, and overall, the environment was quite pleasing. Let us assess the trees, Qin Yuan suggested, prioritizing those with sturdy branches while dismissing the weaker ones. Ideally, he wanted 2 or 3 trees in proximity for ease of construction. His plan was straightforward: to build a platform between the trees, akin to a hammock, capable of supporting 2 or 3 people. The treehouse would merely be the starting point. Ultimately, Qin Yuan envisioned upgrading to a more substantial shelter, a wooden house, or something similar, primarily to withstand the impending storm. Even the creatures of the forest were beginning to prepare, and Qin Yuan knew he could not afford to be unprepared. To him, these animals were akin to the locals, and following their lead in preparation was undoubtedly wise. As Gao Shengyang and Qin Yuan surveyed the trees, they found many could meet Qin Yuan's requirements, albeit some were prohibitively high, posing a risk of severe injury if one fell. Others were too low, making them vulnerable to predators such as the wolves from the nearby lake. What about that one? Gao Shengyang pointed to a tree across the brook. The one across? Qin Yuan had not thoroughly surveyed the area and was unaware of any dangers. Yes, that one. I observed it earlier. We'll need 12 5-meter ropes and some woven vines. According to your design, 3 points of construction should suffice for our needs, Gao Shengyang explained. Noting that several trees seemed promising. Will we have enough time? Qin Yuan pondered, considering the feasibility of Gao Shengyang's suggestion while worrying about the looming storm. Don't worry, with all 6 of us weaving together, we should manage, Gao Shengyang reassured him. As they passed a small lake, Qin Yuan chose to take a detour, avoiding a group of wild boars that were not worth the trouble. Upon returning to the gathering area, they found it was past 5 in the afternoon. Aside from Li Yuyu, who was fishing, the other 3 women were occupied with weaving. Even the injured Lu Xiaoning was contributing, and Qin Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Everyone gather round. We have found a suitable location for the treehouse, he announced, prompting the women to perk up. Lin Xiao stood eagerly, waving her hands. Does this mean we will become Tarzan? Her comment elicited laughter from the group, with Lin Wei pulling her back, saying, "Don't be ridiculous. Why not say you're like Sun Wukong instead?" "But I don't have the magical transformations like him." Lin Xiao pouted, feeling slighted. Lin Wei sighed, exasperated by her sister's antics. "Well, we've identified the location, but apart from ropes, we still need to weave nets from vines. There are many items still missing." Qin Yuan interjected, bringing the focus back to the task at hand. "What else do we need?" Lin Wei inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. 12 5-meter ropes and 3 3-meter nets woven from vines, at least a 3x3 grid. Otherwise, it won't be sufficient for shelter, Qin Yuan clarified, causing even the most spirited Lin Xiao to grow serious. "We must expedite our efforts. The next few days will be crucial. We need to weave and gather food. As long as we secure our water source, we must remain vigilant." "Understood," the group replied, concluding the brief meeting. Qin Yuan strolled to the beach, lighting a cigarette while glancing at the fish in Li Yuyu's basket. "Wow, at least 7 or 8, he remarked. "I'm not sure. You mentioned a storm, so it might be related," Li Yuyu replied, just as another fish bit the line. Seeing the abundance of fish, Qin Yuan's expression turned grave. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, realizing they needed to hasten their preparations. Chapter 25, Awkward Moments. When Qin Yuan contemplates, he prepares for the worst, methodically breaking it down and executing his plans. Though his approach may seem clumsy and somewhat self-deprecating, it proves effective. After advising Li Yuyu, Qin Yuan begins to search for vines to craft ropes. 3 hours later, as night deepens, Qin Yuan lights a bonfire while Li Yuyu prepares fish and fish soup, and the others continue to twist the ropes. Their hands are red from the labor, yet these pampered individuals show no signs of complaint as they work together. Let us take a break and have some water, Qin Yuan offers, handing them bottles of mineral water. Upon hearing the call for a break, Lin Xiao immediately rises to stretch and walks over to Li Yuyu, while Lin Wei organizes the completed ropes and hands them to Qin Yuan. Li Jia, is it ready? I'm so hungry. Lin Xiao gazes at Li Yuyu with pleading eyes, her tone indulgent. Almost there. Don't rush, Li Yuyu responds patiently, finding joy in this mundane life alongside her food-loving friend. Xiao Wei, have you changed your dressings today? Qin Yuan asks Lin Wei, who is tidying up the ropes. Nodding, Qin Yuan accepts the neatly arranged ropes, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your efforts. It's nothing, just a small task. It's mainly my sister who has been a hassle, Lin Wei smiles, casting a resigned glance at Lin Xiao beside Li Yuyu. No worries, her presence invigorates our team. It would be dreary without her, Qin Yuan reassures, earning a grateful look from Lin Wei. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoning feels a warmth envelop her, causing an instant wave of embarrassment. Leaning on the crutch crafted by Lin Wei, she makes her way toward the shelter. Noticing this, Qin Yuan quickly stands to assist her, asking, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing, you don't need to worry about me," Lu Xiaoning replies, her face flushed from his touch, making it difficult for her to meet his gaze. Qin Yuan, perplexed, wonders about her discomfort. "If there is something troubling you, don't hesitate to share. It's just us here." The more he speaks, the more awkward Lu Xiaoning feels. Yet, she does not push away his supportive hand as they walk together toward the shelter. The others, observing, remain confused but refrain from inquiring further. Once inside the shelter, Qin Yuan asks again, "What's wrong? Do you really have to keep secrets from me?" Embarrassed, Lu Xiaoning fidgets with the hem of her clothing and whispers, I got my period." At first, Qin Yuan does not comprehend. But as the realization dawns, he is engulfed in embarrassment. No wonder she was reluctant to speak. His persistent questioning had been terribly awkward. In a fleeting moment, he recalls the pink suitcase containing her needed supplies. "Wait a moment, I'll get what you need," he says. Though the cramped space of the shelter makes it inevitable for their bodies to brush against each other as he enters. As he glides past her smooth skin, his thoughts wander, especially in the dimness of their surroundings. However, feeling Lu Xiaoning tremble, he refrains from taking advantage of the situation and moves to the back of the shelter. In the darkness, Qin Yuan accesses the pink suitcase from memory, retrieving an unopened package of feminine products. "Do you need these?" he asks impulsively, causing Lu Xiaoning to blush even deeper, her demeanor one of shy vulnerability. Though the dimness conceals her expression. "I do," she murmurs, her voice barely audible. He fumbles to extract a product, tearing open the package and handing it to her. Feeling it inappropriate to linger, he steps outside again. "Do you have toilet paper?" Lu Xiaoning asks, her embarrassment mounting, yet necessity compels her to inquire. "Yes. It's in the suitcase. I left it open. You can find it yourself," he replies, feeling awkward, as this is the first time he encounters such a situation in years. Before long, Lu Xiaoning finds the toilet paper. "Could you help me? I can't get my pants down," she says, leaving Qin Yuan flustered. Suddenly recalling her injury on her thigh, he understands her predicament. "I promise I won't peek," he assures, his face reddening, thankful that Lu Xiaoning cannot see his embarrassment. "Just hurry and help me," she insists, eager to move past the awkwardness. As he unfastens her jeans, he distinctly feels her tremors. The sensation of her smooth skin brings forth an awareness, and realizing he touches 2 layers. He quickly releases his grip, merely lowering her jeans. In this delicate moment, Lu Xiaoning closes her eyes. And the situation feels as if it could only be explained by the concept of willful ignorance. As long as she cannot see, it has truly happened. The intimate atmosphere begins to wane, and all that can be heard are the rustling sounds from within. After a pause, Lu Xiaoning asks softly, "Do you have any other pants?" "None left. Men's sizes are too large. However, I do have a skirt inside. Would you consider wearing that?" Qin Yuan recalls. Knowing it's his own clothing, Lu Xiaoning falls silent, realizing that wearing a skirt in her current state is far from ideal. Yet, there is little choice. Such are the conditions on the deserted island. As the rustling sounds cease, Qin Yuan understands she has finished. "Let me help you to dinner," he offers. Without responding, Lu Xiaoning leans closer and whispers in his ear, "Could you help me find a place to change into a bra? I don't want to be seen by everyone." Sensing her trepidation, he nods and replies, "I'll help you tomorrow." "No, I need to wash my clothes soon." "You must help me right away," she insists. Her plea almost irresistible, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. "All right, I'll assist you," Qin Yuan concedes, reciting the mantra form is emptiness. Emptiness is formed to calm his racing heart. Chapter 26. The wealthy woman's breakdown. It is not that Qin Yuan lacks self-control. Rather, he finds himself momentarily entranced by the exquisite beauty of Lu Xiaoning, whose allure surpasses that of his former girlfriend by a considerable margin. Indeed, his past love cannot even begin to compare. The elegance of a refined lady naturally stirs feelings within him. As they dined together, the others had already begun their routine of crafting ropes. This activity had seamlessly woven itself into their daily lives, requiring no prompting from Qin Yuan. They engaged in it willingly. However, upon seeing Lu Xiaoning emerge in a dress, the other girls instantly grasped the situation, while Gao Xingyang remained utterly perplexed. Why had she changed her outfit after entering the shelter? Concurrently, they were curious about how Lu Xiaoning managed such matters and planned to inquire privately at an opportune moment. Earlier, in the dimly lit shelter, Qin Yuan could see nothing. Upon reaching the campfire and observing Lu Xiaoning in her dress, with her strikingly fair legs and the captivating visage framed by her tousled bangs, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. She was a vision of beauty. Her charm radiated vibrantly, not contrived but rather exuding an innate allure through her graceful demeanor. Lu Xiaoning possessed the instinctive awareness common among women. She could not fail to notice Qin Yuan's gaze. Subtly, she tugged at her dress and shot him a disapproving look, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. In response to her demeanor, Qin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head before serving her a bowl of fish soup. Not only Lu Xiaoning, but also the Lin sisters were quite lovely, one charmingly cute and the other tall and intellectual, both rare treasures in their own right. However, today's event served as a reminder for Qin Yuan. Sanitary products were a critically scarce resource. It was rather awkward to ponder how people in ancient times managed without industrially produced items. After much contemplation, he could only think of one solution: menstrual belts. This was something best left unspoken by him. He would discreetly inform Lu Xiaoning to relay the message to the others, as it was inappropriate for him to directly address such matters. As they finished their meal, Lu Xiaoning nudged Qin Yuan's arm, and he immediately understood the cue. Armed with a dagger and a length of rope, he ventured into the woods in search of a place to hang the clothes. Lu Xiaoning took her washed garments to the beach, and the sequence of events further convinced the three other girls that something significant was indeed occurring. On the sixth day, the routine continued. I prepared to hunt in the woods, hoping to procure some game and acclimate to the environment. Qin Yuan stated during breakfast. Ah, Qin Ge, may I accompany you? I have never witnessed a hunt. Lin Xiao exclaimed. Before she could finish, her sister interrupted her. Haha, that won't be necessary. Shenyang, Lin Xiao, I shall take you to fetch water, while Yu continues fishing. Although we have an abundance of fish, it is insufficient for our needs. Let us all make an effort to improve our meals upon our return from the hunt, Qin Yuan instructed, and after breakfast, they commenced their respective tasks. For Lin Xiao, entering the woods for the first time was exhilarating, while Gao Xingyang exhibited a heightened sense of alertness, noticeably improved from the previous day, which eased Qin Yuan as concerns. Qin Ge, the scenery here is breathtaking. Upon reaching the lake, Lin Xiao's expression revealed her excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, the power of nature is magnificent. Now, let us hurry and fetch the water. I fear wild boars may appear, and I cannot protect both of you this time. From his observations over the past few days, Qin Yuan knew that wild boars would not be present at this hour, as they were busy foraging in the mud pits. Recalling the awkwardness of the previous day, Gao Xingyang chuckled sheepishly at Qin Yuan's words. This outing proved to be uneventful, and after bidding farewell to them, Qin Yuan turned to explore an entirely uncharted direction. In stark contrast to Qin Yuan's self-sufficiency, the captain and his crew appeared gaunt and emaciated, save for their black suits. Since Qin Yuan had informed them about the oyster beds, their food supply had dwindled to scavenging there, competing with Tian Tian and Zhao Lei for resources. Zhao Lei had secured a prime position, ensuring that the larger oysters were promptly harvested by his group. By the time the captain and his crew arrived during the day, only a few meager oysters remained, let alone for Tian Tian's group. The three factions foraging for oysters in this area were insufficient, severely damaging the ecological balance and causing a drastic decline in the oyster population. Besides Zhao Lei being able to satisfy his hunger, Tian Tian's group had found some fish and shrimp, while the captain's crew was left to languish in hunger, dizzy from starvation. Most of the captain's group had relied on a life of ease, accustomed to having everything handed to them. Captain James, could you possibly find some food? Can you not act like a man? The plump, wealthy woman, now at her wit's end, looked disheveled, resembling a madwoman. Captain James, visibly displeased, glared at her. You are truly like a pig, utterly incapable of doing anything but eating. How dare you insult me? The overweight woman exclaimed, her fury igniting as she lunged at James. However, he had reached his limit, shoving her to the ground. I am neither your servant nor your maid. If you cannot recognize the reality of our situation, I kindly ask you to leave. You are not welcome here. James declared angrily, his fierce demeanor causing the wealthy woman to tremble internally. For days, he had endured their manipulation, and now he had finally turned against them. The other two wealthy women, witnessing James's reaction, immediately surrounded him, attempting to placate him with kind words. Yet, James was no longer inclined to engage with them, waving them off dismissively, which left the two women feeling rather awkward. If you wish to survive alongside me, you must adjust your attitude. If you cannot procure food, then you may leave, James stated bluntly, his expression one of determination. The wealthy women, feeling helpless and seething with resentment, cast accusatory glances at the initial provocateur among them. She had now alienated herself from all. James's demeanor shifted momentarily, but he quickly dismissed any thoughts of compassion. No, you are not trustworthy. This deserted island is devoid of resources, and I can barely feed myself. So you must find your own food. His rejection, though devoid of any foul language, left the three wealthy women's faces pale. Their sole source of support had vanished. Chapter 27. Fresh venison. There is an old saying in our country, those who commit numerous injustices will ultimately meet their demise. There is no need for Qin Yuan to take any action. Their internal discord will lead to their inevitable collapse. They are solely preoccupied with their own interests, yet, despite this, they lack the ability to generate any true profit. Meanwhile, in the uncharted woods, Qin Yuan was fully armed, his left hand grasping a spear, his right clutching a dagger, an axe hanging at his waist, and vines binding his limbs. With every step he took, he remained vigilant, wary of the potential threat of venomous snakes. Fortunately, the forest was not as daunting as he had imagined. It was devoid of many wild beasts, although an abundance of wild fruits could be found. However, deterred by their vivid hues, he refrained from consuming them, fearing poisoning in the wilderness. One must be cautious of what they ingest. As Qin Yuan traversed the woods, he heard rustling behind him, accompanied by the low growl of a wild boar. To his astonishment, it was in hot pursuit of a deer, seemingly driven by some malevolent force. Holding his breath, he moved stealthily among the branches, intent on seizing the moment like a man is stalking a cicada, unaware that the boar's movements were not particularly swift, almost mockingly so, allowing him to keep pace. It appeared that the boar was merely toying with the deer. Suddenly, as the deer ran amidst the dense trees, the boar lunged forward and collided with it, causing a loud thud. The deer's leg struck a tree, emitting a pained cry. The boar, being an omnivorous creature, refrained from feasting upon it, seemingly enjoying the spectacle before departing moments later. Filled with exhilaration, Qin Yuan recognized this as nature's bounty. Unbeknownst to him, however, the deer had wandered into the territory of another predator, the wolves. Animals possess a strong territorial instinct, but Qin Yuan was indifferent to this. Upon descending from the tree, he swiftly ended the deer's life and carried it away after draining its blood. The potent scent of blood roused the wolves from their daytime slumber, prompting a chorus of howls. Realizing the danger, Qin Yuan quickly understood why the boar had retreated. Had he lingered, he would surely have become prey for the wolves. With nearly 40 pounds of deer strapped to his back, he climbed the tree once more, opting to traverse the branches instead of the ground. This, however, significantly reduced his speed, yet he had no other choice with the wolves hot on his heels. Before long, he spotted the wild boar casually munching on wild fruits. The boar, having caught a whiff of Qin Yuan's presence, raised its head and glared at him with renewed fury, seemingly remembering their previous encounter. With a forceful charge, the boar barreled towards him. Qin Yuan scoffed internally, vowing to one day turn the beast into soup. The boar, sensing the threat of the wolves encroaching upon its territory, abandoned its pursuit of Qin Yuan and darted away. Taking a deep breath of relief, Qin Yuan continued his ascent through the trees until he reached a lake, where he soaked his path to mask the scent of blood. Just then, he heard the distant howls of wolves, echoing ominously. He hastily made his way towards their gathering place, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the wolves, the boar, and the path behind him, unaware of a pair of eyes fixated upon him from afar. "Wow, Brother Qin, you're incredible. Is that a deer? I've never tasted venison before," exclaimed one onlooker, marveling at the deer strapped to Qin Yuan's back. As the crowd gathered, their excitement was palpable, each person eager to inquire. Sensing the weight of Qin Yuan's somber tone, they grew perplexed. Before they could voice their questions, Qin Yuan declared, "There are wolves on the island." Panic ensued among the group, their faces betraying their fear. Gao Shengyang rushed to the shore to call for Li Yuyu. Qin Yuan was aware of the wolves near the large lake, but was astonished to learn that another pack inhabited a different grove. Were they allies? Qin Yuan's seriousness left no room for jest. Given their meager defenses, the prospect of wolves invading their territory was dire. They had virtually no means of protection. Aside from using torches to ward off the wolves, what else could be done? Wolves, after all, were creatures of endurance, possessing the patience to stalk their prey for days. And when hunger struck, they would become ferocious hunters. What shall we do? Lin Zhao's voice trembled with fear. She had always dreaded the idea of wolves. Unlike solitary creatures, Wolves were pack hunters, and a few could easily swell into a dozen. Do not panic, Qin Yuan reassured them. As I mentioned earlier, we have wild boars to defend us for now. Our immediate concern is this deer weighing over 40 pounds. Noticing the group's despondent mood, he regretted his earlier words and shifted his focus, bringing forth the deer. The sight of the deer lifted their spirits considerably. Yu, please help with the preparation. I trust you. Keep the deer hide. I want to eat the head, but if anyone else wants it, feel free to keep it. The rest is up to you. If you need assistance, enlist Gao Xingyan's help while I wash my clothes. Once Qin Yuan concluded, everyone resumed their tasks, their efficiency noticeably heightened. The looming threat of wolves cast a shadow over their activities, instilling a sense of urgency among them. After washing his clothes, Qin Yuan's expression remained grave. The problem of the wolves presented no viable solution. The best means of survival was to take refuge in the trees, but even then, if the wolves decided to wear them down, what then? It would truly be the end. Taking a long drag from his cigarette, he observed Li Yu skillfully slicing the meat, and an idea began to form in his mind. Chapter 28, Barter of Course. It wasn't the wolves that demanded Qin Yuan's attention. He found himself at a loss. However, gazing at the venison, an idea sparked within him regarding the expedited creation of ropes. Before the advent of currency systems, exchanges among people primarily revolved around bartering, trading goods of equivalent value. Now, stranded on this desolate island, the existing monetary framework had similarly collapsed, rendered as worthless as scrap paper, yet meat remained tangible and real. If he could utilize the meat to hire individuals for rope making, efficiency would undoubtedly increase. It wasn't that Qin Yuan had become arrogant due to his provisions, thinking of sharing with others. Rather, the emergence of the wolves had thoroughly disrupted his plans, compounded by the ominous storm looming in the distance. His primary focus remained on constructing a treehouse. Only once the treehouse was completed could they hope to survive after relocating. If he sought assistance in crafting ropes, there was but one team he could rely on, the Tian team, with whom he had collaborated the previous day. Despite his disdain for them, they were preferable compared to the other two unreliable groups. Zhao Lei's team had a disdainful attitude towards him, and it was unnecessary to invite trouble. While the captain's crew comprised wealthy individuals, with a few unbearable women among them. Only with Tian was there a semblance of reliability, particularly with Suyu providing assurance. With this in mind, Qin Yuan addressed Li Yu. Provide me with 5 pounds of meat. I have a task to undertake. Li Yu said nothing further, slicing off an appropriate portion before handing it to Qin Yuan. Upon arriving at Tian's location, the sight of the meat made their eyes widen with envy. What does this mean? Are you here to show off? Tian rose, irritation evident in his tone. I am not here for you. I require Suyu to come out. There was no need for lengthy discussions with someone like Tian. Qin Yuan called out for Suyu directly. I am here. What is it you wish to do? Suyu's smile, though present, bore an air of fatigue, appearing somewhat insincere. I wish to trade 5 pounds of meat for your assistance in crafting 3 ropes, each 5 meters long, Qin Yuan stated plainly, without circumlocution. Upon hearing this, Suyu did not immediately acquiesce but instead pondered the implications of his request. What was his intention, and why barter such vital resources for their labor? Could you enlighten me on your reasoning? Apologies, but I only trade meat, Qin Yuan replied, shaking his head, revealing no further information. Let us not dwell on that. We desire meat, enough for a meal, and we can still create the ropes, Tian interjected, having not tasted terrestrial meat in quite some time, now appearing somewhat impatient. Disregard his words. 3 pounds of meat for 1 piece of information. We are willing to assist you in producing 3 ropes of 5 meters in 2 days. What say you? Suyu asserted, willing to sacrifice 2 pounds of meat solely for the sake of information. Have you lost your mind? Meat is a tangible asset. If you were to provide mere words, what would we do? Tian lamented, initially loud but soon faltering. Can we discuss this later, Qin? Agreed. 2 pieces of information. You may choose one. News from the sea or news from the woods. Suyu was taken aback, astonished that Qin Yuan indeed possessed information. And not just 1 piece but 2. How should they decide? Could you possibly share both with us? She inquired cautiously. Take heed. We are engaged in a transaction. Should you wish to know both pieces, you must offer something of equivalent value in return. Qin Yuan remained unswayed by any sympathy. A transaction was a transaction. I will provide our information along with the previous terms in exchange for 2 pieces of yours. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Realizing they possessed information as well, did they know about the storm too? Deal. What are the pieces of information? 2 pieces. Within a week, a formidable storm will arise. One that rivals the tempest that sank us. The second piece is that a pack of wolves has already reached the woods near us. Do not doubt the authenticity of this information, for where do you think this venison originated? These two explosive revelations left the four of them momentarily dumbstruck. Astonished at the peril they faced, Tian felt a wave of fear. Had Suyu not insisted on exchanging information, they might have faced annihilation within a week. We have discovered another island. If you head west from here, I suspect we are not on a deserted island, but rather within an archipelago. Understood, the transaction concludes. Qin Yuan stated, taking 2 pounds of meat with his axe and leaving the remaining 3 with him. He arranged to collect the ropes in 2 days, warning that if they were not completed, further collaboration would be impossible. Sujie, is what he said true? Once Qin Yuan departed, 2 of Suyu's companions surrounded her with inquiries. It is likely true. Suyu sighed. She had often observed them crafting ropes when visiting Qin Yuan's shelter, unaware it was in preparation for such a scenario. The 2 to 3 days of delay in information on this ever-changing deserted island was indeed terrifying. However, knowing now was not too late. They could still prepare in advance. Tian, you are the sole man in our team. We must rely on you. We do not expect you to surpass Qin Yuan, only to refrain from complicating matters. Tian hung his head in shame. Suyu's words were a direct affront to his dignity, leaving him no room for retort. I understand. I will improve. Though Tian lacked initiative, he possessed the ability to learn, unlike Wang Ji, who harbored resentment towards Qin Yuan. This was why Suyu felt emboldened to speak such demeaning words. Let us all prepare. We shall assist Qin Yuan in creating the ropes he needs. No slacking off. We must also finalize our own contingency measures. Suyu's words held a certain motivational power, and as the de facto leader of the group, they all heeded her call with renewed vigor, rather than feeling disheartened. Suyu felt a sense of relief. It was in her nature to find joy amid adversity, preventing her from succumbing to despair. She believed that although they could not compare to Qin Yuan's foresight, the fact that he chose to share such crucial information with them was commendable, granting them precious time to prepare. Had it been the captain or Zhao Lei, Qin Yuan likely would not have divulged such intelligence. Furthermore, Qin Yuan's willingness to overlook past grievances indicated a shift in his perception of them, a promising beginning. Chapter 29. Lingering Spirits. If this truly is an archipelago, then according to current satellite positioning, it should be discoverable. Yet, why has no one considered this location? Based on Qin Yuan's speculation, after the cruise ship met its misfortune, he drifted here, at most a few hundred nautical miles away. Even if rescue efforts were to radiate from the site of the disaster within a 500 nautical mile radius, this area should have been investigated by now. Since it is an archipelago, Qin Yuan now believes that other islands might also harbor individuals who, like them, have survived a shipwreck. Never mind. Qin Yuan decided not to dwell further on it. Overthinking would yield little benefit. It was better to focus on weaving for a while longer. Upon returning to the gathering place, the others were still engaged in weaving, while Li Yuyu was skewering venison with a stick, attempting to prepare smoked meat. It must be said, having such a cook in the group made hunting the only task they needed to manage. She would take care of the rest. Qin, good. Give this a try. Li Yuyu smiled as she presented a piece of previously smoked meat to Qin Yuan upon his return. He accepted it, still warm, and took a bite. The exterior was crisp and the interior tender, infused with a smoky flavor. It was quite delightful, though it left him feeling parched afterwards. Chef Li, we are all depending on you. How long do you think this meat will last us? Qin Yuan inquired, handing her back the roughly 2 pounds of meat. It should suffice for 3 or 4 days, considering we are 6 people, and we have some fish as well, she replied. Qin Yuan nodded. 3 or 4 days was considerable. Compared to other groups that experienced alternating hunger and feasting, having ample food for several days was indeed splendid. After conversing with her for a few moments, he resumed weaving alongside Lu Xiaoning. Wang Ji had been feeling quite despondent these past few days. In their quartet, Zhao Lei and Xiao Li were a faction, while he and Ye formed another, maintaining a balance of power. Now, however, Ye, driven by the need for sustenance, had turned to Zhao Lei, shifting the dynamics from a 2v2 to a 3v1 situation. Wang Ji found this immensely frustrating, unable to voice his discontent. Today, he had been dispatched to gather intelligence on Tian's group. As Zhao Lei put it, the captain's lot had become utterly ineffectual. And with insufficient knowledge of the situation on Tian's side, Qin Yuan was advised to avoid provoking him. Thus, Wang Ji was left to investigate Tian, pondering the possibility of forming an alliance. He vividly recalled the incident when he was expelled from Tian's group, making the prospect of teaming up with them unappealing. Yet, Zhao Lei was their leader now, and his directives were to be followed. As he navigated through the woods, Wang Ji arrived at Tian's abode. Upon laying eyes on it, he was utterly astonished. Pots, pans, makeshift shelters, a campfire, and meat. These were all resources he believed only Qin Yuan could procure. Yet they were present in Tian's camp. Could it be that Qin Yuan had assisted them? Most striking were the pots and the meat. How did Tian Tian come by such provisions? While he pondered this, the sound of footsteps drew the attention of Tian Tian and his companions. Upon recognizing Wang Ji, their expressions turned to disdain and aversion. Had it not been for his meddling, their relationship with Qin Yuan would not have soured so severely. How audacious of him to show up. Wang Ji, please leave. You are not welcome here. He was the first to step forward, frowning and maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Must you speak so harshly? We were once a team. How can you treat a former friend this way? Wang Ji retorted shamelessly, advancing as he spoke. Seeing Wang Ji's audacious demeanor, Siyu regretted her earlier kindness in allowing them to share resources, only to be met with ingratitude. Please leave. This is our territory, and we do not welcome you. Tian Tian, the sole man in the group, stepped forward to shield Suyu, asserting dominance. Your territory? If you wish for me to depart, reveal the origins of these supplies, and I shall leave willingly. Otherwise, I shall not budge. You may as well kill me. Wang Ji was undeterred. Such precious resources were coveted by all, and after feasting on raw oysters until he could bear it no longer, he could not simply walk away without answers. Tian Tian found himself in a predicament. He lacked Qin Yuan's strength, and Wang Ji's obstinacy left them with no viable options. Observing his unyielding stance, Siyu contemplated and spoke. The meat belongs to Qin Yuan, and we acquired these supplies through our collaboration with him. We owe a debt of gratitude to you for expelling us so early. Otherwise, we would not have been able to ally with Qin Yuan. Wang Ji's teeth clenched in fury at Suyu's words, which implied he was a burden. Just wait. One day, I shall seize your supplies and put you in your place. With that, he turned to leave, planning to report this incident to Zhao Lei for further counsel. Tian Tian's group, filled with indignation but unable to retaliate, knew they could not outmatch him, especially with only one man among them. Suddenly, Siyu had an epiphany as she looked at the rope she was weaving for Qin Yuan. Could it be that Qin Yuan intended to leave this beach? It was not unreasonable to think so. Today marked their first encounter with a person like Wang Ji, who was solely intent on theft. Qin Yuan had likely faced such situations far more frequently than they had. With this realization, she understood Qin Yuan's intentions. Should we inform Qin Yuan? Tian Tian asked uncertainly. Let me go. You all continue assisting, Siyu decided after a brief moment of contemplation. Fearing that Tian Tian might inadvertently provoke Qin Yuan and jeopardize the fragile peace they had managed to establish. Are you suggesting that Qin Yuan possesses meat? And in abundance? Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. After days of consuming raw oysters, the thought of meat made him involuntarily swallow. Indeed, but Qin Yuan is armed. We may not stand a chance against them. Wang Ji feigned a sigh, attempting to pique Zhao Lei's curiosity. That is a pressing concern. We should reach out to James and have them act as our scapegoats, Zhao Lei mused internally. At that moment, Ye approached, leaning against Zhao Lei. Lei Ge, why not let those women meet their demise? They are truly insufferable, she cooed, her tone sweet yet manipulative, which Zhao Lei found thoroughly enjoyable as he recognized the women she referred to. All right, Zhao Li, let us seek out the captain. Chapter 30. A heart full of malice. Soon, they arrived at the captain's domain. At this moment, James was troubled by the lack of food. The oysters from the reef were no longer sufficient for their group, especially with a few indolent wealthy women among them. The situation was beyond frustrating. Zhao Lei, what brings you here? James regarded him with a wary expression upon his arrival. My dear captain, are you not hungry? Is the absence of oysters not a discomfort? Zhao Lei smirked, his demeanor rather irritating. James discerned the underlying message in his words and retorted coldly, what do you want? Speak plainly. If there's nothing urgent, I kindly ask you to leave. Some individuals simply refuse to embrace new ideas. We have come here to share some splendid news with you. But if this is your attitude, then the news shall remain unspoken. Don't come begging when we feast. After observing Zhao Lei's expression, Wang Ji interjected provocatively. Meat. Upon hearing this, James's companions, resembling Zhao Lei's reaction earlier, swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming with desire. What kind of meat? Can you clarify? A wealthy woman, positioned behind James, leaned forward with a pleading gaze directed at Wang Ji. Indeed, we are all in the same boat. There's no need for secrecy. Another wealthy woman chimed in. Her previous disdain evaporated, replaced by a sycophantic look towards Wang Ji. Zhao, is he telling the truth? At this moment, James felt a flicker of uncertainty. Although he held a strong disdain for Zhao Lei, the prospect of actual meat could alter his feelings. Indeed, there is meat, but it is not here with us. With Wang Ji's tantalizing words, Zhao Lei relished the attention he was receiving. He reveled in the sensation of being the center of focus, a feeling of superiority that was utterly delightful. Meanwhile, a man in a black suit, who had remained perched in a tree, eavesdropped on their conversation. Upon hearing about the meat, he remained skeptical. He was well aware of the nature of Zhao Lei and Wang Ji. There was no way these two could procure meat. Thus, he diverted his attention elsewhere. However, not everyone shared his skepticism. Others were already captivated by the mention of meat. Then speak up. The meat is with Qin Yuan. I just witnessed him giving meat to Tian and the others. Why do they receive it while we do not? We must confront him. Think about it. We are all castaways on this deserted island, struggling to survive. It is unjust for Qin Yuan to hoard so much meat without sharing. Does he truly wish for us to starve? We must seek an explanation. Upon hearing this, the captain furrowed his brow. Qin Yuan again? We really do not want to clash with him, especially since he possesses weapons. Initially, Qin Yuan had only 2 companions, making a forceful approach feasible. But now, he had 6, while their combined group numbered only 12. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they lacked weapons. It was akin to a group of primitive men entering an era of cold steel. Would they dare to confront them? Zhao, do you have a plan? James found himself momentarily devoid of ideas. Since Zhao Lei sought him out, he must possess a strategy. Zhao Lei cast a dismissive glance at him before regaining his composure. James, shall we speak candidly over there? With the parties involved nearby, any public discussion would be futile. James was reluctant to follow Zhao Lei, but seeing him approach alone, he felt emboldened by his own height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Once they reached the base of a tree and found no one following, Zhao Lei sighed in relief. James, let us be frank. Don't you think the 3 wealthy women in your team are a burden? James, initially puzzled, was soon prompted by Zhao Lei's continuation. Consider this. What have they contributed? They only know how to eat. When we were a team, they were utterly useless. And now that I have distanced myself, I suspect it remains unchanged. Zhao Lei's empathetic approach effectively stirred James's resentment, making subsequent discussions far more manageable. You're right. They only consume. Yesterday, they complained about not receiving food from me. We're all on this island, facing scarcity, and yet they dare to blame me. I want to expel them. James vented his frustrations, drawing him closer to Zhao Lei. With a subtle smile, Zhao Lei further incited, in that case. Consider this. If Qin Yuan has food and meat, we can send those 3 to their doom. Then we can seize the food from Qin Yuan without much resistance. What do you think? His strategy was straightforward. To use the 3 wealthy women to distract Qin Yuan, thereby minimizing their challenges when they attempted to procure food. James, upon hearing this, found the idea viable. Zhao, I find your plan quite appealing, but how do we convince them to confront Qin Yuan? Zhao Lei rolled his eyes. You really are dense. Just promise them an empty promise of 10 pounds of meat. Once the deed is done, deny them. What can they do about it? James, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together, envisioning a sumptuous feast that awaited him that evening. Zhao Lei nodded with a smile, indicating that he could convey this message to them, allowing him to utilize it to his advantage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyu hurried to Qin Yuan's shelter, finding him and his companions enjoying fish soup and venison, her stomach betraying her with a loud grumble. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. What brings you here at night? Aren't you dining? What is it? Qin Yuan inquired, looking at Suyu. Qin Yuan. Wang Ji just visited us and discovered our pots and meat. I'm concerned they may come to trouble you. So you spoke urgently, willing to go to great lengths to mend her relationship with Qin Yuan. Wang Ji? Qin Yuan sighed, exasperated. That scoundrel truly is persistent. The others, oblivious to the change in Qin Yuan's expression, continued their meal. Only Lu Xiaoning, who had shared past experiences with him, understood his current sentiments. Xiao Xiao, fetch the spears. Qin Yuan instructed Suyu. All right, be careful. After Suyu departed, Li Yu, sipping her fish soup, asked, who is this Wang Ji? They were aware of others on the deserted island but were unfamiliar with them, only recognizing the name Wang Ji as somewhat familiar. Don't ask. Just eat. We may not have another chance soon. Before he could finish, the irritating voice of Wang Ji echoed from behind Qin Yuan. Hey, Qin Yuan, are you eating? Chapter 31. Utter madness. Even during a meal, the incessant buzzing of flies disrupts the moment. Are you not weary of your ceaseless drone? After savoring a sip of fish soup, Qin Yuan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and drew a dagger from his waist. Casting a cold glance at Wang Ji and his entourage, it remained a mystery what promises James had made, but soon 3 affluent women charged toward Qin Yuan. Midway, upon catching sight of the fish soup simmering in the pot and the jerky in Qin Yuan's hand, their eyes gleamed with desire, and drool began to escape their lips. Qin Yuan, we are all in the same boat. Could you possibly spare us some food? I beg you. A chill washed over Qin Yuan as he recalled their disdainful expressions upon their first meeting. Now, they were practically groveling before him, which was utterly distasteful. Begging me? In the same boat. Do you not feel a tinge of shame as you utter such words? They were not a cohesive team. Their sudden influx into his territory spoke volumes of their ulterior motives. Qin Yuan took a drag from his cigarette, surveying them with a dispassionate glare. You lack even the slightest semblance of compassion. If we perish, you shall undoubtedly be the culprit. Give me meat. Give me meat. The plumpest of the wealthy women could no longer suppress her hunger, lunging at him. While Qin Yuan initially maintained his composure, sensing the shift in circumstances, he immediately became alert and kicked the woman away. However, the other two affluent ladies surged forward, followed by Zhao Lei, James, and a throng of others, all clamoring for food. Qin Yuan pondered briefly. These women were merely a distraction, attempting to confuse and disarm him. Gao Xingyang and his companions quickly grasped the situation, seizing their spears, with even the injured Lu Xiaoning struggling to rise. You lot are nothing but parasites. Instead of working for your sustenance, you resort to theft. Now, Gao Xingyang, Lin Wei, and the others comprehended why Qin Yuan was adamant about relocating from this place. These individuals were hardly human. They were a band of brigands. Qin Yuan yearned to assist, but one of the wealthy women clung to his leg, rendering him unable to break free. Let go. Qin Yuan stomped his foot down hard, causing bruises to blossom on the woman's arm, eliciting her cries of anguish. Meanwhile, Wang Ji's group had already barreled toward Gao Xingyang and his companions. Step aside. I demand food. Gao Xingyang, undeterred, swung his spear at them. Though fear coursed through him, he understood the necessity of standing firm. Retreat would mean their food would be plundered. Not only he, but also Li Yuyu, Lin Wei, and Lin Xiao all stood resolutely to defend their provisions. Wang Ji crouched, evading Gao Xingyang's spear, while Zhao Lei, grinning malevolently, charged forward to shove Lin Xiao aside, making a beeline for the food, with Lin Xiao as a breach. Others quickly joined the fray. Damn it! Qin Yuan erupted in fury. Lin Xiao was undoubtedly one of the most vibrant and endearing members of their group. How dare they lay hands on her? This indignation was intolerable. With a fierce determination, he kicked the wealthy woman aside and rushed forward. My belongings? You dare to steal from me? Qin Yuan's bellow echoed, his patience evaporating entirely. Each time he spared them, it merely justified their next assault. This time, he would show no mercy, ensuring they would taste the bitter consequences. The first unfortunate soul to bear the brunt of his wrath was Wang Ji, whom he swiftly sent sprawling to the ground, delivering 2 additional kicks for good measure. Had he not meddled, the scene would not have escalated thus. Qin Yuan refrained from using his dagger, instead seizing the spear from Gao Xingyang's grasp and striking it mercilessly against James. Fuck. James yelped in pain, cursing vociferously. Qin Yuan's icy gaze remained fixed upon him, unrelenting as he brought the spear crashing down upon James's forehead. Bang! A crimson mark blossomed, and James's eyes filled with stars as he attempted to shield himself, but Qin Yuan swiftly delivered a kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. Without pausing, Qin Yuan followed up with a brutal kick to James's face, rendering him unconscious. By the time Zhao Lei and the others realized what had transpired, Qin Yuan had already felled James and was advancing towards them. Boss, what do we do now? Shali inquired anxiously. Forget him. I'll grab what I can. Whatever I seize is a gain. Zhao Lei had already resolved that James and his cohorts were mere puppets, tools to be exploited. What he secured was his alone, indifferent to their fates. Witnessing Qin Yuan's ferocity, the sailors and crew hesitated, contemplating an alliance with Zhao Lei to confront him. Realization dawned upon them as they felt deceived. Had they held off Qin Yuan to create an opportunity for Zhao Lei? Seething with indignation, they surrendered upon Qin Yuan's arrival and rushed to check on their unconscious captain. Qin Yuan dismissed them entirely. After all, Zhao Lei's schemes were not a one-time affair. This time, he would not let them leave unscathed. Meanwhile, Lin Wei approached Lin Xiao, her expression one of deep concern as she embraced her. The usually cheerful Lin Xiao now wept in her sister's arms. Sister, she pushed me. Lin Wei's heart ached upon hearing her cries, and the sound resonated painfully in Qin Yuan's ears. How could he allow such indignities to occur? If he could not even protect his own, he believed there was no reason to continue as their leader. With a swift kick, Qin Yuan sent Zhao Lei sprawling, his face plunging into the fire. Zhao Lei bolted upright, his eyebrows singed, hair aflame, and skin wrinkling grotesquely, his collar still smoldering. Put it out. Zhao Lei bellowed, and Xiaoli, caught off guard, hastily shed his coat to smother the flames on Zhao Lei's head. As Xiaoli rubbed vigorously, the fire was extinguished, but the moment he removed the coat, another round of screams erupted. Zhao Lei's flesh was torn and charred, adhering grotesquely to Xiaoli's coat. The stench of burnt skin wafting through the air, leaving those present grimacing in horror. Qin Yuan, you are dead meat. You will pay for my face. Zhao Lei shrieked, while Xiaoli stood dumbfounded, helpless. Yeah, sensing the dire straits, had already fled. Compensate you? You came looking for trouble, and dare to blame me? Qin Yuan's voice dripped with coldness, as if none of this concerned him. Consider this a lesson. Do not overstep your bounds. If you dare to cross me again, it will not just be your face at stake, but your life as well. Qin Yuan would not personally resort to murder, even if he did. He would prefer to employ others as instruments of his wrath. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of a figure clad in a black suit, who had refrained from joining the fray for Qin Yuan's provisions. Chapter 32. The prototype treehouse in the stillness of the night. Piercing screams shattered the tranquility of this serene place. If you don't get lost quickly, should I escort you out? Qin Yuan, suppressing his anger, kicked Xiaoli hard, sending them all away. The captain, Wang Ji, as well as the couple who had been forced back by Gao Xingyang and Li Yuyu, were all expelled. The three wealthy women also rose, casting resentful glances at Qin Yuan before taking their leave. Once they had all departed, silence enveloped the group. Lin Wei comforted Lin Xiao, while Li Yuyu and Gao Shengyang busied themselves with tidying up the shelter, and Qin Yuan stood aside, smoking a cigarette. Previously, they had often wondered why Qin Yuan preferred to relocate to the perilous woods rather than remain by the seaside. After today's events, they finally grasped the reasoning, engraving it in their hearts. Their previous thoughts from a couple of days ago now seemed utterly ludicrous. In the wake of this revelation, they began to work tirelessly, weaving without a hint of complaint. The arrival of Wang Ji and his companions had served as a catalyst, binding Qin Yuan's team closer together, their hearts united and unshakable. After finishing his cigarette, Qin Yuan did not join in the weaving but instead contemplated their next steps. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they had not yet satisfied even their most basic physiological requirements. Each day was spent pondering the source of their next meal. Without fulfilling these fundamental needs, the quest for safety was utterly unattainable. Back in the city, such concerns were never given a thought, as the safety of their homeland was unparalleled. But now, they were on a desolate island, where threats from wild beasts, such as venomous snakes, wild boars, and wolf packs, loomed large. Yet, the most significant threat stemmed from human malice. The likes of Wang Ji and Zhao Lei were a constant menace to Qin Yuan, and they had to be dealt with. As Qin Yuan lay in the shelter, he pondered strategies to extricate himself from this mire. The only viable solution lay in the construction of a treehouse, which needed to be prepared in advance. Whether facing beasts or the impending storm, he needed a means to evade encounters. However, unlike wild animals, Wang Ji and Zhao Lei possessed cunning and intellect, making human conflict the most exhausting of all. Constant vigilance was wearisome. That night, Qin Yuan fell into a deep and swift slumber, perhaps subconsciously believing that having driven them off, they would not return to cause trouble for at least a couple of days. On the seventh day, having spent a week on the island, they gradually adapted to their new life. Aside from the scarcity of resources, life was manageable. When Qin Yuan emerged from the shelter, he was immediately struck with emotion. There they were, gathered around the campfire. The four women had huddled together in slumber, while Gao Xingyang stood watch. Behind them lay an unknown number of ropes, and the 3x3 nets that Qin Yuan had requested. They had toiled through the night, organizing everything he needed. Brother Qin, you're awake? They had spent the night weaving, not daring to disturb him, urging him to let them rest a bit longer. 3 nets have been completed. Please check their sturdiness. However, we have only woven 6 ropes, which is still insufficient, Gao Shengyang explained. Qin Yuan nodded, observing the reddened hands of the women. Calluses forming from their labor, yet they seemed unconcerned. Let them sleep a little longer. You should rest too. By noon, we'll aim to complete 1 treehouse, he said. Gao Shengyang yawned, showing no reluctance, and promptly fell asleep. Qin Yuan took out his fishing rod and made his way to the shoreline to fish. Gazing at the seamless blend of water and sky, he mused that one day he would conquer this entire island. With their hearts united, nothing was beyond their reach. By noon, they gradually awoke, visibly fatigued with heavy dark circles under their eyes. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, they greeted him warmly. During the meal, Qin Yuan remarked, "From now on, no more late nights. Sleep is essential." Though it sounded like a reprimand, the concern behind his words was palpable. Brother Qin, they are so annoying. We just want to help you prepare everything quickly so we can move into the woods, Lin Xiao chimed in after a bite of deer meat. I understand, but this is a one-time exception. No repeats. After the meal, Qin Yuan, accompanied by Gao Shengyang, once again ventured into the woods, carrying supplies. This time, he was particularly cautious. As wolves encroached upon the wild boar's territory, the boars would undoubtedly be on high alert, wary of Qin Yuan, the outsider. They were burdened with too many supplies, moving slowly as they made their way to the marked trees. I'll climb the tree first, then you can hand me the supplies, Qin Yuan instructed. Lacking experience in treehouse construction, he could only rely on his imagination. He envisioned a hammock-style treehouse but knew that the anchor and connection points couldn't be too small, lest they failed to hold. After all, the ropes woven from vines were not as durable as conventional ropes. If they proved too frail, the structure could collapse, rendering their efforts futile. Qin Yuan placed great importance on the connection and anchor points, aware that the treehouse would likely last only about a month, at which point he would devise alternative methods. Gazing at the woven nets and ropes, a simple idea began to form in his mind. Xingyang, follow my lead. Weave the ropes and nets together, securing them to the tree, then reinforce them, Qin Yuan instructed, sharing his thoughts with Gao Xingyang. Though initially puzzled, Gao Xingyang understood after observing Qin Yuan's technique. The distance between the two trees was slightly over 2 meters, so he secured the excess rope to the tree, knowing that a 5-meter rope could allow for multiple layers. Ensuring stability. Once Gao Xingyang grasped the method, he moved to the other end of the tree and began to practice tying knots. Though initially slow, he quickly mastered the technique. The treehouse would be approximately 4 meters above the ground, and Qin Yuan had chosen to climb from a slightly shorter tree, opting against the higher branches for fear of a dangerous fall. This height would deter wild boars, and wolves could not leap up without a foothold. When the other women wished to join, they would only need to set up a ladder, which could be removed afterward, ensuring their safety. Chapter 33. The emergence of change. As the two busied themselves, Qin Yuan adhered to his initial design, a woven net coupled with 4 5-meter-long vine ropes. He did not overlook the need for reinforcement in other areas. After approximately 2 hours of diligent work, the treehouse was finally completed. Come, let us step upon it and see how it fares. Qin Yuan ventured first, for if it were to prove unstable, their efforts would be in vain. Gao Xingyang felt a twinge of fear, but upon witnessing Qin Yuan ascend, he suppressed his trepidation and followed suit. Walking atop the structure was not entirely as if treading upon solid ground, yet it held firm without any signs of cracking. Qin Yuan, testing its resilience further by jumping, was greeted with silence, prompting a smile to spread across his face. It appears our labor has not been in vain. Gao Xingyang nodded in agreement, and the two descended from their lofty perch. Wait. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a bird's nest not far away in another tree. Surely, it contained eggs. Tonight, they could indulge in a feast. Gao Xingyang had not noticed, but paused as he saw Qin Yuan begin to climb another tree, suddenly grasping the situation. Upon reaching the nest, Qin Yuan discovered a bounty of eggs and promptly collected them. It has been ages since I've savored eggs. Tonight's meal will be a delight, he remarked with a grin. Wait, up the tree. Without allowing Gao Xingyang time to process, Qin Yuan urged him onward. Gao Xingyang, not daring to delay, scrambled up the tree, with Qin Yuan closely following. The sound from the thicket had caught Qin Yuan's attention. He was now as skittish as a startled bird due to the presence of a wolf pack. Once atop the tree, he observed 2 black wolves passing beneath, oblivious to their presence. This was Gao Xingyang's first encounter with wolves, and a chill of sweat broke out along his spine. He had not anticipated that such territorial creatures would assert dominance so swiftly. He had assumed this land was claimed by wild boars, unaware that it had been overtaken by wolves. Brother Qin, what shall we do? Gao Xingyang stammered, trembling. Fear not, we shall wait before we proceed, Qin Yuan replied. Though concern weighed heavily on his heart, had he inadvertently stumbled upon a new territory, only to share it with wolves? His mind raced with possibilities. What if there were 2 packs of wolves? This brook connected to a larger lake, where more wolves might reside. If that were the case, these 2 black wolves could merely be passing through. Brother Qin, Su Yu has delivered the ropes. Delivered? Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. 3 ropes, totaling 15 meters. Completed in a single night? Had they truly toiled through the night? Indeed, they had. Su Yu and the others felt a sense of urgency after receiving 2 critical pieces of information from Qin Yuan, prompting them to finish the ropes and seek a new refuge. Well then, with the previous 6 ropes and these 3, we only require 3 more. Qin Yuan began, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao, who chimed in, Brother Qin, we have actually made 1 more, so we only need 2 more. She smiled, eager for recognition. Qin Yuan nodded in approval, praising their efforts, and continued, in that case, we shall need 2 ladders, each 4 meters long, to facilitate climbing the trees. Gao Xingyang, you shall assist in gathering the necessary wood, take the axe and chop. Gao Xingyang nodded, accepting the axe, and heading off to procure timber. Brother Qin, is the treehouse complete? Lin Xiao inquired, as others gathered around. Yes, we have constructed one. I tested it myself, and it is quite sturdy. I anticipate that once we organize our belongings over the next few days, we shall move in. After a meal, Qin Yuan assisted with some weaving before urging everyone to retire early. However, that night, an unwelcome visitor arrived. The team of Qin Yuan discovered a loss of 5 kilograms of deer meat. Early on the 8th day, Li Yuyu hurried to awaken Qin Yuan, informing him of the missing meat. While she had not been in a deep sleep, she was certain that if someone had stolen it, she would have noticed. To swipe the deer meat without rousing her could only mean one thing. There were skilled individuals from another team. Qin Yuan pondered the possibilities. The Tian team was unlikely, and if Zhao Lei's group possessed such capability, they wouldn't have been so easily defeated. The only plausible suspects were the captain's team. However, those individuals were rather simple-minded and unlikely to execute such a stealthy act. Let us see what remains of the meat, Qin Yuan commanded. There's less than 10 kilograms left. Is that enough for us to last 2 days? Li Yuyu's expression was one of near tears. Each piece of meat was precious, and losing even one pained her. It should suffice. Focus on fishing over the next few days. Do not worry about this, as securing fish is paramount, Qin Yuan reassured her with a smile. As Li Yuyu set out to fish, the others gradually awoke. Upon learning of the theft, they felt anger, yet Qin Yuan's unwavering trust in them touched their hearts. The feeling of being trusted was indeed wonderful. Today we shall strive to complete all our weaving, for we must relocate to the woods soon. Time is of the essence. With that, Qin Yuan took Gao Xingyang to construct another treehouse, leaving the remainder of the tasks for later. Meanwhile, the captain's team was elated. Having rediscovered their lost inflatable raft, the very one that had initially brought them ashore. Though weathered and worn, it still contained much of what they needed. Fishing rods and 2 sets of diving suits, all essential items. There is always a glimmer of hope, they exclaimed, crowding around the rather rotund James, who had received a beating. Of course, with diving suits in hand, we can finally seek out our cruise ship. What is Qin Yuan to us? Chapter 34. The alligator James retrieved his fishing rod and instructed the sailors to catch fish, declaring, "Everyone, I believe we ought to construct shelters akin to theirs, providing ourselves with a place to reside." Upon hearing his words, the others expressed their willingness, albeit superficially, as they remained reluctant to confront reality and hesitant to take action. The captain assigned tasks, whether it was gathering sticks or erecting thatched huts. But the group's enthusiasm was markedly low, revealing their disinterest in participation. James, feeling discontented, resolved to build his own shelter, as the others failed to recognize his determination. He simply took his crew member aside to create a refuge of their own. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan completed the second treehouse in the same fashion as the day before. It was situated on a neighboring tree, a mere meter apart, easily traversable. After a brief respite, Qin Yuan instructed Gao Shiyang to wait while he ventured to survey their surroundings. Exploration was vital. Only through it could he ascertain what lay nearby, be it wild beasts, animals, or edible plants, each detail etched in his mind. Due to the presence of wolves, Qin Yuan opted to navigate through the trees rather than the ground, prioritizing his safety. The absence of wolf packs indicated they were not residing nearby, relieving Qin Yuan, as the 2 wolves from the previous day appeared merely to have passed through. He encountered numerous small creatures, attempting to spear them with his lance, but their quick reflexes led him to abandon the endeavor. It seemed he would need to fashion a bow. For that, he required elastic string and suitable wood, neither of which he possessed. With only a spear and a dagger at his disposal, crafting arrows was not feasible, as he was by the southern shore. The largely unexplored northern region held significance for maintaining a sense of direction in the wilderness. Such awareness facilitated steadier actions and prevented disorientation. For losing one's way in the vast forest was a terrifying prospect. In the oppressive silence, Qin Yuan strained to discern any sounds. His curiosity piqued about whether there were other water sources besides the 2 lakes. He patiently awaited the next noise, following his instincts towards the source. Indeed, he stumbled upon a stagnant pool, and before he could fully assess it, a foul odor assailed his senses, prompting him to cover his nose. Flies buzzed incessantly, and he wondered why such a pool existed, emanating such a stench. Did animals congregate here when nearing death? Before he could ponder further, the ground trembled beneath the weight of powerful footsteps. Fearful of discovery, he swiftly ascended a tree. Once atop, he was confronted by a massive alligator exceeding 3 meters in length, its skin marred by decay, its dark scales exuding an overwhelming presence. The corners of its mouth bore remnants of animal fur, indicating its dominance in the area. A cold sweat enveloped Qin Yuan. Indeed, venturing into unfamiliar territory without caution could lead to dire consequences. He acknowledged that his current equipment was inadequate against formidable beasts. Survival hinged on retreating rather than recklessness, prioritizing safety above all. By the time he returned, it was just past 4 in the afternoon, leaving ample time to assist in constructing a ladder. As nightfall approached, discord erupted among the crew. "Captain, what is your meaning? Why do you only construct your thatched hut? What about ours?" Throughout the day, the captain had been rallying his crew to assist in erecting their shelter. The 3 affluent women assumed that once his was completed, he would help them build one as well, unaware that the captain had no intention of doing so, prompting their ire. "Oh, if you wish to reside here, you must labor yourselves," James retorted disdainfully, now immune to their provocations. "But we are women. Our strength is limited. These tasks are beyond us. We need your assistance." They argued vehemently. What do I gain from aiding you? Just then, a sailor returned with a substantial catch of fish, aware that the ocean was far from tranquil, which explained their bounty. As he prepared to inform James, he found them at an impasse. Why should we? Protested not only the three wealthy women, but also the previously submissive husband, who now stood assertively. These fish are ours, procured through our efforts. They have no connection to you. Yet we are a team, his wife interjected beside him. A team? It is precisely because we are a team that I offered you one fish. Do not expect any more from me unless you are willing to share your bed. The captain chuckled, his gaze unabashedly appraising his wife. Enraged, the husband clenched his fists and launched a punch at James. However, he was no match for Qin Yuan and lacked any military training, merely a small business owner, making him ill-equipped to confront those who had braved the seas. James, who could barely contend with Qin Yuan, easily delivered a kick to his gut, threatening, "If you wish to survive, surrender your wife. In your dreams," he bellowed, astonished that the once subservient James would exhibit such behavior. "Then I'm afraid I won't be giving you even a single fish." James replied without a hint of concern. "You're a beast." He seethed, regretting his choices, though it was too late. Suddenly, a howl from a wolf pierced the air, stunning everyone present. Chapter 35. The arrival of the wolf pack. The chilling howl of the wolf shattered not only the tense standoff among the captain and his crew, but also disrupted the laughter of Qin Yuan and his companions. Wolves are coming. Lin Xiao trembled uncontrollably, seeking refuge in Lin Wei's embrace. Lu Xiaoning, equally flustered, found herself at a loss, prompting Qin Yuan to instinctively grasp her hand. Sheng Yang, quickly, light the torches and plant them around. Qin Yuan maintained a semblance of composure, aware that wild beasts are inherently wary of fire, which deterred them from launching an immediate assault. Yet, he harbored doubts, had this pack of wolves managed to injure the wild boar? Otherwise, how could they roam freely within the boar's territory? Everyone, stay calm. Let us all squeeze into the shelter. Sheng Yang and I will handle things outside, Qin Yuan instructed. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei guided Lin Xiao inside, followed closely by Li Yuyu and Lu Xiaoning. The once spacious shelter quickly became cramped with the four of them pressed together. "Qin Gu, please be careful," they implored from within, their eyes brimming with concern. Qin Yuan smiled reassuringly. He was not afraid, for climbing a tree was always an option. His primary worry lay with their safety. "Don't worry. There's no need to fret tonight. I'll keep watch. You all try to rest," he assured them before moving to stand beside Gao Shengyang, who was busy securing torches into the ground. "Yes, that's wise. The wolves won't dare approach. When the time comes, hold the spear firmly and don't fear," he replied. Not only Qin Yuan, but also Tianchu's side, where Su Yu had initially been skeptical about the looming wolf threat, was now utterly convinced. The wolf's howl had awakened them all, and under Su Yu's direction, they hastily climbed the trees. Indeed, they had fashioned ladders, but now they could only sit atop the branches, unable to contemplate further. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei and Wang Ji were in a state of chaos as the sound of the wolves drew closer. They hastily stripped off their clothes and plunged into the sea. As for the captain and his crew, the wolf's howls echoed closest to them, causing the wealthy women to panic and scream. "Shut up. Don't attract the wolves." The crew member snapped, frustration evident as he slapped one of the wealthy women across the face. "How dare you hit me?" she retaliated, her anger flaring as she clawed at the crew member's face, now resolved to face death together. The captain, witnessing the turmoil, kicked the woman to the ground, declaring, "You're all worthless." The more they shouted, the more they attracted the wolves. Soon, ghostly green eyes emerged from the forest. The wolf pack had arrived. Blood dripped from the corners of their mouths, a clear indication that they had recently feasted. The man in the black suit, perched in the trees, immediately recognized the unfortunate fate of the deceased Xiao Lu. He had been devoured by the wolves. However, his expression remained unfazed, indifferent to the plight of those below. "Oh no! Oh no!" As the wolves made their entrance, the group stood frozen in terror, the wealthy woman on the ground so frightened she soiled herself. The others fared no better, a couple clinging to each other for support, while the captain and his two companions were the furthest away. "What do we do, Captain? Should we hold our breath?" The crew member stammered, panic clouding his judgment. "Holding our breath is useless against wolves," the sailor replied with a sigh. They remained motionless, the wolves eyeing them hungrily. "Fear not. Even if it comes to that, the three of them will shield us," the captain said coldly. The pack numbered at least 8, and after counting, he began to retreat slowly. "At worst, we can swim to safety. Let us back away carefully," he whispered, and the crew member and sailor nodded in agreement. The three wealthy women, paralyzed by fear, stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. The wolves, wary of the light emanating from the captain's group, cautiously advanced, gauging their reactions. Suddenly, one of the wealthy women burst into tears, her fear palpable, and the wolves, sensing her distress, charged forth. This caused the two women behind her to flee in terror, which startled the couple as well. The man, ignoring the pain in his abdomen, sprinted towards the captain. "Curse it! You want to drag me down too?" The captain yelled as he turned to flee. With a splash, they all jumped into the sea like dumplings tossed into boiling water. Fortunately, the wolves had just feasted on Xiao Lu's carcass, not particularly hungry. And under the leadership of their alpha, they each carried different parts of the remains away. The gruesome scene sent chills down the spines of those in the water, nearly causing them to retch. Strangely, the direction the wolves took was towards Qin Yuan's shelter. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Yuan's vigilance heightened. "Gao Shengyang, stay back and do not alert them," he instructed. "Qin Ge, is everything all right?" Li Yuyu had intended to inquire about the situation. But as she spotted the wolves carrying various body parts, her fear overwhelmed her, prompting an involuntary scream. The shriek halted the wolves in their tracks, while Gao Xingyang approached Li Yuyu to comfort her. Overwhelmed with guilt and fear, she clung to him and wept. This left Gao Xingyang feeling awkward, unsure of how to respond, his hands merely wrapping around her. Yet, they spoke not of their feelings. The Wolf King, perceiving the circle of torches Qin Yuan had erected and sensing he was a formidable opponent, led the pack away. They were satiated with their recent meal and had no inclination to attack further. Qin Yuan sighed in relief, noting that the 8 wolves were gray wolves, distinct from the black wolves encountered previously, indicating they belonged to different packs. Initially, Qin Yuan had discerned some tension between the two individuals, and thus, he occasionally orchestrated opportunities for them to interact, feeling that their potential was independent of his influence. If they failed to connect, it would merely reflect on Gao Shengyang's inadequacies. It now appeared that there might be a glimmer of hope. Ahem. Qin Yuan cleared his throat, prompting Li Yuyu to snap back to reality. As she noticed the attention of those around her, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly pushed Gao Shengyang away. To others, Li Yuyu had always been the epitome of a spirited, carefree woman, and they were taken aback to witness her blush. "You all hide your true depths remarkably well." Chapter 36. The captain also seeks collaboration, Brother Qin. "We apologize," Li Yuyu began, eager to explain. But realizing their relationship lacked substance and that Qin Yuan's surrender was merely a ruse, she refrained from saying more, only offering her apologies regarding the recent wolf pack incident. "You need not apologize. We are a team. There is no need for apologies. The wolf pack has departed, but they are likely to consider this place a prime hunting ground. We must leave swiftly," Qin Yuan stated firmly. When the wolf pack successfully hunted for the first time, they would undoubtedly return to this area. Thus, the notion of moving to the treehouse, initially proposed by Qin Yuan, had transformed into a necessity. What resources did Qin Yuan possess to confront the wolf pack? Nothing reliable. One wolf could be dealt with, but facing so many was a different matter altogether. With only a dagger in hand, was he expected to slide in among them and offer himself as a meal? Such an outcome was intolerable to Qin Yuan. That night passed uneventfully, with Qin Yuan keeping watch, but the rest of the team was not so fortunate. The Tian team spent a nervous night perched in the trees, none daring to descend. They fared better than Zhao Lei and his companions, who endured nearly 3 hours in the sea before finally coming ashore, unable to bear it any longer. The captain and his crew were also adrift in the ocean, embroiled in heated arguments. The two wealthy women incessantly berated the captain for his perceived failure to assist and for fragmenting their group. Yet, James remained unfazed. Upon reaching the shore, he tossed them some grilled fish, silencing their complaints. The couple fared poorly as well, leaning on each other for support, with James withholding fish from them, compounding their fatigue and despair. The woman remained unyielding, while the man's eyes glimmered with hunger. What lay ahead remained uncertain. Day 9. In the morning, Qin Yuan yawned after a night spent guarding until past 2, before finally succumbing to sleep. However, his slumber was light, allowing him to detect any potential danger. Excluding the previous incident of stolen meat, he was still alert to the sounds of wolves or other beasts. "You all disassemble everything today and place it in the handcart. Li Yuyu, continue fishing. Strive to catch as much as possible. Once we complete the treehouse construction today, we shall move into the woods," he instructed. The group wore grave expressions. Last night's wolf pack heightened their sense of urgency. Departure was imperative. As they dined, Captain James approached with his sailors and crew. Qin Yuan's expression soured, and he admonished, "What brings you here?" "My dear Qin, I have come to discuss a collaboration." After 3 hours adrift at sea and a night of contemplation, James had an epiphany. His repeated attempts to provoke Qin Yuan had yielded nothing and only strained their relationship, while Qin Yuan continued to thrive on this desolate island. Furthermore, he had gained a thorough understanding of his own team's limitations and realized that with such inadequate companions, acquiring resources was impossible. Only through collaboration with Qin Yuan could they hope to succeed. He was currently the strongest individual on the island. Collaboration? We have no need for such an arrangement. My apologies, but I have matters to attend to. Please leave, Qin Yuan waved dismissively. Their previous actions had irrevocably tarnished his perception of them. What room was there for negotiation? Qin, I believe you will reconsider. This collaboration pertains to the resources on the cruise ship. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan recalled their earlier conversation, where a sailor had mentioned that a cruise ship could be found less than 5 kilometers away, provided they had diving suits. Did they possess them now? Qin Yuan had contemplated using the raft brought by Gao Sheyang and diving suits to retrieve the resources, but recent storms and treehouse construction had consumed his time and attention. Isn't the cruise ship already submerged? How could we possibly retrieve anything? He feigned ignorance. To demonstrate our sincerity, we have brought one of our 2 diving suits for you. I hope we can work together to recover the items from the cruise ship, James stated. A crew member stepped forward, presenting a brand new diving suit to Qin Yuan. Knowing in advance that James spoke the truth, Qin Yuan maintained an inscrutable expression, concealing his thoughts. Let this matter rest for now. I must consider the proposition of collaboration. Your previous actions have raised our suspicions, and any attempt to alleviate that will depend on your sincerity, he replied slowly. Upon hearing this, the captain realized that there remained a sliver of hope for reconciliation in light of the resources. My dear Qin, how about we split all retrieved resources 50-50? He proposed eagerly. 50-50. You offer me a single diving suit and expect an even split? Qin Yuan chuckled, finding the foreigner's naivety amusing. What do you desire? A crew member, already harboring disdain for Qin Yuan, muttered. Before discussing how to divide the spoils, let us first consider what you can offer and what I must do. Qin Yuan replied, unhurried, eager to see what they could present. Qin, you are being unreasonable. We possess nothing. However, we do know the cruise ship's location. What you must do is assist us in constructing a raft to retrieve the resources, James replied. Qin Yuan laughed softly, bemused by their simplistic thinking. Did they truly believe a mere raft could secure the resources? I'm afraid you can build a raft yourself. However, we do have an intact inflatable raft. What I mean is, we can locate the sunken ship without your help. Since you have offered nothing better, I am left with no other options. If they were to provide only a location and a diving suit, expecting to gain everything without effort, essentially trying to fleece Qin Yuan, while demanding a 50-50 split, he would have to be a fool to agree. The captain and his crew grew visibly disheartened. Qin Yuan's arguments held merit. If he indeed possessed a functioning inflatable raft, knowing the location would suffice, and collaboration with them would be unnecessary. My dear Qin, you've acquired so much already. Must you also covet this meager supply from us? James asked, his face contorted with discomfort. A person who possesses much will acquire even more, while one who has little will find their remaining possessions stripped away. Do you not grasp this simple truth? If you intend to use mere location to gain everything without effort, I regret to inform you that I am well aware of where to look. Isn't it merely a matter of drifting from the southeast? If I were to search, I would head northwest and likely uncover something of value. Chapter 37. The Little Secrets Among Women. The words of Qin Yuan, spoken with an unsettling certainty, sent shivers down the spines of the captain and his crew. How could he possibly know? Qin, how do you know this? The captain's face drained of color. If what Qin Yuan asserted was true, they would be bereft of any negotiating power, their assets unworthy of discussion. This meant their negotiations would collapse entirely. Qin Yuan regarded the captain with a half-smile, and after a moment of tension, he spoke slowly. James, do not wear such a grim expression. You still possess other items to barter, including the dilapidated raft of yours. If you are willing to part with it, I am prepared to offer you a 10% share, with a 90-10 split. In truth, Qin Yuan was testing the resolve of his adversaries. The most he was willing to concede was a 70-30 division. If they proposed a 90-10 split, he would be more than satisfied. No, Qin. In our eyes, you are a devil. A devil, the captain exclaimed, agitated and desperate, for they could not accept such an unfair offer. How about 20-80? After a moment of silence, the captain proposed an even split, which left Qin Yuan both amused and exasperated. Very well. I assure you, I will not shortchange you. Bring forth your raft, and within 5 days, we shall set sail. The 5-day time frame included any storms that might arise, for once the tempest subsided, calm seas would present the perfect opportunity for their voyage. Qin Yuan's desire for their tattered raft was merely to provide a roof for the treehouse, preventing rain from seeping in. He cherished his own intact raft and was reluctant to see it damaged, hence his preference for the inferior one. The idea of a roof had originally been suggested by Gao Sheyang. Very well, Qin. I hope you keep your word, for the alternative is a descent into hell, judged by death itself. James's face was drawn, having initially anticipated greater gains, only to find himself in such a predicament. Although he contemplated refusing to collaborate with Qin Yuan, he understood that defiance would spell disaster. Without his assistance, they would likely never secure provisions from the cruise ship. Once their conversation concluded, Qin Yuan led Gao Shengyang to erect the final treehouse, while the others began dismantling their belongings. Not a single item would be left behind, not even a pebble. For resources were scarce in the woods. Unbeknownst to them, Yu had overheard fragments of their exchange. In her journey towards Suyu's territory, she had chanced upon the conversation between the captain and Qin Yuan and was compelled to listen. The revelations she gleaned ignited her curiosity anew. For her, Zhao Lei's group boasted 3 men, whereas Tian's had but 1. The number of men clearly influenced the team's productivity, a realization that struck her profoundly. Having spent several days with Zhao Lei's crew, though their diet was limited to seafood, it at least ensured they would not starve. Were it not for the scarcity of food in recent days, she would not have recalled Tian's team. After Yu departed, Lin Wei pulled Lu Xiaoning into the shelter, initiating a series of pleasantries that left Lu Xiaoning perplexed. While Lin Wei was known for her concern for others, such a personal approach was somewhat disconcerting for Lu Xiaoning. "What is the matter, Lin Jie?" she inquired, sensing Lin Wei had something significant to discuss. In a hushed tone, Lin Wei asked, "How did you manage during your period a few days ago?" The question caught Lu Xiaoning off guard, evoking memories of a particular night and causing her cheeks to flush. "Lin Jie, let me fetch it for you." Lu Xiaoning retreated to the back and retrieved a pink suitcase, presenting its contents to Lin Wei. Lin Wei and her companions had never ventured into the shelter before and were unaware of the suitcase's contents. Upon discovering the numerous feminine items within, Lin Wei was taken aback, though she quickly regained her composure. Some skincare and makeup products were of little use to them now, but combs and mirrors were far more practical. Qin Gu had mentioned that these items would be useful for the next 2 months, after which they would serve merely as makeshift supplies. Lu Xiaoning recalled Qin Yuan's earlier words and seized the opportunity to share them. Lin Wei smiled wryly. Indeed. No matter how mature and composed a woman may be, her heart can still waver. "I understand," Lin Wei whispered. "I will step out for a moment." There seemed to be a few sets of lingerie in the suitcase. "If you don't mind, please feel free to use them." "Okay." Lin Wei glanced at the contents, only to find an array of rather provocative lingerie, causing her to blush furiously, relieved that Lu Xiaoning had already left. Upon exiting, Lu Xiaoning relayed this incident to Li Yuyu and Lin Xiao. Li Yuyu took it in stride, her demeanor unaffected, while Lin Xiao, much like Lin Wei, turned crimson. The 3 of them shared a newfound secret, and once Lin Wei re-emerged, the trio began to dismantle their home in accordance with Qin Yuan's strategy. As Qin Yuan ventured into the woods, he and Gao Shengyang commenced planning their tasks for the day. They faced a heavy workload, not only to construct the final treehouse, but also to erect a ladder and cut the raft-esque canopy, a series of endeavors that would prove challenging. "Shengyang, let us first complete the last treehouse. Afterward, you can set up the ladder while I cut the raft. Finally, we will address the canopy. Do you have any suggestions?" Qin Yuan inquired. "None, Qin Gu," replied Gao Shengyang. "I do have a minor suggestion. When constructing the canopy, we should not raise it too high. Although the rain may not pour directly down, should the wind pick up, our roof may prove ineffective. I propose a height of around 30 centimeters, allowing us to place necessary items atop it." Gao Shengyang's suggestion was sound, demonstrating thorough consideration. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement, and the two set to work on the final touches. Chapter 38. What is our relationship? Upon noticing the absence of any remaining supplies, Qin Yuan spoke. "It is now 3 in the afternoon, and we must vacate this place today. Once we enter the woods, exercise caution. The wolf pack has not appeared along our path, making it temporarily safe. Do not panic upon encountering any issues. Report them immediately." After Qin Yuan's admonition, the group complied and followed him into the forest. As they arrived at their new shelter, excitement and elation surged within them. For this haven was a product of their own labor, rendering it more precious than anything else. It signified their first step towards survival, regardless of their past identities. They now shared a singular purpose: to endure. "Wow, Brother Qin, you and Brother Yang are remarkable. You constructed the treehouse so swiftly." Lin Xiao looked up from the base of the tree, gazing at the expansive net above and the ladder beside it, all of which felt surreal. After over 20 years, she was witnessing such a scene for the first time. "You all are impressive too. Without your efforts, it might have taken a month to finish," Qin Yuan remarked pragmatically. Then, with a sense of satisfaction, continued, "All right, everyone, let us start moving our belongings up to the tree. With 6 of us and 3 tree houses, we have ample space." "All right." The group rallied their strength. Initially apprehensive about the ladder, they soon grew accustomed to the task at hand. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan busied himself with the campfire, which remained essential. Fortunately, the previously burned wood had yielded a good amount of charcoal for fuel. The pebbles they had collected earlier would serve the same purpose for the fire here. The woods offered many advantages: discreetness, a reprieve from the sound of crashing waves, and freedom from disturbances. However, there were drawbacks as well. It was barely 6 o'clock, yet the dense foliage cast a shadow over the area, rendering it much darker. Luckily, Qin Yuan had already ignited the campfire, sparing them from the enveloping darkness. Their belongings were minimal, primarily items packed in their suitcases. Qin Yuan contemplated wedging the suitcases between branches to conserve space. They had a dozen fish, all caught by Li Yuyu, tossed into a basket, along with nearly 3 pounds of venison. Glancing at the provisions, Qin Yuan realized food would become an issue. Let's eat. Everyone should retire early tonight to acclimate to our new environment, Li Yuyu announced as she began preparing the meal. The group gathered around the campfire, engaging in light conversation, while only Lu Xiaoning appeared pensive, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Qin Yuan, perceptive as ever, pulled Lu Xiaoning aside. "What troubles you, little one? Is your leg feeling better?" he inquired after lighting a cigarette. "Much better," Lu Xiaoning replied, feeling somewhat bashful now that they were alone. "Then why does your expression seem so unnatural? Are you homesick?" Homesickness was a part of it, but more pressing was the question of where she would sleep that night. "What do you mean by where to sleep?" Qin Yuan, puzzled, took a drag from his cigarette, unsure of her concerns. Lu Xiaoning lowered her gaze, feeling embarrassed that her intentions were not clear to him. "I mean, where will I sleep tonight?" she reiterated. "Of course, we will sleep in the tree." "Do you think sleeping in a tree is unsafe?" Qin Yuan, somewhat slow on the uptake, gazed at Lu Xiaoning's expression before realization dawned on him. It seemed she was implying something deeper, who she would sleep with that evening. Understanding her implication, Qin Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment himself. It was no wonder Lu Xiaoning would contemplate such a matter. Previously, she had shared a sleeping space with him, and now, in this new environment, the options for sleeping arrangements had multiplied. If she were to sleep alongside him again, it might lead to misunderstandings among the others. Lu Xiaoning felt exasperated. She had anticipated that Qin Yuan would still be oblivious to her hints. Just as she prepared to clarify, Qin Yuan spoke uncertainly. "If you wish to sleep with me, that's fine. If not, you may choose to sleep with someone else." His words came with hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoning instinctively blurted, "Then what exactly are we to each other?" At this, a silence enveloped them. Qin Yuan was at a loss for words, given the current circumstances. He had never contemplated such matters, consumed as he was by the daily struggle for sustenance. How should he respond to her inquiry? Indeed, she was beautiful and intelligent, and during their time together, he had developed feelings for her. Seeing his silence, Lu Xiaoning felt a twinge of regret for broaching the subject too soon. Just then, Lin Xiao approached. "Sister Xiaoning, brother Qin, dinner is ready." During the meal, Qin Yuan observed Lu Xiaoning's averted gaze. He sighed inwardly, realizing that if he had been more resolute earlier, perhaps such a dilemma would not have arisen. Lin Wei, noticing the tension, attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. As was her nature, with her interjection, the mood lightened considerably, and the meal was enjoyed in relative harmony. After dining, Li Yuyu volunteered to wash the dishes by the creek, with Gao Shengyang tagging along for safety. Li Yuyu did not refuse him, and the group exchanged knowing smiles. Before anyone could address the nature of their relationship, the two had managed to keep it under wraps. Yet now, it was as if a layer of transparency had emerged between them. Lu Xiaoning lingered by the campfire for a while before ascending the tree. Qin Yuan felt it necessary to clarify matters and followed her. The Lin sisters, observing their interaction, exchanged glances. Lin Wei, brandishing a torch, led Lin Xiao in search of useful herbs nearby. "What are you doing here?" Lu Xiaoning pouted, reclining on the hammock. Noticing Qin Yuan's silence, she closed her eyes, dismissing him. Yet, her mind drifted back to the moments shared with Qin Yuan since their arrival on the island. The day he lent her his jacket to keep her warm. His concern when she was bitten by a snake, all of which lingered vividly in her memory. Chapter 39, The Emotionally Inept After Completing His Tasks. Qin Yuan lay beside Lu Xiaoning and slowly began to speak. Upon hearing him, Lu Xiaoning felt a pang of distress, filled with countless unanswered questions. Why was there no answer? Was it because I am not attractive? Or perhaps because I do not fit your preferred type? Regardless of the reasons, whether one likes someone or not, there must be a rationale behind it. Lu Xiaoning murmured softly, "Little girl, you are indeed beautiful and align with my aesthetic preferences. However, the current dilemma does not revolve around whether I like you or not. Rather, it concerns our present situation. We are on a desolate island, this wretched isle, devoid of any legal order, where only our personal ethics prevail. If I truly wish to act upon my desires, do you believe you could resist? Do you possess the ability or the space to oppose me? Your beauty and admirable character, akin to a lotus blooming untainted from the mud, paints a stark contrast to my existence as a mere fish struggling for survival in this bleak landscape. My sole objective is to endure, and the matters that follow are not for discussion at this moment. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Upon hearing Qin Yuan's heartfelt words, Lu Xiaoning grasped their essence. Yet the truth resonated within her like a deeper pain than rejection itself. Gritting her teeth, she finally voiced her thoughts. Qin Yuan fell silent, grappling with the primary concern he had initially withheld. If they were to be together and eventually leave this island, what would transpire? Would she remain by his side or depart? Such uncertainties unsettled him, for he disliked feelings that were beyond his control. Thus, he adapted to this island, striving to ensure his survival. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to express these thoughts aloud. Lu Xiaoning, upon hearing his admissions, let out a bitter smile, tears cascading down her cheeks. The heart of such a seemingly strong individual bore a vulnerability she had never anticipated. "Qin Yuan, what do you perceive me to be? Am I truly so unworthy in your eyes? Is it your perception of financial inadequacy that compels you to distance yourself from me, to shun expressing your true feelings? Do you not find that cruel? Regardless of your perspective or mine, we are both here on this island. Do you genuinely believe money holds any significance? Your rejection, even if it stemmed from a reason such as disliking idlers or deeming me useless, would be far more genuine than your current rationale. You are utterly inept when it comes to matters of the heart. Utterly inept." Lu Xiaoning's voice grew louder, each word punctuated by heartfelt sobs. A sensation more agonizing than the sting of a serpent's bite. Qin Yuan, momentarily taken aback by her intense reaction to his words, felt an awkwardness envelop him. Had he truly misspoken? "Idiot. Can't you offer me some comfort?" Lu Xiaoning fumed at his stunned silence, her frustration mounting. She had never encountered someone so oblivious to emotional nuances. Uncertain of how to respond, Qin Yuan instinctively enveloped her in an embrace, remaining silent. Lu Xiaoning was startled but nestled into his arms, while he gently wiped away her tears. "I promise you, even after we leave this desolate island, I will never abandon you." Upon uttering these words, Lu Xiaoning softly kissed his cheek. It was evident that despite Qin Yuan's adeptness at strategizing against wild boars and outsmarting wolf packs, he remained a novice in the realm of emotions. "Then you must cease your tears. I will protect you and ensure we escape this island together." Lu Xiaoning responded with a quiet affirmation, choosing not to leave his embrace. Although she had not received a definitive commitment regarding their relationship, his words sufficed for her. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoning's voice had attracted the attention of Lin Wei and Lin Xiao, who were peering from the foliage, observing the affectionate exchange between the two. "Wow, sister, Qin Ji's emotional quotient is remarkably low," Lin Xiao whispered eagerly, reveling in the spectacle. "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? As long as your sister Xiaoning's emotional intelligence is adequate, that is all that matters," Lin Wei retorted, playfully flicking Lin Xiao's forehead. "Sister, you are committing sibling murder," Lin Xiao protested, though she was quickly subdued by Lin Wei's embrace, who urged her to remain quiet. Elsewhere, Gao Shengyang and Li Yuyu had also overheard Lu Xiaoning's outburst, mirroring the Lin sisters' curiosity as they clandestinely observed from the shrubbery. "Look at those two. And then glance at you. One cannot compare humans to one another," Li Yuyu remarked, dismissively pushing Gao Shengyang's hand from her waist. "Qin Gu is Qin Gu. And I am me. I can hardly be compared to him," Gao Shengyang responded, unashamedly proud, anticipating the impending pinch from Li Yuyu's fingers digging into his side. "Ouch. That hurts. I am merely trying to protect you," he exclaimed, feigning injury. "Humph. Does my sister require your protection?" Li Yuyu replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Qin Yuan caught the murmurs of the beauty in his arms, leaning closer to discern her words. "Kiss me." Before Qin Yuan could fully comprehend her request, Lu Xiaoning pressed her lips against his. "Wow, sister, look. They are kissing," Lin Xiao exclaimed, more excited than the individuals involved. Lin Wei sighed in exasperation, bemused by her sister's enthusiasm for such matters. "I saw it. Children should not look," Lin Wei exclaimed, covering Lin Xiao's eyes. Much to her discontent as she squirmed in protest, Lu Xiaoning feigned a struggle, pushing Qin Yuan's hand away before surrendering to the moment. After a brief interval, Lu Xiaoning softly declared, "From this day forth, you are mine." Qin Yuan smiled, choosing not to respond verbally, instead retrieving a suit from his luggage and draping it over Lu Xiaoning's shoulders. "Are you suggesting that James intends to join Qin Yuan in searching for the cruise ship?" Zhao Lei's expression oscillated between uncertainty and anger, his burnt face betraying no emotion. "Precisely. I had initially planned to check on Tian and the others, but did not anticipate encountering such a situation. Lei Ge, what do you think we should do?" Ye divulged most of the truth, confident that Zhao Lei could not remain passive. Surely, the resources they would acquire would include her share. Chapter 40. Improving the current environment. Zhao Lei's scarred visage flickered ominously in the dancing flames, a canvas of uncertainty, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. He remained silent, hands interlaced beneath his chin, until he finally spoke. The treacherous James, regarding the supplies from the cruise ship. He had mentioned it before. Who would have thought that after discovering the raft, he would conspire with Qin Yuan, abandoning us entirely? How infuriating. When James initially broached the subject, Zhao Lei had felt a stirring of ambition. On this desolate island, the cruise ship's supplies appeared extraordinarily precious. Now, having acquired diving suits and a raft, instead of seeking collaboration with them, he chose to ally with Qin Yuan, whom they regarded as a thorn in their side. It was utterly unacceptable. Brother Lei, what shall we do? We stand by you. Xiaoli, who had been silent until now, stepped forward resolutely, speaking softly. I never misjudged you, Xiaoli. I have always regarded you as a brother. Since they have chosen to partner with Qin Yuan for supplies, we shall destroy everything they possess. If we cannot thrive, neither shall they. I bear the scars on my face because of that scoundrel Qin Yuan. My life is already ruined. They shall not have it easy either. As Zhao Lei spoke, a flicker of wrath ignited in his eyes, teetering on the brink of madness. This vendetta demanded retribution. I'm with you, Lei Ge. And you? Xiaoli turned to Wang Ji. Xiaoli, still clinging to a shred of rationality, attributed all their misfortunes to Wang Ji, believing that had he not been their jinx, their plight would not have been so dire. The resentment flashed in his eyes as he regarded Wang Ji, revealing his inability to conceal his emotions, which did not escape Zhao Lei and Wang Ji's notice. Zhao Lei, while dismissive of this matter, felt a growing grievance towards Wang Ji, the source of their troubles. However, upon witnessing their demeanor, Wang Ji abandoned his usual bravado and awkwardly clasped his hands together, lowering his head in a forced smile. Of course, I stand firmly with you. Lei Ge, whatever you command, I shall obey without question. Though he likely did not even believe his own words, he had no choice. He could not detach from the group. Without them, even acquiring food would become a challenge. Wang Ji considered himself not one to endure quietly. Yet he resonated with the adage, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. Now is not the time for conflict, but he thought, should he gain strength, they would all face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Ye, witnessing Zhao Lei's current state, felt a stronger urge to escape. Yet she coveted the canned goods aboard the cruise ship. So she adorned a bright smile, linking her arm with Zhao Lei's. Oh, Lei Ge, I am entirely yours. I shall ensure your every desire is fulfilled. Upon hearing her syrupy tones, Zhao Lei lost interest. After spending considerable time together, he had seen through Ye's true nature. As a former corporate representative, he possessed the discernment to see through her facade. Is that so? You will cater to my every whim. Zhao Lei replied with a sardonic chuckle. Indeed, I promise to serve you faithfully. Ye beamed, relieved that Zhao Lei harbored no suspicions about her intentions. Then I shall not require your services tonight. Go and join my good brothers, Xiaoli and Wang Ji. Upon hearing this, Ye's face drained of color, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming as she clutched Zhao Lei's leg, sobbing, Lei Ge, please don't. I am yours alone. Zhao Lei scoffed, a sinister smile spreading across his disfigured face. You are mine, and they are my brothers. Thus, you shall go. Xiaoli's heart raced with exhilaration as he gazed at Ye's exposed legs, his suppressed emotions erupting. Thank you, Lei Ge. Thank you. Wang Ji, casting a glance at Zhao Lei, lowered his head in gratitude. Unbeknownst to them, he had long harbored intentions toward her, and now he could finally act upon them. No, Lei Ge. Despite Ye's frantic cries, Zhao Lei remained indifferent, and she was forcibly dragged into the woods by Xiaoli and Wang Ji. On the 10th day, gazing at the mist surrounding them, resembling an ethereal realm, a chill ran down Qin Yuan's spine as a gentle breeze brushed past, prompting him to shiver involuntarily. Perhaps it was the altitude. The wind was more pronounced here, and with the body's temperature dropping a degree or two during sleep, feeling cold was only natural. As he looked at the others, they were huddled together in slumber. The Lin sisters embraced one another, while Li Yuyu, despite her claims of indifference towards Gao Shenyang, lay curled up beside him. Qin Yuan chuckled softly, noticing the girl beside him trembling beneath the suit draped over her. He adjusted the garment to keep her warmer. Rising, Qin Yuan began to ponder their next course of action. His sigh stirred Lu Xiaoning from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up, feeling the chill. Leaning against Qin Yuan's chest, she sleepily inquired, "What's wrong? Why are you awake so early?" Seeing her dazed expression, Qin Yuan found her oddly endearing and could not resist pinching her nose lightly, although he initially hesitated to share his concerns. Recalling her words from the previous night about the importance of teamwork, he sighed and said, "Little girl, it's nothing, just a minor predicament." "What predicament? Are wolves coming? Or wild boars?" Lu Xiaoning, sensing his somber tone, quickly became alert and asked anxiously. "Not quite. If it were a matter of wild beasts, it would be easier to resolve. The issue is that you noticed last night, The treehouse is not a sustainable shelter for us. I'm contemplating our next steps. What plans? Lu Xiaoning felt perplexed by Qin Yuan's cryptic words, her mind still foggy from sleep, which only heightened her irritation. What should we do? Securing food daily is a challenge, but improving our living conditions is equally vital. Shouldn't that be unnecessary? Didn't we just survive winter? Lu Xiaoning slowly grasped Qin Yuan's meaning. Enhancing our living conditions? How do we achieve that? I am in deep thought. Regardless of whether it concerns essentials or luxuries, we lack everything. Qin Yuan spoke plainly. And upon realizing this, Lu Xiaoning fell silent, acknowledging his point, but lamenting their lack of tools. Are we all awake? Shiyang, please go start the fire. Yu. There's no rush for fishing today. Let us convene and discuss our strategies. Hiding the issue would serve no purpose. It was inevitable they would confront it. The strength of a team lies in combining efforts and ideas to better navigate unexpected challenges. Qin Yuan was but a man, not a deity. Feeling fatigued was entirely natural. If he felt it, surely others did as well. Everyone nodded and descended from the tree, gathering around the bonfire. I presume you caught snippets of what I just conveyed. But perhaps not the entirety. Allow me to succinctly reiterate. We need to elevate our quality of life and refine the essential items we require to enhance our environment and alleviate fatigue. Thus, I invite everyone to share their thoughts openly. I currently lack a solid plan and could use everyone's assistance. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Still enveloped in a thick haze of sleepiness. The quality of life, indeed, posed a significant concern. However, our daily energies are presently consumed by the necessities of food and survival, leaving little room for substantial improvement. If possible, it might be more prudent to devise ways to create items that would be of utility to us, Lin Wei suggested, albeit hesitantly, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts effectively. What ideas does everyone have for creating functional items? Let us ponder this for a moment. Qin Yuan took Lin Wei's words to heart, allowing everyone a moment to reflect, understanding that they had only just awakened and their minds were still somewhat foggy, thus granting them the necessary time to gather their thoughts. Li Yu found herself at a loss for ideas, shaking her head. After all, she was a food blogger, adept at seeking out culinary delights, but the thought of inventing something was rather daunting for her. Lu Xiaoning turned to Qin Yuan, inquiring, could we perhaps create pottery? Or maybe stone bricks and clay dwellings? Do you all think these are feasible for us to make? Chapter 41. The art of pottery and kiln construction. Pottery has always been an inseparable component of our civilization. Her words not only inspired Qin Yuan but also ignited fresh perspectives in others. Qin Yuan, preoccupied with the acquisition of sustenance, had overlooked various possibilities. Lu Xiaoning's suggestions, be it pottery, stone bricks, or clay dwellings, presented a remarkable breakthrough. A house would indeed shield us from the elements and protect us from wild beasts. Could we not construct a heated Kong? I envy the heated Kong, Lin Xiao exclaimed, her imagination soaring. I have seen such things. But given the incessant rain on this desolate island, drying them would be a challenge, Lin Wei remarked, alluding to the stone bricks and pottery suggested by Lu Xiaoning. We can fire bricks and build a kiln. With fire, we can create a simple kiln, Gao Shengyang proposed. Qin Yuan was taken aback. The strength of the team was indeed formidable. These ideas had not escaped his mind, merely overlooked. As they exchanged thoughts, his clarity of vision sharpened considerably. That being said, where shall we procure the clay? Qin Yuan inquired, posing the pivotal question. A silence fell upon the group as they struggled to conjure a viable idea. The previous concepts hinged entirely on the availability of clay. Without it, their plans would be futile. Let us walk along the lakeshore. Perhaps we might find some clay by the stream, Lin Wei suggested tentatively. Clay is prized for its malleability, making it ideal for pottery. When mixed with some plant ash, it can serve as a substitute for cement. Though not as effective, it would suffice for wall construction compared to other materials. Wait, I think I've discovered clay, Li Yu exclaimed eagerly. While washing dishes last night, she noticed the soil by the stream appeared different from her recollections, though she was unsure if it was indeed clay. You found some? Where? Lead us to it. Qin Yuan responded promptly. If they could locate clay, their efforts in moving to the treehouse would not be in vain. It was at the same place I washed dishes last night, Li Yu said, rising to guide everyone to the stream. Upon seeing the clay, smiles spread across the faces of the group. Qin Yuan picked up a handful and confirmed, indeed, it was clay. What a fortunate find. This clay is immensely useful, isn't it? Lin Xiao inquired, unaware of its significance. Indeed, with clay we can create pottery and vessels for holding water, alleviating our reliance on the meager supply of bottled water. We can also make tiles. So much can be done, Gao Xingyang exclaimed with excitement, feeling a twinge of regret for not having discovered it sooner, distracted by Li Yu. Ah, I see. This clay is truly valuable, Lin Xiao acknowledged, realizing its importance. Since the clay is here, it won't run away. Now that we have a direction, we should proceed with determination, Qin Yuan declared. You. Resume fishing while checking the small lake for clay. If we find more, we need not fish by the sea. Gao Xingyang, take your spear to protect her. As for food, we have enough for now. Lin Xiao, you will gather grass and sticks and collect plant ash. Xiao Niu and Lin Wei, join me in transporting the clay and attempting to craft some pottery. Does anyone have objections to my plan? No. They all replied, especially Gao Xingyang, who was in complete agreement. With unanimous consent, they set about their tasks. Qin Yuan handed a basket to Lu Xiaoning and Lin Wei to collect the clay, also asking them to fill the water bottles. He then found a spot beneath a tree to dig a pit for the clay, mixing it like wet mud. The most convenient tool at hand was a wooden plank, and he wasted no time in starting to dig. Seeing this, Lin Xiao imitated Qin Yuan, digging a small pit near the campfire to store the plant ash she had gathered. The process of making pottery was neither easy nor overly difficult. The clay was indeed sticky, making it hard to work with, and Qin Yuan had to coat his hands in plant ash. Lin Xiao, fascinated, sat opposite Qin Yuan, attentively observing his pottery-making efforts. Qin Yuan remained unfazed, aware of his novice status in this craft, relying solely on his imagination to recreate forms he envisioned. Lin Xiao, have you completed your tasks? Sister, I'm just watching for a moment. Brother Qin is so focused on making pottery, she replied, pointing at Qin Yuan. While he is busy, you should finish your work first. Afterward, you can do as you please, Lin Wei advised, her gaze shifting to Qin Yuan, noting the unappealing form he was creating. Let me take over. I have made pottery before, Lin Wei said, crouching down. Qin Yuan looked at his oddly shaped creation, about to scratch his head in embarrassment, but reconsidered when he remembered his clay-covered hands. Go ahead, though the tools are rudimentary, we will make do. At this point, Qin Yuan recognized that there was no need to insist on doing it himself, especially since he was struggling. Acknowledging one's limitations is essential for improvement. Qin Yuan did not leave. Like Lin Xiao before, he sat beside Lin Wei, observing her as she crafted pottery. Indeed, a skilled artisan's touch made all the difference. The clay that had resisted Qin Yuan's hands transformed seamlessly under Lin Wei's delicate manipulation, leaving her hands relatively clean. Moreover, Qin Yuan noted that Lin Wei was using water instead of plant ash to avoid stickiness, an enlightening discovery. She began with the base, gradually building it up. The base of clay was thicker, and as she carefully molded it, the surface became smooth and visually appealing, far surpassing Qin Yuan's efforts. Brother Qin, didn't you mention constructing a kiln? Otherwise, this will have to air dry naturally, Lin Wei reminded him. Qin Yuan slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail, and promptly apologized before preparing to build the kiln. Sister, why can't we fire it on the campfire? Lin Xiao questioned, puzzled. Dear girl, firing it over the campfire would yield uneven results, leading to cracks, resulting in a waste of our efforts, Qin Yuan explained. The concept for constructing the kiln was not vastly different from that of the campfire. It merely involved additional steps to create a simple kiln. After 2 hours of labor, Qin Yuan tossed the large stick Lin Xiao had found into the pit and lit a fire, hardening the base so it would not fuse with the pottery. As the flames roared, the single vent at the kiln's top caused the fire to intensify, producing a significant amount of smoke. Is it working? Lin Wei inquired. Qin Yuan nodded, smiling. Let us continue crafting pottery. This will need more time to burn adequately until the walls and base are thoroughly dried. What's wrong? What happened? Qin Yuan asked, furrowing his brow. We encountered another group by the sea. They hurled many rude insults at us, accusing us of selfishness and not considering their plight. Li Yuyu vented indignantly. Qin Yuan spoke up, feeling no fault in his words. Brother Qin, when we arrived, we witnessed them rummaging through our former sanctuary. Upon seeing us, they began to berate us and even attempted to seize our fishing rods. Fortunately, I mentioned that you would be arriving shortly. Otherwise, they might have succeeded in their scheme. Who are they? Upon hearing Gao Xingyang's words, Qin Yuan inquired, surprised by their audacity. Chapter 42. The storm approaches. The captain's men were subsequently called away by him. As Gao Xingyang elucidated, is this a kiln? He inquired, hastily approaching the blazing kiln, marveling at the unburned clay on its outer layer. Indeed, it is a kiln. After this, we shall craft pottery, Qin Yuan explained. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, and a thunderclap sent shivers through the crowd, causing Lin Xiao to seek refuge in her sister Lin Wei's embrace. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the impending storm. Gao Xingyang and Qin Yuan fashioned a rudimentary roof with branches to shield the newly constructed kiln, and subsequently created a shelter for the 6 of them, placing it over the campfire. Lin Wei, guiding Lin Xiao, built a small slope less than 5 centimeters high using the branches to keep their surroundings dry and prevent rainwater from seeping in. By the time they completed their tasks, half an hour had elapsed. The rain began to pour heavily, accompanied by howling winds. Qin Yuan lifted his head, observing the trees bending under the force of the gusts. Fortunately, they were sheltered in the forest, where the wind had lessened considerably. "Let us eat first. There is no rush," Qin Yuan said as they began their meal. Meanwhile, those by the seaside were not so fortunate. Tian's group fared better, having received Qin Yuan's intelligence days prior, allowing them to prepare adequately. Albeit with only a mud wall. This wall was an idea proposed by Su Yu, designed to mitigate the storm's impact by building it among closely spaced trees. It proved effective, as the four of them huddled behind the wall, barely withstanding the raging winds and rain outside. They had constructed a makeshift shelter overhead using sticks and hay, facing the woods with their backs to the wall, but the sudden drop in temperature left them shivering uncontrollably. Caught off guard, they instinctively fled into the woods, trembling from the cold. The thunder rumbled, and a storm gradually formed over the sea, casting a shadow over everything as if it were capable of devouring all in its path, causing them to tremble in fear. The captain's humble thatched hut was swept away by the winds, and he could only manage a bitter smile, with no time to grieve before rushing into the woods. I wondered why Qin Yuan and the others left. They must have foreseen this. A wealthy woman exclaimed, having fallen in the chaos, her mind suddenly ignited with realization. The others came to this understanding as well, but it was of little consequence. Their primary objective was to evade the storm. Once helped to her feet, the wealthy woman and another person stumbled into the woods. The temperature by the sea, when hot, was equally frigid when the storm struck, and the meager warmth within them was insufficient to counter the tempest's fierce winds and rain. They huddled together for warmth as before, but this time, the method seemed less effective. Already famished, the storm exacerbated their plight, leaving them without the heat generated by food. All they could do was pray to survive this ordeal. In this dire situation, regret seeped in. They lamented having squandered their limited time in pursuits that led to trouble with Qin Yuan, resulting in nothing gained and only a precarious predicament. But was regret of any use? No. Countless souls wished for a chance to turn back time. Yet the world would not pause for their lamentations. One reaps what one sows. Let them wallow in their remorse. At this moment, Zhao Lei's group also took refuge in the woods. Even the despondent Yu was carried in. "Brother Lei, it's so cold. The wind is so strong that we can't even start a fire." Xiao Li complained softly, shrugging his shoulders. "Damn it, useless. Can't even start a fire. This cursed storm. It was fine yesterday, and now this." Zhao Lei tightened his suit, cursing and complaining, oblivious to the figure behind him that resembled a corpse. The series of unfortunate events transformed Zhao Lei into a self-serving individual, particularly amidst such scarce resources. He was determined to fill his own belly. However, not everything could unfold as they desired. Gradually, the storm gathering over the sea drifted closer to the island, intensifying their plight. Whether the captain or Zhao Lei, both faced a storm ahead and the lurking threat of wolves behind. All were engulfed in despair. The captain glanced at the towering waves behind him, fear gripping his heart. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Head into the woods, keep moving." "But captain, there are wolves in the woods. What are you afraid of? Here, we will only die faster." The captain's eyes reddened. This was the most formidable storm he had witnessed in a decade, and it was the first time he had observed such power of nature up close, an awe-inspiring force that demanded respect. Others gritted their teeth, suppressing their fears as they made their way into the woods. Zhao Lei's actions mirrored this. In the face of such a storm, no one could remain unscathed. Not even the enigmatic figure in black who had long since retreated into the forest. Once inside, they were filled with trepidation, anxiously surveying their surroundings, fearful of encountering any wild beasts. Fortunately, as they ventured deeper, the storm's roar diminished, providing a momentary sense of relief, though the dank and dark atmosphere was difficult to endure. In contrast, Qin Yuan and his group, having dined, gathered around the campfire, listening to Lin Wei share stories. Her voice was melodious and rich, and her storytelling prowess was exceptional. According to Lin Xiao, she had honed this skill in her youth, having loved listening to tales before sleep. Due to the storm and torrential rain, Qin Yuan refrained from work, treating the day as a respite. "Brother Qin, our stories have concluded. Why do you not share one?" Lin Wei suggested after sipping some water, drawing the gaze of everyone towards Qin Yuan. At that moment, Gao Xingyang interjected, "I wonder how they are faring. However, who can blame them for always seeking to bully us? Thankfully, we acted quickly. Had we delayed even a couple of days, we might have faced a similar fate. We must credit Brother Qin for his wise and valiant decisions." Chapter 43, Ma Chunju. Indeed, I, too, wish to find a moment to express my gratitude to Brother Qin. Let me seize today's opportunity to convey my heartfelt thanks. Without your intervention, we would have surely perished on that flimsy raft. Lin Wei followed suit, her eyes brimming with appreciation. "I share the same sentiment. If not for Brother Qin." "Thank you, Brother Qin." Li Yu chimed in eagerly. "You see, When I first encountered Brother Qin, I was utterly terrified, confronted by 3 lifeless bodies. I believed him to be a reanimated corpse. Then, he took a bottle of water from a corpse's hand and consumed it, even rummaging for food, which initially disgusted me. Yet now, I realize Brother Qin possesses remarkable foresight. Lu Xiaoning recounted her initial impression of Qin Yuan, and she has since come to terms with it. Wow, Sister Xiaoning, you've been quite secretive. Were it not for today's occasion, I suspect you would have kept this hidden. Lin Xiao teased, a smile gracing her face. Qin Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. He was aware of his emotional shortcomings, and that he often assigned them daunting tasks. Yet they bore no grievances and instead expressed gratitude. Being human, he too had emotions, and witnessing their genuine smiles filled him with warmth. We believe in you. Often, a simple expression of trust surpasses a multitude of words. To draw an imperfect analogy, the most extravagant sales pitch pales in comparison to the tangible experience of a product. When something is placed before you, judgments are made. If it is deemed worthy, it is purchased, and if not, it remains unsold. Thank you all for your trust. I am sincerely grateful. However, this is not a farewell gathering, and there is no need for such heightened emotions. One might think I intend to dismiss you all. This remark marked the first jest Qin Yuan made on this island. Previously, you would have deemed such humor superfluous. The group paused momentarily before erupting in laughter. And Qin Yuan's once stern and taciturn demeanor had shifted, albeit slightly. All right, Sister Yu, is there any fish soup left? I feel a bit chilly. Lin Xiao shrugged, leaning against Lin Wei's shoulder, feigning exhaustion. You are such a glutton. There's more fish, I'll prepare it right away. On a cold day like this, a warm bowl of fish soup will do wonders. Li Yu glanced at Qin Yuan, for he was responsible for the provisions. Don't look at me. Do as you wish. We all feel the cold, are you not cold? Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Li Yu cheerfully retrieved a fish and began preparing the soup. As they warmed themselves with the fish soup, the other teams were not faring as well. Cold, hunger, helplessness, panic, and trepidation intertwined, casting fluctuating shadows upon their expressions. The storm showed no signs of abating. The torrential rain drowned out their voices, leaving only the sound of the downpour. So cold, so cold. The initially fallen wealthy woman now trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably. Clad in only a short skirt, without any warm clothing, and with an empty stomach. A maelstrom of despair enveloped her. Another affluent woman fared little better. She touched her forehead, burning with fever. Captain, she has a fever, what should we do? Panic seized her, for should she falter, only death awaited. James appeared perturbed, unwilling to intervene, and thus ignored her plight. The wealthy woman, witnessing James's cold indifference, crumbled further. We 3 promised to visit Australia together. She was taken by wolves, and now you 2 will abandon me? Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her companion, weeping profusely. No, it's all right. I want to leave you. The feverish woman's voice was weak. Her words fragmented. I might not make it. You must take care of yourself. We are sisters in this life, and in the next. We shall be sisters again. No, you must not give in. You cannot leave me behind. Her cries grew louder, the once elegant trio reduced to a pitiful state, evoking deep sorrow. In a civilized society, they were elevated, yet on this forsaken island. As she approached death, memories of her family flooded back. I will. I promise I will. Ultimately, she succumbed alongside her sister, leaving the last one standing. She wept over her sister's lifeless body for an eternity until utterly exhausted. Clenching her teeth, she cast a piercing, frigid gaze towards the captain and his crew. You are truly cruel, heartless, and indifferent to suffering. Very well. I, Ma Chunju, shall not let you escape unscathed. After her vehement outburst, she shouldered her sister's cold body and ventured deeper into the woods. She intended to bury her sister far from the wolves' reach and seek vengeance. Both of her sisters had perished due to their indifference. And what of Qin Yuan? Had he offered them but a morsel of food, they would not have met such a fate. She lost track of time as she wandered, eventually arriving at the foul ditch where Qin Yuan had discovered the crocodile. In that moment, Ma Chunju had relinquished all hope of survival. Hunger was a distant thought, and one who feared nothing would not shy away from a crocodile. Yet the crocodile remained motionless, merely glancing at her before returning to its stagnant repose in the murky waters, devoid of any appetite for her. Unfazed, she pressed onward into the depths of the stinking ditch. After the storm subsided, death claimed not only the wealthy woman but also another soul. Once, she would have done anything to survive, but after the harrowing events of the previous night, all desire to live was extinguished. She could forsake her dignity to survive. Yet in her final moments, a flicker of her remaining pride awakened, and after a day spent like a specter, she too succumbed. Jiao Lei merely muttered a curse under his breath before dismissing her plight, even neglecting to bury her. Ultimately, It was Xiaoli who could not bear to see her fate, enlisting Wang Ji under the pretext of warding off wolves, allowing Ye to find peace in the earth. Chapter 44. A Gift from Heaven, Day 11. The night was not kind to Qin Yuan and his companions. He unpacked the clothes from their luggage and distributed them among the group to shield against the tempest. The storm, with its torrential rain and fierce winds, persisted until the late hours of the night, rendering the day far from pleasant. Let us resume our previous endeavors. It is time to fire the pottery. In truth, the storm did not significantly delay Qin Yuan's plans, as the kiln required time to properly fire the ceramics. Today, the humidity would not hinder the pottery-making process. After Hai Shengyang and Li Yuyu set off for fishing, Qin Yuan placed the pottery that Lin Wei had crafted the day before into the kiln through the flue and sealed it with a large stone slab to maintain a stable temperature, igniting the kiln thereafter. Yesterday afternoon, Qin Yuan fashioned a rudimentary stone shovel using an axe, making it easier to dig. With this stone implement in hand, he cautiously ventured into the areas frequented by wild boars. The aroma of the rain-soaked forest was potent, effectively masking Qin Yuan's scent and rendering him less detectable to the boars. His objective was to excavate a pit, specifically a space of 1.5 cubic meters to lure the young wild boars. In contemplating the capture of wild boars, he had devised various methods and steps. Yet the only viable approach was this excavation. Crafting traps often resulted in the boars escaping, but digging a pit, albeit labor-intensive, proved to be an effective solution that Qin Yuan wholeheartedly endorsed. The soil here was not particularly hard, yielding easily even to hand digging, likely due to its moisture. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to dig the pit. Beneath the treehouse, Lin Wei continued her pottery making, following Qin Yuan's specifications. She crafted smaller vessels intended for storing various items, such as ash. Lu Xiaoning was present to assist Lin Wei. After several days, her snake bite had nearly healed, allowing her to partake in light tasks. Qin Yuan assigned Lin Xiao the task of fetching water, a simple undertaking. Given her playful nature, she sought a goal, aiming to identify suitable trees for felling. Previously, she had inquired why they were not constructing a treehouse, to which Qin Yuan explained that the trees were unsuitable for such purposes, prompting her to seek smaller, more easily cut trees. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind. The storm had wreaked havoc, yet it also washed ashore a bountiful supply of seafood, much to the delight of their famished party, who erupted in exuberant shouts as they rushed to gather the unexpected feast. Who would have thought there would still be food? The heavens have not forsaken us, exclaimed a sailor, who lay on the ground collecting fish, laughing heartily. The captain, quietly gathering fish himself, was joined by others from their territory, as this storm had ensured at least 3 days without the need for rations. Captain, when shall we seek Qin Yuan to collaborate on securing supplies? I believe we could leverage some of these fish to enhance our trading ratio. Though the crew was not particularly fond of Qin Yuan, the resources on the cruise ship were deemed far more valuable than the fish, hence the urgency of the inquiry. Now that Qin Yuan has relocated, we can no longer find him. We must await his initiative to seek us out, the captain replied. Captain, I recall that someone from their group came to fish by the sea yesterday. Perhaps we could send them a message? Very well, you can go. I will save some grilled fish for you, the captain recalled, giving the directive. Throughout the morning, Qin Yuan dedicated himself to the excavation, spending approximately 3 hours on the task. However, a mere pit would not suffice. He needed to find bait to entice the wild boars. After leaving the pit, he climbed a tree, observing that the rain had filled the muddy pits with water, while several wild boars continued to frolic in the muck. It dawned on him that the boar's food source, cassava, lay just ahead. To his astonishment, the storm had inadvertently revealed a pathway trampled by the boars, leading directly to the cassava field. At this moment, Li Yuyu nudged Gao Xingyang, seemingly with something more to convey. By the way, Qin Gu, the captain's men want me to pass along a message. They wish to inquire when we might set sail to procure supplies from the cruise ship. Qin Yuan smiled. The 5-day timeline he had initially proposed was merely to await the storm's cessation. After all, the days immediately following the storm would be calm, minimizing the risks encountered. Now that the storm had abated, it was time to prioritize this matter. I understand. If feasible, we shall depart tomorrow. Isn't that a bit hasty? Lu Xiaoning inquired. Concern etched on her face. Not at all. If we delay another 2 days, the conditions at sea may become unpredictable. We must seize this window of opportunity while the storm is past. We are compelled to act swiftly. Qin Yuan alleviated their apprehensions. With the abundance of fish, even among the 6 of them, there was more than enough sustenance for 3 to 4 days, with the possibility of overindulgence. Thus, Li Yuyu began to gut and hang the fish to dry in the treehouse. When Qin Yuan produced the cassava, everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Qin Good, where did you acquire the cassava? This is a novel ingredient for us. one that can enhance our diet. That is for the wild boars. Save one for me. I intend to capture a young boar, and then our esteemed chef Lee can prepare a roasted piglet for us. Initially met with delight, a wave of apprehension soon followed. Capturing wild boars was no easy feat, especially given their lack of tools. I have spent the entire morning digging the pit. Fear not. Shiyang will accompany me this afternoon to catch the boars. You can remain here to handle the fish. After Qin Yuan made these straightforward arrangements, they all began to relish a hearty cassava and fish stew. It must be said, Chef Li Yu's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Chapter 45. Capturing the wild boar. After dinner, Qin Yuan, accompanied by Gao Shengyang, ventured towards the small lake with the untouched cassava in hand. This was the site where Qin Yuan had dug a pit earlier that day. He first arranged some branches and weeds over the pit, covering it with soil to create an illusion of flat ground, then heaved a sigh of relief. Shiyang, keep an eye from the tree. I will use a long stick to lure the wild boar into the pit. Qin Yuan inserted a piece of cassava at the end of the 4-meter-long stick he had fashioned at noon, instructing Gao Shengyang to remain vigilant of the surroundings. Although binding the cassava with rope would have been more effective in attracting the boar, most of Qin Yuan's ropes were thick hemp, too coarse to secure anything. Thus he resorted to the wooden stick instead. Positioned behind a tree for cover, Qin Yuan extended the stick through the underbrush, but the small wild boar did not appear. It seemed they had gone off in search of food. Qin Yuan remained patient, waiting quietly. Meanwhile, Wang Ji and Zhao Lei observed Qin Yuan from a distance. They had been lurking in the woods, trailing Gao Shengyang and Li Yu, eager to uncover Qin Yuan's hiding place. For them, understanding Qin Yuan's movements could mean an opportunity to seize resources from the cruise ship. Who wouldn't he desire the modern goods aboard? What is he doing? Wang Ji whispered, his demeanor now one of indifference. Zhao Lei, possessing a more ruthless heart, was aware that associating with such individuals was akin to courting danger. Yet, he felt compelled to follow Zhao Lei, whose courage far exceeded that of other cowardly teams. I don't know. Let us stay put and ensure we remain undetected. Zhao Lei replied quietly, his burned visage betraying no emotion. This precious resource of fresh water, hoarded by Qin Yuan while they struggled daily for food and water, made them wary. Had it not been for Zhao Lei's suggestion to follow the two, they might never have discovered this lake. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuan, the duo was keenly aware of his whereabouts. His focus was solely on the wild boar, which was why he had enlisted Gao Shengyang to assist in monitoring the situation. After squatting behind the tree for over half an hour, Qin Yuan felt his legs numb, finally hearing the sound of hooves approaching. His attention sharpened as he gently waved the cassava. The scent-sensitive wild boar should be able to detect the food. However, obscured by a thicket, he could not discern the situation, relying instead on Gao Shengyang perched above. Gao Shengyang shook his head, indicating that the boar had not yet taken the bait. Qin Yuan intensified his movements. At last, a greedy little wild boar spotted the cassava, emerging from the mud pit and making its way toward the underbrush. Although it was small, it still weighed over 100 pounds, not to mention its thick coat of mud. Gao Shengyang promptly signaled an okay with his hand, and Qin Yuan understood, slowly moving the cassava outward. The large wild boar showed no concern for where the small one wandered, as this territory was theirs, and the rain had masked any scent of Qin Yuan and Gao Shengyang. Once Qin Yuan maneuvered the cassava out of the thicket, the little boar followed suit. This scene astonished Zhao Lei and Wang Ji from afar. Goodness! What kind of mind does Qin Yuan possess to devise such a method? Isn't he afraid of being trampled by the boar? Wang Ji exclaimed, slapping his thigh, careful to keep his voice low so only Zhao Lei could hear. Keep it down. This is advantageous. While Qin Yuan lures the boar, we can position ourselves for the kill. When the boar chases after him, that will be our moment to strike. Zhao Lei grinned malevolently, the smile on his face accentuating its sinister nature, oblivious to the two men trailing him. Qin Yuan continued to slowly maneuver the cassava. He knew the pace had to be just right, too fast, and the boar would lose interest, too slow, and it would devour the bait. Several times, the boar lunged forward, nearly snatching the cassava, but Qin Yuan deftly waved the stick to thwart its attempts. Due to these sudden bursts of speed, the cassava drew nearer to the pit, and the boar began to slow its advance. Sensing danger, yet unable to resist the lure of food, it hesitated. Sweat trickled down Qin Yuan's forehead. He could not afford to move either. If the boar turned away, all would be lost. In the distance, the two men were surprisingly cheering Qin Yuan on. After a tense minute, the boar, perhaps emboldened by its familiarity with the territory and the presence of its kin nearby, cautiously approached. Qin Yuan exhaled, gradually moving the cassava closer to the pit's center, where it was partially obscured by weeds and dirt. However, the boar sensed danger and hesitated to proceed further. Provoked, the boar suddenly lunged at the cassava. It seized the bait but fell into the pit. The instant it emitted a grunt, the two men cheered from afar. while Qin Yuan discarded the stick and swiftly climbed the tree. In that moment, more wild boars charged out, encircling the pit and gazing down at their trapped kin. The captured boar was not fully grown. Its size rendered it incapable of escaping the pit, especially since Qin Yuan had intentionally made the side slippery, preventing the boar from gaining traction. Brother Qin, you are truly remarkable. You managed to catch a wild boar. Gao Xingyang sighed in relief, the preceding moments having made him quite anxious. Not at all. We must bide our time. If we wish to savor the meat, we cannot be hasty. Patience is key. Qin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, observing the situation on the ground. After some time, the remaining wild boars, realizing there was no viable solution, turned and departed, leaving Qin Yuan to ponder their next move. As the wild boars exited, Wang Ji and Zhao Lei made their entrance. Qin Yuan, after all your efforts, that wild boar is ours. Oh, feel free to take it. Qin Yuan replied, taken aback by their presence but unfazed. His possessions would not be easily relinquished. Chapter 46, A Failed Scheme. Qin Yuan, do you also have moments of compromise? Zhao Lei was taken aback. After all, this was prey that Qin Yuan had hunted himself. How could he generously yield it to him? If you possess the ability to take it away, then it rightfully belongs to you. Qin Yuan scoffed. Only two individuals driven by their basest instincts would think of attempting to extract the wild boar now. It was absurd. The other wild boars were lurking nearby, watching intently. Their ignorance of the terrain and distribution did not imply that he was equally uninformed. At the slightest hint of disturbance, the wild boars would undoubtedly rush over. Brother Lei. Ignore him. He's too timid to make a move. Let us seize the opportunity before the wild boars arrive. Wang Ji hurriedly urged, fearing that Zhao Lei might have second thoughts and lose the chance to take the wild boar. All right, let us go. The two approached the edge of the pit. Gazing at the wild boar within, Zhao Lei contemplated for a moment and said, Wang Ji, you jump into the pit and grab the wild boar. I'll pull it up from above. Wang Ji nodded and leaped into the pit, just as he seized the wild boar by its front legs. He was taken aback by the creature's explosive strength and was thrown into the pit. The little wild boar emitted a sharp grunt, and Zhao Lei, filled with fury, yelled, You wretched beast, stop your racket. Wang Ji, hurry up. The wild boar is going to be attracted here. Are you foolish? Knock it unconscious first. Wang Ji stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and kicked the wild boar on the forehead. Rather than fainting, the little wild boar charged directly at Wang Ji. Bam! Wang Ji was knocked back, wincing in pain, but the commotion alerted the other wild boars, who immediately approached with ferocity. Damn! Zhao Lei exclaimed, realizing there was nowhere to escape. He jumped into the pit as well. If a wild boar truly collided with them, it would surely knock the breath out of them. Once inside the pit, the two unfortunate souls dared not reveal themselves, as the pit was only about 1.5 meters deep. They could only crouch within it. The remaining 4 wild boars eyed them menacingly, while the little wild boar relentlessly nudged Wang Ji, seeking retribution for the earlier kick. Damn it! How can you be so useless? Zhao Lei complained angrily. Wang Ji's expression was equally grim, and he vented his frustration with a punch to the little wild boar, which only caused it to grunt even louder, further enraging the larger wild boars above. Qin Yuan chuckled from his perch in the tree. If there was no certainty of a decisive victory, one should not be reckless. They had made themselves embarrassingly vulnerable, surrounded by wild boars. What could they possibly do now? Qin Yuan, could you help distract the wild boars? Once we're out, we'll only take 2 legs. Zhao Lei recalled Qin Yuan in the tree and earnestly pleaded. Apologies, but as this wild boar was caught by me, why should I share it with you? You brought this upon yourselves. I trust you can navigate this predicament. Qin Yuan replied. The path back to the tree house was also from the tree. If they attempted to go by ground, the wild boars would likely protest. Seeing Qin Yuan actually leave, Zhao Lei could not help but curse. We are all human. You're worse than a beast. They redirected their anger towards the little wild boar. What happened to the wild boar's cries? Someone inquired. The wild boar has indeed entered the pit, but unfortunately, Zhao Lei and Wang Ji, those 2 unfortunate souls, attempted to seize it and ended up in the pit as well. Now surrounded by wild boars, Qin Yuan succinctly recounted the events, eliciting a moment of astonishment followed by laughter from the others. A plain gunnerai indeed. These 2 were truly simple-minded. Lin Xiao covered her mouth, laughing as she mocked them. Indeed, they need to learn a lesson. Those who always seek easy gains are the most despicable. Lin Wei concurred, sharing her belief that everyone should work for their sustenance. Those who wish to gain without effort deserve their fate. When will we be able to feast on wild boar meat? In contrast to their scorn, Li Yuyu appeared quite pragmatic, for as the team's cook, she had to consider food issues. Though they were not starving, a steady diet of fish was becoming tiresome. The fishy scent lingering in the air was hardly ideal. Perhaps in a couple of days, maybe even tonight we might catch one. Currently, the wild boars are reluctant to abandon the little one. And we cannot capture them just yet, Qin Yuan speculated, offering an uncertain timeline. Then we'll still be eating fish tonight. It's becoming rather hard on the stomach. Perhaps we should have some fish soup instead, Lu Xiaoning grumbled, as the abundance of food shifted their focus from mere sustenance to culinary variety. Other teams would be fortunate just to have something to eat, and one could not compare oneself to others. Let us make soup then, that will have to do. We have no better options, Qin Yuan acknowledged, his adaptability evident, although he too felt weary of the monotony of their meals. He was compelled to eat for the sake of filling their bellies. Gao Xingyang circled around and approached the kiln, addressing Qin Yuan, Brother Qin. It should be done by now. If it takes too long, the pottery inside may crack. Qin Yuan observed the fire still blazing fiercely. They must have added more fuel. He retrieved 2 sticks and forcefully pushed aside the stone slab covering the top. Glancing inside, he declared, "It's ready. We'll let it extinguish naturally and allow it to cool overnight." Indeed, Gao Shengyang nodded, excitement glimmering in his eyes, as this pottery represented a new beginning. Brother Qin. Look, those are the pots we made today. I also created one. Lin Wei eagerly reported, with Lin Xiao joining in, quickly trying to take credit. Oh, really? Which one is yours? Qin Yuan inquired with a smile, already anticipating the answer. It was clear that Lin Wei, with her meticulous nature, had crafted something decent. While Lin Xiao's youthful exuberance indicated a lack of focus, likely resulting in the least impressive piece among the 6. This one, Lin Xiao pointed to her creation. As expected, Qin Yuan's assumption was spot on. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Qin Yuan encouraged, not wishing to extinguish Lin Xiao's enthusiasm. Though her piece was indeed lacking in finesse. However, it had taken form, and was certainly better than his initial attempts. I told you. Brother Qin would surely think mine is good. Lin Xiao chirped, feeling vindicated against Lin Wei's earlier critiques. All right, we'll fire these up tomorrow. Now, let us prepare for dinner. Just then, a delightful aroma of fish soup wafted through the air. I must say, you are quite fortunate, Qin Yuan teased, poking Gao Xingyang in the side, causing him to blush and lower his head. Chapter 47. The struggle among beasts as Qin Yuan and his companions savored their fish soup. 2 unfortunate souls trapped in the pit were lamenting their fate. Night had fallen, and after squatting for so long that their legs had gone numb, they finally resorted to sitting down, leaning against the walls of the pit. They had contemplated whether to extract the young wild boar in exchange for their own freedom, but ultimately refrained, unwilling to forego the prospect of wild boar meat, thus enduring their predicament. Meanwhile, they berated Qin Yuan incessantly, questioning why, despite being fellow humans, he would not come to their aid. Yet, having interacted with him for some time, they were well aware of his character, which did not prevent them from venting their frustrations. Interestingly, they never reflected upon their own shortcomings, attributing all their miseries, frustrations, and discontent to others. In their mindset, it was not their inadequacy but rather the failures of others that condemned them to such a life. They were not merely self-serving individuals, rather. They embraced a philosophy that sought to drag others down with them. If they could not thrive, neither should anyone else. If their beliefs were indeed such, then their bewildering behaviors might seem justified. Brother Lei, what do we do now? It's dark, and I'm still hungry, Wang Ji lamented, his face etched with worry. Damn it, all you do is eat, eat, eat. What do you expect? Are pies going to fall from the sky? Zhao Lei retorted angrily. To their surprise, food did indeed fall from above, not pies, but cassava. The wild boar had dug up some cassava and tossed it into the pit for the young boar. This indicated that the wild boar herd had not abandoned the young one, but the 2 men were oblivious to this. Wang Ji, block that pig. I'll eat first. And once I'm full, we'll switch roles, Zhao Lei instructed. Although Wang Ji felt disgruntled, he complied, preventing the young boar from reaching the cassava, allowing Zhao Lei to devour a considerable amount. When Zhao Lei finished, they quickly switched places, but by the time Wang Ji got his turn, only 2 meager pieces of cassava remained. He felt a surge of indignation but found himself powerless to change the situation. Their actions did not go unnoticed by the wild boars above, who were on the verge of fury. The boars grunted in anger as they witnessed the 2 men consume the provisions meant for the young boar. After eating, Wang Ji couldn't resist taunting the wild boars, provoking the largest among them to lose its temper. The massive boar charged into the pit, sending Zhao Lei and Wang Ji into a panic. Good grief. This pit is already small. If that big boar comes down, we'll be crushed, they exclaimed, scrambling out of the pit, only to be pursued by 3 other wild boars. The ear-splitting screams roused Qin Yuan from his near slumber. Within moments, he heard the splashes of water. The 2 men had likely plunged into the lake. Qin Yuan had no intention of investigating their predicament, nor did he feel inclined to concern himself with their foolishness. In the lake, the 2 men groaned in despair. These wild boars are relentless. We might not even be able to escape now. Let us wait until they leave before we attempt to get out. The wild boars, unwilling to enter the water, inadvertently granted the 2 men a brief respite. Meanwhile, the young boar managed to climb out of the pit by standing on the back of the large boar. A howl from a wolf startled Qin Yuan awake, and Lu Xiaoning stirred with a look of concern. "What was that noise?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. "A wolf howl," Qin Yuan responded nonchalantly, though Lu Xiaoning felt a chill at his words. "Do you plan to investigate?" she inquired with genuine concern. "Yes, I must check. If a pack of wolves passes through here, we could be in grave danger." Qin Yuan rubbed his face to shake off the drowsiness and steeled himself to confront the situation. "Be careful and avoid any encounters with the wolves," Lu Xiaoning cautioned, her eyes filled with concern. Qin Yuan gently stroked her hair and reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall be fine." The affection in his gaze was unmistakable. With agility, Qin Yuan navigated through the trees to reach the spot where he had lingered earlier that afternoon. Upon arrival, he found the scene tense and precarious. The wolf pack, comprising 8 wolves, was present, and a large wild boar had fallen into the pit. Only 2 adult boars and a smaller one stood defiantly against the wolves. In the distance, Zhao Lei and Wang Ji watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Let these wild boars dig us up. And now they're being targeted by the wolves. Wang Ji chuckled. "Shoo. Observe the situation," Zhao Lei admonished, understanding the necessity of vigilance. Even with 2 boars missing, the wolves hesitated to attack, for the thick mud coating the wild boars provided formidable protection against their sharp claws. However, the wolves would not relent easily. They had gone 2 days without food, and the hunger of the wolves intensified their ferocity. With a commanding howl, the wolf leader signaled, and the pack surrounded the 3 remaining wild boars. The boars, resolute, prepared to charge, they were ready to launch an attack should the wolves make a move. In this wooded terrain, being struck by a wild boar was not the worst fate. Being pinned against a tree was far more perilous, leaving one vulnerable to imminent death. As the wolf leader howled again, the pack launched their assault, knowing that they should target the smallest boar. Even though it was the smallest, it still weighed nearly 200 pounds. The boars grunted loudly, managing to knock one wolf aside, which yelped in pain, likely having sustained broken bones. The other wolves relentlessly attacked the smallest boar, but despite their efforts, they found only mud to gnaw upon. Soon, the wolf leader adapted their strategy, directing the pack toward the trapped large boar. Compared to the other agile boars, this confined boar was a far easier target. The remaining 6 wolves concentrated their efforts on one spot, quickly uncovering the flesh beneath the mud. As the last wolf bit down, the scent of blood ignited the pack's frenzy, intensifying their howls and sharpening their ravenous gazes. Seizing the opportunity, the large boar suddenly charged, and the last wolf fell into the pit, where the boar promptly dispatched it. The struggle among the beasts escalated to a fever pitch. Chapter 48. The Clam and the Heron Struggle. The fisherman gains as Qin Yuan contemplated the unfolding scene. A singular phrase echoed in his mind. A wisdom passed down from his ancestors. When the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits. The fiercer their conflict, the greater the spoils for Qin Yuan. Around the pit, a throng of wild boars gathered, while those trapped within relentlessly attempted to claw their way out. The wolf pack, acutely aware of their intentions, was not inclined to relent, especially with the intoxicating scent of blood driving them into a frenzy. They clung to the great wild boar, tearing at its flesh, refusing to let go even when tossed aside by the creature's powerful movements. This relentless pursuit reminded Qin Yuan of nature's cruel law, the survival of the fittest. The once vigorous wild boar began to slow, its injuries bleeding profusely, flesh gnawed to the bone. The other boars, enraged, charged at the wolves. But the wolves were too agile, dodging their attacks with ease. However, fortune can be fickle, and soon, 2 wolves were sent sprawling by the impact of a boar, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Out of 8 wolves, 3 had been thrown off, 1 fatally. The Wolf King realized a decisive action was necessary. In the harsh reality of the wild, sometimes one must resort to cannibalism. The Wolf King ordered the remaining wolves to carry away their fallen comrade. Thus, the fierce struggle among the beasts concluded with the retreat of the Wolf King. Yet, the losses for the wild boars were far more severe. The great boar was on the brink of death, swaying precariously in the pit, its wounds beyond the possibility of healing. The remaining boars lowered their heads, their spirits dampened as they stood vigil by the pit. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan observed 2 unfortunate souls in the lake, who, realizing the change in circumstances, attempted to escape. As they emerged, a massive wild boar charged at them, unleashing its fury. They fled in a panic, but their speed could not match that of the boar. Zhao Lei, witnessing this, felt compelled to act. He kicked Wang Ji aside. Wang Ji, taken aback, felt betrayed by Zhao Lei. However, the boar wasted no time, crashing into Wang Ji's thigh. With a resounding thud, Wang Ji felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon him. After a heavy fall, he lost consciousness, oblivious to all. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Lei vanished into the woods. Qin Yuan, observing the scene, felt a mere ripple of disturbance within but quickly returned to a state of calm. Their actions were of no concern to him. After all, even if he intervened, he would likely meet a fate akin to Wang Ji's. It was better to wait until the following morning to assess the situation. Upon returning to his hollow in the tree, Qin Yuan fell swiftly into slumber. The next day, on the 12th day, he awoke, savored a bowl of fish soup, and then set out to inspect the wild boars. A wave of elation surged within him. He had initially sought a small boar, but now found himself in possession of a magnificent beast weighing nearly 300 pounds. This bounty would surely alleviate their concerns about sustenance. The others, still in a state of groggy confusion, transformed into expressions of astonishment. 300 pounds. This could sustain them for over half a month. How could this be? Was it not supposed to weigh around 100 pounds? Lu Xiaoning, aware of some details, was equally surprised by the unexpected increase. Qin Yuan recounted the previous day's events, eliciting laughter from the group. It seems we owe our gratitude to Zhao Lei and his companions. Without their interference, we would not have acquired such ample provisions. Together, they ventured forth to retrieve the wild boar. Qin Yuan assigned Lin Wei and Lu Xiaoning to keep watch from the trees, while Li Yuyu assisted with the task. And Lin Xia remained vigilant of their surroundings. This mission called for the entire team. The sheer weight of the boar proved too much for Qin Yuan and Gao Shenyang to manage alone. Li Yuyu proposed butchering it on site. But Qin Yuan swiftly dismissed the idea. The ensuing scent of blood would undoubtedly attract more boars, and they could find themselves trapped. Thankfully, with Lin Xia's assistance, the four of them managed to hoist the massive boar onto a handcart. Once the great beast was transported, the group was met with another surprise. Beneath the bulk of the 300-pound wild boar lay a smaller one, which Qin Yuan had previously captured. This little boar, nearly suffocated, was promptly dispatched by Qin Yuan with a swift kick, sending it to its demise. Unexpectedly, this bounty sparked joy among the group, their smiles illuminating their faces. However, Qin Yuan pondered the peculiarities of the larger boar. Most adult wild boars typically weigh between 80 to 100 kilograms, roughly 160 to 200 pounds. What breed of boar could this be, so extraordinarily large? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. What mattered was the meat. Together, the two boars amounted to approximately 400 pounds. Qin Yuan and Gao Shenyang pulled the cart, while the four women pushed from behind, leaving a long trail in their wake. Qin Yuan instructed Lin Xia to erase their tracks, ensuring their movements remained concealed. Upon reaching a nearby creek, Li Yuyu quickly retrieved a kitchen knife, while Qin Yuan produced a dagger. Throughout the morning, the two worked diligently to butcher the wild boar. Yet, the size of the task proved overwhelming, and the pungent scent of blood began to unsettle Qin Yuan. He opted to perform the butchering by the creek, washing away the bloodied remnants. While Qin Yuan engaged in this laborious task, the captain and the crew grew increasingly restless. Where's Qin Yuan? Weren't we supposed to set sail today? Why have we not seen any of his companions? The crew expressed their frustrations, astonished that even Qin Yuan could leave them in the lurch. Patience, replied the captain. We have food now, let us not rush. We can find more provisions. With sustenance in hand, their earlier hunger pains faded, and smiles returned to their faces. Where shall we seek additional food? One crew member pondered aloud before pointing. Isn't that Wang Ji, crawling on the ground? Before the sailor could finish, he gestured toward Wang Ji, struggling a short distance away. Ignore him. He is likely up to no good again. Let us avoid any dealings with Zhao Lei and his crew. The captain, having suffered several misfortunes at Zhao Lei's expense, harbored a profound disdain for both him and Wang Ji. Curiously, Wang Ji's path seemed to align with that of Ma Chunju's earlier direction. Chapter 49. Preparations before setting sail. Thus, the cycle continued, and everyone was utterly exhausted, feeling as if their arms were no longer their own. Qin Yuan fared better. Having been a soldier and possessing good physical endurance, yet Li Yuyu's hands trembled, nearly unable to hold the knife. Once the group finished their labor, they realized that 4 hours had slipped by unnoticed. They had processed a considerable amount of meat. In Li Yuyu's words, the fatty portions were to be rendered for oil, while the remaining meat was to be smoked, dried, and turned into cured meat. After all, on a deserted island without a refrigerator, this method of preservation was essential. Otherwise, all that meat would surely go to waste. Qin Yuan abstained from consuming offal, and after some contemplation, the others followed suit. As the internal organs of wild boars could harbor unknown pathogens, a bit of meat was sufficient. The offal was indeed unnecessary. After laboring for over 4 hours, Li Yuyu had exhausted her strength, prompting Lin Wei to volunteer to cook for everyone. Our first ceramic vessel has been successfully crafted, announced Qin Yuan. To which Lin Xiao enthusiastically echoed with raised arms, hooray. The group shared smiles, for at least they had made progress in their technological endeavors. Ceramic vessels, while fundamental, are invaluable when needed. For instance, they had previously relied on mineral water bottles, each holding only 500 milliliters, requiring 10 bottles to collect a mere 5 liters. This newly crafted ceramic jar, larger in size, could hold as much water as 2 mineral water bottles at once, alleviating the need to replenish water mid-cooking. Qin Yuan then placed the other completed jars into the kiln and lit the fire, commencing the second batch of pottery. At that moment, nothing brought them greater satisfaction than the abundance of food. Gazing at the wild boar meat hanging from the trees, the group wore expressions of contentment. Once Li Yuyu had rested sufficiently, she retrieved a frying pan to render the pig fat. Although wild boars have less fat than domestic pigs, the fat they did possess was efficient in yielding oil. After carefully trimming the fat from 2 pigs, the oil extraction commenced. The rendered oil was collected in mineral water bottles. Despite the limited fat, the yield was impressive. Using just over half of the fat resulted in a full bottle of oil. After sealing the lid, she began filling a second bottle, asking Qin Yuan to create a small opening in the cap for easier dispensing. Li Yuyu, I've come to realize that we cannot do without you. Your ingenuity is invaluable, Qin Yuan praised, looking at the full bottle of pig fat. It dawned on him why the meat seemed lacking. It was under-seasoned. However, he remained unperturbed. If necessary, he could resort to distillation to extract salt. Furthermore, he planned to search for the cruise ship the following day to procure essential seasonings from the kitchen. After a long day, everyone retired early for the night, unlike their usual habit of chatting before sleep. Qin Yuan too succumbed to slumber, embracing the girl beside him. Day 13. Unbeknownst to them, nearly half a month had passed on this deserted island. Qin Yuan's mindset had remained unchanged since the moment he set foot on the island. Embodying the spirit of a certain animated film, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Thus, his attitude remained steadfast. While the others experienced a complex evolution of feelings, from confusion and resignation to a burgeoning sense of hope, each person harbored their own thoughts. And Qin Yuan refrained from imposing judgments. After breakfast, Qin Yuan instructed the group to continue organizing the remaining pork and engage in pottery, kiln operation, and weaving, ensuring that everyone had their designated tasks. He called upon Gao Xingyang, loading baskets, inflatable rafts, diving suits, and nets onto a handcart before heading to meet the captain. The baskets and nets were intended for storing additional items, while the rest were essentials. Qin Yuan also produced 2 wooden boards to serve as paddles, preventing them from drifting aimlessly in the sea breeze. Upon reaching the shoreline, the captain, seeing that Qin Yuan had gathered most of the equipment, greeted him with eager enthusiasm. Dear Qin, it's a pleasure to see you. Shall we set sail today? Given the captain's unpredictable nature, one could never be certain of his actions. Caution was paramount to avoid being led astray. Rest assured, dear Qin, I swear by the name of the Almighty that nothing untoward will occur, the captain assured, with a simple goal of acquiring canned food during their expedition. Very well. Once we set sail, I have 2 diving suits here for you, myself and the sailor. We 3 shall dive while he keeps watch on the raft. Does anyone object? Qin Yuan sought to address critical matters in advance, as postponing them would only waste time. The captain readily agreed, unaware that Qin Yuan was preemptively addressing their concerns. He nodded vigorously in agreement. No changes, the profit-sharing ratio remains the same. I do not appreciate those who unilaterally breach agreements, Qin Yuan firmly declined. The captain wore an awkward expression, as if he wanted to point out that it was he who had breached the agreement by arriving a day late. Yet he lacked the courage to voice such thoughts. On this deserted island, strength reigned supreme. Qin Yuan had already demonstrated his capabilities, and they dared not provoke him. Once all doubts and concerns were laid to rest, Qin Yuan led them into the sea. Only 4 individuals ventured into the water: Qin Yuan, Gao Xingyang, Captain James, and a sailor, while the crew member remained behind to guard the raft. No one voiced any objections. After securing the baskets and nets to the raft, the 4 set off, guided by the sailor, towards the direction of the ill-fated cruise ship. It must be said, the sailor was exceptionally skilled, akin to a human GPS. Even after more than 10 days, he could still navigate the route. This was advantageous. It was wise to leave specialized tasks to those who were adept. For although Qin Yuan might thrive on the island, at sea, he was truly a novice. Chapter 50. Setting sail. Qin Yuan did not paddle. That task was entrusted to Gao Xingyang and the captain. He suddenly recalled a matter of utmost importance and directly inquired, James, if memory serves me right. Every ship is equipped with a black box, and yours should be no exception. When we locate the ill-fated cruise liner, shall we be able to access it? James halted his rhythmic motion of the oars and turned his gaze towards Qin Yuan, astonished by his knowledge. With a resigned shake of his head and a wry smile, he replied, Indeed, that is correct. However, the black box missed its maintenance during the last voyage. We had intended to repair it in Australia, but we encountered a storm instead. Upon hearing James's explanation, Qin Yuan discerned that his laziness and reckless optimism had led him to neglect this critical issue, only to be thwarted by an unforeseen tempest. For him, the likelihood of a cruise liner encountering disaster was marginally higher than that of an airplane. Yet both scenarios belonged to the realm of rare occurrences. While such low-probability events were easily dismissed, he had chosen to conveniently forget them. Despite their rarity, the consequences, when they did occur, were dire, resulting in a 90% mortality rate. Particularly concerning was James's cowardice, as he had failed to adequately communicate the severity of the storm, leading to an even greater loss of life. Thus, James bore an undeniable responsibility. "Are you afraid?" Qin Yuan's voice rose unexpectedly. James's hand, which had been gliding the oar, froze. His expression became rigid as he lowered his head, biting his lip, clearly lost in thought. Observing his demeanor, Qin Yuan recognized that he was not grappling with guilt. After all, a person who could abandon the safety of his crew would hardly feel remorse. The true reason for his anxiety lay in the fear that Qin Yuan might unceremoniously toss him into the sea. "No, no, dear Qin, please forgive my transgressions. Your country has an old saying about being as diligent as an ox or a horse. If you forgive us, we are willing to serve you in that capacity." Qin Yuan regarded the captain with an enigmatic smile, shaking his head. "Serve as oxen or horses? I suspect you wish for me to manage your provisions." James certainly had a way with words, skillfully articulating flattery. He sought not only Qin Yuan's forgiveness for his oversight but also a chance to accompany him, ensuring a future devoid of worry about sustenance, all while feigning humility. It was a remarkable act, akin to a whimsical seed entering a magical abode, truly delightful. James, catching a glimpse of Qin Yuan's inscrutable expression, felt a tremor of apprehension and refrained from further speech. "James, if you desire my forgiveness and acceptance, your performance this time will be the determining factor. You may be adept at sweet talk, but I, Qin Yuan, am equally capable. I see through your little schemes, and you have no grounds for rebuttal. You must strive to impress." "Yes, yes." James nodded vigorously, adopting an expression of deep gratitude. Qin Yuan waved him off, indicating he should return to rowing. Given that James was a stranger, Qin Yuan felt compelled to maintain a level of caution. The tale of the farmer and the snake was no mere fable. Those not of my kin may harbor ulterior motives, a notion steeped in mystique. Some individuals, upon meeting, exhibit an immediate bond, while others seem destined for conflict from the outset. Intuition and feelings, though Qin Yuan did not wholly trust such esoteric concepts, they served as excellent justifications for rejection. "I sense you are unworthy. I suspect your intentions are dubious." The sailor, meanwhile, selectively absorbed the conversation between Qin Yuan and the captain, aware that if he allowed his mind to wander, all four of them would meet a grim fate. This was no jest. Losing one's sense of direction at sea could lead to disaster. Thus, he dared not falter in focus. Fortunately, half an hour later, he spotted a reflective glimmer on the water's surface and exclaimed in delight, "There? That is where our cruise liner met its demise. Everyone, paddle with all your strength towards that direction." Indeed, as they rowed towards the sailor's indicated point, the surrounding debris increased: planks, foam, and even some bodies. It was evident that, after more than 10 days, the remains had begun to decompose, emitting a foul stench, unbearable to behold. This time, the captain stood up, guiding them toward the wreckage. If the sailor possessed a keen sense of direction, James excelled in locating the ship. With so much debris, without a clear marker, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Although they had diving suits, their oxygen supply was limited, and using it to search for the ship would be wasteful. Presently, they lacked everything and had to simplify their efforts. Despite the captain's unreliability on land, his ability to locate the ship was indeed exceptional, and he quickly identified a piece of debris linked to the ill-fated liner. Finding this would surely lead to the wreck beneath. "Dear Qin, beneath us lies the cruise liner. Shall we don our diving suits now?" "Yes. We shall descend into the depths immediately. It will be more challenging to navigate after dark, and we might drift to unknown territories." Qin Yuan and Gao Xingyang each took a bite of wild boar jerky, eliciting envious looks from the captain and sailor, while they were relegated to consuming mere fish. Qin Yuan savored the taste of jerky, prompting them to swallow hard and lick their lips. Qin Yuan was uncertain of Gao Xingyang's feelings after tasting the jerky, but for him, it filled him with vigor. He had tested this before, yet the pressing concern remained: they needed to enter the sea. Soon, the three donned their diving suits. "Xingyang, remain vigilant here. If you spot anything of interest, use a plank to retrieve it. Do not attempt to take the raft away. Understand?" "I understand," Gao Xingyang replied solemnly, nodding. Qin Yuan patted his shoulder and then leaned back, plunging into the water. The diving suits were equipped with waterproof flashlights, allowing the trio to navigate the ocean floor effortlessly. Before long, they discovered the submerged cruise liner. Upon sighting it, Qin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. When he departed on that stormy night, he had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation, believing it to be merely a tempest. However, now, upon closer inspection of the liner, it was evident that what had transpired was not merely a storm, but the unmistakable marks of some monstrous creature. Chapter 51. The unknown creature. To liken it to an animal feels utterly implausible. It hardly resembles anything of the sort. The entire cruise ship stretches several hundred meters long, and one must ponder what kind of creature could possibly leave a mark over 100 meters long. A shark could certainly not achieve this. The evidence suggests a single bite rather than a series of nibbles. Furthermore, would a shark be so foolish as to bite into a metal hull? The three of them felt a chill run down their spines upon this realization, halting their actions, overwhelmed by a sense of dread and terror. Clearly, no known creature could exhibit such behavior. It must be an unknown entity, and humanity's greatest fear lies in the unknown. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. It is akin to a death row inmate who, if aware of the day of execution, might find solace in the knowledge, while the uncertainty of when it might occur becomes a torment, a relentless agony of body and soul. A renowned experiment involved blindfolding a prisoner, then making a superficial cut with the back of a knife on his arm while incessantly dripping water nearby, suggesting it was his own blood. The outcome? The condemned man was frightened to death, despite having no actual wounds. What should we do, Qin? The captain's eyes were wide with fear, filled with dread and uncertainty. Completely lost as to what action to take next. Forget about it. Let's find food. Qin Yuan, being human and not a deity, also felt fear upon witnessing this scene. However, his strong mental fortitude prevented him from succumbing to panic like the captain. The three of them ceased their conversation, with the captain leading the sailor to search for canned goods. A ship of this size housed plenty of canned food, all stored in the pantry, and the captain and sailor were familiar with the layout. Thus they proceeded to search for provisions. Qin Yuan was not overly anxious. He did not lack food, but was in need of some seasonings. He discovered an open door and entered, retrieving a duvet, then haphazardly stuffing the sheets, pillow, and quilt inside. The fabric was heavy due to water absorption, and after dragging it into the kitchen, he began rummaging for spices. The kitchen bore the stench of corpses, evidently the ship chefs who had perished in the disaster, unable to escape and instead succumbing to the flood. Upon opening the cupboard, Qin Yuan found an array of spices and hastily stuffed all the unopened and well-preserved ones into the duvet. He also found several ingredients, but chose not to take them, as the thought of transporting food that had been submerged alongside the dead felt repugnant, especially in the ocean, where it was likely inedible. Once the spices filled the duvet, it became even heavier. With both hands grasping it, Qin Yuan finally exited the room and swam toward the inflatable raft. "Xingyang, lend me a hand." After exerting considerable effort, he finally emerged. Upon seeing Qin Yuan's state, Gao Xingyang immediately assisted. So heavy, Gao Xingyang nearly got pulled into the water. He was astonished by the weight. Qin Yuan quickly removed the jars and packets of spices, placing them in the basket. Together, they hoisted the duvet, pillow, and quilt onto the raft, squeezing out the water before using them as cushions. 3 quilts, 3 pillows, 1 duvet, and 1 sheet. It was nearly the death of Qin Yuan due to their sheer weight. Anyone who has lifted such drenched items knows their immense burden. Gasping for breath, Qin Yuan lay on the inflatable raft to rest for a moment. "Brother Qin, you've worked hard." Gao Xingyang promptly offered him a bottle of water, speaking kindly. Respect for someone is often discernible through actions rather than mere words. His esteem for Qin Yuan was evident in this instance, as the items Qin Yuan brought back significantly enhanced their living conditions, rather than being mere sustenance. The duvet, quilt, and pillows were items they lacked and hadn't even considered, yet Qin Yuan had thought of them. After taking a swig of water, Qin Yuan remained silent, merely glancing around, aware that he must be armed. If a conflict were to erupt now, it would surely lead to their demise. How noble could a captain be? Willing to abandon the entire crew for his own survival? He must be a coward at heart. Such a waste of a man standing at 6 feet tall. After stowing the cans and the duvet in the raft, Qin Yuan felt a resurgence of strength and checked the time. It was already past noon. "Check how much oxygen we have left. We must descend again." Observing that the oxygen gauge still indicated over half, he instructed. The captain and sailor glanced at their gauges, which also showed more than half remaining. "Then let us go down once more. After this trip, we shan't return here." Although Qin Yuan had another diving suit, without someone like the captain or sailor to guide their path, it would be futile to venture down alone. After preparing, the three descended into the sea again. This time, Qin Yuan did not seek items to improve their quality of life. The previous trip had nearly taken his life. So he decided to follow the captain and sailor in gathering cans instead. As they passed the pantry, Qin Yuan spotted a fire hydrant, which contained a fire axe, and he took it with him. This left the captain and sailor astounded. How could they have forgotten to procure weapons for self-defense? However, they had already reached the pantry door, and it was too late to search for the fire hydrant again. Once inside the pantry, they began collecting cans. With the fire axe in his left hand and a box of cans tucked under his left elbow, Qin Yuan cradled another box of cans in his right arm. The captain and sailor, now experienced from their first dive, had no trouble this time, each carrying 3 boxes of cans. After a brief rest, Qin Yuan checked his watch. It was already 2:37 p.m. They had to head back. All right, I'll guide the way. The sailor nodded, stood up, and, having clarified their direction, began steering towards the deserted island. The journey was relatively smooth. Chapter 52. Return to the island. The cultivation cycle posed quite a dilemma, compounded by the presence of other life forms. This island, characterized by either beaches or dense forests, offered scant arable land, a fact that Qin Yuan quickly acknowledged. Nevertheless, he deemed it essential to construct a simple dwelling. Residing in a tree house indefinitely was hardly a sustainable solution. Contemplating this, Qin Yuan felt a pang of frustration. Having just relocated, he now had to prepare for a new living arrangement. The tree house had been a necessity born of circumstance, but this time, the intent was to enhance his quality of life, warranting a more thoughtful approach, such as first identifying a suitable location for habitation. Once a site was secured, the next step involved erecting a fence to deter wild beasts. In short, there remained much to accomplish. Not only the crew, but also Qin Yuan's people had gathered at the shore, eagerly awaiting his safe return, and their spirits soared upon seeing him return laden with supplies. Quickly, lend a hand and bring the inflatable raft ashore. Qin Yuan called out upon spotting them. The individuals on the shore responded promptly, taking the rope he offered, while those on the raft descended to push it ashore. As the raft drew close, everyone converged around it. James, regarding our previous arrangement of the 80-20 split, here are 3 boxes of canned goods for you, each containing 24 cans. You know I have not shortchanged you. Technically, Qin Yuan needed to provide only 58 cans based on their agreed ratio. However, considering he had also brought blankets and seasonings, he chose not to dwell on the specifics. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's distribution, James expressed a desire for seasonings, rubbing his hands together with a sheepish grin. Dear Qin, could you spare us a bag of salt? Qin Yuan had brought 11 bags of salt, each weighing 500 grams. Since James requested salt, he decided to part with 1 bag. Now, I trust you will harbor no further expectations. This is a one-time offer. Qin Yuan did not refuse. After they departed, he called upon his own people to transfer the goods onto the handcart and deflate the raft. Once the crew left, everyone gathered around. Wow, Brother Qin, you're amazing. So many cans, and fruit cans too. This is fantastic. Enough chatter, let us move. This place is not suitable for lingering. Qin Yuan chuckled and took the lead in transporting the items. He felt an unsettling sensation that someone was watching him from the shoreline. Indeed, he was correct. For a figure in a black suit was fixated on Qin Yuan's supplies from a distance. He licked his lips, consumed by desire. The previous encounter with deer meat had tantalized his taste buds, yet Qin Yuan's swift departure left him vexed. He had contemplated following the fishermanly Yu to uncover what Qin Yuan had brought, but his hunger had driven him into the woods in search of food, causing him to overlook the opportunity. By the time he realized it, a storm had struck, and like the others, he had been preoccupied with catching fish, allowing the matter to slip his mind. Now, encountering Qin Yuan's bountiful haul of canned goods reignited his yearning. He could only imagine the thoughts that would cross the mind of the man in the black suit if he knew that Qin Yuan had several hundred pounds of pork hanging in his dwelling. Upon arriving at Qin Yuan's treehouse, the man was utterly astounded. What is this you call survival? Several hundred pounds of meat, along with nearly 200 cans. If this qualifies as survival, then surely we lack even the right to claim it. Of course, the man in the black suit failed to consider that all of this was achieved through the collective effort of Qin Yuan and his companions. Have today's tasks been completed? After a few individuals opened a can of fruit, Qin Yuan inquired with a smile. All tasks accomplished. My sister even skinned the pelts of those wolves. Yesterday, while you were preoccupied with the pork, we completely forgot about the wolf pelts. However, even a dead wolf feels rather intimidating. Lin Xiao shrugged, pointing to the wolf pelts hanging from the tree. Well done, Lin Wei, you all have worked hard. Let us set aside this talk for now. Please wash these items afterward. After soaking in the sea for so long, they surely deserve the comfort of fresh water. Qin Yuan instructed. Sure. If we wash them today, we can use them tomorrow and finally snuggle under the blankets for sleep. Lin Xiao exclaimed with excitement. However, merely snuggling under the blankets would not provide complete warmth. Their treehouse had a net-like structure, which kept the top warm but left the back chilly. To celebrate our acquisition, let us feast on canned goods today, Li Yuyu announced, retrieving 6 cans of meat to heat, distributing 1 to each person. Yuyu, could you pass me another chunk of meat? Qin Yuan gestured towards the pork hanging overhead. Ah, why are we indulging in pork when we have so many cans? Lu Xiaoning inquired, puzzled by Qin Yuan's preference for pork over the canned goods. I cannot quite articulate it. Consuming more seems beneficial for the body, Qin Yuan replied. Shaking his head, he felt a notable increase in strength, attributing it to the pork. He was acutely aware of his physical condition, ordinarily. After transporting such a volume of goods, he would have collapsed in exhaustion, yet now he merely felt a tinge of fatigue without the overwhelming need to sleep. He had sensed this change when he first indulged in deer meat, but at the time, he had not given it much thought, attributing it solely to daily exercise. However, the transformation brought about by just 1 day of consuming pork was indeed astonishing. To verify this, Qin Yuan resolved to consume more pork to conduct his own experiment. Li Yuyu re-marinated the pork with seasonings to enhance its flavor, and as Qin Yuan savored it, he found it far superior to before. Excellent, Yuyu. Your culinary skills have greatly improved, Qin Yuan praised, devouring the meat heartily. Sister, didn't you have something to tell Brother Qin? Hurry and say it. After finishing the canned goods, Lin Xiao noticed Lin Wei fidgeting and hesitating to speak, prompting her to express her mild annoyance loudly. Chapter 53. Is it really necessary? Lin Wei, observing the multitude of curious gazes upon her, cleared her throat with poise, her voice soft and delicate. Brother Qin, earlier today, while I was cleaning wolf pelts, I heard some peculiar sounds. Peculiar sounds? Not only Qin Yuan, but the others too were perplexed. They had not strayed far from the treehouse. So how had they not heard anything? Indeed, peculiar sounds. It's difficult to describe. Almost like a human voice, yet not quite, a sound that no beast could produce. Deep and resonant. Oh, I truly cannot find the words. Lin Wei lowered her gaze, leaving Qin Yuan with a bittersweet smile. It was quite astonishing to witness someone of Lin Wei's demeanor react in such a manner, akin to Lin Xiao, yet one could understand. Perhaps she had genuinely encountered something strange. I understand. Where did you hear it? No, wait, I should ask. While you were listening, where did you believe the sound originated? Qin Yuan corrected his inquiry, fixing a calm gaze upon Lin Wei. My sense of direction is rather poor. Brother Qin, you mentioned we entered the forest from the south, meaning our front is north, and the stream lies to our west. Therefore, I believe the sound came from the northwest. Although Lin Wei struggled with orientation, she had retained Qin Yuan's words and gestured roughly in the indicated direction, providing him with a clearer understanding. To summarize, the areas Qin Yuan had explored thus far included a large lake to the north and a rocky outcrop to the southwest, where Zhao Lei had gathered, as well as the foul swamp to the northeast, home to crocodiles, which Qin Yuan had dared not investigate further. The northwest direction Lin Wei spoke of had indeed remained unexamined by him. If Qin Yuan took his current position as the epicenter and radiated outward, aside from the northwest and southeast, he had explored all other directions. However, this exploration had merely scratched the surface. He had not delved deeper. Though the island appeared small, practically insignificant on a map, it was a different matter entirely for humans navigating its terrain. Very well, I shall investigate the situation tomorrow to ascertain what is truly occurring. You need not worry, Qin Yuan assured after thoughtful consideration, taking a bite of the pork jerky. All right, let us wash the sheets then. After finishing their meal, the group set off with a handcart to clean, while Lu Xiaoning was asked to stay behind to tidy up, and Gao Xingyang was summoned away by Li Yuyu. With 6 individuals leaving, only 2 remained, and Lu Xiaoning instantly grasped the underlying tension. Her face flushed, she lowered her head, silently attending to her tasks. Qin Yuan pressed his lips together before embracing Lu Xiaoning from behind. Feeling his breath near her ear, Lu Xiaoning froze, astonished by Qin Yuan's newfound boldness. I missed you, she murmured softly, turning to entwine her arms around his neck, burying her head against his chest. Little girl. Seizing the moment as Lu Xiaoning looked up, Qin Yuan kissed her lips tenderly. As the saying goes, a well-fed mind wanders to desire. Qin Yuan was not a saint. And after discovering the terrifying remnants of an ominous creature earlier that day, he felt an overwhelming gratitude for life and a deep appreciation for the person in his embrace. Lu Xiaoning was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected kiss, bewildered. Upon parting, she trembled slightly, breathless. Why are you so annoying? I really don't want to deal with you, she exclaimed, wiping her lips and leaving those words hanging in the air. Stay alive. Lu Xiaoning was once again puzzled. What did Qin Yuan mean by that? Just as she was about to inquire, he had already turned his attention to the kiln, providing no further explanation. Regarding the matter of the abyssal maw, Qin Yuan resolved to feign ignorance. choosing not to disclose any information that might incite panic among the group. Life was relatively good. They had no worries about food or drink, and there was no need to burden them with the ethereal and unsettling. Meanwhile, the figure clad in black, perched high above, watched with envy as Qin Yuan possessed an abundance of meat, wishing to seize it all for himself. Yet, lacking the ability to do so, he could only bide his time, waiting for the dead of night to stealthily claim his prize. Such endeavors were child's play for him. Upon reaching the kiln, Qin Yuan discovered a considerable number of pottery pieces had been successfully fired, with some yet to be completed. A satisfied smile graced his face. Whether it be firing, pottery making, weaving, or hunting, these tasks were not one-time affairs. They required ongoing effort. Such items were either daily necessities or consumables, integral to their routine. Unlike building a house, which could be constructed once and forgotten, these items would become useless if neglected for just a few days. After stretching, Qin Yuan ascended to the treehouse, eager for rest. He was utterly exhausted. Yet, just as he yearned to discover who the bride was, his dreams abruptly shattered. What the? Qin Yuan jolted upright, realizing dawn had yet to break, and everyone else was still asleep. The fire on the ground had extinguished itself at some point. However, a figure was unmistakably beneath him, in the act of pilfering meat. Not only was Qin Yuan taken aback, but even the shadow below him froze in surprise. How had he awakened? Instantly, Qin Yuan sprang to his feet, seizing the fire axe, and climbed down from the tree. The commotion of his movement roused the others, and upon witnessing someone stealing their meat, they were instantly startled, calling one another awake. What was the purpose of moving to the treehouse if not to deter thieves? And yet, here they were, with someone daring to steal, and judging by the reach of the thief, it was undoubtedly the same individual who had stolen meat before. Damn it, you scoundrel! Qin Yuan, typically not one to curse, could not help but unleash his frustration. After all, the black-clad figure had absconded with at least dozens of pounds of meat, treating his territory as if it were a free supermarket, coming and going as he pleased. But the thief in black was already making a hasty retreat, and Qin Yuan was hot on his heels. He would ensure that his axe would dismantle the thief into pieces. The audacity of stealing meat was one thing. The disruption of his peaceful slumber was another. The thief in black found himself on the verge of tears. He had never anticipated that a mere act of theft would lead to such a relentless pursuit from Qin Yuan. It was just a bit of meat. Was it really necessary to react this way? Chapter 54. Effortlessly, the man in the black suit never anticipated that Qin Yuan's relentless pursuit stemmed from the disturbance of his sweet dreams. Don't you dare run. If I catch you, I will dismember you into 8 pieces. Qin Yuan bellowed with great vigor, leaving the black suit momentarily speechless. He attempted to toss a piece of meat, but Qin Yuan remained unfazed, his singular focus on killing rendering the black suit in disbelief. Chasing someone through the woods was inherently a challenging task. The dense trees impeded their speed. The black suit, burdened with dozens of pounds of meat, found his pace further hindered. As Qin Yuan closed in, he came perilously close to capturing him several times. Ultimately, the black suit decided to relinquish most of the meat, fleeing with only 2 pieces. Eventually, Qin Yuan opted to abandon the chase. His initial fury gave way to reason as he pondered the possibility of a diversion. With this thought, he gathered the discarded meat and briskly made his way back to the treehouse, collecting the remaining pieces along the route. Fortunately, the meat was smoked, ensuring its edibility even after contact with the ground. Upon returning to the treehouse, Qin Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Contrary to his fears of being led into a trap, they were unharmed, and the campfire had been rekindled in anticipation of his return. Brother Qin, did you catch him? The group inquired with concern. No, that scoundrel was simply too swift. We moved to the woods, yet he still pursued our provisions. Thankfully, we discovered his presence early. Although we suffered some loss, it could have been far worse had he taken everything. That's all right, Brother Qin, as long as you're safe, Lin Wei reassured him, her infectious smile seemingly calming the world around them. Qin Yuan's spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, you have a point. Let's hang these meat strips up. Tomorrow, Gao Sheyong. You must ensure to hang them higher. After all the hard work we put in should not be stolen so easily. Do you have no objections? Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Li Yuyu shot a fierce glare at Gao Sheyong. Gao Sheyong scratched his head sheepishly. Brother Qin, are you trying to sow discord between us? Rest assured, I will definitely secure the hooks high enough to prevent theft. Just not too high. Have you not noticed the seagulls and eagles? If they take them, we may never see that meat again. After a night filled with frustration, the next day, the 14th day arrived. For breakfast, Qin Yuan enjoyed the delectable pork, which had become quite addictive. With each bite, he felt an invigorating surge of strength, though this was merely a subjective sensation. The true measure of his power could only be determined through experimentation. In the wilderness, strength indeed held significant advantages. Intellect alone was insufficient. If one possessed both great intellect and strength, they would be an unparalleled talent. Brother Qin, what shall we do next? Why do they always want to steal our food? Lin Shao lamented, sipping fish soup during breakfast, clearly agitated. We will continue weaving, but I intend to find a suitable location for us to reside. We shall no longer dwell in tree houses. We aspire to live in grander accommodations, a villa. Qin Yuan jested, eliciting laughter from the group. Wonderful. We eagerly await the completion of Brother Qin's villa. After a brief exchange, Qin Yuan took the fire axe and ventured alone to the location pointed out by Lin Wei. Gao Xingyang was busy attending to the tasks assigned by Qin Yuan the previous night, while the others engaged in weaving or pottery. It was another industrious and fulfilling day. Meanwhile, the man in the black suit, having feasted on the meat strips, stumbled upon the crocodile's den. Hesitant, he pondered how one could enter a den inhabited by crocodiles, only to find that the surrounding areas were merely swamps, offering no viable entry. Although he was not particularly loquacious, he was aware of the dynamics among the island's inhabitants. While Tian's group lacked Qin Yuan's strength, they were certainly stronger than Zhao Lei and the captain's faction, making it a suitable environment for him. However, he did not intend to become a subordinate, but rather to dominate them. The black suit was confident in his abilities. Given the abundance of food where Qin Yuan was, he believed that Tian's group, having developed over time, must have ample supplies, ripe for the taking. Unfortunately, he overlooked a fundamental truth. Not everyone was like Qin Yuan. His aspirations were lofty, yet reality was stark. In Tian's group, there were 3 women and 1 man, even though Siyu possessed a strong overarching vision. The team's productivity was insufficient, necessitating a long-term strategy. When the black suit arrived at Tian's camp, he found them engaged in a meager meal. The water in the pot was murky, and a nearby pit appeared to be a collection site for rainwater during storms. Upon noticing the black suit's arrival, they instinctively huddled together, their expressions filled with alarm. What brings you here? If I recall correctly, you are affiliated with the captain, Tian said warily, his demeanor tense. The appearance of the black suit posed a serious threat to his position. Though he was the nominal leader, his desire for control and dominance was palpable, and he relished the process of asserting his authority without sharing it with another. It was akin to the emergence of a rival tiger within the territory of an established male. 2 tigers cannot coexist in one mountain. While the analogy may offend the tiger, the principle remains valid. Indeed, you've guessed correctly. I present you with 2 choices. 1, submit to me. 2, die. The black suit replied coolly, drawing a finely crafted dagger from his pocket and polishing it with his suit, his bloodthirsty demeanor surveying them with a semblance of a smile. His behavior was a reflection of his years as a killer, his personal style firmly established and unchangeable. His mission in Australia was to assist a client in dealing with a drug lord. Their organization was notorious worldwide, and their clientele included not only dignitaries and businessmen but also drug lords, mercenaries, and individuals from special channels, essentially a gathering of rivals. The black suit's demeanor left Tian and his companions, who had seen little of the world, utterly speechless. Although Qin Yuan had also wielded weapons, his intent was primarily to intimidate, aiming to deter them. In contrast, the black suit's dagger, coupled with his icy disposition, made it clear that intimidation was not his aim. He truly meant it. It wasn't the weapons they feared, but the likelihood of him being deadly serious. Only Suyu maintained a semblance of composure, albeit not by much. She swallowed hard, steadying her nerves, and cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by submit?" "Quite simply, you will follow my instructions. Whatever I command, you shall do. Of course, you will also reap the benefits of not starving," he stated coldly. "Once you submit, do not entertain thoughts of leaving or fleeing. Otherwise, I will find 100 ways to locate you and end your life." The black suit's tone was chillingly casual. While it appeared humorous, the truth was far from it. With his capabilities, he could indeed eliminate them without a second thought. Siyu's heart raced, her expression grim, realizing that her thoughts had been effortlessly discerned by him. Meanwhile, the once boisterous Tian now cowered in the background, trembling like a coward, no longer daring to provoke him. 3 seconds passed. 3, 2. "I agree." The first to speak was, predictably, Tian, stepping forward with obsequious eagerness, a servile demeanor that suggested he would gladly prostrate himself at the black suit's feet. "And the rest of you?" The man in the black suit cast a glance, and where his gaze fell, the women dared not meet his eyes, lowering their heads in agreement. However, their disdain for Tian was palpable. They had not anticipated such timidity from him, nor did they foresee that among the captain's crew there lurked such formidable strength. "Rest assured, as my subordinates, you shall not be neglected. Go fetch water, and if you follow this path straight ahead, you will find the lake." The man in the black suit did not deceive them. yet he felt a sense of futility in having to explain himself, especially as he observed Tian subsisting on mere small fish, shrimp, and oysters daily. Nevertheless, this arrangement had its merits. By subjugating a few individuals, he could better investigate the island's circumstances. He sensed a resemblance between this island and one he had heard of before, though he could not be certain until the rumored events were corroborated. If they were indeed validated, it would be a tremendous gain. Meanwhile, Suyu and the others were in a state of despair. In just half an hour, their minds were in disarray. Had they truly been subdued without a fight? The only man among them, Tian, appeared utterly cowardly. Should we not flee? Escape to another place, suggested a girl beside Suyu in a hushed tone. Flee? Where could we possibly go? The island is vast, and all our belongings are over there. They are our only source of support, Suyu replied bitterly. Effectively isolating Tian. Let us assess the situation first. Since he has indicated where the water source lies, we should at least be free from thirst. Suyu forced a smile, and they all ventured into the woods to gather water. At that moment, Tian felt exceedingly awkward, for he was utterly at a loss as to what to do. He wanted to catch up with them to speak, but his face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him feeling humiliated. He could only silently follow behind them, enduring their disdainful glances. Internally, Tian consoled himself, assuring that his actions were not those of cowardice, but rather a prudent choice. Indeed, that was the truth. Chapter 55, The Savages. In light of Tian's actions, there is nothing inherently wrong with his behavior. In fact, being somewhat timid can be quite advantageous. After all, on this island, one must either possess strength or yield. For someone like him, lacking in power, submission is the only viable option. Otherwise, one is destined for demise. In this brutal environment where the weak are consumed by the strong, his desire for self-preservation, to simply survive, is not at all misguided. It is merely a consequence of being looked down upon, and after facing such disdain repeatedly, one becomes indifferent to it. At this moment, Qin Yuan ventured towards the northwest, his pace exceedingly slow. As he traversed the terrain, an overwhelming sense of dampness enveloped him, casting a pall over his mood. He could not discern the source of this disquiet, yet he tread cautiously, for this area remained unexplored, fraught with unknown dangers. Thus, he maintained a vigilant gaze, surveying his surroundings. Having resided on this deserted island for over half a month, Qin Yuan had developed a rudimentary understanding of the local geography. Yet the clammy atmosphere here struck him as discordant and unnatural. Even in his own vicinity, despite the presence of streams and lakes, he felt a persistent dryness and heat, which made this cold and damp locale seem all the more peculiar. The most astonishing aspect was the trees before him. They appeared to form an invisible boundary. The trees on his side were robust, while those on the opposite side were slender, resembling malnourished saplings. Qin Yuan felt as though he could easily part them. The stark contrast within what should be a single island baffled him. Crossing this boundary, he was met with an even more pronounced chill that sent a shiver down his spine. He reached out to touch a nearby slender tree and, with a powerful swing of his fire axe, cleaved it cleanly in two. Goodness, when did I become this strong? Qin Yuan marveled incredulously at his own hands. Although the tree was not particularly thick, it was still a tree, and to have split it so effortlessly was astonishing. With a resounding crash, as the tree fell, a multitude of crows erupted from the foliage, startled and flapping their wings. This peculiar phenomenon left Qin Yuan momentarily uncertain about whether to proceed. In the minds of his compatriots, crows are far from auspicious. Their sudden appearance signals misfortune. Once the area fell silent, he steeled himself and pressed on. Within the tranquil woods, the only sounds were his footsteps and breaths, creating an atmosphere more exhilarating than one might find on a survival quest. Each step required him to scan his surroundings, as the oddities of this place led him to instinctively assume an abundance of venomous creatures lurked nearby. Human beings are creatures prone to imagination. The sight of beauty often evokes thoughts of delightful things, while terrifying sights conjure dark associations, graves, corpses, or even zombies and poisons. In such a stifling environment, even Qin Yuan found it challenging to clear his mind. After approximately 10 minutes of walking in a heightened state of tension, he halted. No way forward, he thought, feeling a tinge of frustration. After having walked so long, to be met with an impasse felt like a cruel jest. He contemplated climbing the trees, but they were too frail. He feared they would snap under his weight. Alternatively, what if he placed a tree across the swamp? Given the swamp's nature, sinking would likely be a gradual affair. It was worth a try. With his fire axe, Qin Yuan struck a nearby tree, and with a creaking sound, it fell across the marshy ground. Just as he prepared to traverse it, the crows in the adjacent woods took flight, reminiscent of his first encounter with the axe. But this time, something more alarming occurred. A spear came hurtling towards him. Instinctively, Qin Yuan crouched down, narrowly evading the projectile. Is someone there? He thought, scanning the opposite side warily. Before he could ascertain the source, another spear was hurled his way, followed by a deluge of them, a veritable storm of spears. All aimed at him. Good heavens! He exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily grasped the first spear thrown at him and sprinted away. The thicket was too confined for him to hide behind a tree. Running was his only option. As he turned, he caught sight of a group of feral men, 10 or so, armed with spears, their heads adorned with unfamiliar foliage, their skin dark and unwashed, hair wild and unkempt. As they traversed the marsh, they moved with an ease that belied the treacherous ground, charging towards Qin Yuan. Goodness, this cannot be real, he thought in disbelief. He had ventured into an uncharted territory only to stumble upon savages. The wild men seemed oblivious to the principle of not pursuing a desperate foe, relentlessly chasing Qin Yuan. Their war cries echoing in the air, further heightening his anxiety. Yet, something bizarre transpired. Upon exiting the woods, the wild men ceased their pursuit, refraining from throwing any more spears. Instead, they stood at the boundary, staring at him in silence. Thus, a standoff ensued. This afforded Qin Yuan the opportunity to observe them more closely. Indeed, some of the wild men were unashamedly naked, clearly hesitant to cross the line. Their disheveled faces were etched with fear, leaving Qin Yuan curious. Having just crossed into their territory without incident, he pondered whether they were under some sort of curse. Such notions of curses felt fantastical, and as a realist, Qin Yuan was uncertain, yet their behavior was undeniably perplexing. As he contemplated this mystery, he noticed something unusual about one of the wild men, a piece of modern fabric draped over his shoulder, resembling camouflage material. Though caked in mud, Qin Yuan, a former soldier, recognized it as akin to the uniforms worn by soldiers from the United States. His thoughts raced. How could these savages possess items belonging to American soldiers? Yet, given that Australia and the United States share an alliance, a familial connection, he briefly entertained a theory before it slipped away. Upon returning to the treehouse, everyone gathered around Qin Yuan. How about some water? What happened? Lu Xiaoning inquired with genuine concern, handing him a bottle of mineral water. There are wild men in that grove, Qin Yuan replied, and a wave of astonishment washed over the group, disbelief etched on their faces. In this new century, I can't believe wild men still exist. Is it true? Are they friendly? Would they eat people? Lin Xiao queried, her curiosity tinged with fear. I don't know if they eat people, but they certainly are not friendly. The trees in that grove are slender. I could chop them down with my axe. Yet it felt unnatural to linger there, and I was somewhat frightened. There's a swamp where those wild men moved as if on solid ground. None of it bodes well. However, two things perplexed me. The others leaned in, eager to hear what confounded him. Firstly, those wild men did not leave the grove. They initially hurled spears at me. Yet when I departed, they did not follow. Secondly, I saw one of them wearing a piece of camouflage fabric from an American soldier. Upon hearing this, both Lu Xiaoning and Lin Wei, the astute young women, fell into a contemplative silence. The two matters are utterly unrelated. The wild man remains within the confines of the forest, offering strange justifications solely to safeguard his own security. However, the camouflage fabric of the American soldiers raises a perplexing question. Did the military of the United States ever set foot on this island? Such a notion is even more absurd. Had they truly landed, this island would surely be marked on GPS, yet it is not. The group wore expressions of worry. Their brows furrowed in contemplation, yet no viable solution emerged. Oh well, let us not dwell on it. Let us eat and drink. I've prepared the meal. Shortly thereafter, Liu beckoned everyone to join her for dinner. It was only during the act of dining that their thoughts ceased, as they gathered around the campfire. Brother Qin, the trees over there appear particularly slender. Might we cut them down for our wooden shelter? Lin Xiao eagerly inquired, yearning for the safety of solid ground. For sleeping in the trees instilled a profound sense of insecurity and fear of falling. No, that area exudes an unsettling aura. It's not merely ominous, but rather peculiar. It would be prudent to avoid utilizing anything from there, Qin Yuan replied, shaking his head in refusal. He understood their intentions and sympathized with their desires. Yet he recognized that one must take things step by step. Impatience would not yield results. One must tread steadily on the path to achievement. Chapter 56, Transformation and Vision. After the meal, Qin Yuan experienced a profound shift in his inner thoughts. While the pursuit of stability is undoubtedly important, an excessive fixation on it renders life devoid of meaning. Life ought to be a continuous journey of exploration. Confining oneself to a comfort zone and monotonously repeating the same actions day after day would lead to a profoundly dull existence. Such is life. And even more so on this desolate island. Even if he yearned to remain in his comfort zone, it is well and good while there are hundreds of pounds of meat and canned goods available. But should those provisions dwindle, he must embrace the uncertainties of adventure. Currently, he lives in a state of constant anxiety, fearing encounters with wild boars and packs of wolves, rather than cowering in fear. It would be wiser to take the initiative and confront these challenges head-on. Upon contemplating this, Qin Yuan felt a renewed clarity, as if he had grasped an essential truth. The territorial disputes among beasts arise from their conflicts, which often culminate in death. If such creatures fear not, how could a highly intelligent primate like Qin Yuan afford to be timid? Moreover, there is an old adage in our culture that aptly states, one cannot allow others to sleep soundly by one's side. Centered around the treehouse, Qin Yuan had explored less than 100 meters, indicating that even his sleeping quarters were fraught with unknown dangers. How could he possibly rest well under such circumstances? Thus, Qin Yuan felt not merely a desire but an imperative to eliminate the surrounding threats and fortify his territory. Consider the previous incident where someone dared to trespass upon his domain and pilfer his food. Fortunate was he to have awakened in time. Had that intruder harbored intentions beyond mere theft, such as seeking his life, he might have already met his demise. With a bitter smile, Qin Yuan realized that he had initially idealized his circumstances too naively. He sighed, lit a cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and gazed at the wisps as they dissipated. Leaning against the tree behind him, he mused softly, sometimes, one must engage in contemplation. Lu Xiaoning approached and inquired about his thoughts. I have decided to investigate the situation concerning the wild men. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoning was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Qin Yuan with curiosity. As she sensed a transformation in him, her perception was not unfounded. Qin Yuan was typically a mature and composed individual, one who refrained from undertaking ventures lacking in assurance, let alone willingly confronting danger. Thus, his declaration astonished her. Are you all right? Have you been affected by something? Lu Xiaoning gazed at Qin Yuan with concern. Qin Yuan offered a wry smile, realizing how deeply ingrained his previous image was in her mind. No, I haven't been affected. I simply believe we must not remain stagnant. We must seek opportunities for breakthrough. Lu Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that Qin Yuan's change in mindset was indeed a positive development. An unwavering pursuit of stability could ultimately lead to a precarious situation. While this is a universal truth, it holds particular significance on this unpredictable and unstable island. In the city, one cannot predict whether tomorrow will bring fortune or misfortune. Such uncertainties may arise from illness, accidents, or other uncontrollable factors. I support you. Lu Xiaoning beamed a sweet smile, clasping Qin Yuan's hand, offering him her utmost affirmation and encouragement. As Qin Yuan had stated, one must not become complacent, but rather seek opportunities for advancement. Gazing into Lu Xiaoning's determined eyes and radiant smile, Qin Yuan felt a sense of relief. At times, one does not require the assistance of many, merely the affirmation of those dear to one's heart suffices. He tightened his grip on Lu Xiaoning's hand, resolute in his promise not to disappoint her. After extinguishing his cigarette, Qin Yuan beckoned Lu Xiaoning to join him and gathered everyone around the campfire. What is on your mind? Lin Xiao sat on the ground, gazing at Qin Yuan with curiosity. I intend to explore that patch of woods, assess the situation, identify any issues, and uncover resources we can utilize. I believe it is time for us to pursue change. You all follow my lead for survival. Although we currently face no scarcity of food and drink, we remain oblivious to the dangers surrounding us. If we persist in our current state, we may one day find ourselves besieged by wolves without even realizing it. Therefore, we must take proactive measures to eliminate all surrounding threats and construct barriers, railings, and fences to ensure our living conditions are more comfortable, secure, and peaceful. Qin Yuan's words instantly transformed the previously somber atmosphere. The others, akin to Lu Xiaoning, regarded him as if they were encountering a stranger. Qin, have you been possessed, like in those novels? Lin Xiao gazed at Qin Yuan incredulously. Her curiosity piqued. You're the one who has been possessed. Qin Yuan chuckled, playfully rebuking her for her whimsical thoughts. Laughter erupted among the group, lifting the mood and instilling a sense of vigor and optimism for the future. I concur with Qin Ji's perspective. While we are currently free from worry regarding food and drink, our safety remains a pressing concern. The island harbors numerous unknown risks. If we do not address them, it could prove detrimental in the long run. Although we are uncertain when rescue teams will arrive, we must endure until they do. And the foremost priority in survival is safety. Lin Wei's remarks were not made lightly. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, once basic physiological needs are satisfied, safety becomes paramount. I also agree, and we must build shelters. We need to survive on this island. So tomorrow, Shenyang, you should go chop down trees. No, better yet, do it now. Li Yuyu commanded as she tugged on Gao Xingyang's arm. He feigned pain and pleaded for mercy, further lightening the atmosphere. While everyone is engaged in a meeting, You two are busy displaying affection. Lin Xiao waved her hand dismissively, her expression indicating her impatience. She longed to exclaim, "Those who flaunt love shall meet a swift demise." All right, we also need to adjust our plans. Since Qin Yuan has proposed constructing fences, while we girls may not match the physical strength, we can certainly lend a hand in making the fences and pottery. Thus, while Qin Yuan faces external dangers, we shall manage our concerns at home. What do you think? Sounds good. I support Sister Xiaoning's proposal. Agreed. I agree too, but I must also consider everyone's meals. So my assistance may be limited. And what about me? With everyone having expressed their opinions, only Gao Xingyang remained. A grown man who certainly could not stay home to construct fences. Qin Yuan smiled at his bewildered expression. That is simple. You can chop down trees. You were just assigned a task by Yu. Ah, Qinggu, but those trees are so thick, I'll be chopping until the next year. Gao Xingyang lamented, eliciting more laughter from the group. At least you're a top student. Think a little. When I say chop trees, I don't mean the trunks. I mean chop some sturdy branches to make into fences. You don't really think we want you girls up in the trees, do you? Li Yu scolded him with a look that seemed to say, don't embarrass me in front of others. Yes, for the fence. We need branches about the thickness of wooden poles, with a diameter of at least 5 centimeters, to ensure they 1T break easily. Additionally, we should gather stones by the creek. They must be large, as I am considering constructing an earthen house, with stones as the foundation. We cannot afford to be careless. Just as everyone turned to look at Gao Xingyang, Qin Yuan dropped another bombshell. The idea of building a house. Regarding the matter of housing, Qin Yuan had given it considerable thought. Ultimately, he opted for a fusion of earthen and stone structures. The advantage of utilizing stone for the foundation lies in its resilience against collapse, while the earth serves as a substitute for cement, providing a tidy fill for the walls. The roof is to be adorned with tiles crafted from kiln-fired clay. These tasks require time. A single individual might take 2 to 3 months to complete them. However, with a team of 6 at his disposal, Qin Yuan is confident that they can accomplish this within a month, well before the treehouse becomes entirely uninhabitable. The earthen dwelling will be surrounded by a fence, embodying the quintessential layout of an ancient rural courtyard, which aims to eliminate potential dangers. Nevertheless, given the wooded environment and the presence of various wildlife, such as wild boars, the fence serves merely as a flimsy barrier, offering little actual protection. Qin Yuan had previously discovered that the soil in this area is not particularly firm due to frequent rainfall, rendering it moist. This realization emboldened him to consider digging pits as a means of thwarting wild animal incursions. However, such labor-intensive excavation would require considerable time. Even with all 6 of them working diligently, it would take no less than a month to make significant progress. Coupled with his plans for building the house and other factors, achieving the desired outcome within 3 months would be the most optimistic scenario. Thus, Qin Yuan had the foresight not to undertake the digging himself. Instead, he opted to trade food for labor, hiring others to dig the pits on his behalf. Reflecting on this, Qin Yuan felt a profound appreciation for humanity's evolution from primitive society to an agrarian one, recognizing that such progress did not occur without reason. He shared his thoughts openly with his companions, who were thoroughly impressed by his foresight and strategic planning. Brother Qin, you truly think of everything. To hire others to dig trenches for you is quite an ingenious idea. Yet, a concern arose among them, but Brother Qin, if we hire them, won't that undermine our initial plan to keep our distance and avoid any dealings with them? Chapter 57. A bath is Lin Wei's where it's fated. The chatter among the group abruptly ceased. Indeed, the initial relocation to the woods was intended to evade trouble and to keep that troublesome bunch at bay. Now, seeking their assistance seemed somewhat inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan smiled wryly and explained, while that may be true, once they enter the woods, our position will inevitably be revealed. Moreover, hiring them for our service is not entirely a loss. However, before that unfolds, we must stash our food and warn them that if they dare to covet our provisions, they will gain nothing. Times have changed. Previously, Qin Yuan possessed only a makeshift dagger fashioned from a deck of iron, but now he wielded 2 axes, one salvaged from a fishing boat and the other a fire axe acquired from a cruise ship. The lethality of his weaponry had significantly increased, and with his current skills, he felt no fear towards them. At worst, he could merely observe the surroundings and provide immediate support if the situation turned dire, thus rendering him unafraid of their potential tricks. All right, let's leave it at that for today. I shall take a bath to prepare for tomorrow, Qin Yuan declared, igniting a sense of longing among them. The last time they bathed was by the seaside, and after so many days without washing, they felt sticky and uncomfortable. Yet, with nightfall approaching and the woods shrouded in uncertainty, their enthusiasm waned. Xiaoning, don't you wish to bathe? Lin Xiao inquired softly as she approached Lu Xiaoning. Mindful of Gao Xingyang's presence, Lu Xiaoning nodded. Since being bitten by a snake, she had not bathed, only using damp clothes to wipe herself. However, nothing could compare to the refreshing sensation of a proper wash. Lin Zhao's words stirred her desire. What can we do now that it's so dark? Lu Xiaoning replied with a hint of bitterness. Moreover, we feel embarrassed to mention this to Qin Gu. We have to rely on you. Xiaoning, please. Lin Xiao clung to Lu Xiaoning's arm, her tone playful. Lu Xiaoning felt somewhat helpless. If you find it difficult to speak, do you think I would find it any easier? To Lin Xiao, the relationship between Lu Xiaoning and Qin Yuan was complex and nuanced, making it more suitable for her to voice such matters. All right, I shall give it a try, Lu Xiaoning murmured, lowering her head. Yay, you're the best, Xiaoning. Lin Xiao exclaimed cheerfully. Meanwhile, Gao Xingyang was bewildered, wondering what they were discussing in hushed tones, seemingly keeping secrets from him. Soon, the four women climbed the trees to gather their belongings in preparation for their bath. What is the matter? Lu Xiaoning boldly pushed Lin Xiao forward, as she found it truly difficult to articulate her own words. Lin Xiao wishes to bathe, and we all do too, but we feel shy to say so. Given that it's so late, could you keep watch for us? Lu Xiaoning implored. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded, though a ripple of amusement stirred within him. Keeping an eye on their surroundings to ensure their safety while bathing may not seem like an appealing task, but he accepted it nonetheless. Observing the distant look on Qin Yuan's face, Lu Xiaoning playfully tapped his chest in mock frustration. Stop daydreaming, and just say yes or no, she insisted, her fierce demeanor akin to a girl in love. Qin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. I agree. Gather your things quickly, but the stream won't do. I'll take you to the lake instead. All right. Before long, Qin Yuan led them to the lake, internally lamenting that he had bathed too early. Had he waited a bit longer, he might have joined them. Upon reaching the lake, Qin Yuan surveyed the area and, finding it secure, beckoned them over. You mustn't peek, or we will not forgive you. Lu Xiaoning warned softly, hastening to the water's edge with the others. Qin Yuan turned his back to them, listening to the rustling sounds of clothing being shed and splashes as they entered the water, feeling that the joys and sorrows of humanity were not interchangeable, and even found them somewhat noisy. However, as time passed and the girls began to frolic in the water, he could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Turning his head ever so slightly, he caught a glimpse of their silhouettes illuminated by the moonlight, each figure more enchanting than the last. Yet, he deliberately avoided looking at Li Yuyu, for reasons that were all too clear. Nevertheless, his efforts yielded nothing as their bodies remained submerged, with only their heads above water. Ultimately, he decided to avert his gaze. After all, with the comfort of a warm bed awaiting him, there was no need to sacrifice his peace of mind for a fleeting glance. At the same time, Qin Yuan did not consider himself a saint. He was merely a mortal with his own preferences, exercising self-control over his desires. Even if discovered, he would not seek to justify his actions. Xiaoning, why does Qin Gu not turn around to take a look? As Qin Yuan entered a contemplative state, the girls began to whisper amongst themselves. Women often adorn themselves for the gaze of others, yet when alone, they seldom groom themselves. This contradiction highlights their inherent concern for external perceptions. Among the four, Lin Wei was composed, Lin Xiao petite, Lu Xiaoning graceful, and Li Yuyu boisterous. All were undeniably attractive. Yet the fact that Qin Yuan didn't even steal a glance left them feeling disheartened. Even the rational Lin Wei could not escape this sentiment. Perhaps your Xiaoning is simply too charming. Qin Gu has been captivated by her, Lin Wei teased, casting an ambiguous glance at Lu Xiaoning. Lu Xiaoning's face flushed crimson. Not merely from Lin Wei's jest, but because Lin Xiao had leaned against her back, her hands resting on her curves. Well, yours are bigger than my sister's. No wonder Qin Gu is enchanted. Lin Zhao's remark drew displeasure from the other two, prompting Lu Xiaoning to push Lin Zhao's hands away while Lin Wei swam closer. And together they began to tickle her, causing Lin Xiao to burst into laughter amidst a playful atmosphere. Such is the nature of human interaction. If one does not look, they feel devoid of allure, yet if one does, they are labeled a rogue. The earlier topic of conversation remained unspoken among them, even Lin Xiao, typically the most carefree, refrained from mentioning it. As they made their way back, their cheeks flushed, Qin Yuan felt as though he had wandered into a zoo, observing the antics of monkeys. Nonetheless, this circumstance bore its own advantages, sparing them from awkward exchanges. Gao Xingyang, noticing the girls' damp hair, finally realized they had gone to bathe. Tomorrow, let us adhere to our earlier discussions during mealtime. Let us strive for our survival and a better future together, Qin Yuan declared, gesturing to Gao Xingyang to gather the blankets hanging from the trees and distribute them across each hammock. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoning noticed a faint blush on her cheeks as Qin Yuan's hand inadvertently grazed her skin. Startled, she had just been lost in thought after hearing Li Yuyu's voice, and Qin Yuan's sudden touch sent a shiver down her spine. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoning exclaimed, quickly brushing away Qin Yuan's wandering hand. In the absence of blankets, the few of them had been relatively modest. Even at night, with the bonfire still burning brightly below, any small movements could be easily observed. Now, with blankets available, their discreet actions would go unnoticed by others. Qin Yuan inhaled the fragrant scent of Lu Xiaoning's hair and gently leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her. Startled by his audacious gesture, Lu Xiaoning initially contemplated pushing him away, yet she found herself unable to part from the warmth and solidity of his embrace. Ultimately, she surrendered to the comfort it provided, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. "Do not act recklessly," she murmured, her back pressed against Qin Yuan's chest. He could distinctly sense her trembling in the absence of any clothing against his skin. Involuntarily, his hand began to ascend. Yet, at this movement, Lu Xiaoning expressed her discontent with a soft warning. Qin Yuan recognized that their situation was precarious, however. It was difficult to maintain composure in the presence of such a beautiful woman nestled in his arms. Was he to emulate the virtuous Lu Xianghui, who remained unperturbed? Certainly not. As a normal man, he soon became aware of the palpable tension. "Qin Yuan, why do you bring a stick to bed?" Before Lu Xiaoning could finish her thought, realization dawned upon her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face deeper, silenced by embarrassment. Qin Yuan, too, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, surprised by how far things had escalated. "Little girl, do not speak, just sleep," Lu Xiaoning interjected, pushing Qin Yuan away, leaving him to grapple with his own thoughts. She resolutely refused to assist him, especially in the confines of a hammock, where even the slightest movement could betray their situation, regardless of the blanket covering them. Meanwhile, her heart raced uncontrollably, as this was her first encounter with such intimacy. Chapter 58. Embarrassment. As he stumbled into the wildman's lair on the 15th day, the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow on Qin Yuan's face, stirring him from a daze. Reflecting on the enchantments of the previous night, a bittersweet smile crept across his lips. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that Li Yuyu had already risen, skillfully preparing fish soup beneath the tree. With the addition of spices, the culinary prowess of Chef Li had reached new heights, the delightful aroma wafting through the air. Qin Yuan roused the still-sleeping Lu Xiaoning and called upon the others. Today, he intended to embark on an expedition to uncover the origins of the wild men, hoping to stumble upon anything of value. A lingering mystery haunted Qin Yuan's thoughts, the presence of fragments of camouflage fabric worn by beautiful soldiers among the wild men. He was determined to unravel this enigma today. "Qin Gu, could there be danger from those wild men?" Lin Shao inquired with curiosity during their meal. "If it's too perilous, perhaps we should reconsider." To be candid, the thought of facing a horde of wild men wielding spears did instill a sense of trepidation within Qin Yuan. Yet to refrain from investigating would render this desolate island devoid of purpose. After a brief moment of contemplation, he set forth towards the wild men's forest. At least for now, referring to it as such. This time, Qin Yuan did not charge recklessly as he had the day before. Instead, he took a moment to observe, wary of any lurking dangers. Once he sensed no immediate threat, he ventured deeper into the woods. Curiously, as soon as his foot crossed the threshold, the crows from the previous day took to the skies, cawing incessantly, as if acting as sentinels, alerting the wild men of an intruder's presence. Cursing under his breath, Qin Yuan tread cautiously forward. Within moments, he discerned the sound of hurried footsteps. Undoubtedly, the wild men had returned to assess the situation, rather than remain foolishly exposed. He swiftly climbed a sturdy tree to observe their movements. The wild men emitted guttural calls, moving with astonishing speed as they scoured the area. Sighing in relief, Qin Yuan noticed that his hands were now smeared with a viscous red liquid, which he found repulsive. Upon descending, he hastily wiped it away against the ground and continued onward, arriving once more at the marshy terrain. With a sense of perplexity, he reached down to touch it. Discovering that his hand did not sink in, pressing harder, he found no signs of yielding. Was this marsh a deception? Testing it with his leg, he nearly became ensnared. Yanking it back just in time, the marsh behaved like a non-Newtonian fluid. Only when traversed gently would one become trapped. Understanding this, Qin Yuan stomped his foot decisively. However, contrary to his expectations, his legs sank into the marsh, causing him to stumble perilously close to falling in. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This was bizarre. His hand had posed no issue, whether resting or pressing down, yet extending his leg had resulted in trouble. This riddle was bewildering. If he could not cross the marsh, the secrets of the wild men would remain beyond his reach. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yuan began to walk along the marsh's edge, hoping to find another route. As he progressed, he noted that the trees growing nearer to the marsh were increasingly peculiar, eerie and gnarled, yet extraordinarily lush, emanating an unsettling aura that made him uneasy. Reaching the end of his path, he discovered it blocked by a dense thicket of trees. The natural barrier offered no chance for passage. Qin Yuan was not one to easily concede defeat. His past endeavors, from hunting wild boars to constructing treehouses, had demonstrated his determination to seize what he desired. Surveying his surroundings, he concluded that this isolated area could be breached by felling a couple of trees, which were not particularly thick. With that in mind, he grasped a fire axe and selected a suitable tree to chop down. With a few swift strikes, the tree yielded to his efforts, crashing down across the marsh within minutes. Just as he prepared to cross, the distant voices of the wild men echoed urgently, their intent clear. They were on the verge of charging. Fearful of the wild men's spears, Qin Yuan hastily climbed onto the fallen tree and sprinted towards the other side. Unfazed by the marsh, the wild men dashed across barefoot, their speed far surpassing his own. In moments of crisis, one often loses composure, and Qin Yuan was no exception. His foot slipped, landing directly in the marsh, and instinctively, he thought, this is it. Should he succumb to the mire, there would be no escape. He would become prey. Yet, upon making contact, he was astonished to find himself untrapped. Why had he not sunk this time? With no time to ponder, he bolted towards the other side, the wild men in hot pursuit, their spears already hurled in his direction. With newfound confidence, he began to run across the marsh, finding he could move as swiftly as the wild men themselves. However, their fury was palpable. They bellowed in outrage, their cries echoing through the air. Once clear of the marsh, Qin Yuan continued to flee, aware that he was in their territory, where they were agile and adept. As the gap between them narrowed, panic surged within Qin Yuan, who knew if they were cannibals, he could not afford to be captured. In his frantic escape, he spotted a cave at the foot of the mountain and, without a second thought, plunged inside, seeking refuge from the relentless wild men. Alas! Upon entering the cave and noticing the flickering torchlight, he realized he had unwittingly stepped into the wild men's lair. Retreat was no longer an option. Hearing his footsteps, a throng of wild men, young and old, turned to face him, their eyes wide with astonishment. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Qin Yuan managed a timid greeting. Hello there. Chapter 59, The Last Man of the Ming Dynasty. As Qin Yuan finally grasped the situation, he could only think of a famous line from the internet. Don't come over here. This group of wild men, with their predatory gazes, surrounded him from all sides, gradually closing in. The wild men who had been pursuing Qin Yuan outside the cave now entered, encircling him completely. With no choice left, Qin Yuan drew his fire axe in self-defense, feeling trapped like a mouse in a snare, with no escape in sight. Regret filled his heart. Why had he sought refuge in a cave? Now he had inadvertently stumbled into their lair. If these wild men were indeed cannibals, he might meet his end here today. Tension mounted as Qin Yuan faced the wild men, mentally bolstering himself while they continued to advance. He hesitated, uncertain whether to strike with his axe or attempt to carve a path through them. Undoubtedly, if he swung his axe, he would irreparably offend the wild men, hastening his demise. Conversely, refraining from violence might afford him a slim chance of survival, a zero-sum game. Are you from the Central Plains? A voice suddenly broke through the tension, causing all the wild men to step aside. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that these wild men spoke Chinese? I am. And you? Why are you dressed like that? Qin Yuan asked, astonished yet relieved. In such a perilous situation, encountering a fellow countryman felt like a breath of fresh air. The man's face lit up with joy as he hurried over to scrutinize Qin Yuan, who in turn examined him closely. With yellow skin, black hair, and a frail physique clearly indicative of prolonged malnutrition, the man spoke in a mix of disjointed phrases, prompting the other wild men to disperse while still keeping a watchful eye on Qin Yuan. It has been so long since I spoke the language of the Central Plains. It was my father who taught me, but since his passing, I have not uttered a word. His voice carried an awkwardness tinged with nostalgia, evoking a profound sense of loss in Qin Yuan. What year is it in the Ming Dynasty? The Ming Dynasty has long since perished, nearly 4 centuries ago, Qin Yuan replied. Yet the words caught in his throat when he saw the man's expression, compelled by the urgency of the moment. He reluctantly shared the grim reality. It is no longer the Ming Dynasty. We now live in New China, and the Ming fell over 370 years ago. At this revelation, the man collapsed to the ground, a picture of despair. Tears streamed down his face, and his eyes, once filled with light, now reflected the depths of hopelessness. The collision of temporal perceptions rendered Qin Yuan momentarily uncertain whether he was dreaming or confronting reality. The spirit of the Ming has not died. The ethos of the emperor guarding the realm and the ruler sacrificing for the state endures. Qin Yuan quickly helped him to his feet and recounted the tragic demise of Emperor Chongzhen, detailing how he was driven to despair, ultimately finding solace in death rather than allowing the invaders to harm his people. The man wept bitterly, cursing the invaders with clenched teeth. Damn the Tartars. He waited in vain for the Ming fleet to arrive, setting a rule that his son must also wait for the arrival of their ancestors' ships. Generations passed, and by the time it reached his line, only he and his son remained. Had Qin Yuan not appeared, his son would have continued to wait indefinitely for the fleet of the Ming. Is there an emperor now? There is none. The emperor is gone. We live in New China, where the people govern themselves. As Qin Yuan spoke these words, he noticed the man's demeanor had calmed considerably. He began inquiring about various matters, such as whether foreign tribes posed a threat and how the common folk fared. Qin Yuan patiently explained everything, aiming to reassure him. Why do you not leave this forest? Why do you remain here? Once the man appeared stable, Qin Yuan voiced his curiosity. The man fell silent, and Qin Yuan sensed his unease. The notion of curses sounded fantastical, and while it was understandable for someone with limited knowledge to believe in such things, Qin Yuan, a product of the new era, found it hard to accept. What curse? Qin Yuan inquired. About 10 years ago, our range of activities was extensive on this island. The nearby red-haired pirates feared us, so this island was our territory. However, about 10 years ago, a group of people arrived, and within a month, the trees began to wither and shrink. We contracted a strange illness. While we could roam freely in that marshland, stepping beyond the forest meant death. My father succumbed to it. They drove you away to keep you from this land, yet you still ventured in. Well, it seems I encountered you instead. Qin Yuan raised his hand and smiled. But the man's face stiffened as he pointed at Qin Yuan and exclaimed, You have been cursed. Chapter 60. Am I to die? Boom. The curse had taken hold, granting them unfettered passage through the swamp. Yet just moments ago, he had traversed that same mire with ease. Could it truly be? A chill ran down Qin Yuan's spine. Was it really that severe? Did you just touch those trees? He gazed at Qin Yuan, yearning to hear him deny it. I did, didn't I? The realization dawned upon him. Ah, you too have succumbed to the curse. These trees are the source, once tainted. Stepping beyond this grove means certain death. Qin Yuan found it hard to believe. How could that be? I'm a living person. Just because I touched a tree, I would die? Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a thing. It's impossible, but we shall see soon enough. Qin Yuan was unconcerned. He was not one to be easily swayed by paranoia. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. I am Qin Yuan. Seeming, came the reply. Last time, I noticed strips of cloth on them. Where did those come from? Qin Yuan had not forgotten the camouflage fabric from the beautiful country and inquired. Those strips belonged to a group from 10 years ago. This revelation startled Qin Yuan, a thought flaring in his mind. What were they doing on this island? I don't know. They spoke in a foreign tongue and used firearms against us. We dared not approach. Qin Yuan understood that the firearms he referred to were likely weapons from the beautiful country, and it was evident that their military had landed here with ulterior motives. He speculated that if this group was intentionally obscuring the island's presence using GPS, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Their hidden agenda must be for some clandestine purpose. Otherwise, why conceal it? This line of thought deepened Qin Yuan's anguish. Growing up in a remote valley, his father had toiled tirelessly for him. Despite his mediocre academic performance, his father had sent him into the military. Now, with his father's health declining due to business failures and the news of his disappearance, what would he do? He must not be cowed by this sensationalized curse. Ming, how do you sustain yourselves here? Resources on this island are scarce. How do so many of you survive? Ming hesitated, reluctant to discuss the food situation. But as Qin Yuan was the first of his kind he had encountered, he led him outside, followed by the wild men. This rice and these small creatures are what our ancestors gathered. We have food from other regions as well. There are over 100 of us spread across 8 locations in this forest. Luckily, you came to my side. Had it been elsewhere, they might have executed you. Qin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, then quietly asked, Are they cannibals? Upon hearing this ambiguous remark, Qin Yuan grasped a bit more. Truthfully, if it weren't for Ming, he would feel utterly awkward in their presence, not wanting to linger for even a minute. You have already been cursed. You cannot leave. Ming sighed. But seeing Qin Yuan's determination to depart, he made no effort to dissuade him. This time, Qin Yuan faced no obstruction from the wild men as he exited. Although their gazes bore an inexplicable sorrow, as if they were witnessing a dying man. As an atheist, he naturally dismissed the notion of curses as nonsense. Yet the reality of his situation was undeniable. Initially, he felt himself sinking, but now there was no reaction at all. Such absurdity stirred a sense of panic within him. His current state felt akin to inviting a lady out for dinner, perpetually uncertain whether she would arrive or offer an excuse to decline. With trepidation, he approached the forest's edge, where a boundary line provided a surreal sensation. Just yesterday, it was the wild men who stood here, too fearful to venture forth. Now, it was he, grappling with his own apprehension. Qin Yuan's thoughts drifted to many things: his father in the mountains, the young girl by the treehouse, and the ex-girlfriend who had scorned his poverty. The memories played in slow motion within his mind. Remembering his father and the girl, he steeled himself. This was it. He took a step forward. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, compelling him to lie down and surrender to sleep. His gait became unsteady, and dread surged within him. Was this what death felt like? Resolute, he thought, even if he had to crawl, he must see her. Each step required immense effort, and at last, he leaned against a tree, gasping, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion. It felt as though sleep was imminent. Was this how it would end? A bitter pang settled in his heart, devoid of any warning. All he desired was rest. Little girl, I'm sorry. I promised to take care of you. But I have failed. Father, I fear I cannot provide for you in your old age. Please take care of yourself. A tear slipped from the corner of Qin Yuan's eye, and in the twilight of consciousness, he dimly perceived Lu Xiaoning running towards him. You fool. Why are you sleeping here? You promised to look after me. Chapter 61. I cannot die. When Lu Xiaoning found Qin Yuan, he was slumped against a tree, utterly devoid of strength. She dropped the bottle of mineral water she had intended to give him, her eyes reddening as she stumbled to his side and knelt on the ground, grasping his hand tightly. Qinggu, what has happened to you? What is wrong? Lu Xiaoning's voice trembled as she held his increasingly cold hand, repeating her questions in desperation. Moments before, while weaving, she had felt a jolt in her body, a heart-wrenching sensation that compelled her gaze towards the western woods. With the excuse of bringing water to Qin Yuan, she ventured forth to ascertain the situation. However, upon her arrival, she found him helplessly collapsed beside the tree, shattering her composure. Despite her incessant pleas and gentle shakes, there was no sign of awakening from him. Feeling his pulse slow to a near halt, she could no longer contain her tears. Qinggu, she cried out, her voice echoing in anguish. Unaware that Siming stood afar, shaking his head with a sigh before quietly departing. A curse, inescapable. Lu Xiaoning felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if she were wandering through a bustling city, yet utterly alone, isolated and forlorn, prompting her to crouch in a corner of the urban landscape. This feeling of powerlessness echoed the first time she wept on the deserted island, when warmth enveloped her, akin to a pair of comforting hands reaching out from the depths of despair. Yet now, faced with this renewed sense of trepidation, she pondered her next steps, her future. She clutched Qin Yuan tightly, tears soaking into his shoulder, but he lay there like a marionette severed from its strings, devoid of any reaction. In his dreams, Qin Yuan found himself standing at the entrance of his village, greeting familiar neighbors with a smile. Ah, once a soldier, always remarkable, their praises filled the air, eliciting a smile from him, though it felt surreal as he walked towards the home etched in his memory. His father, grinning, helped him with his luggage, affectionately patting him on the shoulder. Splendid, you've matured and grown taller. Observing his father's stooped frame, burdened by life's trials, a wave of sorrow washed over Qin Yuan, causing his eyes to well with tears. Why are you crying? Still such a softy at your age. Your father will grow old and depend on you. Look at your current state. Qin Yuan wiped away his tears, resolutely nodding, then sat on a small wooden stool, sharing a meal of potato and chicken stew with his father. Eat more meat. You've suffered enough. Eat more. His father's words echoed, a refrain devoid of novelty. Yet they struck a chord deep in Qin Yuan's heart. But as they dined, an abrupt sensation of collapse engulfed the world around him. Houses crumbled, and even the sky seemed to fragment. Listening to his father's voice and gazing at his gentle smile, Qin Yuan was reduced to tears. He had truly endeavored to forget the island's horrors. Even within this dream, all he desired was to remain beside his father. In the blink of an eye, he noticed villagers gathering behind his father. Little Qin, Auntie's fields await your help. We had a deal. There was no need to contemplate the era of houses, cars, or money. Only the familiar banter of neighbors remained. Qinggu, wake up, please. As he closed his eyes, he heard Lu Xiaoning's voice, a sound laden with sorrow, resonating from afar, tugging at his heartstrings. You cannot leave me, Qinggu. If something happens to you, what will I do? I cannot be without you. You promised to take care of me. You said it with your own lips. Her desperate cries echoed in his mind, stirring a profound ache within him. He surveyed the surrounding darkness, running forward with all his might, ultimately spotting a glimmer of light, the dawn's first rays. Qin Yuan opened his eyes, encountering the tear-streaked face of Lu Xiaoning, who held him tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yet, his body brimmed with newfound strength, the fatigue dissipating, leaving him invigorated and mentally agile. Why was this happening? Hadn't he been cursed? According to Siming, those under a curse would surely perish upon leaving the wild man's woods. Yet here he was, feeling alive against all odds. Little girl, holding me so tightly might lead others to misinterpret our relationship, he quipped, unsure of what else to say as he gazed at her tear-stained face. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xiaoning immediately released her embrace, her sorrow transforming into joy as she wiped her tears and passionately kissed him. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xiaoning was not typically so audacious. In fact, she was quite reserved. However, how could he refuse a kiss that was so freely offered? In that singular kiss, their emotions found release, and the question of why he had returned from the brink of death slipped from Qin Yuan's mind, becoming inconsequential. In truth, his revival stemmed not only from his immense will to survive, but also significantly from the sustenance he had consumed. The principle of mutual creation and restraint governed all things. The curse he had encountered in the woods was akin to a virus. Once he distanced himself from its source, it felt as if he had been forcibly severed, leading to an impending sense of death. However, the wild boar meat he had previously ingested contained antibodies. Initially, they had not reacted, but once the virus within him surged, they began to respond, intertwining forces and merging, which also explained his newfound vigor. Yet, these revelations were something Qin Yuan would have to uncover on his own in due time. Chapter 62, The Way of the Tao. After a long while, the two finally separated from their intertwined embrace. The traces of tears on Lu Xiaoning's face had vanished, her cheeks flushed, her gaze evasive as she lowered her head. Unable to meet Qin Yuan's eyes, Qin Yuan seized this opportunity, wrapping his arms around Lu Xiaoning, who fell into his embrace without any defenses. Silently, he wiped away her tear stains and gently caressed her back, soothing her anxious emotions. Did you truly think I was dead? Qin Yuan sighed, reflecting on Lu Xiaoning's genuine worry moments ago, which was undoubtedly sincere despite their complex relationship. It was akin to a thin layer of paper separating them, neither daring to break it. Yet, her expression had genuinely touched Qin Yuan's heart. The human heart is a wondrous thing. Just an hour prior, he was still reeling from the emotional scars left by his ex-girlfriend. However, when Lu Xiaoning demonstrated her feelings through her actions, he experienced an epiphany in that fleeting moment. In this world, no one is truly indispensable to another. What binds us are merely the shackles we create for ourselves. Only by shattering these chains can one advance further. Nestled in Qin Yuan's embrace, Lu Xiaoning, upon hearing his words, could not help but murmur, "As long as you are well, that is all that matters." She had a multitude of words to express, yet at this moment, they coalesced into a single phrase, "As long as you are fine. When we leave this island, will you marry me?" Qin Yuan's words seemed to flow freely, almost nonsensical, but only he understood the weight they carried. Lu Xiaoning was taken aback, biting her lip repeatedly as she attempted to respond, yet it appeared that her ability to articulate had failed her. She lifted her gaze to meet the brightness and determination in Qin Yuan's eyes. "I will." Upon uttering this affirmation, Lu Xiaoning tightened her grip on Qin Yuan's hand, signifying the greater responsibilities they would share from then on. On this desolate island, such promises might seem insubstantial, perhaps spoken out of a sheer will to survive. Yet, Qin Yuan felt no regret, for he recognized that Lu Xiaoning was not one to make light of her words. As time passed, Qin Yuan grew to see Lu Xiaoning as a treasure. Just when he thought he had unraveled her complexities, she would shed her disguise, leaving him once again in wonder. Initially, when they first met, he perceived her as merely a weeping girl, only to discover her remarkable capabilities. Now, she had become the one who cared for him the most. Each layer of her being presented a different aspect to him, yet all were profoundly authentic. Silent concern often provides more comfort than spoken words. "Qin, have you discovered something? We shall discuss it later. Please inform everyone." In the past, Qin Yuan would release Lu Xiaoning's hand to prevent speculation about their relationship, but now, nothing seemed to matter. Lin Xiao caught sight of their clasped hands and smiled knowingly before turning to notify the others. Soon, Lu Yuyu, who was cooking, Lin Wei, who was crafting pottery, and Gao Shengyang, who was climbing trees and cutting branches, gathered around the bonfire, with Lu Xiaoning leaning against Qin Yuan's side. Noticing the serious expression on Qin Yuan's face, no one dared to question their relationship. Instead, they focused their attention on him, awaiting his words. "From now on, none of you should venture near the wild man's woods." "Why not?" The group looked at Qin Yuan with puzzled expressions, eager for an explanation. "There are poisonous trees there, akin to a curse. Anyone who comes into contact with them can never leave that forest for the rest of their lives. I have been affected as well, though I am unsure of the cause." I pressed on, and just moments ago, I nearly thought I had perished. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. Qin Yuan appeared unharmed, yet the traces of tears on Lu Xiaoning's face led them to believe his words. "Qin, are you truly all right? Let my sister examine you," Lin Xiao urged, nudging Lin Wei forward. "I am fine. There is no need for concern." However, on the wild man's side, there exists a lineage dating back over 600 years to the Ming dynasty, now spanning 39 generations. As Qin Yuan slowly recounted the tale of Ming, the group listened in astonishment. 39 generations still remember the Ming dynasty, a loyal subject indeed, Gao Shengyang remarked, expressing his admiration for that era. He had never imagined such a living connection to history existed, making him feel as if he had traversed time. If 39 generations have never left this island, then we are. Lin Xiao whispered, her voice barely audible, yet clear to all, plunging the group into silence. Liu Yu shook her head, asserting, "We must not speak of despair. Doing so will strip us of our will to survive." Seeing the somber expressions on their faces, Qin Yuan refrained from sharing the news of the American military's blockade of the island. If his suspicions were correct, the GPS had been disabled, leaving them with little hope for survival. Are you suggesting that the wild men in Ximing are all cursed, unable to leave the woods? How is it that you can? It may be due to my modern immunity, Qin Yuan speculated, though he was uncertain. This notion held some merit. The wild men had lived on the island, isolated from civilization, and succumbed to illnesses akin to those in ancient times, rarely living past 50, thus possessing fewer antibodies. Consider a modern individual transported to the past. Their bacteria would be akin to a biological weapon, akin to a certain student from Japan, spreading death wherever they went. That is a possibility, but I suggest you take care of your health, Qin Ge. If you feel unwell, inform me immediately, Lin Wei cautioned seriously. She was aware that the island's medical resources were scarce. Minor injuries could be managed, but severe ones often resulted in death. Let us eat first, I must reiterate. It is best to avoid the wild man's territory. The group nodded in agreement, their spirits dampened by the wild man's tale. Qin Yuan, do you have something to hide from us? Lu Xiaoning leaned closer to Qin Yuan, whispering softly, audible only to the two of them. Chapter 63. Zhao Lei is dead. Qin Yuan tightened his grip on Lu Xiaoning's hand, shaking his head with calm eyes. It's all right. You need not worry. I shall bear this burden alone. It is akin to witnessing a glimmer of hope in the darkest of times, only for that hope to be swiftly extinguished. It is only natural to feel shattered. Noticing Qin Yuan's reluctance to speak further, Lu Xiaoning refrained from pressing him for more details. At that moment, the roar of an airplane pierced the sky. The expressions of the crowd shifted from despair to elation. They abandoned their meals and stood up in unison. A plane. Brother Qin. Could it be a rescue plane coming for us? The joy was palpable on their faces as they turned to Qin Yuan. However, aware of the reality, Qin Yuan remained composed. Given that the GPS could not even locate them, it was improbable that a plane would arrive for their rescue. He listened attentively to the aircraft's roar. Upon closer scrutiny, he realized the situation was dire. The sound of the airplane was unmistakably that of a passenger flight, growing louder as it approached, interspersed with fragmented noises that Qin Yuan could not quite discern. The proximity of this sound could only imply two scenarios. Either it was landing or it was crashing. Otherwise, the noise would recede, not draw near. Furthermore, there could not possibly be an airport for landing in this isolated region, leaving only one grim possibility, a crash. Everyone, sit down and eat in silence. This was the first time Qin Yuan had spoken with such authority, startling them all. Seeing their stunned expressions, he added, "This is a crash, not a rescue. Let us finish our meal first, and afterward, we will assess the situation." Though disbelief clouded their faces, they looked up through the gaps in the leaves and spotted a plume of gray smoke trailing in the sky. Suddenly, they wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Brother Qin, if the plane crashes, will it explode? Will we die? Lin Xiao, with her vivid imagination, posed the question directly. Fear not, it will not strike us. We are safe. But the fate of those on board is uncertain, Qin Yuan reassured them, shaking his head. However, if there is indeed a crash, an emergency signal should be emitted, which may lead to our rescue. Should the plane's signal vanish in these waters, nations will surely take notice and send search parties, significantly increasing our chances of salvation. The group found a flicker of hope in Qin Yuan's words. Meanwhile, not only Qin Yuan's party, but all teams, including the captain, the men in black, and Zhao Lei, heard the roaring sound, igniting excitement among them. Yet, upon seeing the airplane belching black smoke as it approached the island beneath them, their eyes dimmed once more. They instinctively followed the trajectory of the crash, hoping to salvage something of value from the wreckage. Unlike a sunken ship, from which items are irretrievable, a plane crash on land presented an opportunity. They could wait a day, 2 days. Time was on their side. After finishing their meal, Qin Yuan instructed Gao Shengyang and Liu Yu to remain behind. He, along with 4 others, armed with fire axes, determined the direction of the crash and proceeded onward. With the commotion so pronounced, there was no need for Qin Yuan to remind them. They would undoubtedly notice. Given their propensity for scavenging, the prospect of such a large aircraft filled with treasures was irresistible. The creatures near the vast lake, upon witnessing such a colossal object, fled in terror. Boom. Crackle. The airplane crashed, unleashing a powerful wave of heat that swept outward, leaving trees unharmed but swaying in its wake. just billowed around them, forcing everyone to squint as they shielded their eyes and pressed forward. Upon sighting the plane, they also recognized each other. The days apart had etched their mental states across their faces. Qin Yuan's group, well-fed and nourished, appeared relatively unchanged. The captain's team, having profited from their venture with Qin Yuan, appeared somewhat invigorated. Conversely, the men in black, despite daily sustenance, bore the weary burden of their labor. Zhao Lei, accompanied only by Shaoli, had exhausted the resources of their rocky outcrop, leaving them in the most pitiful state. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, Zhao Lei surprisingly remained silent for a moment before erupting in a frenzied shout. Ha! Damn it! We're all going to die. Misfortune does not befall just me. We all share this fate. His deranged laughter, combined with his charred visage, rendered him ominously grotesque, as if he had shed his former self. Qin Yuan chose to ignore him, but as he observed smoke billowing from the airplane's wing, he sensed something amiss. There was a problem. As the plane plummeted, failing to decelerate, the temperature from air friction would be exceedingly high. Given the distance, Qin Yuan could already feel a wave of heat emanating from it. The abnormality at the wing raised his concern that it might detach completely. Let us find a place to take cover. The plane may explode, Qin Yuan urged, fabricating a hasty excuse to lead the three women away. His voice was not soft, and the others overheard him clearly, exchanging glances before deciding to retreat as well. Only Zhao Lei, witnessing their withdrawal, sneered, "TCH, a bunch of cowards, truly pathetic." No one paid heed to the delusional man. Just then, a tremendous upheaval erupted from within the aircraft, the noise escalating. Yet Zhao Lei, brimming with bravado, felt invincible, as if he were the sovereign of this island. Boom. As anticipated by Qin Yuan, the wing exploded off with incredible speed. You really are cowards. Zhao Lei's taunt was cut short as the wing cleaved through him, leaving a scene so gruesome that it instilled fear in all who witnessed it. Brother Lei? Brother Lei. Shaoli rushed forward, disregarding everything. But it was too late. Zhao Lei was already dead. Chapter 64. The hired captain kneeling upon the ground, Shaoli stared vacantly at the lifeless body of Brother Lei, gruesomely severed in two. The blood and flesh were a horrifying sight, and the unblinking eyes of Zhao Lei gazed intensely at him. Trembling, Shaoli gently closed Zhao Lei's eyes. Brother Lei, you promised you would marry my sister. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to speak. Approaching would only invite the accusation of mourning for a fellow beast. Though Zhao Lei could hardly be deemed a virtuous man, he possessed a unique charm that had captivated Shaoli all this time. The girls from Qin Yuan's side, witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time, were in shock. Just moments ago, a person had been alive. Now, they were dead. Such occurrences were unimaginable to them prior to this moment. Lin Xiao, frightened, buried herself in Lin Wei's embrace. Despite Lin Wei's pale countenance, she offered comfort to her younger sister. Qin Yuan could distinctly feel Lu Xiaoning's hand tremble. He grasped her hand tightly, providing a sense of stability, as if to convey a message of reassurance. With me here, there is nothing to fear. Do not be afraid. You can hide behind me. It should be safe now. At that moment, Qin Yuan's gaze shifted towards the man in the black suit standing near Tian Tian and Suyu. He appeared utterly unperturbed, while those behind him were clearly shaken. Upon seeing him, Qin Yuan connected the dots, realizing that both the previous theft of deer meat and this incident with the wild boar were orchestrated by this individual. However, Qin Yuan refrained from exposing him. During the chase that night, he had clearly sensed this man's exceptional skills. He was no ordinary person. As he maneuvered through the woods, though not entirely at ease, his speed was remarkable, indicating a solid foundation in agility. The man in the black suit seemed to notice Qin Yuan's scrutiny, casting a brief glance before offering a nonchalant smile, remaining taciturn. Brother Qin, should we proceed? Lin Zhao's face was ashen from the captain's death. Though typically bold and outspoken, she was visibly shaken by the reality of death. There's no point in going over now. The exterior temperature of the aircraft is too high. We should assess the damage before devising a way to enter the plane, Qin Yuan explained, casting a reassuring glance at the sisters to ease their minds. Brother Qin, the captain is here, Lin Wei pointed out, alerting him to James' presence behind him. Captain James, having previously ventured out to sea with Qin Yuan, had grasped the advantages of collaborating with him. Now, with the aircraft before them, his thoughts were solely on how to acquire the treasures within. Knowing that only by aligning with Qin Yuan could he reap greater rewards, it was akin to leveling up in a game. Teaming up with such a formidable ally ensured he would receive his share of the spoils. My dear Qin, there is an old saying in our land, absence makes the heart grow fonder. It has been a long time since we last met, James remarked, observing Qin Yuan's demeanor, which suggested he too was contemplating how to extract benefits from this encounter. Indeed, your wisdom is evident, James conceded, not feeling the slightest embarrassment, as he sought to curry favor. There is no need for trivial pleasantries. If your next words do not pertain to the matter at hand, our discussion may as well end here, Qin Yuan interjected, his expression stoic. To Qin Yuan, the value these men offered was merely that of labor. He had no need for anything else they could provide. Their only contribution was the cans of food he had allocated to them. Apart from that, he held no interest. Only the three of them possessed the labor capacity worthy of negotiation. Brother Qin, we wish to collaborate with you to obtain the treasures on the aircraft, James declared. No longer hesitant, though his demeanor betrayed a hint of anxiety. His nervousness stemmed from lacking equivalent offerings. He was unaware that Qin Yuan had already placed their labor on the negotiation table, which was why he was engaging with them at all. Very well. How do you propose to divide the spoils? Qin Yuan replied, which caught James off guard. His current state could be aptly described by a song. Happiness comes suddenly like a whirlwind. Really? Brother Qin, is it true? His expression was one of exhilaration, nearly leaping in joy to express his overwhelming excitement. Indeed, how would you like to divide it? Qin Yuan urged him to maintain his composure. How about a 50-50 split? James suggested, having considered this proposition. The previous 20-80 split had been due to the majority of tools belonging to Qin Yuan, and their role had only been navigational. However, with the aircraft now within reach, they could acquire some treasures even without Qin Yuan's assistance, albeit with a delay due to the lack of tools. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan shook his head, causing James to feel alarmed. Did this mean Qin Yuan was going to demand an unreasonable share? Qin Yuan's intention was straightforward, taking advantage of the opportunity presented by meeting the captain to outline his future plans, as he indeed needed to dig trenches. The captain and his two companions would be instrumental in digging the trenches to fend off the beasts. James' emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster when Qin Yuan agreed to collaborate. He soared to great heights, only to plummet when Qin Yuan shook his head. Yet, when Qin Yuan mentioned providing meals, his spirits soared once more. Forget the 20-80 split. He would agree to anything, even receiving nothing, provided they were not sent to their deaths. James found himself in stark contrast to the arrogant figure they had first encountered, who had looked down upon everyone. The once despised Qin Yuan had now emerged as the strongest on the island. How dramatically circumstances had shifted. Chapter 65, Boarding the Plane. Brother Qin, are we truly going to collaborate with them? Lin Wei inquired softly as she leaned closer. Of course we are, Qin Yuan replied confidently, casting a glance at the exuberant James in the distance. We stand to gain, so rest assured, I have everything under control. He countered her concern. Do you wish to dig trenches? These individuals are a decent choice. Do you prefer to dig instead? But there are more of them than us. What if they turn the tables? They wouldn't dare, Qin Yuan asserted. We possess weapons now. Even if they were to confront us, we have the means to defend ourselves. Look at their current state. Had I not distributed the canned food, they would likely be incapacitated by now. Qin Yuan's reasoning held merit. Prior to landing on this desolate island, they had lived a life of ease, accustomed to being served. Survival skills were foreign to them, at most having gleaned some knowledge from survival shows. In contrast, Qin Yuan had grown up in a mountain village, acquiring a variety of survival techniques, albeit in a less harsh environment than an island. Overall, he held the advantage. Furthermore, it seemed unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to turn on their employer, as such an act would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Considering all these factors, Qin Yuan was confident that they would not dare. His tone was cool and detached, yet Tian dared not oppose him, nodding submissively before scurrying off to gather information. Seeing Tian take action, Qin Yuan beckoned the captain and the others to join him, and the five of them proceeded to inspect the aircraft. The group consisted of Qin Yuan, the captain, a sailor, a flight attendant, and a husband. Qin Yuan instructed the girls to remain where they were, then led the others to examine the plane. As they approached, they could still sense the heat radiating from it, reminiscent of winter near a fireplace. The absence of the earlier deafening noise gave them the confidence to draw closer. The aircraft's exterior was severely damaged, and due to its elongated structure, it was more efficient to work together rather than separately. Thus, Qin Yuan directed them to spread out and search for any weaknesses that would allow them to access the plane's interior. Aside from the battered undercarriage, the overall fuselage appeared intact. Qin Yuan could faintly hear cries for help emanating from within, indicating that there was airflow. However, at the rear of the plane, aside from the wing that had just launched Zhao Lei to his demise, he found nothing amiss, which puzzled him. How could a plane that had been flying well crash so suddenly? It was perplexing. As he moved to the right side, he noticed that the hatch had become deformed. James, everyone, come here, he called out. The deformation of the hatch signified that they could force it open and enter the aircraft. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's call, James and the others rushed over, gathering behind him. Is it here? They asked, eyeing the warped hatch with curiosity. Although it was deformed, Opening it would still require considerable effort. It was not an easy task. Qin Yuan swung an axe against the hatch twice, realizing it was futile, and decided against further attempts to breach the door. After contemplating his options, he concluded that they must find a way to enter through the nose of the aircraft. The group followed him to the front, attempting to climb up, but the nose was too smooth to ascend, and it was still quite hot, making it feel as though one could fry an egg on it. Qin Yuan struck the aircraft's exterior with his axe, leaving a mark but failing to breach the steel plating. "Look over here," James called out after circling the plane, pointing at a crack in the fuselage. From the outside, it appeared that a gap of over a meter had formed, though it was only about 10 centimeters wide, too narrow for a normal person to fit through. "Find a piece of wood, and we'll pry it open together," Qin Yuan instructed. Other areas remained sealed due to the internal air pressure of the aircraft. Soon, the sailor returned with a 2-meter-long piece of deadwood, hoisting it alongside the flight attendant. Qin Yuan enlarged the gap with his axe, and they inserted the wood into the opening. "On 3, James shouted, and they all pushed with all their strength. In an instant, the narrow gap could no longer withstand their collective force and tore open wider, causing the wood to fall away as they stumbled and fell to the ground. "Success!" Qin Yuan exclaimed, observing the now sufficiently large opening that allowed him to peek inside, clearly identifying it as the cargo hold. "James, well done. You all go ahead," Qin Yuan directed. James and the others chuckled and began to crawl into the cargo hold, with Qin Yuan following suit. Once inside, the wails from the passenger cabin above became more pronounced. Qin Yuan glanced at the cargo, indifferent, and proceeded to assess the situation in the passenger area. Fortunately, the door between the cargo hold and the cabin was not locked. They collectively exerted force to open it. As the door swung open, a faint metallic scent filled the air, prompting many to instinctively cover their noses. Upon entering the passenger cabin, they found many unconscious or deceased individuals, while a few fortunate ones, equipped with oxygen masks, remained strapped to their seats. Their cries for help and pleas for rescue echoed around them. But upon seeing Qin Yuan and his companions, they froze in disbelief. "You're here to save us?" one person asked weakly. "The plane's blankets, medical kits, and meals. All valuable supplies." James, Mike, it's really you. I can't believe we've met again." James hurriedly unfastened Mike's seatbelt, urging him to take a moment to recover. Qin Yuan glanced over but did not intervene, instead leading the others to search for supplies. His objective was clear. He had boarded the plane not to rescue, but to seek the resources he required. Saving others could come later. Qin Yuan did not consider himself cold-hearted. After all, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. He could offer assistance, but he bore no obligation to do so. If one insisted on his aid, they ought to demonstrate their worth. Much like how Qin Yuan chose to rescue Lin Wei and her companions, they had shown their value. So how could he not extend his hand? Chapter 66. The gunshot. After departing from the cabin, Qin Yuan made his way to the aircraft's insulated container, extracting all the in-flight meals within and handing them over to the sailors behind him. It was not too late. He then opened a cabinet, retrieving blankets and other items to take with him. The remaining electronics held no value for Qin Yuan. Once he had collected several useful items, the group was laden with their bounty. "Let us descend for a moment. We shall return shortly to search for anything else of use." James felt a touch of awkwardness as the others departed, hesitating to follow them, but ultimately deciding to first carry his friend Mike out. Qin Yuan entrusted the gathered items to the 3 women, while the men in black suits approached silently, entering the aircraft without uttering a word. Qin Yuan did not obstruct them. They had shown restraint by not rushing in to seize everything at the outset, which he considered a fair initial opportunity. Soon after, the group reboarded the plane to inspect the cargo hold. Upon lifting the covering cloth, Qin Yuan discovered that most of the contents consisted of clothing and parcels. He smiled, ordering the others to bring these items down, relieved to know they would not have to worry about clothing in the future. However, upon unveiling all the coverings in the cargo hold, they found no canned food, much to the dismay of the captain and his crew. These economic crops were of no use to them. On this deserted island, what they desperately needed was sustenance. "Let us rescue the survivors," Qin Yuan declared after finding nothing else of value. The group then re-entered the passenger cabin. Qin Yuan counted and found that, including the crew and passengers, there were over 100 individuals. Most were suffering internal injuries, as the airplane's seatbelts were positioned at the abdomen, and some had perished during the violent turbulence. Thus, only about 30 remained unharmed, with a dozen severely injured and over 20 with minor wounds. The rest had tragically perished. Upon entering the cockpit, they found both the captain and co-pilot had succumbed, meaning the very individuals who might have understood the cause of the crash were now lost to them. After rescuing the survivors, many cast sidelong glances at Qin Yuan, neglecting to acknowledge his presence. "Curse that Eastern monkey," Why did you not rescue us first instead of searching for supplies? Do you not understand that human rights are paramount? One of the Germans shouted. His eyes filled with hatred. Enough. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan delivered a sharp slap, irritated by those who, after being saved, failed to recognize the gravity of their situation. He's hitting people. He's hitting people. The German cried out, attempting to rally those nearby against Qin Yuan. Come here, girl. Qin Yuan called for Lu Xiaoning, who could understand a bit of English but could not speak it fluently. How proficient are you in English? After I speak. Translate for them. The rescued individuals, apart from a handful of East Asians, were primarily of Indo-European descent, necessitating Lu Xiaoning's translation. She nodded, her English skills being commendable, as she had gone to Australia to hone her family's business. Listen carefully, this island is not a tourist destination but a deserted land, devoid of law. It means if I were to kill you, you would have no recourse for justice, Qin Yuan asserted. Lu Xiaoning relayed his words verbatim to the group. Their faces fell. Disbelief washed over them. Secondly, you must become self-sufficient and find a way to survive, for this island has no signal. If you doubt this, feel free to check your phones. I believe they still have battery. If GPS can erase this island's information, then blocking signals is a trivial matter. After Lu Xiaoning translated, Qin Yuan continued, I now require able-bodied individuals to manage 1 meal per day. We will not allow you to consume our provisions, you wretched Eastern monkey. The Germans, Anglo-Saxons, and others shook their heads, firmly believing in their superiority and unwilling to work for an Eastern individual. Qin Yuan ignored them, turning his attention to a few East Asians, a man from the Korean peninsula, another from Japan, and 3 individuals from China. They expressed profound gratitude to Qin Yuan for saving their lives and offered their assistance. Naturally, he accepted only the 3 from China, as they shared a common heritage and had not exhibited any behavior that would irritate him. Additionally, it would be beneficial to glean information about the outside world and the news surrounding the cruise disaster. The remaining individuals were absorbed by the captain and the men in black suits, while some formed their own groups, unwilling to join any existing factions. Those who were severely or lightly injured were left unattended, their eyes reflecting despair. Qin Yuan was not a savior. With so many people and his limited supplies, he doubted they could last more than 2 days. His own survival was paramount. As discussions ensued among the crowd, a gunshot echoed from a distance. Bang! Startled birds took flight, and panic ensued among the survivors. Could there be others? Qin Yuan was bewildered. It was indeed the sound of a gunshot. And they needed to escape. Who knew what might approach them? Not only Qin Yuan, but everyone else scattered, with the captain promptly advising Qin Yuan that they would distribute the supplies another day before rushing into the woods. Qin Yuan led his group away, leaving behind those unable to flee, helplessly scattered around the aircraft. The gunfire was unsettling. Why would there be gunshots? Brother Qin, what caused the gunfire? What is happening? Li Yuyu asked anxiously. Qin Yuan shook his head, comforting her. I am uncertain. It is likely they discovered the wrecked plane and have come ashore. Everyone, remain calm. We are in the woods. They will not find us. Though he offered reassurance, his own heart remained unsettled, primarily due to the abruptness of the gunfire. He understood this was not merely a deserted island, but a remote land. Yet, who was responsible for the shots? You all stay here and do not move. I will investigate the situation. Qin Yuan felt he would not be able to sleep peacefully unless he clarified this matter. It was imperative to understand what was occurring. Don't go. They have firearms. Brother Qin, please don't. The group quickly protested, but Qin Yuan was resolute. None could deter him, not even Lu Xiaoning. For Qin Yuan adhered to a singular belief. How can one allow others to slumber peacefully while danger lurks nearby? Chapter 67, Pirates. Qin Yuan found himself unable to leave this island, which had become his home. The presence of armed intruders made him uneasy. He had to ascertain their identities to avoid an untimely demise. Thus, he became somewhat obsessive about understanding who they were. As he cautiously moved, he overheard voices nearby and stealthily climbed a tree to follow them. He observed a black man expressing his grievances to a white companion, both armed with AK-47 rifles. Tread carefully along a clearly demarcated path within the jungle, their vigilance palpable. Pirates? A thought flickered in Qin Yuan's mind, for AK-47s were predominantly supplied to various terrorist organizations. It would not be surprising if they were indeed pirates. Their fragmented English conversation included the term Devil's Island. Were they referring to the very island he was on? Do not speak carelessly. If there are women on the plane, we will be fortunate. The previous batch has become tiresome, the black man remarked, eliciting laughter from his companion as they hastened toward the wreckage of the aircraft. Qin Yuan intended to follow them, but was startled by the sound of approaching footsteps at the end of the path. To his dismay, a group of over 10 pirates appeared, one of whom wielded an RPG. Where on earth did they procure such a weapon? His heart raced. and he reconsidered his earlier thoughts of confronting the first two pirates he had seen. Judging by their trajectory, it seemed that the two ahead were mere fodder, while the group behind constituted the main force. Fortunately, he had refrained from a rash attack. However, the sight of the pirates made Qin Yuan's heart sink. He had hoped to spend his time peacefully on the island, awaiting rescue, but now he discovered that this desolate place was patrolled by a band of pirate-like terrorists. He deduced that during the previous shipwreck, some individuals must have drifted to the pirates' lair, or else the two pirates would not have spoken as they did. Their arrival on the island was undoubtedly linked to the airplane incident. As the group of pirates passed beneath the tree where Qin Yuan hid, he held his breath. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they carried heavy weaponry, and caution was paramount. Once they moved on, he stealthily followed, eager to discern their intentions. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air, causing Qin Yuan's heart to constrict. Pirates would not shoot without reason. "Stop! Stop!" they shouted, firing at the fleeing figures ahead. He watched from his perch as the earlier group that had descended from the airplane cried for help in terror. Their pleas falling on deaf ears as the pirates surged forward. Panic spread among the fleeing individuals, and those who were injured could do little more than remain frozen in place, praying for divine intervention. Furious, the pirates bellowed, "Why are they running?" and began to shoot indiscriminately. The once tranquil scene transformed into a macabre celebration of carnage. Qin Yuan, witnessing this massacre, felt a pang of empathy for the unfortunate souls caught in this nightmare. He had no intention of foolishly confronting the pirates. Such heroism was not in his nature. Before long, the pirates had emptied their magazines, the gunfire ceased, and they approached the terrified survivors. Regardless of gender, they captured everyone, executing the severely wounded without hesitation. After abducting a dozen individuals, the pirates departed with an air of nonchalance. Upon their return, Gnawing, visibly shaken, rushed into Qin Yuan's embrace. "Why were you so reckless? We could have stayed hidden here." Seeing the traces of tears on her face, Qin Yuan felt a twinge of sorrow. The echoes of gunfire had clearly unsettled her. He glanced around at the frightened faces of those nearby, noticing Lin Xiao trembling in her sister's arms. The three newly arrived compatriots also wore expressions tinged with despair. "All right, the pirates are gone," Qin Yuan reassured them, hoping to alleviate their anxiety. "Brother Qin, are they truly pirates? Are they from the sea?" Lin Wei's voice trembled, her usually composed demeanor shaken by the ordeal. "If my assumptions are correct, yes, but there is no need to panic." They referred to our island as Devil's Island, implying they likely won't venture into this jungle, as they just passed through the wild area, Qin Yuan speculated, though he knew such conjectures held little weight. Their spirits were low. The pirates' incursion had left a profound impact. They had already been grappling with the challenges of scarce food, wild beasts, and the complexities of human nature in this desolate land. Now, the emergence of a band of pirates was an unbearable strain for these ordinary city dwellers. Had it not been for Qin Yuan's presence, they might have succumbed to despair, losing all hope. Observing their distress, he too felt a heavy heart, especially after witnessing the pirates' merciless slaughter and plundering. "Brother Qin, what should we do?" Gao Xingyang asked, worry etched on his face. Qin Yuan forced a smile, pondering the question. What to do? If only I knew. Yet, he swiftly banished his pessimism, reminding himself that emotional resilience was paramount. "Brother Qin, these are He Ming, Zhao Chong, and Lu Yang," Lu Xiaoning introduced, each man standing to shake Qin Yuan's hand. He Ming appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a wig and an ingratiating smile. Clearly a seasoned survivor. Zhao Chong, in his 30s, exuded shrewdness, while Lu Yang, younger yet burdened by sorrow, concealed his inner turmoil. "Everyone, please have a seat. Share what the outside world is saying about us." Chapter 68. Would you be my woman? Qin Yuan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, attempting to steady his emotions before directing his gaze towards the three of them. His eyes then shifted to He Ming. The maritime disaster had garnered considerable international attention, yet the cruise ship's precise location remained elusive. It was reported that during the rescue efforts, the beautiful country had obstructed our operations. As you know, nations of their ilk tend to exhibit similar traits. He Ming, however, was quite forthright and divulged all that he knew. "When I was preparing to travel abroad 10 days ago, this incident had already made headlines across all platforms. The Lu family had gathered all the families of the victims and established a search and rescue team. What struck me most was an elderly man who had emerged from the mountains." As Lu Yang recounted this, Qin Yuan's expression tightened, his emotions surging as he looked intently at Lu Yang, urgently asking, what did he look like? What Lu Yang described was precisely Qin Yuan's father. Upon hearing this, a tumult of emotions swirled within Qin Yuan as he gazed at Lu Yang. What did he say? "Excuse me, I need a moment." Qin Yuan lit another cigarette, forcing himself to maintain a stoic facade, suppressing his tears as he stepped outside. Observing this, Lu Xiaoning promptly followed, signaling Li Yuyu to commence dinner preparations. Qin good. Qin go. Qin Yuan walked briskly, with Lu Xiaoning trailing closely behind. Eventually, he arrived at the lakeside, with Lu Xiaoning panting as she caught up. When she stood beside him, Qin Yuan's eyes were already reddened, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Men may shed tears, yet they seldom do so unless truly heartbroken. After half a month, after 15 long days, Qin Yuan finally learned of his father's fate. His father continued to believe in him, treating him as his pride. Lu Xiaoning watched the weeping Qin Yuan, who, despite his ironclad resolve, now resembled a helpless child adrift on an ocean, stirring her own sorrow. Hearing Lu Xiaoning's familiar words, Qin Yuan lifted his gaze to meet her bright, glistening eyes, embracing her tightly, reluctant to part even for a moment. His voice trembled as he spoke, filled with a determination to escape this wretched island and a longing for his homeland. He vowed to strive for both reality and dreams. I must survive. I must leave this accursed isle. Qin Go, I always thought you were incapable of tears, a cold-blooded person. I never imagined you could weep. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaoning leaned against Qin Yuan's shoulder, the two of them simply enjoying each other's presence, gazing at the tranquil lake. I am human. I possess my own emotions, joys and sorrows. Is it abnormal for me to cry? I must confess, I was quite the crybaby in my youth. Really? You hardly seem the type. With your prowess, you must have been the leader of the children, not a crybaby. Lu Xiaoning smiled gently, countering playfully. Being a leader doesn't preclude one from being a crybaby. My childhood was modest, merely sufficient for sustenance. There were no recreational facilities. We would venture to the hills behind our home, constructing castles and playing kings with mud and stones. After a day of play, our parents would search for us, only to demolish the castles we had painstakingly built. How could I not cry? As Qin Yuan reminisced about his childhood, he transformed from a composed man into a loquacious storyteller, while Lu Xiaoning listened patiently, absorbing each whimsical tale from his youth. I envy your childhood. Mine was devoid of friends, filled only with a mountain of useless textbooks and an abundance of teachers. Certainly, your circumstances were different. You came from wealth, benefiting from numerous tutors, unlike me, who enlisted in the army right after high school due to financial hardships. After Qin Yuan finished speaking, silence enveloped them. Neither dared to break the stillness. Their disparate upbringings became evident. Had it not been for the deserted island, they likely would not share this moment together. Qin Yuan, is your reluctance to accept me rooted in my background? After a brief pause, Lu Xiaoning finally voiced her concern. Indeed, it is primarily a matter of social standing. I am somewhat traditional, believing in the importance of familial compatibility. If the disparity is too great, no matter the affection, happiness may elude us. Before Qin Yuan could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Xiaoning's exclamation. Qin Yuan, you scoundrel. She struck his chest with force, although it did not hurt him. He could feel her profound sadness. She pushed him away, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest, and he could hear her sobs echoing in the air. Qin Yuan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had not intended to comfort himself, yet here he was, needing to console her. Do not touch me, Lu Xiaoning retorted coldly. If you are so intent on pursuing your ideals of social equality, why do you embrace me? Even Qin Yuan, typically oblivious to such nuances, recognized the distinction between genuine anger and mere frustration after spending time with Lu Xiaoning. I hadn't finished my thought. If you choose not to listen, then I shall refrain from speaking. He elongated the final syllable, a hint of mischief in his tone. Chapter 69. Lin Xiao is clever. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoning's heart quivered. She never anticipated that Qin Yuan would openly confess his feelings. Yet, in her current state of tears, how could she easily acquiesce? How infuriating. Who would demand someone to be their fiancé right off the bat? Nevertheless, she found herself agreeing. After the first statement, Qin Yuan felt a tumult within, fearing she might reject him, which would be exceedingly awkward. However, the next sentence sent him on an emotional roller coaster, truly experiencing what it meant to be overjoyed. Qin good. Xiaoning Jia, it's time to eat. Lin Xiao had been watching from a distance for quite some time, acting as a witness. After seeing them embrace, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's voice, the couple stood, brushed off the dirt from their clothes, and strolled towards her hand in hand. Qin Ge, Lu Yang just mentioned that with the current standoff, any matters concerning us won't be resolved easily. Due to the international situation, it is likely we won't be found until next year or the year after. Qin Yuan, being on the island, had grasped certain inside information. The mere fact that soldiers from the beautiful nation had landed on the island was enough to provoke a fierce opposition from them at any cost. What they intended to do remained unclear to Qin Yuan, yet he was certain it was nothing favorable. Understood. It's sufficient for everyone to be aware of this. Let us refrain from discussing it further. Lingering in such an environment would be detrimental to the team, affecting our productivity. Upon returning to their gathering place, Liu Yang rose and approached Qin Yuan, whispering, "Qin Gu, did I say something wrong?" "No, you did splendidly. Please follow Gao Xingyang to familiarize yourselves with the terrain, and we will talk later." Liu Yang nodded, still feeling somewhat unsettled, convinced he had misspoken. However, Qin Yuan paid it little mind. It was natural for Liu Yang to feel that way, and he would soon grow accustomed to their extended time together. Gao Shiyang then stood up, leading the three of them to explore their surroundings. Qin Yuan observed them, initially intending to hire them briefly, but after encountering the pirates, he decided to incorporate them into his team temporarily. After all, managing a larger team was cumbersome, and with his daily responsibilities, he could not monitor them constantly. Their self-discipline was paramount. "Qin Gu, what do you propose we do next? Are we truly taking in these three individuals?" At that moment, Liu Yu approached with uncertainty. Qin Yuan understood her concerns and empathized with her feelings, as suddenly having three additional men in their midst was understandably alarming. He glanced around and noted that not only Liu Yu, but the other three women also bore varying degrees of worry in their eyes. Moreover, this is relatively acceptable. You all witnessed the Westerners who disembarked from the plane, their air of superiority. The distribution of food will be based on labor. If they contribute nothing, they will receive no sustenance. Qin Yuan stated calmly, to take in and to accept are two distinct concepts. I cannot establish a charity to hand over the fruits of my labor freely. To gain, one must render commensurate effort. Upon hearing this, the group felt somewhat reassured. Qin Yuan's words rang true. The pirates' arrival had rendered an already precarious area even more inhospitable. If their presence on the island was merely due to the plane, that was one matter. However, should they return frequently, life would become a constant source of anxiety. I intend to search for a new dwelling. Although this location is nestled within the woods, should those pirates invade, we would become sitting ducks. Thus, we must seek a new site. He continued, of course, we still need to construct here, as the new abode remains uncertain, and we cannot ascertain its suitability for habitation. Therefore, we shall proceed with our original plans for construction. Qin Yuan articulated, and the others unanimously agreed with his reasoning, for they had no alternative course of action. Qin Gu, I believe there is a mountain to the northwest. We could establish our camp at its base. The suggestion from Lin Xiao sparked excitement among the group. The base of the mountain indeed appeared to be a favorable choice. If a cave were present, it would be even more advantageous, sparing them the effort of building shelter. Yet, the conditions beyond the mountain were a complete mystery, and they were unaware of the local wildlife. These factors required time to ascertain, but she vowed to keep an eye out. Suddenly, Lin Xiao had an epiphany, her eyes brightening with enthusiasm. Her words stunned everyone momentarily, but they quickly regained composure. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Lin Xiao displaying such cleverness. Well done, Xiao Xiao. It appears your intellect has not gone to waste. Qin Yuan praised her with a smile. Lin Xiao pouted in a playful manner. Qin, good. I'm not just loafing around. Her adorably defiant expression elicited a chuckle from Lin Wei, who affectionately ruffled her hair. All right. The group, invigorated, deliberately cast aside the sense of crisis brought on by the pirates and set about taking action. James, their ship has set sail. Mike, we have been stranded on this island for half a month. Why has our country yet to send rescue? James finally voiced the question that had been troubling him. James, you are unaware that this is all to restrain Huan Nation. The beautiful nation has intervened, declaring that no rescue efforts are permitted, even from our own country. All due to Huan Nation. Chapter 70. The incommunicable sorrows and joys of humanity. James felt a twinge of annoyance. The reason he could not initiate a rescue was to restrain them. Listening to Mike's unfriendly tone, James could only offer a resigned grimace as he recounted their circumstances over the past fortnight. James, you have greatly disappointed me. You possess no dignity, Mike criticized vehemently, shaking his head at James, deeming his actions utterly disgraceful. Mike, you do not understand, James replied bitterly, his gaze falling upon his compatriots as they faced Mike's rebuke. Feeling a sense of shame wash over him, unable to hold his head high before them. However, he had no intentions of harboring any thoughts about Qin Yuan. Although their numbers had increased, it was clear that mere numbers could not facilitate plundering Qin Yuan's territory. Mike, I must inform you that we currently have no food. Tomorrow we shall seek work with him. He will provide us sustenance. If you are unwilling to contribute, then fend for yourself and forage in the woods, James declared. His words not only signified his allegiance but also articulated his stance. The hardships of the past 2 weeks had shattered his pride. He simply desired food, resembling a stone that had lost its edges. Moreover, his sentiments resonated with the few who belonged to him, and they nodded in agreement, feeling a weight lifted. They too recognized that should their relationship with Qin Yuan sour, they would find themselves devoid of even the most basic nourishment. The reality proved that the joys and sorrows of individuals diverged greatly, After 15 days of trials, James and his companions had grasped the significance of sustenance and strength. In contrast, Mike and those recently rescued from the aircraft failed to comprehend their plight, unable to empathize, and mocked their helplessness. In response, James merely smiled faintly. Having seen through the situation, he knew that after a few days of hunger, they would come to realize the correctness of his choices. Before that, however, James needed to conceal the canned goods they had previously acquired. Thus, he summoned the sailor aside to ensure the matter was handled discreetly. Meanwhile, on the side of the man in the black suit, he had gathered the largest group, amassing 8 individuals, which combined with their original 5, brought their total to 12. His approach remained consistent. Those who followed him flourished, while those who opposed him perished. The 8 he recruited, upon witnessing his dagger, offered no dissent. He led them to develop their stronghold in the southeastern corner of the island, a place they were most familiar with, thus minimizing unforeseen complications. Though the black-suited man ruled with an iron fist, under his leadership, survival was assured, which was also the reason Tian and the others had not fled. Conversely, the group that had disembarked from the plane refused to join any faction, opting instead to form their own. They disliked being subjugated and believed that rescue would eventually arrive. It was merely a matter of time, and they were not overly concerned. However, the recent gunfire from the pirates had plunged their spirits into despair. The very pirates who had pursued them had unleashed their wrath, reducing their numbers from nearly 30 to just a handful. What should we do? A woman with Western features, looking pale and frightened, inquired. This was a desolate island, with pirates lurking nearby. The timing of any rescue is uncertain, leaving them at a loss. I believe we should, like them, elect a leader to guide us through survival on this island, someone suggested, speaking in a German accented English. Perhaps we should share our previous skills to allocate roles accordingly, proposed another middle-aged man with a goatee. I shall take the lead. I have volunteered in the African savannah and possess some knowledge of wilderness survival. I am confident that with our intelligence, we can thrive on this island. At least better than that yellow-skinned monkey. The speaker was the individual who had first insulted Qin Yuan, a quintessential nationalist whose words reflected his character. The crowd exchanged glances, noting that he appeared rather young, likely under 30, which prompted some of the older individuals to feel discontent, such as the man with the goatee. Younger man. Do you not think your remarks are excessively extreme? The goateed man emphasized the term younger, as if to remind him of his status. His focus lay in the latter part of his statement, and he openly acknowledged his nationalism, which resonated with many, tilting the balance of opinions in favor of the youth. Well then, does anyone possess knowledge in survival? We have many people here. If we band together, we can certainly fare better, the woman who had initially suggested leadership interjected. Unaware that the notion of unity was a sentiment shared by many, including the captain, Zhao Lei, Tian, and numerous others. Too many, regrettably, to count in the end. The group shook their heads. Due to their work commitments, most had traveled to Australia with little to no wilderness survival experience, leaving only the young man. Then I shall lead you all in surviving on this island. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jonah Emmett, Jonah proclaimed with solemnity, casting a slightly hostile glance towards the goateed man. Internally, he was shrouded in darkness, questioning why anyone would dare challenge him. Jonah was not merely a nationalist, but an extremist. In his worldview, those who had wronged him would meet a dire fate, and if justice did not come, he would ensure that it did. Allow me to make a brief allocation. We should first inspect the aircraft for any supplies we can utilize. Would you kindly take the lead in this endeavor? Jonah addressed the goateed man with a seemingly congenial smile. The assembly understood that Jonah was targeting the goateed man first. Yet no one paid it any mind. They were all preoccupied with their own survival and had little concern for others. Chapter 71. The First Employment, Part 1. Qin Yuan spoke not in a tone of discussion, but rather with an air of command that brooked no dissent. Very well. They accepted the ropes without a hint of complaint, fully aware that in their current state of dependency, compliance was their only recourse. Shiyang, you lead them. I shall join shortly, Qin Yuan stated with a smile after tossing the rope to Gao Shengyang. After watching them depart, Qin Yuan turned to the 4 women. Yu and Lin Wei devise a means to conceal all the meat, be it in suitcases or elsewhere, even in the inflatable raft. Ensure it is hidden. They nodded in understanding. Without further inquiry, they recognized the gravity of the situation. With the increasing number of people on the island, food had become paramount. They happened to possess provisions, and if discovered by other teams, the consequences would be dire. Upon concluding his instructions, Qin Yuan cast a fond glance at Lu Xiaoning before departing with his axe. Sister Xiaoning, have you truly established a relationship with Brother Qin? Lin Xiao inquired with a knowing smile, her eyes seemingly piercing through Lu Xiaoning's facade. Lin Xiao, enough questions. Come help me. Lin Wei interjected, seizing Lin Xiao's arm and pulling her to assist. As Qin Yuan caught up with them, He noticed their animated conversation and asked, "What are you discussing?" "Brother Qin, we were just talking about you. We learned from Xingyang that it has been you sustaining them for the past 2 weeks. Xingyang mentioned that without you, they would have perished long ago. It is not solely my doing. They have also exerted considerable effort. I could not have managed alone." Qin Yuan replied with a chuckle, drawing closer to them. He also learned that Lu Yong had been despondent upon arrival, feeling hopeless, but through interactions with the group, he gradually regained the will to live. "Do you see these trees? If we were to chop them down, it would take us days to fell even one," Qin Yuan remarked as he stood before the broken trees. "Shiyang, take this axe. Those trees that are not completely severed, cut them down. Let us find a few that we can transport and utilize." Qin Yuan's plan was not to construct a purely wooden treehouse, otherwise, it would take weeks to complete. He intended to take 2 or 3 trees, process them gradually, support the 4 corners with timber, and fill the remaining spaces with earth and stones, thereby conserving effort and reducing construction time for quicker habitation. That evening, Qin Yuan shared his thoughts with Gao Xingyang, entrusting him with the task of construction. For a civil engineering professional would undoubtedly possess greater expertise than a layman like himself. "This tree is quite robust. If sold, it could fetch a handsome sum," Himing said, playfully kicking the fallen tree. Qin Yuan approached, noting its impressive stature, though he was unaware of its scientific name. "Then this shall be the one," he declared. With his fire axe, Qin Yuan severed the tree from its stump, then bound it with rope. Together with Gao Xingyang, they stripped away the leaves and branches, leaving only a bare trunk. The 3 of them pulled from the front while Qin Yuan signaled for Gao Xingyang to push from behind. Despite its size, they managed to transport the tree with relative ease. "Shiyang, clear away the traces of our tree removal. We mustn't allow anyone to notice," Qin Yuan cautioned. Their shelter was precarious, easily penetrable by outsiders, and thus it was prudent to exercise caution. Upon returning to the shelter, they repeated the process, bringing in 3 more trees of similar stature. When the final tree was transported, everyone collapsed, utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to drink. Lu Xiaoning, witnessing Qin Yuan's fatigue, felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly fetched a bottle of water, offering it to him. This scene evoked envy among the onlookers, while Gao Xingyang gazed longingly at Li Yuyu, only to receive a tossed bottle of water in return. The disparity was striking. "Yuyu, is dinner ready?" Qin Yuan inquired, leaning against a tree. "Almost there. Just a moment," came the reply. The day of a voracious eater was marked by its simplicity, solely focused on sustenance. During the meal, due to the large number of people and their relative unfamiliarity, everyone dined in silence. After several days, they had grown accustomed to this routine. "Tomorrow, we have much to accomplish. My preliminary plan is to construct 4 small houses in this clearing. Shiyang, you shall take charge of this endeavor," Qin Yuan stated, directing his gaze towards Gao Xingyang. "I have no objections. According to Brother Qin, the houses we build will consist of wood, stone, and earth simple adobe structures. If we work together, we could complete them in less than a week," Gao Xingyang asserted, his words grounded in reality. The terrain was relatively flat, making construction straightforward. "Very well, we shall enlist the help of the captain and others tomorrow to dig the foundations, using the excavated earth for the houses. We must also consider fencing, ultimately. We need to complete the houses within half a month," Qin Yuan outlined. "Will half a month be too rushed?" Zhao Cheng asked, concern evident in his voice. "Not at all. If you choose to remain idle, then a year or more would pose no issue," Qin Yuan replied firmly, emphasizing the need to instill a sense of urgency within the team. With 4 factions on the island, aside from their own, they could not afford to let their territory be overrun. If they were to fall prey to other groups, it would be the best-case scenario. There were also venomous snakes, wolves, wild boars, and other unknown threats. If these creatures were to invade, their survival would be at stake. Qin Yuan instilled a sense of crisis among them, discouraging complacency. Life is born of hardship, while comfort leads to demise. Without a sense of urgency, one loses their drive, and without drive, death looms near. With more people now, it was unrealistic for Qin Yuan to oversee everyone, so he resorted to creating a sense of urgency to motivate them. "But if wild beasts do come, we would be powerless to stop them," Lu Yang lamented. Qin Yuan turned to Gao Xingyang, indicating for him to relay his thoughts and plans to the group. Chapter 72, The First Employment, Part 2. Upon realizing the situation, they all understood that Qin Yuan had long been prepared, with a plan in place. There was no need for further contemplation. They simply had to adhere to the established guidelines. "Brother Qin, are there really wolves here?" Lu Yang inquired in a hushed, trembling voice. "This forest has never been developed. There are wolves and wild boars. Over there, the wolf pelts and the wild boar meat we just had." Qin Yuan glanced at him, took a drag of his cigarette, and explained, "Goodness, the wild boar meat I just ate." Lu Yang was taken aback. Suddenly comprehending why it was so flavorful, it was indeed wild boar meat. How much did the wild boar weigh? Nearly 200 pounds. And the rest a small wild boar as well, totaling around 300 pounds. Qin Yuan was unfazed. They would eventually learn about such matters. Wow, Brother Qin. You're incredible. Even wild boars are no match for you. Upon disembarking from the plane, they had overheard the derogatory remarks from the group of Caucasians, who referred to them as yellow-skinned monkeys. Yet, Qin Yuan could hunt wild boars and was the fiercest presence in the woods, something those arrogant individuals would likely never achieve in their lifetimes. At that moment, Lu Yang felt a swell of pride for being part of Qin Yuan's team. All right, there is nothing more to say after a long day. Let us all get some rest. Moreover, theoretically, several people could fit in the treehouse, but in reality, accommodating even two was quite a stretch, let alone a third. They remained silent about it, yet a feeling of disappointment lingered within, which was quite natural. Day 16. So much had transpired yesterday: poisoning, a plane crash, pirates. One event after another unfolded before their eyes, as if the mysterious veil surrounding the island was being peeled away layer by layer. The most pressing question was, how could a plane that was flying smoothly suddenly crash onto the island? The enigma of the island deepened, compelling Qin Yuan to delve further into its mysteries. Today, Qin Yuan intended to summon the captain and his crew to assist in digging trenches. He had learned from several girls yesterday that they had stored most of their food in luggage, while some were hung higher up, concealed by trees to remain hidden from outsiders, only displaying a portion to signal to the captain that they had provisions to hire them. Shiyang, go fetch the captain. I'll craft some stone shovels. You three take care of those trees. They should be cut to a height of 2.5 meters. You can estimate the cuts yourself. After delegating the more labor-intensive tasks, Qin Yuan instructed the girls to continue with their domestic duties, which included pottery making, weaving, and fetching water. The division of labor between the sexes was clear, and there were no complaints. When Qin Yuan handed the axe to the three of them, a fleeting glimmer of trust appeared in their eyes, subtle, yet noticeable to Qin Yuan. He aimed to test their intentions. Should anyone foolishly attempt to wield the axe for division or ambush, they would surely face dire consequences. Creating the stone shovels was relatively simple. Qin Yuan gathered smooth, angular stones and a sturdy wooden stick, binding them together with rope. After a few shovels, with no apparent looseness, he deemed the task a success. He crafted 8 stone shovels in total, and when Shiyang returned with the others, Qin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Qin, you're amazing. You can actually set up camp in the woods. Aren't you afraid of wolves? Not at all. Your task is to dig pits, at least 2 meters deep and 2 meters wide, around the area I've marked. Can you do that? Sure. But how long will it take to dig with just this? James glanced skeptically at the freshly crafted stone shovel. Well, if you're capable. You can dig with your hands, Qin Yuan retorted, smirking at James. No, I'd rather use the shovel. Qin, will you really provide food? He pointed at the strips of meat hanging beneath the treehouse, and they instantly understood. All right. We'll get to work. James exclaimed with enthusiasm. This time, he brought along the original 5 members, including the couple. None of the others showed up, but Qin Yuan was unconcerned. As long as some were present, it sufficed. He handed them the baskets the girls had made to collect the soil. Then, using the stone shovels, they began digging. Starting from the treehouse and extending outward approximately 15 meters, pausing to excavate a pit every few steps to mark their digging area. By the time they outlined the space, the captain and his crew had already dug halfway down and continued their work. Qin Yuan silently nodded. As long as they didn't slack off, he was content. Brother Qin, is this length acceptable? Lu Yang approached, pulling Qin Yuan to inspect a freshly cut piece of wood measuring 2.5 meters. Perfect. This tree is about 6 meters tall. After cutting it twice, the leftover scraps can still be useful. Now, keep going. Qin Yuan assessed the length and instructed accordingly. Understood. Brother Qin, what about me? At that moment, Gao Shiyang approached, feeling left out as tasks were being assigned. Shiyang, come here. Qin Yuan wrapped an arm around his shoulder and led him aside. You'll act as the supervisor, just oversee them. Brother Qin, I'm not sure I can do this well. Gao Xingyang shook his head. I still need to check the mountain over there. I can't be tied down here indefinitely. You need to step up. As the second man in our team, do you wish to be overshadowed by newcomers? I see that Lu Yang seems to have more skills than you. Brother Qin, stop. I'll do it. I want to prove myself. Gao Xingyang quickly replied, eager to assert himself. As a veteran, it was uncomfortable to be managed by a newcomer. Good, a teachable spirit. I'm leaving this to you. Make sure to appear formidable and have your own presence. Don't be overly soft. If they don't perform well, they won't get any food. Understand? Don't be foolish. Qin Yuan remained a bit apprehensive about him, but truly, there was no one else capable. All that remained were some girls who couldn't manage the group effectively. Suddenly, Qin Yuan recalled that Lu Xiaoning was going to Australia to manage a branch. She should be capable. Never mind. I'll have her substitute for you, and you can assist her. Who? Gao Xingyang looked puzzled. Your sister Xiaoning. Chapter 73. Hyenas Xiao Ning. It seems a bit unnecessary for Gao Xingyang to display affection even on this desolate island. The dynamics between the boss and the boss's wife have certainly become clear. After Qin Yuan finished his instructions, it was already time for lunch. The morning had passed swiftly, and as promised to the captain, Qin Yuan would provide them with a meal each day. The captain and his crew looked on with longing, having worked hard all morning, yet having to watch others eat. Which was indeed a rather pitiful sight. Lin Xiao, please bring them some fish soup and inform them that the main meal will be served in the evening. The fish soup can be consumed now. This was not an act of kindness from Qin Yuan, but rather a necessity after a long morning, allowing them to replenish their energy for the afternoon's tasks. Meanwhile, Lu Yang and the others felt increasingly fortunate to have joined Qin Yuan's team. It was indeed a delightful experience. Little girl, keep an eye on them while Xingyang assists you. I need to investigate the foot of that mountain. Qin Yuan whispered to Lu Xiaoning. Isn't it a bit too early to check the mountain? There are still so many matters to attend to here. Lu Xiaoning expressed her concerns, feeling that it was premature to venture without knowing the mountain's situation. Perhaps we should ask Simon? They have been on the island for quite some time and should know something about the area beyond the mountain. Qin Yuan pondered Lu Xiaoning's suggestion. While it was indeed a viable option to inquire about Simon's knowledge, the mysterious wild man was filled him with trepidation. The harrowing experience he had encountered previously lingered in his mind, making him reluctant to venture into that area. However, seeking Simon's insights would be more efficient than undertaking the exploration alone, given that his ancestors had lived on this island and would undoubtedly possess greater knowledge. If I decide to enter the Wildman Woods, you must promise not to follow, understand? The remnants of yesterday's fear still haunted Qin Yuan, and he was determined to protect Lu Xiaoning from harm. Rest assured, I will not follow you, she replied. By the way, I feel my strength has significantly increased lately. Have you noticed this as well? Qin Yuan was taken aback. She too felt stronger? Squeeze my hand with all your might, he instructed, extending his hand towards her. Lu Xiaoning gripped Qin Yuan's hand tightly, and he was astonished by the strength she displayed. Such force was not typical of a girl. He was aware of her previous capabilities and knew they had not been this pronounced. He too had experienced an increase in strength, yet he could not articulate the reason. Uncertain of his own limits. Go away. You are the wild one. Lu Xiaoning playfully scolded him. I am equally baffled. Perhaps it is due to our diet that we have both grown stronger. I must test my limits soon, Qin Yuan chuckled. Though he remained puzzled about the changes they were experiencing, with the notion of their food being the sole explanation. Little girl, when you have time, ask them if they have experienced anything similar. All right, but you must exercise caution, Lu Xiaoning reminded as she saw Qin Yuan prepare to leave. Rest assured, he replied, taking the fire axe before addressing everyone and then setting off alone towards the Wildman Woods. Meanwhile, a group of Westerners, led by Jonah Emmett, had gathered considerable supplies from their plane and established a camp not far from a large lake. The area, once teeming with wildlife, had been deserted due to the crash. But this did not mean that the animals would remain absent from their natural habitat. This was something Jonah and his team were unaware of as they continued to construct their shelter. Listen to me, everyone. We are in the wilderness, and our ultimate goal is to find a safe location and build a simple thatched hut to protect ourselves from the elements, Jonah explained, attempting to inspire his audience. However, the people before him stood frozen, dumbfounded. What is it? Jonah asked, puzzled by their stunned expressions. Why you? Behind you, one person whispered, pointing at Jonah's back. Shit. Jonah exclaimed in shock as he turned to find a pack of brown-furred hyenas glaring hungrily at them. Jonah had encountered hyenas before on the African savanna. But this was supposed to be a Pacific island. How could such creatures possibly exist here? A dozen hyenas fixated on them, as if eyeing an easy meal. Jonah gulped nervously, slowly backing away. These carnivorous animals were known for their aggressive nature, and they were utterly defenseless. What do we do? What do we do? Panic enveloped the group. At that moment, a pack of black wolves emerged. If Qin Yuan were present, he would recognize two of the black wolves as those that had passed by his shelter earlier, unlike the previous gray wolves that had attacked. This was a second wave of wolves from the lake area. The hyenas and the black wolves locked eyes, filled with animosity. These two factions were sworn enemies, clearly harboring a long-standing grudge. The gray wolves howled, and the hyenas responded defiantly, neither side willing to back down. To the beasts, these humans were merely prey. Seeing the situation unfold, Jonah quietly retreated to his companions. If they start fighting, we make a run for it. We cannot stay here. Those damned eastern monkeys didn't warn us about such terrifying creatures. If any of us are devoured by these beasts, I will seek vengeance against them. Jonah hissed. his gaze fixed intently on the two factions, hoping for a confrontation that would provide them with an opportunity to escape. The hyena stepped forward as if mocking, provoking the Black Wolf King to roar as a warning. The hyena, unperturbed, swaggered forward. The Black Wolf King lunged at the hyena. The other Black Wolves, unwilling to be outdone, charged in as well, while the hyenas retaliated fiercely. Run. Chapter 74. The cruiser. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Jonah immediately shouted loudly, prompting the group to flee in terror. The supplies they had labored all night to gather were now forgotten. Their only desire was to survive. Their screams echoed through the forest as they scattered in all directions, oblivious to their surroundings. The hyenas and black wolves, upon seeing their prey flee, ceased their squabbles and pursued the retreating figures, their keen noses leading the way. In the distance, Qin Yuan was startled by the screams emanating from the woods, initially believing them to be those of Lu Xiaoning and her companions. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the tone of the cries was not familiar and was certain they did not belong to his team. At that moment, Jonah and his group, having followed him, caught sight of Qin Yuan. You cannot enter this forest. It is cursed, Qin Yuan instinctively warned. Fool, why should we heed your words? Do you want us to be devoured by wolves? Jonah retorted angrily, his fury intensifying as he saw Qin Yuan, and he swung his fist toward him with formidable force. However, it was futile. Qin Yuan felt his reflexes heightened and effortlessly sidestepped Jonah's blow. At that moment, the pack of wolves and hyenas appeared behind them. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed in surprise. Hyenas. Strangely, both the wolves and hyenas halted at the boundary line, unwilling to cross, mirroring the reluctance of the wild men to venture out. You would do well to avoid touching anything in this forest. Wait for the wolves to depart before you leave, or you shall suffer the curse and be trapped here for all eternity. Such dire warnings. Only an Eastern monkey like you would be afraid. I cannot fathom how someone with such inferior genes has survived this long. Jonah scoffed, and those behind him shared his disdain for Qin Yuan. Utterly hopeless. Qin Yuan replied calmly. Your refusal to listen is of no concern to me. I have warned you. Disregarding their fate. He proceeded deeper into the woods in search of Shivering, while Jonah and his companions exchanged glances and followed suit. Curiosity killed the cat. Jonah's group pointed toward a tree lying across the marsh. It was the very tree that Qin Yuan had laid there. Quick, let us investigate. In a reckless act, they ventured onto the marsh and, upon discovering that they could traverse it as effortlessly as Qin Yuan, began to play roller skating on the surface. Qin Yuan, you're alive. Shivering exclaimed upon seeing Qin Yuan, as if he had encountered a ghost. Just the day before, he had witnessed Qin Yuan's demise. Now, he stood before him, a sight beyond belief. Yes, it seems I have broken the curse, Qin Yuan replied with a smile as several wild men gathered around him, murmuring and even sniffing at his presence. Perhaps it is divine intervention, Shivering suggested. Just then, a wild man hurried in and whispered something in Shivering's ear, causing him to frown. Qin Yuan, you know this is a cursed land. Why did you allow your friends to enter? You misunderstand. They are not my friends. I warned them not to come here, but they chose to disregard my advice. Their fate is not my concern. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's explanation, Shivering nodded slightly, momentarily accepting his words. The wild men had described the newcomers as red-haired foreigners, and Shivering, already harboring a dislike for outsiders, was inclined to believe Qin Yuan. Have you come to see me for a reason? Shivering inquired, gesturing for Qin Yuan to sit on a stone bench within the cave. Indeed. Can one access the mountains to the northwest? Are there any dangers? Shivering regarded Qin Yuan with curiosity, pondering why he would inquire about that location. It is accessible, but fraught with peril. In the past, before the curse, we frequently visited that area, where we left behind some of our belongings. If you wish to go there, you may, but the journey is treacherous. Bears, wild boars, hungry wolves, and tigers roam there, and the terrain is rugged. I personally advise against it. Shivering continued, however. Near the cliffs by the sea, there lies a derelict ship stranded on the shore, likely a wreck from 10 years ago. We can see it from here. It is quite peculiar, though I cannot quite describe it. Reflecting on Shivering's words, Qin Yuan contemplated the implications. It seemed that their existence was not confined to this forest. They had once thrived on this island for reasons unknown, but now they were restricted to its bounds. Shivering, can you take me to see that ship? Where exactly is it located? Follow me, Shivering replied, nodding. It was not a secret, and he led Qin Yuan out of the cave and up the mountain. By the way, I spotted a crocodile in the northeast. Are there crocodiles on this island? Crocodiles? That cannot be. I have lived on this desolate island for nearly 30 years and have never seen a crocodile. Such creatures cannot exist here. My ancestors encountered every beast imaginable, but never a crocodile. Shivering shook his head, genuinely perplexed. As they reached the summit, Shivering pointed to a distant mountain. There, can you see that ship over there? Qin Yuan squinted into the distance and felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? You call that a ship? That is a cruiser. Though it was far away, there was no mistaking it. It was indeed a cruiser. The sight of it intensified Qin Yuan's confusion. How could a cruiser be found on this island? Hyenas from Africa and crocodiles from America were comprehensible, as were wild men and pirates. But a cruiser completely shattered Qin Yuan's understanding of this island. A small fishing boat would have been acceptable, akin to the one he had shared with Tian and their companions, but a cruiser? How could he possibly come to terms with that? Chapter 75. The eve of the full moon. Qin Yuan swallowed hard, striving to calm the turmoil within. He then turned to Ximing and inquired, "Did you hear gunshots yesterday on the island we landed on? Why did you not inform me of the pirates beforehand?" "You never asked," Ximing retorted. "Is there anything else you have withheld?" Qin Yuan gazed intently at Ximing, who shook his head. "That's all I know. Most of it is information from a decade ago. As you know, I have been living in these woods for the past 10 years. Qin Yuan empathized with his suffering. Once, there had been a vast expanse of islands to explore. Now, only this forest remained, surrounded by wild men. The only person with whom he could converse in Mandarin was likely his son. Ximing muttered something unintelligible, which Qin Yuan happened to overhear. "What day is it?" "What is that sound?" Qin Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. Ximing shook his head, looking at Qin Yuan. "I don't know. The sound is dreadful and mournful. You'll find out after tonight." Qin Yuan nodded vigorously, sensing that tonight would be anything but ordinary. "Thank you. If there comes a day when you require my assistance, I shall certainly aid you. If I decide to leave this island, I will call upon you to join me." "Would you wish to leave?" he asked, observing Ximing's yearning for his family. "No, I am a man of the Ming. My ancestors are buried here. To be honest, I have grown accustomed to it. Some things one must simply accept. Wouldn't you agree?" Ximing smiled with a carefree demeanor. As Qin Yuan beheld that smile, he felt as though Ximing had penetrated the very essence of their circumstances. "I am a man of the Ming," was a declaration that underscored his allegiance, his name reflecting his sentiments. Remaining here, perhaps, was the wisest choice. Qin Yuan chose not to respond further. With a respectful gesture reminiscent of Ximing, he departed. Upon crossing the boundary, Jonah and his group rushed in, their demeanor aggressive, as if intent on overwhelming Qin Yuan. "You devil! Your heart is cruel to imprison us here, wishing for us to starve," they shouted, vehemently accusing him. They had just discovered that stepping beyond the confines of the woods left them feeling weak and incapacitated. Qin Yuan took a step back, sensing their volatility, and dashed out of the forest. They dared not follow, resorting to glaring at him while hurling the most venomous insults. "I warned you not to enter. Had you heeded my advice and remained still upon entering, you could have exited unharmed. But now, having incurred the curse, can you blame me?" Jonah roared in impotent rage, unable to inflict any genuine harm on Qin Yuan. "You should find a way to survive in the woods. But on the bright side, at least you need not worry about wild beasts, am I right?" Qin Yuan remarked before ignoring them and departing. Tonight, he was preoccupied with the uncertainties that awaited him. Jonah and his companions were overwhelmed with regret. The sensation of being trapped was unbearable, and Jonah, consumed by hatred, had forgotten all his survival training. Now, it was too late for remorse. "It seems that the girl possesses commendable management skills." "Indeed. Allow me to report," Lu Xiaoning said with a playful smile, first gesturing towards Lu Yang, Ming, and Zhao Chong. "These three have felled 3 trees, leaving just 1 remaining. Their efficiency is impressive. Moreover, Lin Wei and the others have crafted several pottery vessels, and many have already been fired. Liu Yu has cleaned all the fish that were on the verge of spoiling, so tonight we shall have fish soup with cured meat." The captain and the crew were not slow in their efforts. However, the stone shovels had worn out rather quickly. At least 3 had broken in their hands. Fortunately, they had replacements, and following your instructions, they had excavated about 1/15 of the total length, making today rather successful. Lu Xiaoning meticulously detailed everyone's tasks to Qin Yuan, who nodded in approval. Truly, she was a talented manager. "And what about you? What have you accomplished today? Have you been slacking off? Show me," Qin Yuan teased, wrapping his arm around her waist and giving a gentle squeeze, inciting a mild irritation in Lu Xiaoning. The authority she had painstakingly established was now undermined by Qin Yuan's playful antics. "I won't talk to you anymore. Quickly, tell me what Ximing had to say." "A cruiser? A pack of wolves?" Lu Xiaoning was taken aback, her understanding of this desolate island now thoroughly disrupted. "What should we do?" she asked, a headache forming. "Do not panic. It is still not yet 5 o'clock. We can discuss it during dinner. By the way, hyenas were spotted in that area, though they are quite distant from us. Yet, we must not let our guard down. Thus, we need to expedite our construction and production efforts." At that moment, Qin Yuan felt as though he had emerged from a novice village in a game. The lessons learned there seemed utterly irrelevant upon entering the main city, where everything had changed, rendering all prior knowledge useless. Chapter 76. The White Fox. Qin Yuan opened a pack of unopened Marlboro, took a drag, leaned against a tree, and gazed at the sunlight filtering through the branches. Rest assured, tonight will surely pass peacefully. He exhaled a puff of smoke and added, "It's getting late. Please inform Yu to distribute the food to the captain and his crew, allowing them to depart. They can return tomorrow." Lu Xiaoning nodded, casting a glance at Qin Yuan. Before going to notify Li Yu to make the necessary preparations, Qin Yuan observed the bustling crowd, sighed, and pondered why that cruiser had appeared here and what connection it had with the beautiful nation. Everything seemed to float on the surface. Yet Qin Yuan could not grasp the underlying connections or comprehend the truth. He could only wait to uncover it gradually. "Qin, thank you, thank you." After a long pause, the captain approached with his crew, each holding a pound of meat, continuously bowing in gratitude towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan collected his thoughts and offered a faint smile. "Qin, you don't appear well. Is something troubling you?" The captain, noticing Qin Yuan's furrowed brow, understood that his position did not warrant further inquiry, but could not contain his curiosity and asked, "It's nothing. It would be best for you to sleep in the trees tonight. It's not a good night." Qin Yuan cautioned, unwilling to lose these 5 laborers unnecessarily. "Understood, Qin. We will certainly heed your advice." The captain, wanting nothing more than to join Qin Yuan's team, was eager to follow his words, regarding them as absolute wisdom. "You may leave now." Qin Yuan offered no further words, and as they departed, the 5 men expressed their gratitude repeatedly. "Brother Qin, did Xiaoning just say that there will be a wolf pack attack tonight? Is that true?" Lin Xiao leaned closer. Worry etched on her face as she looked at Qin Yuan. "I am uncertain, but it is likely true. Everyone should ascend the trees tonight. Do not come down." Qin Yuan's gaze remained calm as he spoke solemnly. His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Would there truly be a wolf pack attack? "Sheiyang, while we still have time, carve more spears. Tonight may not be easily endured." Gao Sheiyang promptly nodded and went to find sturdy sticks to sharpen, while others gathered around Qin Yuan, awaiting his instructions. "Brother Qin, what should we do?" Lin Wei approached, equally anxious as she looked at Qin Yuan. They had encountered wolves before, and the chilling sensation from that previous encounter lingered in her mind. The prospect of facing wolves again terrified her. "First, let us eat. Once we have finished, we will all ascend the trees. I've calculated that our treehouse is 4 meters high, which means neither hyenas nor wolves can leap up to us." Qin Yuan pointed towards the treehouse, recalling that he and Gao Xingyang had considered this issue while constructing it. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the group released a collective sigh of relief. It seemed Brother Qin had a far-sighted perspective. After their meal, the surrounding environment dimmed, with only the flickering campfire casting a warm glow. The group huddled together in silence, lost in their thoughts. A sudden howl of wolves echoed from the distance, followed by a chorus of howls, resounding particularly loudly on this moonlit night. Up the trees, Qin Yuan commanded decisively, and the group quickly ascended in an orderly fashion. Retracting the ladders, 3 nets were formed: Qin Yuan, Lu Xiaoning, and Lin Xiao in one, Gao Shenyang, Li Yu, and Lin Wei in another, and the remaining Lu Yang, He Ming, and Zhao Chong in the original nets of Li Yu and Gao Shenyang. Each net accommodated 3 individuals, making it manageable. When we encounter the wolf pack, do not scream or panic. Maintain your composure and lean against the tree. Let the tree distribute some of the weight. Do not tear the net, for if we fall, no one can save us. Qin Yuan positioned himself against the tree first, and Zhao Chong, being broad and sturdy, leaned alongside him, reducing the pressure on the net significantly. "Brother Qin, will the wolves truly not climb the trees?" Lin Xiao still harbored concerns and inquired. "Do you think they are gray wolves? They won't climb. Stay calm. If we survive tonight, there will be fewer troubles ahead." Qin Yuan jested, though it was evident the group's spirits were low, and there was little inclination for laughter. If the wolf pack were to appear now, the tension would not feel as suffocating. The unknown is the most fearsome, primarily due to uncertainty about when the wolves would arrive. As time passed, anxiety grew among the group. "Brother Qin, look over there. What is that?" Lin Xiao pointed at a white figure ahead. "A white fox?" Qin Yuan observed its fluffy tail and limping gait. Recognizing it as a fox since neither wolves nor hyenas had such a diminutive stature, the howls of wolves drew closer, accompanied by the increasing sounds of movement, heightening the group's anxiety. "Brother Qin, can we save that fox? It looks so pitiful." Lin Xiao gazed longingly at the limping fox, her heart swelling with compassion. Qin Yuan assessed the situation. How could they save it? The wolf pack was closing in, and descending now would mean certain death. "I'll do my best, Xingyang. Pass me the spear," Qin Yuan shouted, and Gao Shenyang quickly handed it over. Qin Yuan urgently called for Lu Xiaoning and Lin Xiao to assist him in binding 4 spears together. Each spear was over 1 meter long, and combined, They would reach the ground perfectly. In this critical moment, green eyes flickered in the woods. The wolves were coming. After binding the spears, Qin Yuan anxiously looked at the fox and called out, "Little fox, if you can grasp the spear, you will save your life. If you cannot, then wait for death." At that moment, the wolves had appeared, pouncing towards their prey, the white fox. The fox was less than a meter away from the wooden stick. But the wolves were nearly upon it, their fangs dangerously close to the fox's throat. The wild boar meat struck the wolf, stunning it momentarily. And the white fox seized the opportunity to grasp the spear. Qin Yuan quickly pulled it upwards, while the wolf pack, drawn by the scent of the wild boar meat, converged around it, momentarily abandoning the white fox. What a stroke of luck! What a stroke of luck! Chapter 77, Wolves vs. Hyenas. The white fox clung desperately to the spear, refusing to let go even as Qin Yuan pulled it close to him, clearly shaken by the flickering campfire. A fierce spectacle unfolded as a group of wolves fought over a mere two-tail piece of wild boar meat. A low growl from a black wolf brought the fray to a halt. The pack immediately lay low, recognizing their leader, the Wolf King. With a coat as dark as night, the Wolf King seemed almost striking as a gentle breeze ruffled its fur. It raised its head, glaring at Qin Yuan with a fierce intensity before moving to the wild boar meat, sniffing it briefly before swallowing it whole. The other wolves dared not approach, instead keeping their distance, gazing up at Qin Yuan and his companions from either side of the tree. Qin Yuan gently stroked the trembling white fox in his arms before handing it to loose Gnawing, his gaze fixed on the pack below. It was evident that he had taken their food, and their presence here was far from a favorable situation. With another growl from the Wolf King, the wolves erupted into a frenzy, attempting to bite through Qin Yuan's net. Fortunately, as Qin Yuan had anticipated, their leaps fell short of reaching him. Nevertheless, he could clearly see the tremors of those around him. "Do not fear, it will be all right," he reassured them, but in the next instant, his eyes widened in alarm. Under the Wolf King's command, the pack began to stack themselves atop one another, displaying a remarkable ability to climb the tree. Goodness, they have truly become cunning. Quickly, grab the spears and drive them down. Qin Yuan hastily distributed the spears among his companions, swinging them to fend off the wolves that had encroached upon the tree. One wolf lost an eye to his thrust and tumbled down, only to be replaced by another that continued to ascend. Qin Yuan found himself incessantly poking at the encroaching wolves, and the situation was no better for Gao Xingyang and Zhao Chong. As the 20 or so wolves pressed forward in chaotic disarray, anxiety gripped Qin Yuan's heart, mirrored by the distress of his companions, who wished to assist but lacked suitable tools, resorting to silent prayers instead. The white fox and loose Downing's embrace trembled violently, burrowing deeper into her arms out of fear. At that moment, a cacophony erupted, causing Qin Yuan's expression to darken. Could it be another pack of wolves? Relief washed over him when the creatures finally emerged. They were hyenas. Their numbers matched those of the wolves, a group of brownish hyenas glaring intently at the wolf pack, seemingly harboring long-standing grievances. Although smaller than the wolves, the hyenas showed no signs of fear, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on the wolves as they emitted low growls, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. The Wolf King cast a disdainful glance at the hyenas, who did not back down, returning to stare with defiance, provoked by the smaller creatures. The Wolf King let out a low growl, prompting the pack to charge at the hyenas. Unwilling to yield, the hyenas met the wolves head-on, their bite force comparable. And soon, a chaotic melee ensued. Witnessing this, Qin Yuan and his companions could only sense the impending bloodshed. Before long, the scent of blood began to permeate the air, as neither the wolves nor the hyenas gained the upper hand in this brutal confrontation. Meanwhile, Jonah Emmett's group, positioned within the wild woods, observed the wolves outside. Their intentions uncertain, relief, or helplessness. They were aware that this cursed land repelled any beasts, yet they remained trapped within, unable to escape. Truly, it echoed the words from Fortress Besieged, those inside wished to exit, while those outside sought entry. Though cursed within, their lives were preserved, which could be considered a blessing. It was no wonder Qin Yuan had insisted they sleep in the trees that night. He had foreseen the wolves' arrival. This revelation instilled a deeper sense of dread. Did Qin Yuan possess some form of supernatural ability? The captain, incensed, protested, "You can't just take the food I worked hard to gather. We have already eaten all we had." Since Mike was his friend, James chose his words carefully. Hearing this, James shot him a cold glare. Recalling Qin Yuan's advice to finish their food on the way, his belief leaning towards the notion that Qin Yuan indeed possessed extraordinary powers. "Mike, I told you yesterday that if you wanted food, you should join us in aiding Qin Yuan. He would surely provide. Now that you refuse to help, how can you expect me to have food for you? You are not my son." James scolded softly, disregarding them as he climbed the tree. "Get down here. If you don't bring us food, you're endangering us." Before James could reach the tree, Mike yanked him down. causing him to lose his balance and land harshly on the ground. Damn it! James, already simmering with anger, erupted at Mike's interference, striking him with a powerful fist. Mike, caught off guard, staggered back, spitting blood in shock, realizing that James had truly dared to hit him. I considered you a friend, and you dare to strike me. Mike, undeterred, retaliated, charging at James as they grappled, with Mike furiously driving his knee into James's abdomen. James, refusing to back down, bent his knees, gripping Mike's arm tightly, and suddenly threw him to the ground. Stop fighting! The wolves are coming! A sailor shouted in panic from the tree. James, unable to contain himself, abandoned Mike and scrambled up the tree. Mike, there is no time to fight. I advise you to climb up, and you all better hurry, or you'll end up as wolf fodder, James bellowed. Initially skeptical, the urgency of the wolf howl spurred them all into swift action. As Mike lay on the ground and glimpsed the advancing wolves, fear surged through him, prompting a frantic scramble up the tree, with James ultimately showing mercy and pulling him up. Chapter 78 Reactions from all sides. Although James harbored resentment, he could not abandon Mike, who had been a friend for over a decade. Mike, listen to me. Tomorrow, come with me to work for Qin Yuan. This way, you won't have to starve. You've seen this desolate island. Aside from the small fish and shrimp in the sea, there's nothing to catch. While you still have strength, it's best to work for food. If you wait until you're too weak to move, you'll be left to perish, and I won't be able to help you. James had already evolved into a devoted admirer of Qin Yuan, greatly admiring him, so his words were hardly surprising. Mike, listening to his former friend's remarks, felt a deeper resonance. James was indeed correct. If they did not put in the effort, they would struggle to find even a morsel to eat. What about them? Mike inquired, gesturing toward the individuals by the tree. Upon hearing James's words, Mike found them reasonable, realizing that James possessed a clever strategy. After contemplating, he nodded in agreement with James's sentiments. The pack of wolves beneath the trees circled twice, glaring ferociously at the group above, showing no intention of leaving. However, these black wolves were evidently less cunning than the wolf king beneath Qin Yuan's tree. They did not attempt to stack themselves, thus sparing the captain and his crew. With Qin Yuan's guidance and Jonah's protection from the wildwoods, both parties managed to fare reasonably well, but the others were far less fortunate. After failing to locate Jonah, Gobeard was elected as the leader. He believed that outside the plane was inhospitable, and although there were corpses inside, they could be removed, allowing them to reside in the business class of the aircraft. They worked from afternoon until night, finally clearing the area, but they were left reeking of fresh blood, which both wolves and hyenas were highly sensitive to. When the first howl of a wolf echoed, they all hurried into the business class, peering through the glass at the outside scene. The corpses they had dragged out had become food for the hyenas and wolves, instilling a sense of dread within them. Gobeard, whose eyes had been narrowed, was stunned to see a wolf slip through a gap into the cargo hold. Quick, block the door. We cannot let that beast in. They rushed to the connection between the passenger cabin and the cargo hold, their hurried footsteps attracting the attention of the wolf. The wolf immediately howled, prompting the pack to rush toward them, but fortunately, the door was shut just in time. They collectively sighed in relief. Oh no, we shouldn't have come in here. At that moment, a woman realized the gravity of their situation and cried out, clutching her head. Why do you say that? Inside the plane makes me feel like I am living in modernity. There is nothing wrong with that. The others, failing to comprehend her meaning, instead felt a sense of pride. The only exit is occupied by wolves. We have woven ourselves into a web and cannot escape. There is no food here. Nothing at all. After the woman spoke, panic ensued among the group, and Gobeard inwardly cursed her for causing further chaos. Everyone, calm down. It isn't as dire as we think. The wolves will leave. We just need to rest peacefully, and tomorrow morning we can venture out. Goatbeard's words somewhat eased their anxiety, and they collectively relaxed, finding relatively comfortable spots to rest. The luckiest were those in the black suits. The wolves had not approached them, proving that distance had its advantages. Meanwhile, on Qin Yuan's side, an hour had passed, and the wolves had narrowly triumphed over the hyenas. After the wolf king bit through the last hyena's neck, fewer than 10 wolves remained, and the ground was strewn with corpses. Even the strongest wolf king was panting heavily, having just fought 5 adversaries, with visible wounds from bites and scratches. It raised its head to glance at Qin Yuan, expecting him to descend and end its life, but Qin Yuan did not intervene. It let out a cry, prompting the remaining wolves to howl in unison before they each took a hyena as a trophy and departed. Qin Yuan looked at the fallen wolves and hyenas, finally relieved that it was over. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was already late. Let us sleep for now. We can deal with the aftermath in the morning. Qin Yuan had contemplated whether to descend and eliminate the severely injured wolves, but after much thought, he decided against it. Every creature has its own way of surviving, and with dozens of carcasses on the ground, whether for pelts or meat, There was at least several hundred pounds of resources. Qin Yuan refrained from slaughtering them all. Another reason was that he sensed something peculiar about the Wolf King. It evoked a sense of familiarity he could not quite place. Thus, he opted to spare them, choosing not to kill all the wolves. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the others quickly succumbed to sleep. Brother Qin, could you pass me the medical kit? I wish to tend to the white fox. Qin Yuan looked at the white fox's injured hind leg and nodded, opening his suitcase to hand her the bandages and iodine. Lin Xiao, like Lin Wei, was studying nursing, though her movements were not as fluid as Lin Wei's. Her hands were a bit clumsy, but she handled the white fox with care while bandaging it. After whimpering in pain, the white fox found solace in Lin Xiao's embrace. Having fled for so long and now weary, it nestled against her and fell asleep. What a captivating creature. No wonder it could enchant King Zhou. Qin Yuan, a person indifferent to wild animals, found himself tempted to reach out and stroke it. Chapter 79, The Perspicacious Little Fox. On the 17th day, the clash between the wolves and hyenas last night was not particularly clear at the time, but upon awakening this morning and witnessing the aftermath, it was beyond mere description of brutality, truly a spectacle of carnage. It seemed that both sides had fought with relentless fervor, leaving behind more than 50 carcasses of beasts, all of which would rightfully belong to Qin Yuan. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron vie, the fisherman profits. Qin Yuan could hardly contain his gratitude for nature's bounty. Initially, the sight of such numerous corpses instilled a sense of trepidation among the onlookers. Yet with the creatures now lifeless, fear dissipated. This morning, efforts were made to strip the pelts from the wolves, selecting only the prime cuts of meat, discarding the rest. Qin Yuan exhibited the demeanor of a newly affluent individual. He focused on choosing the meat that had remained untouched, wary of the potential threat of rabies. Consuming tainted meat would spell doom. Upon the arrival of the captain, Mike, and his party on Qin Yuan's territory, they were taken aback. Goodness, Qin Yuan is truly remarkable. He possesses supernatural abilities, receiving an unending supply of meat. How extraordinary. Mike, who had previously dismissed the captain's extravagant claims about Qin Yuan, now found himself astonished. The sight of so many wolves and hyenas sprawled beneath the trees left him with no choice but to believe. You've arrived just in time to assist. I shall provide you with ample meat today. Qin Yuan welcomed the captain and his companions. He noted Mike's silence, understanding that as long as the work was done well, the number of helpers mattered little. Food would be plentiful. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuan, the captain harbored ulterior motives, yet Qin Yuan chose to disregard such thoughts. Over the past few days, he had consumed only about 50 pounds of meat, leaving an excess that could be preserved through drying and smoking. However, the remaining meat would not last long. Distributing it in exchange for labor was a wise decision. Especially with the newfound abundance of hyena and wolf meat, too much meat could indeed become a burden. Were the other teams aware of Qin Yuan's internal musings? They would surely be envious. While they toiled on the deserted island over meager fish and shrimp, Qin Yuan lamented about having too much meat. Please, share with us. Allow us to alleviate your troubles. Qin, this is my friend. I wish for him to assist as well, the captain said cautiously, fearing Qin Yuan's disapproval. I see. Go ahead. As long as you work diligently, there will be no shortage of meat, and starting today, I shall take care of your meals, Qin Yuan replied, eliciting joy among them. Having received fish soup yesterday and now 2 meals today, they were pleasantly surprised by the rewards of working for Qin Yuan. Mike's demeanor shifted dramatically. Filled with gratitude, entirely unlike his previous skeptical self, Qin Yuan was unaware that his actions had left such a profound impression. He simply felt a newfound fondness for the captain and his crew. Continue digging the pits. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with the matters here. Qin Yuan gestured. The captain and his team took up their tools and headed toward the site of yesterday's digging. At that moment, the white fox jumped from Li Yuyu's shoulders and climbed onto Qin Yuan. Surprised, he stroked its pristine fur and smiled. Little one, are you hungry? He then approached Li Yuyu, retrieving a piece of jerky to tease the fox. The white fox let out a soft cry, gazing at Qin Yuan with an adorably pitiful expression. Qin Yuan chuckled helplessly. This little fox was indeed quite perceptive. Recognizing that he had saved it the previous day and choosing to stay by his side, he offered the jerky and the fox grasped it with its tiny paws, contentedly nibbling in his embrace. Qin Gu, I took care of it all night, and yet it wakes up in your arms. Lin Xiao pouted, slightly miffed at the cunning little creature. What gives? You would have to ask it. Nonetheless, this little fellow seems rather pitiable. Having a companion is not a bad thing. Qin Yuan chuckled, observing the fox's legs, which, although no longer trembling, still appeared somewhat uncoordinated. Qin Gu, this is a female fox. Are you not worried that Xiao Ning will become jealous? Lin Xiao approached quietly, playfully poking the fox's neck and whispering in Qin Yuan's ear. Xiaoning is not the type to be jealous of a mere fox, Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly, though he sensed that Lu Xiaoning was casting a sidelong glance in their direction. All right, I see that this fox is quite the opportunist. It has already latched onto you. Qin Gu, had I known, I would not have saved it. Lin Xiao huffed, ruffling the fox's head. The little fox, not to be outdone, swatted at Lin Xiao's hand. Look at her. Lin Xiao exclaimed in frustration. Qin Yuan smiled, realizing that the only one irritated with the little fox was Lin Xiao. Enough of this playfulness. There is much to do today. I still have not determined where that pack of wolves has gone. I need to eliminate any dangers near the treehouse. You all should use buckets to wash away the blood, as the scent may attract other carnivorous creatures, Qin Yuan instructed. He intended to pass the little fox to Lin Xiao, but the fox clung to Qin Yuan stubbornly, leaving him with no choice but to carry it along. He could not help but marvel at the abundance of life on this desolate island. Despite the scarcity of food, even foxes thrived here. As he surveyed the surroundings, the company of the little fox made the journey far less tedious, and his tasks felt lighter. Fortunately, no wild beasts lingered nearby. As Qin Yuan ventured northeast, the little fox tugged at the hem of his clothing. What is it? Qin Yuan questioned, puzzled. This little fox had shown remarkable intuition. Although he could not comprehend its vocalizations, it had remained steady throughout their exploration. Why was it pulling at his clothing now? It seemed to be cautioning him. Yet there appeared to be no threats in the northeast direction. Qin Yuan gently patted its small head before climbing a tree to assess the situation. In the distance, beyond the thicket, 2 hyenas were gnawing at a corpse. From the clothing, it was clear that the deceased was not from the cruise ship. And Qin Yuan did not recognize the individual. Observing the drag marks, it appeared the body had been pulled from the direction of the airplane. Could it be a victim from the plane? That seemed improbable. The bodies from the plane were still inside unless the hyenas had managed to board and drag one out. Curiosity piqued, Qin Yuan descended from the tree, maneuvering around the 2 hyenas as he headed toward the airplane. The closer he got, the tighter the little fox clutched his clothing, compelling Qin Yuan to ascend the tree once more. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 80. 10 days later. Surrounding the aircraft, a multitude of hyenas and wolves feasted upon the lifeless bodies, a sight that turned Qin Yuan's stomach. It was inconceivable that such a number of corpses could have been dragged out solely by the hyenas. Someone must have moved them all. Unfortunately, Qin Yuan was too far from the plane to discern its interior situation. Gazing at the gruesome scene before him, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. No wonder the little fox had clung to his clothing. The critical issue was that this pack of hyenas lingered perilously close to his gathering place, a mere 3 kilometers away, posing a significant threat to him. Last night, there had been a skirmish between the wolves and the hyenas, but this time, the wolves were absent. Should the hyenas venture slightly southward, Qin Yuan and his companions would be sitting ducks. Damn it! Qin Yuan cursed under his breath, wondering who the fool was that had dragged all the corpses out. It was no wonder the beasts were drawn here. Meanwhile, inside the aircraft, the group led by the bearded man awoke and, peering through the windows, were taken aback by the sight outside. A large pack of hyenas surrounded the plane, gnawing at the dead bodies, and they found themselves trapped within the cabin, unable to escape. Truly a self-inflicted predicament. Damn it, no? It's your fault for your reckless commands. Now we are trapped inside, stuck in this plane. The woman who had reacted first yesterday pointed an accusatory finger at the bearded man, her voice laced with anger. He shot her a fierce glare and retorted, "Silence, you shrew. We are still alive, and there remains a glimmer of hope. The plane contains sufficient supplies to sustain us. Why panic?" His words held merit. There was water and some bread within the aircraft, and the hyenas would eventually depart, allowing them a chance to escape. You speak nonsense. You're lying. The woman refused to listen, lunging at the bearded man. Infuriated, he shoved her back into her seat. Be quiet. At that moment, the armrest of the seat tore her clothing, revealing a glimpse of her purple undergarments. Seeing this, the woman hastily wrapped herself in her clothes. But the bearded man swallowed hard, slowly advancing toward her. Don't come any closer. Get away, she shouted, yet he persisted, leaning beside her. Purple suits you well. The other women, witnessing this, dared not intervene, while the men secretly wished the bearded man would strip her bare. No, get away from me. I want to speak of you again, she pleaded, but it was too late. The others, observing the unfolding drama, erupted in cheers, their glances drifting toward the other women as they began to approach them. Moments later, the aircraft transformed into a scene of debauchery. According to his plans, Qin Yuan had intended to eliminate the surrounding threats today and venture toward the mountains to seek a route to the cruiser for weaponry and equipment. However, with the hyenas blocking his path, he found himself at an impasse. The wilderness beyond was equally inaccessible, and while the spot where he had previously encountered crocodiles was passable, There lay a swamp that Qin Yuan was unsure he could traverse with his curse. The ferocious crocodile still lurked there, making it wise for him to avoid that area. The only remaining route was toward the aircraft, specifically the direction of the large lake. Yet, it too was ensnared by hyenas, effectively rendering all paths impassable. Qin Yuan could choose to navigate through the woods, but having never ventured there before. The presence of hyenas and wolves suggested that the beasts within those woods were even more ferocious, particularly in the forest north of the lake. Upon returning to the shelter, noticing Qin Yuan's troubled demeanor, Lu Xiaoning approached, while the others refrained from following. "What is it?" she inquired, cradling the white fox and observing Qin Yuan's disheartened expression. "The area beneath the plain is swarming with hyenas, too close for comfort. I fear they may venture southward and pose a threat to us," Qin Yuan succinctly explained. In the face of such creatures, they could only evade them. Even though Qin Yuan possessed combat prowess, he had to consider the safety of those behind him. "We must expedite the construction of the fence, ensuring it is sufficiently high. Otherwise, the hyenas may leap over," Qin Yuan declared, promptly joining in the building efforts. "Develop discreetly. Do not act recklessly." In merely 2 days, Qin Yuan had identified shortcomings and deficiencies. While it seemed they had an abundance of food, safety remained a paramount concern. Previously, safety had been manageable, but now it had become an urgent matter that required immediate resolution. The pungent stench of blood in their vicinity was overwhelming. And should the hyenas draw closer, they would undoubtedly catch the scent. By then, it would be too late. The urgency in Qin Yuan's expression was palpable, compelling the group to hasten their tasks without further discussion. Lin Wei and Lin Xiao busily wove the fence. Gao Xinyang collected branches for them. Li Yuyu processed hides and meat. The captain and his companions dug trenches. Lu Yang and his team felled trees to construct, and Lu Xiaoning assisted in twisting ropes, while Qin Yuan moved among them. The flurry of activity enveloped Qin Yuan's shelter. 10 days later, on the 27th day of survival on the deserted island, after 10 days of tireless work from everyone, they finally began to see results today. Firstly, the trenches dug by the captain's team encircled Qin Yuan's territory, 2 meters deep and 2 meters wide. Due to Qin Yuan's decision to shorten the area, they managed to complete it ahead of schedule. When the trenches were finished, the captain and his team expected to be out of work and felt particularly dejected, but to their surprise, Qin Yuan enlisted their help in constructing houses. The process for building the houses was simple: 5 timber beams, each 2.5 meters long, one acting as a ridge beam and the other for as supports, filled with earth and stones. Thus, they constructed 3 houses measuring 3 by 4 by 2.5 meters. Time constraints meant the construction was rather crude and required further refinement. Most importantly, both the trenches and the fence were now fully completed. The fence, like the trenches, encircled the inner side of the trench, ensuring that neither wolves nor hyenas could easily breach their defenses. In essence, Qin Yuan's shelter, after 10 days of labor, was finally declared complete. Chapter 81. We did it. They stood at the entrance, gazing at the house they had painstakingly constructed over the past 10 days, tears of excitement nearly spilling from their eyes. Previously, regardless of their identities or professions, they were individuals living in the city without the burden of hunger or housing concerns. But now, through their own hands and relentless efforts, they had truly carved out a territory, a home, a sanctuary on this deserted island. The sense of achievement and fulfillment they felt was beyond the power of words to convey. If Armstrong's small step onto the moon marked a monumental leap for mankind, then their construction of a safe haven on this island represented a significant triumph over the sea. What mattered if resources were scarce? What if survival was arduous? They not only persevered but also built a house. No beast from the outside could breach their trenches. As they looked at their rather unrefined dwelling, the joy and exhilaration within them were evident on their faces. "Brother Qin, we did it," Lin Xiao exclaimed, clutching the white fox, her excitement palpable, to the point that even the creature squirmed in her embrace. "Indeed, we did," Qin Yuan nodded, surveying the humble abode they had painstakingly assembled, a shelter crafted by their own hands. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "If only we had a phone, I would love to capture this moment as a keepsake." Li Yuyu sighed wistfully from the side, her tone somewhat subdued, yet joy was unmistakably etched across her features. Beside her, Gao Xingyang smiled shyly, quietly observing Li Yuyu. Noticing this, Qin Yuan chuckled, gently clapping his hands together. "Though we lack photographs, we can etch this experience in our hearts. Surely, none of us will forget Xingyang's silent contributions." As Qin Yuan applauded, the others quickly followed suit, turning their gazes to Gao Xingyang, joining in the applause. Even the white fox in Lin Zhao's arms instinctively clapped its paws. "Xingyang, I need not say much about him. When we first met, he was a bashful boy. And nearly a month later, he remained so," Qin Yuan teased, eliciting smiles from everyone. while Gao Shengyang scratched his head in embarrassment. Yet, despite his demeanor, we have all witnessed his dedication and efforts. Although this house may lack aesthetic appeal, everything he could conceive and accomplish, he did. From a timid boy to a mature individual, isn't that worthy of applause? Qin Yuan smiled, leading the applause himself. Hearing the praise and witnessing the approving expressions of his peers, Gao Shengyang was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain his tears. Thank you, everyone, for your recognition. And special thanks to Brother Qin for your support, he said, wiping his tears with genuine gratitude. Look at that. Compliments have turned him into a teary-eyed softy. You must keep an eye on him, Yu. Qin Yuan chuckled, prompting Yu to instantly seize Gao Shengyang, who flinched, fearing another scolding. After all, she had not been shy in this regard before. But to his surprise, she did not scold him. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. Gao Shengyang was taken aback. Despite their playful antics, they had never displayed such affection in front of others. Happiness arrived like a whirlwind. After the kiss, Yu shyly closed her eyes, while Lin Xiao began to cheer them on. The white fox took the opportunity to leap from Lin Xiao's arms to Qin Yuan's shoulder. As Lu Xiaoning approached and linked her arm with Qin Yuan's, "You certainly know how to shift the spotlight, leaving all the glory to him," Lu Xiaoning remarked, as she and Qin Yuan watched the playful group from a distance. That statement is quite unjust, for Xingyang merely needs some encouragement, and he indeed performed admirably. Did he not? Qin Yuan responded, playfully tapping Lu Xiaoning's nose. Meanwhile, in the distance, the captain and his crew observed this scene with envy. Over the past 10 days, their rations had not diminished. In fact, they had increased. However, with their work now complete, the meal they were about to enjoy signified that they would no longer return to this place. Contemplating this, the captain and his crew felt a tinge of reluctance. Yet they and Qin Yuan's team were like two parallel lines that had only briefly intersected. Their connection now complete, they would not cross paths again. James. I find myself a bit envious of them, Mike said, patting James on the shoulder as he stood with his arms crossed. Who wouldn't? But we must also establish our own sanctuary. We've learned a thing or two here that we ought to implement, James replied, taking a sip of water before turning to Mike. You're right, but our source of food poses a challenge. Once we leave Qin Yuan, we will have no provisions, Mike said, furrowing his brow as he looked at James. I knew you must have a backup plan. While Qin Yuan's group relaxed, elsewhere, circumstances were far from comfortable. Jonah, Emmett, and their 3 companions in the savage woods had become mere skin and bones from hunger. Although they had not perished, they found themselves enslaved by the wild men, making them the most unfortunate of islanders. The situation at Goatbeard's camp was equally dire. Inside the plane, a peculiar stench permeated the air, and their food had been entirely consumed. While most hyenas had departed, a few lingered beneath the aircraft, gnawing on bones, leaving them trapped. Perhaps for them, such a fate was one they were willing to accept. Meanwhile, on the side of the man in the black suit, luck seemed to be on their side as they discovered a wetland in the southern region, not a swamp, but a place teeming with frogs. The entire group set about catching frogs for sustenance, and once their hunger was alleviated, the man in black began to impose further tasks, commanding them to fish, hunt, and build shelters, assuming the role of a local tyrant. He possessed but a single dagger, while he commanded over a dozen subordinates. It was not that they lacked the desire to resist. Rather, the man in black was cunning, and despite the enslavement, they were provided with food and drink. In this shifting balance of power, their will to rebel gradually waned. Siyu, sharp-witted and full of ideas, found herself not silenced by the man in black. Instead, he welcomed her suggestions. The once kind-hearted Su Yu began to transform under the man's self-serving influence. Chapter 82. The Hyenas Strike. Just as Qin Yuan and his companions reveled in celebration, the hyenas made their ominous appearance. Brother Qin, hyenas. Gao Shengyang was the first to react, standing firm as he observed the encroaching hyenas from the south, immediately reporting the situation. The hyenas bore coats stained with blood. Unmistakably the same pack that had descended from the aircraft, numbering over 20, exactly as seen beneath the plane. This indicated that the pack had indeed ventured southward. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Yuan experienced a vivid sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the construction of the Great Wall to fend off the Xiongnu. For they too were advancing from the south. As the ferocious hyenas approached with a threatening demeanor, an involuntary gasp escaped the crowd, instinctively retreating a step. Hyenas are carnivorous beasts, and those bold enough to challenge a pack of wolves exhibit a temperament that is all too evident. Do not fear. Retrieve the spears. Each of you must take one. We must drive them away, instill fear within them, so they dare not trouble us again, Qin Yuan proclaimed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the lead hyena. He was emulating the standoff observed among animals, an affront to the hyenas, but for Qin Yuan, a strategic delay to afford his comrades time to prepare. Before long, Gao Xingyang had distributed the crafted spears to everyone. Qin Yuan took hold of a spear and cautiously advanced. The robust barricade encircled the inner perimeter, even with Qin Yuan's enhanced strength. He could hardly cleave a path with his axe. The barricade was embedded in the earth, immovable unless breached, yet hyenas lacked the formidable charge of wild boars. And with a 2-meter-wide trench in between, any charge would lead to a tumble into the trench. The once expansive and unobstructed terrain had transformed into a fortification following 10 days of alterations. Of course, this was only effective against beasts, should the armed pirates arrive. Such defenses would barely suffice, for those marauders possessed RPGs and were a terrifying force. The lead hyena, taken aback by the audacity of the upright creature before it, let out a series of enraged growls, echoing as a suppressed roar. The hyenas behind him, responding in kind, turned their attention to Qin Yuan and began to advance slowly. Beasts are but beasts, Qin Yuan scoffed, gripping his spear tightly, gesturing subtly with his left hand for those behind him to step forward. Lu Yang, Gao Shengyang, He Ming. And Zhao Chong understood the cue and approached cautiously, while the captain and his crew hesitated. Though not loyal to Qin Yuan, they recognized that should he fail, they too would fall victim to the hyenas, so they too inched forward. Vermin. Qin Yuan observed that most had gathered, letting out a soft huff. However, the hyenas could not comprehend, prompting him to pick up a small stone and hurl it with force at the lead hyena's head. With a resounding crack, the lead hyena erupted into a frenzy, letting out a deafening roar and lunging towards Qin Yuan. The hyenas behind it, incensed, surged forward in unison. Their cacophony startled the birds in the trees, sending them fluttering into the sky. Yet, the hyenas evidently overestimated their leaping prowess. Crashing against the barricade and tumbling into the trench, Qin Yuan sighed in relief, the tension among the others dissipating, affirming the efficacy of their barricade and trench. Damn it. With spears in hand, let us vanquish these beasts. Qin Yuan bellowed as the hyenas recklessly charged forward. His companions responded instantly, rushing to the barricade, wielding their spears to thrust at the oncoming hyenas. Because of you lot, I haven't slept well these past 2 days, Lu Yang exclaimed, his blood boiling, as he thrust his spear, venting his frustration upon the hyenas. The result was immediate. He pierced one, which collapsed into the trench, gasping for breath. You scoundrels! Did you think you could feast upon me? Come on! Gao Xingyang echoed, his inherent timidity vanishing, engaging in a bloodthirsty assault against the hyenas. Qin Yuan regarded this with approval. Venting frustrations through the slaughter of these hyenas was commendable. The hyenas, however, were not fools. And rather than remain in the trench to be speared, some sprawled on the ground, clawing their way up, while others circled the trench in search of alternate escape routes. He Ming, Zhao Chong, pursue those hyenas attempting to flee and ensure they do not escape, he commanded. A piercing cry emanated from the lead hyena as it was struck in the hind leg, its wail echoing through the woods. Qin Yuan would not let it go. Seizing his spear, he resolved to take advantage of its injury. He thrust the spear into the lead hyena's neck. With his newfound strength, Qin Yuan, exerting all his might, managed to pin the creature to the ground. Where others might penetrate flesh, Qin Yuan had driven the spear deep into the earth. Astonished at his own strength, he momentarily paused before discarding the spear, seizing 2 stones to hurl at the hyenas in the trench, calling out, Xiaoniu, toss me the spear. Lu Xiaoning quickly understood, tossing the spear to Qin Yuan. With keen eyes, he caught it and resumed his assault on the hapless hyenas below. It was not only Qin Yuan. Gao Shiyang and the others also noticed their enhanced strength and endurance, dispatching numerous hyenas without feeling fatigued, though their focus remained solely on exterminating the remaining beasts. As Qin Yuan observed 2 hyenas attempting to ascend, a wicked thought crossed his mind. He raised his spear, skewering them together as if preparing a shish kebab. Indeed, his strength was formidable, allowing him to indulge his whims. At that moment, a cacophony of screams and hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Qin Yuan's mind raced with a singular thought. The rear had been compromised. Chapter 83, Wrath Damn It. The house was ransacked. Qin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. They had been steadfast on the front lines, yet they couldn't even fend off a couple of hyenas from behind. What a disgrace. 2 hyenas had already climbed through the entrance, and neither Yiming nor Zhao Chong had the strength to control them. The entrance had been excavated, but there was no barrier, only a trapdoor that was meant to be lowered for egress. It was necessary to leave the door open. Yet it was unexpected that the hyenas would seize the moment to ascend through that very opening. Were they clever or simply foolish? Without hesitation, Qin Yuan snatched the spear from Lin Zhao's hands and positioned himself before them as the hyenas charged. Fixating on the approaching creatures, he perceived their speed diminishing significantly. Without a moment's contemplation, he thrust the spear forward. The hyena, unable to divert its course, impaled itself upon the spear, its gaping maw pierced through. The scene was gruesomely vivid, prompting the women behind Qin Yuan to shut their eyes. After dispatching one hyena, Qin Yuan discarded the spear and grasped Lin Wei's spear, focusing on the last remaining hyena within their territory. "Come on, you mutt," he bellowed, startling the creature into a retreat. Yiming and Zhao Chong flanked the beast, effectively cutting off its escape route. In front of it stood Qin Yuan, behind it were the two men, to its right lay the barricade, and to its left an open field. Yet, it cowered, too intimidated to charge. Qin Yuan let out a cold chuckle as he regarded Yiming and Zhao Chong. The two stood awkwardly, unable to meet his gaze, compelled to eliminate the remaining hyena to prove their worth. Deep down, Qin Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment towards them, a fleeting sentiment that sometimes struck with little warning. Tasked with guarding the rear, they had allowed an incursion. Who wouldn't he feel disheartened? If 2 hyenas could breach their defenses, what might happen if 10 appeared? The repercussions were unfathomable. This was all the more poignant given that they were his own men. He had entrusted them with the watch rather than the captain and his crew. If one were to evaluate the closeness of relationships, the first to encounter him on this island was Lu Xiaoning, followed by the Lin sisters, Li Yuyu, and Gao Shengyang. They held the second place in his esteem, while Lu Yang, Yiming, and Zhao Chong ranked third. The captain and the others lay further down the hierarchy. For those on the outermost circle, their fate mattered little to Qin Yuan, yet he could not bear to witness the demise of those closer to him. However, the actions of the two had compelled him to reconsider their relationship, to reevaluate their standing. He had no time for indecision. It was simple. If one was capable, they remained. If not, they could leave. Zhao Chong and Yiming were engrossed in their battle with the hyena, oblivious to Qin Yuan's shifting demeanor. Ultimately, after immense exertion, the pair succeeded in slaying the creature. Qin Yuan glanced over, confirming its demise, and disregarded them as he approached the main gate to investigate for any remaining hyenas. Finding none, he turned his attention to Gao Shenyang's position on the front lines. The cacophony of hyena wails persisted on that side as they fought with fervor, becoming increasingly exhilarated, venting their pent-up frustrations with every expletive. Although the captain and his men lacked prowess, they still resisted, which brought Qin Yuan a measure of solace. After a brief interval, once Gao Shenyang had dispatched the final hyena, the skirmish against the marauding hyenas came to a close. One must acknowledge that humanity's ability to thrive in the face of nature's challenges is not without reason. Rather than engaging in brute force, they employed cunning mechanisms to subdue their adversaries, capitalizing on the terrain and tools at their disposal to eliminate the hyenas with minimal risk. Thank you for your assistance. Take this meat to sustain yourselves. May you live well, and I shall call upon you again in the future, Qin Yuan instructed, as he handed Li Yuyu approximately 20 pounds of meat and allowed them to take 5 hyenas. The captain and his crew expressed their profound gratitude, realizing that their efforts had not been in vain that day. Dear Qin, thank you ever so much. Should you require our help in the future, we will certainly assist. They noted Qin Yuan's displeasure and recognized that their relationship had improved, yet this did not grant them the liberty to pry into his thoughts. After receiving the supplies, they took their leave. Seeing them behave appropriately, Qin Yuan nodded calmly, instructing Gao Xingyang to kindle a fire. The group gathered around the flames, while the white fox scampered from Lin Zhao's embrace to Qin Yuan's side. He managed a faint smile, stroking the fox's small head. After 10 days, the once weathered creature, which had struggled for sustenance, now thrived, having grown considerably. Yet, Qin Yuan's smile was forced. He rarely exhibited such expressions, and when juxtaposed with recent events, it was laden with unspoken implications. Qin Gu, have some water. Lu Xiaoning offered him a clay cup she had crafted herself, though it bore a certain rusticity. It was imbued with her heartfelt intentions. Upon accepting the cup and taking a sip, Qin Yuan beckoned everyone to sit. Stop staring at me. Everyone take a seat. We just fended off a wave of hyenas, and I'm certain everyone is weary. Sit for a moment. His words struck Yiming and Zhao Chong particularly harshly, making them wish to sink into the ground. Qin Gu, we were wrong. We accept our punishment, they quickly admitted, unable to endure the tension of the atmosphere. Wrong? I find no fault in you, Qin Yuan retorted. You are grown men, yet cannot manage even the smallest of tasks. You claim you were wrong? Look at the two of you, the eldest in our group. I do not expect grand contributions, but at the very least, you should execute your duties proficiently. I entrusted you to guard the rear, yet what have you accomplished? You couldn't handle 2 hyenas. What if there were 10? Would you have fled in disarray? His frustration escalated, rendering the 2 men increasingly uncomfortable. Yiming, typically the seasoned veteran, though feeling the weight of embarrassment, forced a smile and said, Qin Gu, we understand our mistakes, but the outcome was ultimately favorable, wasn't it? Besides, we did put in some effort, unlike them. At this, Qin Yuan's ire boiled over. Do you really want to compare yourselves to others? You don't compare yourselves to Gao Xingyang or Lu Yang, nor the captain and his crew, but to the women? You truly are something else. Chapter 84. Leave. Qin Yuan was instantly filled with indignation. He never anticipated that Ming would utter such words. How could he dare to compare himself to women, believing he accomplished more than they? Are you really comparing yourself to them? On what grounds? Have you cooked a meal? Woven anything? Crafted pottery? Drawn water? Or have you done anything commendable for our territory? Qin Yuan glared at Ming, each assertion piercing Ming's heart like an arrow. Cooking was handled by Li Yuyu, weaving by Lu Xiaoning, pottery by Lin Wei, and drawing water by Lin Xiao. These essential tasks were performed by the girls without complaint. Their roles clearly defined, obediently following Qin Yuan's directives without excuses or dissent. Now, Ming dared to compare his contributions to theirs. It was truly absurd. I'm sorry. Qin Gu, I was wrong. I misspoke. I'll slap myself. Ming quickly realized his folly, hastily began to explain, and struck his own face with his hand, producing sharp sounds without pause. No need for self-punishment. It is my blindness that allowed someone like you into my ranks. Depart now. From this day forth, we share no ties. Qin Yuan's words were cold. Initially, he intended to reprimand them to instill some wisdom, but seeing their current state, he deemed them irredeemable. What was the point of concerning himself with them any longer? Don't, Qin Gu, please. Ming, a man in his 40s, referred to Qin Yuan as Qin Gu, his insides churning with regret for speaking so foolishly. Leave. I shall repeat this for the last time. You have indeed assisted in building houses over the past few days, demonstrating diligence without deceit, which I acknowledge. However, do not claim that I would expel you for a trivial matter, or say I am ungrateful. Reflect on these 10 days. Have any meals been withheld from you? No, not at all. Yet I entrusted you with guarding our rear, placed my faith in you, only for you to act in such a manner. Let me tell you, even if I had a dog guarding that spot, it would do better than you. All that needed to be said has been said. I no longer have a place for you in my team. Take this opportunity to leave while I am still allowing it. Do not wait until I have someone carry you out. Qin Yuan's outburst left him feeling considerably relieved. As he put it, this was his territory. If one refused to comply, they should depart. There was no third option. And take your good brother Zhao Chong with you. You two should manage to survive together on the island. Zhao Chong's face turned pale, becoming increasingly ghastly. He knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly, Qin Good. It was he who spoke those words. It has nothing to do with me. Please, don't cast me out. Not related? You two think your age grants you the right to be favored, to take advantage of us. But you are not as old as you think. Where was Lu Yang while you were doing what? I have not held you accountable for bullying Lu Yang, nor for that night when you plotted to steal food. The actions of Zhao Chong and Ming transpired within the last 10 days, more specifically, within the last 3. Initially, they behaved well, striving to gain favor. But soon their true nature surfaced, revealing their deceitful ways. These were trivial matters, and Qin Yuan had overlooked them, as they had indeed put in some effort. However, now that the facade had been dropped, there was no need to conceal these grievances any longer. Yet they seemed to forget that Qin Yuan was not a man of compassion. Rather, he was a self-serving individual. If you are useful to me, I will keep you. If you are not but possess unique skills, perseverance, and obedience, I may still retain you. Individuals like them, who engaged in such disgraceful conduct, would not be spared. Why keep them around? Did they believe their lives were too comfortable and sought to create trouble for themselves? Others watching this scene were somewhat astonished, not expecting Qin Yuan to remember so many details. To them, Qin Yuan had always been considerate, thoughtful, and had rarely encountered significant conflicts. Yet now, his ability to recount their misdeeds indicated they had crossed a line with him. Some individuals mistakenly believed themselves too clever, thinking they could control everything, unaware that others simply chose to ignore them. Seeing Qin Yuan unresponsive, the two adjusted their facial expressions and left, their hearts heavy. As for where they would go, what they would do, and whether they would survive or find rescue, those concerns were no longer Qin Yuan's to ponder. Now that they had departed, only a few remained. All were familiar with one another, having witnessed the actions of those two. Such individuals would not receive his pity. Qin Yuan turned to face those behind him, articulating each word deliberately. There was no need for a demonstration to instill fear. Initially, he had considered it, but soon dismissed the idea. Those behind him were dependable allies, working in remarkable harmony. Qin Yuan felt no need to engage in fear tactics. After expressing his thoughts, Qin Yuan affectionately patted the head of his white fox and offered it a piece of jerky, playfully teasing it. Qin Gu, what shall we do next? Lin Wei timely shifted the topic, wanting to prevent the group from lingering in the previous somber atmosphere. Next, let us enhance the houses a bit more. and then I will venture to the nearby mountain. There are many things to inspect, including the cruiser. You all should continue with your tasks. Shengyang and Lu Yang will reinforce the fences and survey the surrounding area. As for the hyena carcasses in the trenches, remember to clean off the meat after skinning them, and then we will find ways to expand our territory. Qin Yuan stated succinctly. Previously, he would assign specific tasks to each person, but now it was unnecessary. He simply needed to outline the general direction, trusting in their mutual understanding to handle the rest. Let us eat. By the way, Qin Gu, could we find some wild vegetables or greens? The cassava from last time was quite good, but after eating meat every day, it's becoming rather monotonous. Chapter 85. Too many thoughts. Qin Yuan chuckled dryly, pondering the notion of growing weary of meat. If others were to discover this sentiment, it might very well drive them to a fit of rage. Brother Qin, we could cultivate cassava here. Lin Xiao promptly suggested, gesturing towards a nearby patch of open land. Xiao Xiao, stop jesting and come eat, Lin Wei called out with a smile. Ever since Qin Yuan managed to procure 2 wild boars, the population of the previously abundant 5 had dwindled to just 3. He had no intention of slaughtering them all. They could simply be kept alive. And when the time came that meat was scarce, he could deal with them then. However, with their numbers reduced, the wild boars had become much more cautious, gradually retreating from their territory and seldom appearing near the small lake, likely out of fear. The last time Qin Yuan encountered them, they harbored hostility towards him, filled with resentment yet too intimidated to charge. The transformation of these once mighty forest rulers into such timid creatures was indeed astonishing. Ultimately, everything was progressing in a positive direction. Qin Yuan often reminded himself that no longer needing to worry about food daily was a significant milestone. Yet, he sensed a stagnation in his spirit, a waning of his fighting zeal. He understood that such complacency was detrimental, akin to the monotonous repetition of tedious labor, dulling one's edges. This mindset was particularly perilous on this desolate island. A lack of ambition meant that even the slightest deviation could lead to their utter demise. While Qin Yuan was engaged in self-reflection, Lu Xiaoning nudged his arm and inquired, Brother Qin, is there food over at Shivering? We could trade meat with them. Qin Yuan mused, recalling the agricultural fields he had observed in Shivering, which served as their food source. Trading meat for supplies could indeed be feasible. Yes, they have food, though I'm uncertain if they would trade. I'll check tomorrow. He smiled, adding, all right, enough of this. First, Xiao Xiao suggests cassava. And now you propose a trade with Shivering. Tomorrow's agenda is fully booked thanks to you both. Lu Xiaoning pouted. You don't have to go if you don't want to. Improving their diet was essential after feasting on meat for so long. He too felt somewhat fatigued by it. Qin Yuan refrained from bantering with Lu Xiaoning, seizing the opportunity to inspect the cruiser, as it was prudent to assess the situation beforehand. Brother Qin, please take care, Lin Wei said cheerfully. I'm full now. I'll go help light the house. With that, she took a torch wrapped in resin, ignited it in the campfire, and proceeded to illuminate their dwelling. The resin, a natural fuel discovered earlier, was an excellent choice for lighting. The house consisted of 3 structures, with wooden planks serving as doors. They would cover the entrances with these planks at night to shield against the wind and remove them upon waking. Over the past month, these planks had proven invaluable. All their beds were crafted from wood, topped with a layer of straw for comfort, and draped with wolf pelts, finally covered with sheets, ensuring a restful sleep. As everyone prepared for slumber, a certain individual was not pleased. It was a well-known fact that Qin Yuan and Lu Xiaoning shared a room. However, with 3 women and 2 men remaining, Lu Yang could not reside with the Lin sisters and had to bunk with Gao Xingyang. Yet Gao Xingyang wished to sleep beside Li Yuyu, given their mutual understanding. Following the original arrangements, Lu Yang found himself without a place to rest unless he opted for the treehouse, but with all belongings moved down, that would hardly be comfortable. Thus, the 3 women would share a room, while Lu Yang and Gao Xingyang would share a bed. Gao Xingyang felt unjustly treated. Why should it be so? Yet, he dared not protest and resigned himself to sharing a bed with Lu Yang. Originally, he had hoped to share such intimacy with the one he cherished, but now, he found himself beside a burly man, causing his spirits to plummet. The group stifled laughter at Gao Xingyang's helpless expression. Lu Yang, I'm not into men. Don't get any funny ideas tonight, he declared, prompting uproarious laughter from the others. Lu Yang, undeterred, jested, oh, but I find your type quite appealing. Eh? So forward. Are we? Lu Yang quipped as he entered the room and closed the door behind him. Don't come over here. Before long, cheerful sounds echoed from the room, and the others were in stitches. Look at your face, Lu Xiaoning teased, observing Qin Yuan's amused expression. What are you trying to do? Lu Xiaoning exclaimed, flustered by his boldness, which was a departure from their usual interactions. What do you think I intend? Qin Yuan questioned, gently tracing a finger along her cheek. Captivated by her flushed countenance, and leaned in to kiss her. No, don't. Lu Xiaoning attempted to push him away, but found herself unable to resist his strength. You've walked right into the Wolf-est Inn, Qin Yuan remarked leisurely, his hands beginning to slip her outer garment away. If you continue this way, I will be upset, she exclaimed, swatting his hand away, her expression one of displeasure, leaving Qin Yuan at a loss as to how to proceed. We are both normal individuals. It is natural to have such desires, yet here we are on an uninhabited island. I am not comfortable relinquishing myself in such an environment. Can you understand? Lu Xiaoning felt she might have overstepped and gently took hold of Qin Yuan's arm, speaking softly. Moreover, the sound insulation here is poor. If we make any noise, how will I face the others afterward? Lu Xiaoning's cheeks flushed as she clarified her position. Qin Yuan pressed a kiss to her forehead, holding her close, and refrained from further advances. I understand. Now let us rest. Chapter 86. Flesh for Jade Rings. On the 28th day, upon rising, Qin Yuan gazed at the still sleeping Lu Xiaoning beside him and could not help but sigh deeply. With a singular thought occupying his mind, the previous emperor's endeavors had barely begun before he met an untimely demise. Primarily, Qin Yuan was not a man driven solely by base desires. Although such a statement might appear ostentatious, he truly lacked the energy for such frivolities. It is said that while one may appreciate beauty, not everyone seeks to consummate their desires. However, what she asserted held considerable merit, on a smaller scale. Others might feel embarrassed if they overheard such sentiments, damaging one's reputation. On a larger scale, given their current living conditions, merely surviving was a commendable feat. Resolving to cast aside these thoughts, Qin Yuan dressed and roused Lu Xiaoning before stepping outside. The aroma of food wafted through the air, indicating that Li Yuyu had already prepared a meal. Yuyu, please fetch me 10 pounds of jerky. I am off to exchange it for provisions with Siming, Qin Yuan announced as he prepared to depart. Do bring me a piece of pork jerky as well. I shall consume it on the way, he added. Li Yuyu placed the jerky into a basket and handed it to Qin Yuan, who assessed its weight before accepting the freshly roasted piece she had just prepared. Very well. I shall inform them to take care on your journey. Understood. As he stood at the outskirts of the territory, Qin Yuan could distinctly sense the metallic tang of blood in the air. A pack of hyenas lay languishing in the trenches nearby. I hope they haven't attracted any wild beasts, he mused. With practiced ease, he made his way toward the Wildman Woods, a path he had traversed numerous times, thus becoming well acquainted with it. As the esteemed Lu Sun once articulated, in this world, there were originally no roads. As more tread upon the path, it becomes a road. In the early morning within the Wildman Woods, the mist was dense, marking the boundary line where one could perceive the distinction more vividly. Behind him, the fog was dissipating, while the mist within the woods remained thick, reminiscent of smog. Within 5 meters, the distinction between man and woman blurred. Beyond 10 meters, the line between human and beast faded. Qin Yuan did not rush in. Instead, he consumed the rations he had brought along. Suddenly, a few figures stumbled out of the mist, disheveled and gaunt. To his astonishment, they were Jonah and his companions, now reduced to skin and bones, their sanity fraying. Their appearance was more grotesque than that of zombies in a horror film. The Wildman Woods lacked flowing water. The natives had their unique methods of hydration, but as outsiders, Jonah and his group could not mingle with them, leaving them parched. Moreover, the food sources in the woods were scarce, limited to poisonous snakes and crows, with no sustenance available. A significant factor was that in Siming's eyes, they were Westerners, and he held a considerable standing among the wild men. The fact that he hadn't ordered their execution was already a display of mercy. However, Qin Yuan soon noted their peculiar behavior. Their vacant stares, lewd expressions, crooked smiles, and drooling mouths rendered them akin to lunatics. Typically, upon encountering Qin Yuan, they would react as if confronting a sworn enemy, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. Yet this time, they fell silent. While one could attribute this to their prolonged hunger and thirst, Qin Yuan suspected they had ingested poisonous mushrooms. In the Wildman Woods, edible items were nearly non-existent, and any that did appear were likely mushrooms, combined with the area's geographical peculiarities, suggesting they were poisonous. Qin Yuan's suspicions were confirmed when he noticed one of them clutching a half-eaten mushroom. Best of luck to you, he remarked, finishing his jerky and brushing off his hands before circumventing them to enter the woods through another route. Upon his entry, the surrounding mist had lessened considerably, and he proceeded seamlessly until he reached the cave where Siming resided. Qin Yuan, what brings you here? Siming inquired, having been instructing his son in the art of writing Chinese characters with a stick. Upon spotting Qin Yuan, he set down the stick and approached him. I wish to barter food with you, Qin Yuan stated plainly, producing the basket to showcase the jerky within. Meat? Siming's eyes brightened. It had been ages since he had savored meat. Their diet consisted mostly of fish, with occasional snake meat, but the meat Qin Yuan offered was evidently from wild beasts. He swallowed hard, gazing at Qin Yuan as he asked, "What terms do you propose for the exchange?" "This is 10 pounds of meat, comprising wild boar and wolf meat. I seek to exchange it for your vegetables," Qin Yuan replied directly, recalling the abundance of vegetables he had previously observed at Siming's. "No, that is not possible." "Ah?" Qin Yuan was perplexed, eager to inquire further when Siming continued his explanation. "Qin Yuan, these vegetables were excavated by me a decade ago in the mountains over there and brought here. It is not that I cannot give them to you. However, these vegetables are similarly cursed. If you take them out, they are inedible. If you wish, I can offer you some to take and test for yourself." Qin Yuan frowned upon hearing this. Was the curse truly so crude? It was one thing for people to be unable to leave, but vegetables as well? Siming's earlier statement indicated that these vegetables had been brought from a decade prior, suggesting that such resources existed in those mountains. "Siming, are you implying that there is a wealth of resources in those mountains?" "Indeed, that mountain is the most abundant in wildlife and resources on the entire island. Our previous existence there was due to the abundance of provisions." Nodding, Qin Yuan realized that while the transaction had failed, it was not entirely fruitless. "This is quite generous of you." Siming chuckled helplessly. Having initially spoken of a trade, Qin Yuan was now offering him something for free, which felt somewhat inappropriate. After a moment's contemplation, he removed the jade ring from around his neck and handed it to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan shuddered as he accepted the ring, admiring the ancient carvings adorning it. An overwhelming thought flashed through his mind: ancient Ming Dynasty artifacts. This could be worth a significant sum. Flesh for jade rings. What a remarkable bargain this was. Chapter 87. The military knife. Qin Yuan is a man of principle. Even if something is immensely valuable, he would never exploit the goodwill of others to acquire it. Such behavior does not align with his moral compass. Since the time of his ancestors, he has feared the disgrace of being branded a traitor who fled with wealth, thus subjecting future generations to humiliation, particularly as many of the riches aboard their vessels were acquired through trade. Qin Yuan understood the implication behind this gesture. What he was being handed was not merely an artifact, but a belief in redemption. He was uncertain how future generations would evaluate their fleet. But the only thought that resonated was the desire for vindication, to demonstrate to the world that they had not betrayed their cause. "Thank you, Qin Yuan." Siming articulated each word with conviction, gripping Qin Yuan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Qin Yuan could distinctly sense his emotional state, offering a faint smile to reassure him. "Even if you do not bestow this jade ring upon me, I will proclaim to the world that you are our exemplar. For all these years, I believe the ancestors of the Ming Dynasty would take solace knowing of your unwavering loyalty to the nation." Siming nodded, releasing Qin Yuan's hand, and affectionately ruffling his son's hair, said, "Zhongming, greet your uncle." "Uncle." Zhongming timidly called out, appearing quite shy, evoking a pang of tenderness in Qin Yuan's heart. "I have one more favor to ask of you," Siming said, gazing kindly at his son, his eyes never straying. "Speak freely. I will certainly assist you." Qin Yuan replied with a smile, as if foreseeing what was to come. As anticipated, it pertained to Zhongming. "Qin Yuan, I implore you, find a way to bring my son out of the wild manwoods. You have managed to escape. Surely, you can devise a means to extricate my son as well." Siming beseeched. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan wished to acquiesce to Siming's request. However, he himself was at a loss as to how he had managed to leave the woods and could not guarantee any success. "Siming, to speak candidly, I too wish to assist you, but I am unaware of how I escaped this forest. After all, you have lived on this island far longer than I, as I have been here for less than a month. Despite my desire to help, my strength may be insufficient. Perhaps it is due to nourishment." "You might encourage Zhongming to consume more pork," Qin Yuan suggested with a wry smile, recalling how his own strength had increased after eating meat and sharing this plausible notion with Siming. "Very well, should my son manage to escape, I shall ensure he seeks you out. You must take good care of him," Siming implored, gripping Qin Yuan's hand earnestly. "I shall," Qin Yuan assured him. After a brief exchange, Qin Yuan expressed a desire to further examine the cruiser, and Siming accompanied him. Qin Yuan first established his bearings and, following the cruiser's direction, identified several landmarks he was familiar with, such as large lakes, aircraft, and his own territory. He noted that there was only one route in, but at least 3 routes thereafter, though the distance precluded him from making any definitive conclusions. "Qin Yuan, that area is where we once lived. There are items there that may be of use to you." Siming indicated a general location at the foot of a mountain, eager to assist. "Understood. I shall visit there when the time comes." Qin Yuan nodded, mentally noting the information. "Uncle Qin Yuan, this is for you." Zhongming approached, presenting a leather belt to Qin Yuan. Upon inspection, Qin Yuan was taken aback as he slowly unwrapped it. It was a military knife, not large, with a handle approximately 15 centimeters long and a blade of 30 centimeters, resembling a short sword. Its design was relatively new, clearly in use. "What is this?" Qin Yuan inquired, glancing at Simon. "This is from those who wore camouflage. I have no use for it, so I give it to you," Simon replied. Indeed, in the wild man woods, devoid of beasts, the military knife would serve no purpose for him. "Thank you," Qin Yuan said, refraining from further inquiries about the soldiers from the beautiful country. As they had merely set foot on the island, no need to delve deeper into the matter, as it was unlikely to be anything positive. Qin Yuan also expressed gratitude to Zhongming, and glancing at his watch, noted it was approaching 11 o'clock, prompting him to bid farewell to the father and son. He encouraged them to eat more meat, perhaps it would aid in their escape. They accepted his advice with smiles. Upon exiting the territory, Qin Yuan felt little. Upon his return, the others inquired eagerly about his findings. With a wry smile, he recounted the events and Zhongming's situation. "I will merely mention it. We shall discuss the subsequent matters later," Lu Scouting reflected, realizing she had perhaps considered matters too far into the future. "Now, who will join me in foraging for cassava? It is our sole remaining means for improvement." "I will. I want to go." Lin Xiao immediately stood, waving her arms enthusiastically. Chapter 88, The Black Suit and the Wild Boars. Lin Xiao. Lin Wei suddenly raised her voice to call out to her. "What are you going to do? Are you just going to cause trouble?" Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Xiao immediately felt a twinge of displeasure. "I'm just trying to help Brother Qin." "How is that causing trouble?" Lin Xiao retorted. All right, I understand your intentions. Nonetheless, let Xingyang accompany me. If you were to get injured by a wild boar, your sister would be quite distressed," Qin Yuan interjected, noticing the sisters starting to bicker again. "My sister wouldn't be distressed, humph." Lin Xiao shot him a glance, sulking as she rubbed the white fox. Being the youngest in the group, she couldn't bully the others and could only take it out on the mute white fox. The fox looked aggrieved. "What have I done to deserve this? I want to go too, Brother Qin." Lu Yang stood up, eager to assist. Recently, he felt a bit overlooked, and after having expelled Yiming and Zhao Chong from the team, he developed a sense of urgency, wanting to contribute in some way. "Very well, let us go together," Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly, appreciating Lu Yang's enthusiasm. At least he was more reliable than the two older men who had just been ousted. As long as he followed Qin Yuan's plans, there would be no unnecessary complications. Then it's settled. "You two prepare yourselves," Qin Yuan gestured, giving his orders. "What about me?" Lin Xiao quickly inquired, wanting to join in as well. "You stay home and don't overthink it. We're going to compete with wild boars for food, so it's best if you don't come along," Qin Yuan replied. "Fine," Lin Xiao said, her spirits dampened. After they had their lunch, Qin Yuan led the two of them to the wild boar woods to dig for cassava. His territory was only about 20 minutes away from the woods, which could be considered close to the wild beasts. However, wild boars had been scarce lately. Yet Qin Yuan remained vigilant. He feared not much else but the sight of a wild boar. It was quite a paradox, yearning for the wild boars to appear, yet dreading their presence. It felt akin to a man and a woman sharing a room, fearing the absence of one, while also fearing the chaos the other might bring. Upon arriving at the lake once more, Qin Yuan instructed them to climb trees as usual. From a higher vantage point, their field of observation greatly expanded. "Brother Qin, isn't that a mud pit over there? Why haven't I seen any wild boars emerging from it?" Gao Xingyang, who had accompanied Qin Yuan on numerous occasions, expressed his confusion. "I don't know. Let us observe a bit longer and move towards the cassava," Qin Yuan suggested. "Wait, Brother Qin, listen. It seems like there are people nearby," Lu Yang whispered. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan quickly halted, signaling for them to remain still and listen closely. "There's nothing visible here. Let us approach that direction," Qin Yuan remarked, even though the sounds were faint. All right. The two followed Qin Yuan cautiously towards the source of the voices and soon discovered 7 or 8 men, all clad in black suits, and among them was Tian Tian. "It's them," Qin Yuan noted, not overly surprised to see Tian Tian and the others, as the island had a limited population. If it weren't for them, it would indeed be strange. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for him to hear their conversation. But their actions suggested they were plotting something. "Brother Qin, are they planning to catch wild boars?" Gao Shengyang turned to Qin Yuan, voicing his thoughts. "Not sure, but it seems likely. However, do they really think they can capture wild boars with just those tools? They might be underestimating them," Qin Yuan replied. His previous experience in capturing wild boars, which involved digging pits and benefiting from the presence of wolves, had required a degree of luck. If they intended to rely solely on their own abilities, it would be quite a challenge. Wild boars were not foolish creatures, and with only 3 remaining in the threat of wolves, they would be more vigilant than ever, leaving no chances for their captors. Any slight disturbance might send the wild boars into a frenzy. Observing their current state, Qin Yuan refrained from further commentary. On the ground, the men in black suits gathered around. Today, we will catch wild boars here. You've seen that we have numbers, but our food supply is insufficient. The smallest wild boar weighs over 100 pounds, and the largest nearly 300. If we can catch just one, we won't have to worry about food. Boss, will there be casualties using just these tools? The others expressed their apprehensions, clearly reluctant to partake in this venture, but feeling compelled by the men in black. There won't be any casualties. I've calculated it. With 8 of us, we will find a way to restrain the wild boar. Our numbers allow us to exhaust its strength, and when it is fatigued, how much threat can it pose? The man in black grinned sinisterly, and his companions felt uneasy about the plan. They knew that human endurance could hardly compare to that of a wild boar. Yet, if they truly managed to tire the wild boar out as proposed, it might indeed be a strategy worth considering. However, they were overestimating both their strength and endurance. A group of city dwellers attempting to match the stamina of wild boars on a deserted island, whether 8 or even 20, they would likely fall short. The true intention of the man in black was not merely to capture a wild boar. The real aim was to reduce their numbers under the guise of a hunting expedition. Should 1 or 2 perish in the process, their burden of sustenance would significantly lighten. Reducing their food supply was paramount. To maintain his image, the man in black would not get his hands dirty. Yet, he was indeed bold enough to incite others to act on his behalf. Boss, are the wild boars really over here? Some among them still harbored doubts, especially those who had merely descended from the plain, while the truly cowardly, like Tian, were hiding at the back, too fearful to show their faces. Tian believed that survival lay in staying hidden. Since arriving on the island, he had witnessed far too many deaths. Listen, everyone. The wild boars are coming. Chapter 89. Malicious intent. Once again, the 3 wild boars appeared, their movements no longer carefree, but rather filled with apprehension. Clearly, the death of 2 companions had transformed their demeanor. It was surprising to see these creatures, typically known for their ferocity, now exhibiting such timidity. The direction in which the wild boars were headed was towards the mud pit. Qin Yuan, upon observing the boars, found himself perplexed by the behavior of those in black suits. Instead of fleeing, it seemed as if they were provoking the boars. Provoking wild boars? Was this not a death wish? Qin Yuan remained silent, brow furrowed as he scrutinized their actions. Suddenly, one individual stepped forward and threw a small stone at the wild boars. Was this person out of their mind? The boars glared at him with fury, yet hesitated to advance. In their minds, it was these upright creatures that had caused their current predicament. The provocateur was taken aback when the boars did not respond to his taunt, their timidity astonishing him. Undeterred, he hurled a larger stone at them, fully inciting their wrath. The wild boars, with eyes ablaze with anger, seemed to convey a message. You dare to provoke me, despite my indifference? In unison, the 3 boars turned and charged towards him. Alarmed, the man sprinted away, his speed so swift that he seemed but a blur, yelling as he fled. The man in the black suit, witnessing the unfolding chaos, immediately instructed the others. Prepare yourselves. Once he climbs the tree, take turns to provoke. The group nodded, and the man in black ascended the tree, leisurely observing the spectacle of the boars chasing the man. Qin Yuan, increasingly bewildered by their intentions, was interrupted by Gao Shengyang tugging at his sleeve. Qin Go, while they distract the boars, let us harvest some cassava. All right, let us depart. Their reckless actions are of no concern to us. After a final glance, Qin Yuan led the 2 of them towards the cassava field. The field was noticeably depleted, having lost much of its yield to the wild boars. Let us take as much as we can. You 2 have baskets, so let us make haste. Qin Yuan instructed them to set down their baskets, and together they began to dig. He had no intention of stripping the field bare. Taking everything would leave the boars without food, prompting them to seek sustenance elsewhere, which would jeopardize the livestock he was nurturing. Meanwhile, the man, exhausted from fleeing the boars, struggled to climb the tree. As the boars bore down upon him, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and finally reached the branches, only to have the boars crash into the tree with a resounding thud. Quick, next, he shouted in haste. The next in line, mimicking his earlier bravado, taunted the boars. Given their low intelligence, the boars immediately turned and pursued the new target. Wow, being chased by wild boars is exhilarating, he exclaimed, sounding as though he were an extreme sports enthusiast. His stamina and endurance seemed commendable as he continued to evade the boars without showing signs of fatigue. An adage rings true: only those who can swim drown, for those who cannot swim do not approach the water's edge. This sentiment aptly applied to his situation. What began as a straightforward chase turned chaotic when he spotted a low-hanging branch. He thought to leap and grasp it, intending to toy with the boars. However, in his excitement, he failed to consider the branch's strength and, within seconds, it snapped under his weight. The consequence was dire. He plummeted to the ground just as the boars charged toward him. With a resounding crash, he was struck by the wild boars, his face colliding with the tree while his back was mercilessly impacted, resulting in grievous injuries. The pain surpassed his threshold, rendering him unconscious and barely alive. His plight made it abundantly clear to the onlookers that this was reality, not a game. Lives were at stake. Witnessing the aftermath of his folly, the next individual hesitated, unwilling to provoke the boars. "No, I want to do it. You all go." He retreated in fear. Yet, the man in black needed individuals like him. With a swift leap from the tree, he plunged a dagger into the man's chest. "Refusal? Very well, then your life is forfeit." The man's face twisted in terror as he fell to the ground. The others stood in shock, unable to fathom the cold-bloodedness of the act. "No, no. We'll go. We'll all go." The remaining individuals felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This was precisely the effect the man in black sought, an example to instill fear. The fourth person rushed forth to attract the wild boars. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan collected 2 full baskets of cassava. As he passed, he stumbled upon 2 individuals lying in pools of blood. He remained indifferent, yet Lu Yong was visibly shaken. "Qin Gu, did he really kill someone?" he stammered. "Indeed, but this is an ungoverned island. Survival is paramount. In this realm of abandonment, life and death have lost their significance," Qin Yuan explained with resignation. Lu Yong fell silent, grappling with the dissonance of his moral compass shattered after nearly 30 years of societal conditioning. This was a lawless territory, a place beyond the confines of order, and he found it intolerable. It was no wonder Qin Yuan could so readily expel those 2 from their group, leaving them to fend for themselves. Qin Yuan did not perceive himself as a villain. He simply did not concern himself with the fate of others. Yet he was not devoid of conscience, for every action he took was justifiable in his own eyes. Moral coercion had no effect on him. In these decaying days, shining brightly and showcasing one's uniqueness was undoubtedly a challenge. But without attempting, how could one ever know? As for the fate of those individuals, Qin Yuan had no desire to know or intervene. Their survival or demise was of no concern to him. Chapter 90. The helplessness of the Lu family on the side of the black suits. Rather than exhausting the wild boar, their own men had already depleted their strength. The endurance of humans cannot truly be compared to that of a wild boar. The disparity is insurmountable. While they were struggling to the brink of exhaustion, the wild boar exhibited an effortless demeanor. Of course, part of this can be attributed to the poor diet of these men. They had not eaten enough. Nevertheless, the objective of the black suits had been achieved. For them, capturing the wild boar was merely a means to an end. They could have pursued other methods if they had desired. The notion of hunting for wild boar meat was a farce they themselves did not believe. "Come, let us plant cassava once more. This way, we can secure a stable food source," suggested Qin Yuan. "Root vegetables can simply be cut into pieces and buried in the soil. From now on, this vegetable patch shall be under your care, Xiao Xiao. What say you?" "Very well, I shall take charge of this land," Lin Xiao replied eagerly. Since she could not personally dig for cassava, overseeing its growth would suffice. Qin Yuan smiled and beckoned a few others to join in the planting of cassava. The process was not complex. After planting the majority of the cassava, the remainder would serve as their staple food to improve their diet. Eating meat every day could indeed become tiresome. "Brother Qin, shouldn't we make the kiln larger? It feels a bit cramped," Lin Wei interjected. They had already produced 6 ceramic jars with the kiln, primarily for storing water, while the other pottery consisted of smaller containers for spices, along with a dozen ceramic cups. They had crafted containers for nearly everything imaginable. Lin Wei's concern about the kiln size had crossed Qin Yuan's mind previously. He had considered creating a larger ceramic jar to serve as a water tank, but the kiln was too small to accommodate it. Constructing a larger kiln was a challenge, as it involved both time and technical limitations. Qin Yuan had merely replicated a small kiln design. Thus, attempting to create a larger one had proven unfeasible. However, with a deeper understanding of the technology, he was now capable of constructing a kiln twice the size, though anything larger remained beyond his reach. The kiln is indeed a concern. "Xingyang, take a basket and go with Lu Yang to dig for soil, but do not disturb the soil within our territory. Instead, seek soil from outside," Qin Yuan instructed, opting not to handle the task himself and instead delegating it to Gao Xingyang. He had already planned to explore the other side of the mountain the following day. Remaining within the territory was not a viable long-term solution. Gao Xingyang was competent enough for the job, and Qin Yuan saw no need to intervene personally. A capable leader need not be omnipotent. Rather, they must be adept at recognizing and utilizing the strengths of others. "All right, we shall follow Brother Qin's lead," Gao Shengyang responded, devoid of any dissenting thoughts. His current mindset was that he was like a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed. The group chuckled before immersing themselves in their tasks. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, at the Ningjiang building. The Ningjiang building stands as the most renowned landmark in Ningjiang City, and is wholly owned by the Liu family. At this moment, on the 28th floor, Liu Hong, the president of Ningjiang Investment Group and father of Liu Xiaoning, sat in his office chair, his expression grim and brows furrowed. For 28 days, there had been no news regarding the ill-fated cruise ship. What are you all doing? The normally composed Liu Hong was visibly enraged, primarily because his beloved daughter, Liu Xiaoning, remained missing. 28 days had passed, and her fate was uncertain. He had not been idle. He had hired 3 salvage vessels to search the Pacific Ocean, following the route of the ill-fated ship. Yet, to this day, there had been no word. Boss, we have scoured that route 3 times. And we haven't even spotted debris. We truly have done our utmost, replied a man before him, dressed incongruously in a suit, a forced smile on his face. It was evident that his round belly did not suit the tailored suit. Utmost effort? Your so-called effort amounts to taking 10 million from me. And now there is not a single piece of information? I might as well have thrown the money into a swamp. Liu Hong slammed his palm onto the desk, shouting furiously. Boss, you are being too hard on me. I merely facilitated the transaction. All the funds went to the salvage team. Moreover, with the current international tensions, large-scale searches are prohibited. We are at a loss here. He offered a resigned smile, hunched over and speaking softly. Liu Hong sighed, refraining from further outbursts and shifting the topic. Most people were unaware of the true situation, believing it to be merely a matter of loss of control, as the media had reported. However, Liu Hong had learned through his channels that the locations of the ill-fated aircraft and cruise ship were roughly the same, suggesting a connection between the 2 incidents. Thus, he had also tasked the same man with investigating the airplane matter. Boss, the situation regarding the airplane is extremely stringent. All documentation has been confiscated by the United States. You are aware that this country is notoriously unreasonable. We have little recourse, the man lamented. Damn it. What use are you? You know nothing. Get out. Get out. This marked Liu Hong's second explosive outburst in a year, the first occurring after his daughter's incident. The once genteel man had transformed into this furious figure. Boss, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. By the way, you mentioned wanting to join the other victims' families in a collective petition today. They have already arrived in the lobby on the 1st floor. Liu Hong snorted derisively, waving his hand to dismiss the man. Once the man departed, the vast office was left in solitude, with only Liu Hong sitting in the chair, consumed by melancholy. Xiaoning, it is my fault. I should not have let you go to Australia to manage the company. What had begun as a moment of frustration had culminated in such a dire outcome. Fate truly plays its hand cruelly. Chapter 91. The Mysterious Woman Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu. Upon his arrival at the 1st floor conference hall, Liu Hong was met with a standing ovation, all eyes turning towards him. He nodded slightly, surveying the room before instructing everyone to take their seats. This marked the 3rd gathering of the group, and they were all aware of his situation. His beloved daughter was among those lost in the tragic incident. Liu Hong shared their sentiments, understanding their anguish. Regarding the ill-fated cruise ship, I propose we unite in a joint petition. Nearly a month has passed, and the fates of our children and loved ones remain uncertain. Therefore, I urge you all to join me in this endeavor. Seated at the forefront, Liu Hong's expression was one of fervor, a sentiment mirrored on the faces of those around him. We support your initiative, Mr. Liu. You are a prominent figure, endowed with great capability. Do you have any further information? They expressed their frustration, tears cascading down their cheeks. Liu Hong empathized with their sorrow, acknowledging that he too was a father. The lack of news compelled him to call for this petition, and he remained hopeful that information would emerge. Despite his outward demeanor as a successful businessman, one of the most influential in Ningjiang, within the confines of his heart, he battled the turmoil of a father whose daughter's fate was shrouded in mystery. In a quiet corner, a man clad in a broad-brimmed hat and a loose shirt, silently puffing on a pipe, spoke with conviction. He was Qin Dajian, the father of Qin Yuan. Yet, the others around him regarded his words with skepticism, believing his grief had driven him to madness. This was his refrain at all 3 meetings for the families of the victims. Liu Hong sighed as he regarded him. Understanding the depth of his obsession, he was aware that Qin Dajian had attended their meetings primarily to seek financial assistance. His own words echoing with dignity, "We may be poor, but we possess ambition. I cannot accept your charity." Liu Hong held him in higher esteem for this principle, surmising that his son must share the same values. "I will take the lead in signing," Liu Hong declared, producing the prepared petition and inscribing his name. The others followed suit, silently affixing their signatures to the document. For them, even the faintest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing, no matter how elusive it seemed. "I shall contribute 10 million. Before Liu Hong could finish, a woman who had remained silent until now interjected. All eyes turned to her. None anticipated that someone could be wealthier than Liu Hong. Dressed in a form-fitting leather outfit with striking red lips, she exuded an air of aloofness. Unperturbed by the attention she commanded. I know that person must be found, alive or dead. If we locate him, I shall invest an additional 10 million, she stated coldly, tossing 2 items onto the table, a bank card and a photograph. Without further ado, she strode out of the room, her high heels clicking against the floor. Had the inhabitants of the deserted island seen the photograph, they would have been astounded. The individual she sought was clad in a black suit, known as He. Once the woman departed, the others hesitated at the prospect of donating, with only a few willing to contribute a few thousand or tens of thousands. Lu Hong understood their reticence. They hailed from ordinary families, and he had never expected them to offer substantial amounts. The woman's sudden pledge of 10 million had taken him completely by surprise. After further discussion, Lu Hong saw them off, but as they were leaving, Qin Dazhan called out to him, "Mr. Lu, please ensure that I am informed if any news arises." "Of course," Lu Hong replied. "The 29th day. If I am not mistaken, today should be June 12th. Lu Yang, prepare yourself. I shall take you to the mountains to assess the situation." He had already briefed Gao Xingyang the previous day, instructing him to prepare a kiln at home. Last night, he and Lu Xiaoning had discussed the plan for today. Lu Xiaoning suggested that Qin Yuan should not venture alone, as having another person would provide additional support. Though Qin Yuan was reluctant, more company meant more responsibility, he ultimately acquiesced to Lu Xiaoning's reasoning. She was right, in the depths of the mountains. Having an ally could prove essential in the face of unforeseen challenges. Calling upon Lu Yang was also a matter of necessity, as male assistance was in short supply. "Are you ready?" Lu Yang, embarking on his first outing with Qin Yuan, was uncertain of what to prepare. "Not much is required, Xingyang. You assist him in binding his limbs with vines," Qin Yuan instructed, while Lu Xiaoning aided him. Lu Yang, though initially confused, grasped the necessity of the vines after Qin Yuan's explanation, which was to prevent snake bites. As Lu Xiaoning rambled on, Qin Yuan found solace in her concern, appreciating the presence of someone who cared for him. "As long as there are no surprises," she warned, casting him a sideways glance. In this desolate island, being well-fed was far more critical than any unexpected events. "Rest assured, there will be no surprises," he assured her. Chapter 92. Beast Tracks. Qin Yuan rose to his feet, shaking his legs and stretching his limbs. After feeling sufficiently unbound, he approached his companions. He observed Gao Xingyang's reluctant expression as he tied Lu Yang with vines, the sight amusing to behold. "If I have to bind you again, I shall cease to be Gao," Gao Xingyang exclaimed in frustration after completing the task. "Well, then you shall be Lu henceforth," Lu Yang chuckled, noticing Qin Yuan's approach. "All right, let us depart," Qin Yuan urged them, refraining from commenting further on their peculiar relationship. "Xingyang, while you remain at home crafting pottery, ensure you safeguard them. As a man, you must showcase your prowess, understood?" "Yes, Qin Gu, travel safely," Gao Xingyang replied, his demeanor shifting to one of cheerfulness. After imparting a few more words of caution, Qin Yuan and Lu Yang left the territory. "Qin Gu, do you think we shall encounter danger on this journey?" Lu Yang inquired, observing Qin Yuan's vigilant examination of their surroundings. "Of course. I have never traversed this area before. It is said that the beasts here are more numerous. Exercise caution, this is no game. We possess but one life, and should we perish, there will be none to recover our bodies," Qin Yuan warned, urging Lu Yang to keep pace closely. "Qin Gu, is it truly as terrifying as you say?" Lu Yang asked softly, becoming more cautious. "Speak less and remain alert to the sounds around us," Qin Yuan hushed him, wishing for Lu Yang to temper his chatter. This was indeed Qin Yuan's first venture into uncharted territory. Those familiar with the game Civilization understand that scouts cannot traverse unexplored lands, which are fraught with potential dangers. The principles governing Qin Yuan's reality mirror those of the game. Unscouted areas might harbor ferocious beasts. Caution is the key to survival. However, after passing a vast lake, Qin Yuan knew he must tread carefully along this path. "Qin Gu, there's a snake," Lu Yang whispered. "I see it. Ignore it," Qin Yuan replied. Upon entering the woods, the number of snakes had evidently increased. Before Lu Yang could even register them, Qin Yuan had already spotted at least 3 serpents. These snakes remained coiled upon the trees, seemingly resting and showing no inclination to move. Qin Yuan deemed it unnecessary to disturb them. A state where they ignored one another was optimal. Meanwhile, Lu Yang's heart raced as he hurried to keep pace. Realizing the peril of accompanying Qin Yuan was far greater than he had anticipated. This was merely the beginning, and he felt overwhelmed. "Did you know? In this state, you were slightly stronger than Chang'an," he cried upon encountering danger at first. "Is that true, Qin Gu?" Lu Yang laughed upon hearing about Gao Xingyang's mishap. Noticing something unusual behind Lu Yang, Qin Yuan smiled subtly, his hand discreetly reaching for his fire axe. "Of course, it is entirely normal to feel fear. Rest assured, with me around, you shall be safe." "Qin Gu, why are you not afraid?" You seem so formidable, Lu Yang admired. At that moment, Qin Yuan abruptly swung his axe, striking the snake lurking behind Lu Yang. Qin Ge, there was a snake, and now it's taken care of. Why did you not warn me? Lu Yang asked, a hint of grievance in his voice. What if I had been bitten? Calling you would have been futile. Could you have slain the snake? We would only have startled it. No need to fear. It's dealt with now. Although Lu Yang felt somewhat uneasy, he complied with Qin Yuan's guidance. The duo continued onward, the woods thicker than those they had previously traversed, yet not as densely packed as the trees on Qin Yuan's side, maintaining a moderate semblance. Along the way, Qin Yuan discovered numerous animal tracks, likely those of bears. Qin Ge, are these bear tracks? Lu Yang exclaimed, astonished that such creatures could inhabit this small island. Indeed. Over there, do you see the feline tracks? They could belong to a tiger or leopard. But the imprints have been there for too long, so I cannot speculate further, Qin Yuan pointed out. Look at you. What are you afraid of? Qin Yuan shook his head. He intended to ascend the mountain and inspect the cruiser. He could not afford to turn back now. But Qin Ge, with so many beasts around, if we proceed further, I assure you, we won't perish. However, if we fail to investigate thoroughly, we may as well await our demise. Our territory can withstand wolves and hyenas, but against a tiger or leopard, they could leap in with ease. Even a bear could easily breach our defenses. If you seek to flee, where would you escape to? Qin Yuan's voice was low and pragmatic, leaving Lu Yang in contemplative silence. Evading the situation would not resolve the issue. Qin Ge, shall we continue onward? Lu Yang asked quietly. Yes, fear not. We will head towards the cruiser and assess the situation there, Qin Yuan replied, harboring a personal hope that the cruiser contained firearms. Without guns, the situation became intolerable. In civilized society, the absence of firearms may be inconsequential. Yet here, possessing firearms grants one authority. Whether facing pirates or wild beasts, without guns, one is utterly defenseless. Without firearms, pirates can commit murder with impunity, and beasts can disrupt one's life without remorse. However, with guns, all must tread carefully. With firearms, Qin Yuan would find hunting considerably easier. In summary, the advantages of possessing firearms on this desolate island are immeasurable. After collecting his thoughts and emotions, Qin Yuan continued forward with Lu Yang. The woods here were evidently more expansive than others, and after 2 hours of walking, they had yet to emerge. When observing from the heights of the Wild Man's Woods, the journey had seemed shorter, yet it was proving to be far more extensive. The deeper they ventured into the woods, the more oppressive Qin Yuan felt, and the animal tracks multiplied, indicating they were nearing a beast's habitat. This was not an encouraging sign. Roar. At that moment, a beast roar echoed, sending a shiver through Lu Yang. Chapter 93. Stalked by a tiger. Qin Yuan quickly covered Lu Yang's mouth with his hand, urging him to remain silent, lest they attract the attention of wild beasts. Lu Yang's heart raced, trembling with fear. Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Qin Yuan whispered, then pulled Lu Yang up into the trees. Brother Qin, this. Lu Yang was so frightened that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Stay here and calm yourself, do you understand? Qin Yuan placed his hands on Lu Yang's shoulders, attempting to steady him. All right, Lu Yang stammered in response. Qin Yuan turned his head and carefully climbed farther along the branches to assess the situation below. The roar they had just heard was unmistakably not that of a wolf. It resembled the deep growl of a tiger, though he could not be entirely certain. Without dwelling on it further, he continued to climb cautiously. Before long, Qin Yuan spotted the beasts beneath the trees. They were in a relatively large clearing, approximately 10 by 10 meters in area, and it was evident that there was more than one creature there. A bear and 2 tigers. It is often said that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, unless one is male and the other female. In this instance, the saying proved true. The 2 tigers were locked in a standoff with a black bear. Qin Yuan could not discern the underlying dynamics, but he knew that any one of these beasts could easily endanger his life. The tiger roared angrily, yet the black bear stood its ground, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Just then, Qin Yuan heard rustling noises and turned his head to look. To his astonishment, 3 more black bears appeared. Now there were 4 black bears confronting the 2 tigers. The situation had escalated. It was evident that the tigers were at a disadvantage, as the bears arrived as reinforcements. The 2 tigers appeared to hesitate, slowly retreating a couple of paces. At that moment, Qin Yuan noticed a small black bear beneath the position of the tigers. It seemed that the tigers had been hunting and had drawn the attention of the older bears with the cries of the young. The little bear, its eyes still closed, was clearly newly born. It stumbled its way to the side of the black bear, while the tigers refrained from advancing. They would be foolish to do so at this juncture. With another fierce roar, the tigers retreated. It was reminiscent of a defeated adversary issuing threats as they backed down. Qin Yuan was astonished to discover that this forest was teeming with wildlife, far more than in their previous location. Brother Qin, Do not speak. Your reaction is entirely natural. I was just saying you were better than Gao Xingyang, yet here you are, just like him. Lu Yang forced a smile, feeling embarrassed, and inquired once more about their situation. We should move quickly. Just moments ago, a bear and tigers were at odds, and now we find ourselves in an open space. We must proceed cautiously. Qin Yuan initially contemplated descending to the ground, but decided it would be safer to continue traversing the trees, given the recent encounter with the beasts. Though it was tiring, it was far preferable to risking their lives. As they returned to their previous position, they noticed the two tigers still lurking at the base of the trees. Suddenly, one of the tigers lifted its head and fixed its gaze on Qin Yuan. Goodness! This creature has learned to lie in wait. Qin Yuan was stunned by the intelligence of the beast, realizing it could sense their presence in the trees. Lu Yang, upon spotting the tiger, nearly lost his footing, but Qin Yuan caught him just in time. Do not be afraid. We are safe in the trees. They cannot reach us. Qin Yuan mustered his composure to reassure Lu Yang, ignoring the tiger below as they moved forward. Little did they know, the two tigers refused to depart. Following closely beneath them, Lu Yang was evidently distressed by this turn of events, feeling as though he could be devoured at any moment. Do not fear. It will be all right, Qin Yuan comforted him, though internally he had no viable plan. Being targeted by tigers was far from an ideal situation. They could only proceed step by step. After roughly 20 minutes of careful navigation, Qin Yuan finally reached the beach. Before them lay a cruiser. However, they had reached the end of the trees. The two tigers at the base continued to watch them, leaving no opportunity for Qin Yuan to descend. Now even the typically composed Qin Yuan felt a surge of panic. Brother Qin, what do we do now? Lu Yang was increasingly despondent, awaiting a solid plan from Qin Yuan. I'm not sure. Perhaps we should eat first. We need sustenance to think clearly. Qin Yuan replied, feeling helpless as the tigers remained. Let us eat. We need strength to figure out our next steps. He produced some meat strips and handed one to Lu Yang, but Lu Yang had lost all appetite. Chewing slowly in a daze, unsure of what to do, Qin Yuan took a bite while gazing at the cruiser not far away. He finally grasped the most tormenting predicament, something tantalizingly close yet utterly out of reach. It was akin to a scenario where a man and woman are in a hotel room, and she performs a seductive dance, yet he is forbidden from responding. This feeling was more unbearable than death itself. The cruiser lay before him, yet he could not descend. Frustration mounted, and in a fit of anger, Qin Yuan hurled the unfinished meat strip at the tiger below. Get lost, you beasts. Lu Yang was taken aback by Qin Yuan's sudden fury, losing his grip on the meat strip, which fell to the ground. One meat strip weighed over a pound, and now both were gone. The male tiger seized the strips and brought them to the female tiger. That was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that they took the meat and simply left. They were gone. Not just Lu Yang, but even Qin Yuan was left in a state of disbelief. Could this be what it meant to pay a toll for safe passage? Qin Yuan was left speechless by the dramatic turn of events, realizing it was not his scent that had drawn the tigers, but rather the aroma of the meat. After all this trepidation, he found himself exasperated. Upon closer observation, he noted the female tiger's abdomen was slightly distended, suggesting she was pregnant. A semblance of clarity began to dawn on him. When did tigers become so feeble? Chapter 94. Devour. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes without sensing any further movement, Qin Yuan slowly descended from the tree. Lu Yang, come down. It's safe now. He wandered around a bit, ensuring no threats lingered before calling Lu Yang down. Okay, Brother Qin. At this moment, Lu Yang felt as if he were floating. His spirit nearly shattered from fear. Upon reaching the ground, his legs trembled, weak and unsteady. Look at you, so cowardly. Qin Yuan patted his shoulder, lighting a cigarette with a smirk. Brother Qin, you're not afraid, but I'm terrified. That was a tiger, Lu Yang exclaimed, trying to mask his fear with bravado. They say every disaster brings fortune. I'll just wait for my good luck. After a few reassuring words, he felt slightly better. On this deserted island, we're all at the mercy of fate. There is nothing to fear. Now, let us move on. Qin Yuan encouraged him, patting his back to alleviate his worries, though Lu Yang's fragile spirit might take time to recover. The beach was truly beautiful, basking in the delightful sunlight and soft sand. However, instead of encountering a lovely maiden, they were greeted by a colossal cruiser, which somewhat diminished the scenery. As they approached the cruiser, they examined its exterior, which was visibly oxidized and rusted, surrounded by green algae and moss, indicating it had been here for many years. Certainly not a recent arrival. There were no ladders on the cruiser for Qin Yuan to ascend, presenting a bit of a challenge. Upon reaching the stern, he noticed the painted name, Giant Eagle. Not only did he see the name, but he also spotted the anchor at the rear. Brother Qin, we can climb up using this, Lu Yang suggested, noticing the anchor. I see it. My eyes aren't deceived. Qin Yuan discarded his cigarette, plunged into the water, and began to scale the anchor. Lu Yang followed closely. Fortunately, the anchor was large enough, and the chain links provided secure handholds. Brother Qin, do you hear any noise? Lu Yang inquired, pausing midway as he thought he heard something, glancing up at Qin Yuan. No, you must be mistaken, Qin Yuan replied. Shaking his head, his hearing was sharp enough to catch any sounds. Lu Yang was left doubting himself, wondering if he truly misheard. They fell into silence as they slowly ascended to the deck. On the vast deck of the cruiser, amidst scattered debris, there were even dried bloodstains on the floor. The interior rooms appeared desolate, housing numerous desiccated corpses, and the deck was riddled with bullet holes, a clear indication of a past gunfight. Qin Yuan couldn't help but cover his nose. The stench emanating from the deck was more repugnant than that of a sewage ditch, perhaps having been on the beach. Where no odor reached him, the foul smell became apparent at this height. Brother Qin, what is that awful smell? Lu Yang pinched his nose tightly, speaking with his mouth covered, fearing the foul air would invade his nostrils. The scent of death, Qin Yuan indicated towards a nearby corpse, noticing numerous flies hovering around it. Lu Yang felt queasy, while Qin Yuan lifted his shirt to cover his nose, with Lu Yang mimicking his actions. What should we do, Brother Qin? Lu Yang asked, frowning. First, let us see if there is anything useful, Qin Yuan asserted, moving towards the corpse to retrieve a weapon. It was an MP5. He detached the magazine, inspected the bullets, and tested the firearm to see if it still functioned. The trigger showed no signs of rust. But a weapon used for an extended period may not be in the best condition. However, he soon noticed a difference. The dust on the gun was minimal, and the bullets inside were not rusted, suggesting the firearm had been abandoned for less than a year. Yet, the corpse exhibited signs of decay, with bones visible, indicating it had been dead for at least 3 years. Why would a corpse that had been dead for 3 years possess a gun that had been set aside for less than a year? Qin Yuan found the situation perplexing. Brother Qin, over here, we can enter the ship. Lu Yang called from a distance. Is that an MP5? Lu Yang exclaimed, startled upon seeing it. Yes, what is wrong? Qin Yuan replied, looking at Lu Yang. Nothing, it just reminded me of a joke. What joke? On my first day of school, I had an MP3, and it was snatched by older students. I endured it. The next day, I brought an MP4, and they stole that too. I was rather displeased. That's not a funny joke, Qin Yuan remarked. He had heard it before and found it amusing, yet Lu Yang's delivery lacked humor. Should we go down then? Lu Yang suggested, pointing towards the passage ahead. All right. However, the passage was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, making descent precarious. Soon, Lu Yang returned with a steel pipe. Qin Yuan stripped the clothing from the corpse, bound it to the pipe, and ignited it with a lighter to serve as a torch. With the torch in hand, their hearts felt steadier as they cautiously ventured down. Upon reaching the second level of the ship, the red emergency lights cast an eerie glow, heightening the sinister atmosphere, and the stench intensified. Each step felt sticky, as Qin Yuan observed the ground covered in viscous bloodstains. Brother Qin, it stinks. Lu Yang whispered in complaint, but Qin Yuan paid him no heed, slowly pushing open a nearby door. As he opened the door, the foul odor intensified. Beneath the bed lay another corpse, clutching an MP5. Qin Yuan, fighting against the overwhelming stench, retrieved the gun and handed it to Lu Yang, noticing 2 magazines stuffed at the head of the bed. The condition of the corpse suggested it was prepared to venture out with the weapon but never made it, meeting its demise inside. Brother Qin, look at his body. Lu Yang exclaimed in terror, urgently beckoning Qin Yuan. What's wrong? Qin Yuan approached slowly. Without uttering a word, Lu Yang pointed, and Qin Yuan brought the torch closer to the corpse. It was clad in the camouflage uniform of an American soldier, but the flesh and organs had vanished beneath the tattered fabric. It was not a case of removal, it was consumption. This indicated that the soldier's death was not due to gunfire, but rather the result of being devoured by another creature. A cold sweat broke out on Qin Yuan's forehead. What kind of creature could have consumed him in such a manner? Chapter 95. Secrets aboard the vessel. The fears of humanity often spring from the unknown. Qin Yuan's grip on his firearm tightened involuntarily. Brother Qin, what should we do now? Lu Yang's voice trembled, filled with regret for having attracted the attention of a tiger on their way here, boarding the Eagle, and now encountering a corpse. He had never felt so unfortunate in his life. Stay calm, steady yourself. Let's check other rooms, Qin Yuan reassured Lu Yang, though his own heart raced with trepidation, as everything around them lay shrouded in uncertainty and uncontrollability. Initially, Qin Yuan had intended to board the ship to procure supplies, and although he had acquired a gun, the atmosphere was undeniably eerie. The 2 men cautiously entered the adjacent room, where they found nothing but a leather-bound notebook on the bed, filled with English text that Qin Yuan struggled to decipher. He resolved to take it with him for Lu Xiaoning to translate later. Moving on to the next room. They were met with a greater number of corpses and an abundance of firearms. Qin Yuan chose not to collect them all, but instead took the magazines from an MP5, amassing 5 in total, 2 partially filled and 3 fully loaded. As they ventured further, each new room felt akin to unboxing a mystery, with the contents hidden from view. Upon opening the next door, they discovered a surveillance room stocked with electric batons, which Qin Yuan seized, flicking the switch to find it still operated. After about half an hour of exploration, they had thoroughly investigated the second level, retrieving 6 fully loaded magazines and 8 empty ones. Qin Yuan replaced his magazine and handed one to Lu Yang. "Brother Qin, I don't know how to use a gun," Lu Yang admitted. His excitement tinged with anxiety. "Have you ever played FPS games?" "Yes." "Then you're fine. Just disengage the safety and pull the trigger," Qin Yuan said. Lacking the time to provide further instruction, merely wanting Lu Yang to be able to defend himself. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they stumbled upon a passage leading to the 3rd level. As they descended, faint sounds reached their ears. "Brother Qin, I heard that sound outside," Lu Yang whispered urgently. "Really?" Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, scanning the dark corridor but seeing nothing amiss. Upon entering a corner room, he inhaled sharply. This space resembled a research center, its purpose unclear. Through a sheet of glass, he glimpsed an operating table stained with blood, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Turning to a nearby computer, he found it lifeless due to a lack of power, cluttered with disorganized files. One glance at a photograph he randomly opened revealed a record of a person's harrowing tortures. "What on earth is this cruiser doing?" Qin Yuan exclaimed, discarding the photo in horror, noticing a USB drive left behind. He pocketed it just as the lights blazed to life and alarms blared. "Qin, Brother Qin," Lu Yang exclaimed, pointing behind him and collapsing in fear. Before them, grotesque figures, remnants of humanity, clawed and gnashed at the air, their sounds matching those they had heard earlier. The chilling realization struck Qin Yuan. They had inadvertently stumbled into a ship conducting human experimentation. "Let us go," he urged, pulling Lu Yang away from the side of the zombies. Okay. Yet, as they exited the room, every door along the corridor swung open simultaneously, unleashing a horde of the undead. "Goodness, this is a biohazard." Qin Yuan gritted his teeth, understanding why the soldiers had been armed. This was indeed a crisis. Lu Yang stood frozen, his previous thrill replaced with stark terror. "Run!" Qin Yuan shouted, leading Lu Yang back to the staircase. Yet, as they took 2 steps, zombies from the 2nd level surged forward, shrieking in a frenzy. Not again. Qin Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had thoroughly checked the 2nd level. How could there still be more? Fortunately, only about 30 zombies occupied the corridor. "Brother Qin, what do we do? I don't want to die," Lu Yang cried, tears streaming down his face. "What are you afraid of? We're not going to die. We have guns," Qin Yuan barked, startling Lu Yang into silence. They needed a clear head, not despair. As the zombies relentlessly pounded on the doors, Qin Yuan steeled himself. "There are only 3 zombies ahead. We can handle them. The others are behind us, so we must find an opening. Do you understand?" He gripped Lu Yang's shoulders firmly. "I understand," Lu Yang replied, resolve flickering in his eyes. Qin Yuan took aim, disengaged the safety, and fired at the glass. The shot rang true, but the bullet merely ricocheted off the bulletproof barrier. After several rounds, the glass shattered, releasing a strange gas. "Cover your nose," Qin Yuan shouted as the 3 zombies reacted. Rushing towards them. Bang, bang. 1 shot for each as Qin Yuan's aim remained impeccable. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, in a panic, repeatedly pulled the trigger but had yet to disengage the safety. He glanced at Qin Yuan, embarrassment flooding his features. "Let us go." They entered the next room, and the bright lights revealed not just one but several operating tables, each facing a glass partition. This was a shared incubation chamber, with different experiments occurring in each glass-walled enclosure. As they reached the end, Qin Yuan smashed the innermost glass and stepped through. Peering out, they saw that the entrance to their initial room was swarming with zombies, blissfully unaware of their presence. Do not worry, the main theme remains unchanged. It is still an island narrative. The zombies are merely one element, more accurately described as products of human experimentation. Further plot development shall remain undisclosed. Chapter 96, An Uneasy Feeling. Quick, move. Qin Yuan urged as he grasped Lu Yang's arm, leading him towards the 3rd floor, their only escape route. The exit had been blocked by a horde of zombies, compelling them to seek an alternative escape. They hurried to the 3rd floor, but for reasons unknown. The zombies seemed to have heightened senses. They turned and, upon spotting the corridor leading to the 3rd floor, began to pursue. Roar. Lu Yang was momentarily stunned. Collapsing to the ground, the sound of his fall instantly drew the attention of the zombies. Their furious roars intensified, and Qin Yuan shot a scathing glance at Lu Yang. Cursing silently, it was too late for regrets. He drew his MP5 and unleashed a barrage at the advancing zombies. The bullets erupted like fiery serpents. And although the recoil of the MP5 was manageable, Qin Yuan's enhanced physical condition allowed him to control it effectively. The zombies before him fell as if their strings had been cut, collapsing to the floor. However, in his fervor, he neglected to change the magazine. And just as he was gaining momentum, the ammunition ran dry. Damn, Qin Yuan thought as he lay flat on the ground, snatching the MP5 from Lu Yang. He opened fire again. At a distance of less than 3 meters, the zombies were reduced to mere pulp. Their remains splattering across the walls and even onto Lu Yang's face. Lu Yang was paralyzed with terror, screaming incessantly. Shut up and run. Qin Yuan kicked Lu Yang, acutely aware of the zombie's infectious potential. It was paramount to escape. Lu Yang scrambled to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. After ensuring Lu Yang had retreated, Qin Yuan positioned the now empty MP5 against the door, forcefully barricading it. Breathing heavily, both men were drenched in sweat. Qin Yuan shot a fierce glare at Lu Yang, who, recognizing his fault, lowered his head and refrained from speaking further. Brother Qin, I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me. I chose this path. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Yuan felt a surge of anger, but softened upon recalling Lu Yang's plight, as an ordinary man unaccustomed to such horrors. Just moments ago, when the zombies charged, he himself struggled to maintain composure. How could he expect Lu Yang to do better? Frustration simmered as Qin Yuan pondered the inexplicable experiments conducted aboard the cruiser. What kind of grotesque human trials had led to the creation of these zombies? It was utterly ridiculous. After regaining their breath for a couple of minutes amidst the incessant banging and crashing of the zombies against the door, they managed to calm themselves. Let us see if there is another way out. Qin Yuan stood up, extending his hand to Lu Yang, a silent gesture of forgiveness for his earlier cowardice. Lu Yang, filled with gratitude, glanced at Qin Yuan, burdened with guilt. If not for him, they might not be in such a predicament. The 3rd floor was equally illuminated. Devoid of rooms, the vast hall resembled a dining area. Bloodstains marred the floor, with tables and chairs strewn about, alongside corpses and dismembered flesh. Thankfully, none of them were zombies. Qin Yuan entered through a side door, leading Lu Yang into the dining hall, where he discovered an array of decayed vegetables, bits of flesh, and, to his astonishment, cans of food. He picked up one can and scrutinized the expiration date, June 12, 2012, with a shelf life of 360 days, expired. This single expired can suggested that all the provisions in this storeroom were similarly unfit for consumption. Observing the entire stock of spoiled food and the murky water supply, Qin Yuan's mind was engulfed in confusion. The entire cruiser exuded an aura of strangeness. Guns that were manufactured within the last year stood in stark contrast to the fact that the corpses had been dead for 3 years. The food on the 3rd floor was a staggering 8 years past its expiration date. It was as if no clues were being offered. He had no idea where to find a breakthrough. Noticing Qin Yuan lost in thought, Lu Yang remained silent, standing by like a remorseful child. Qin Yuan, feeling drained and with his heart racing, was drenched in cold sweat. Brother Qin, are you all right? Lu Yang noticed Qin Yuan's dazed state and rushed to support him. I'm fine, just fine, Qin Yuan replied, his right arm supported by Lu Yang while his left hand pressed against his head, struggling to regain clarity. Yet, his consciousness began to fade, memories swirling like smoke in his mind. Brother Qin, Lu Yang, too, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, clutching his head and swaying unsteadily. Could it be? The issue is related to the gas in that cultivation room? As Lu Yang's awareness waned, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the overwhelming sensation. In a distant realm, Lu Xiaoning felt a prickling sensation in her heart, reminiscent of a past experience when Qin Yuan emerged from the wilderness, nearly lifeless. Now, that same feeling resurfaced within her, a premonition of something dire. Desperately shaking her head, she sought to dispel her unsettling thoughts. Xiaoning, what is wrong? Lin Xiao, the first to notice, inquired as she observed Lu Xiaoning's frantic gestures. I'm fine. Just overly concerned about Brother Qin, Lu Xiaoning replied with a rueful smile, acutely aware that sharing bad news could demoralize their group. Xiaoning. You worry too much about Brother Qin. He is incredibly capable, nothing could possibly harm him. Lin Xiao teased, oblivious to the unspoken bond between Lu Xiaoning and Qin Yuan. Lin Xiao, have you completed your tasks? Why are you idling here? Lin Wei approached, reprimanding Lin Xiao for her distraction. It's perfectly fine to chat a bit. With Xiao here, life isn't so dull, Lu Xiaoning interjected, relieved to shift the conversation. Her sole hope now was that Qin Yuan remained safe. As they conversed, Lu Xiaoning's sense of unease only intensified, leading her to falter in her words more than once. Xiaoning, What is truly ailing you? I'm fine, truly. Perhaps just fatigue. Chapter 97. Gloom. Lu Xiaoning silently shook her head, choosing not to disclose her true thoughts to them. This sense of unease was something she preferred to bear alone. The sky gradually darkened. Gao Xingyang shyly remarked, transforming into a bashful lamb in the presence of women, particularly before Li Yuyu. He glanced at the others, seeking answers in their expressions. Lin Xiao spoke up. Lu Xiaoning rubbed her temples, fatigue evident in her voice. All right. Xiao, what's wrong with Sister Xiaoning? Gao Xingyang quietly inquired, noticing her weary demeanor. I don't know. She was fine just a moment ago. And in less than an hour, this happened. We asked Sister Xiaoning, but she didn't say anything. Lin Xiao spread her hands, indicating her ignorance. Well then. The group looked at Lu Xiaoning with concern, yet she still mustered the strength to encourage them not to worry too much. Nightfall enveloped them completely. They had dined. Yet Qin Yuan had not returned. The expressions of the others gradually shifted to one of worry. Should we go look for him? Li Yuyu suggested an unreliable idea. Look for him? How? It's dark now, and there are so many wild beasts outside. It's already night, the prime time for their activity. Going out now would be tantamount to courting death, Lin Wei reasoned. But we can't just sit here and do nothing, can we? Li Yuyu urged anxiously. Lu Xiaoning's complexion worsened, and after speaking, she stood, turned, pressed her hand to her chest, and walked toward the house. The others watched her retreating figure, filled with confusion. Sister, I feel like Sister Xiaoning is hiding something from us. Lin Wei had long sensed Lu Xiaoning's unusual state, yet she refrained from saying it outright. Believing that if someone wanted to speak, they would do so naturally, pressing would yield no answers. At that moment, Li Yuyu interjected, this won't do. The four of us should take turns keeping watch. That way, everyone's spirits can be somewhat restored. If it's just the two of you, you'll definitely be in poor condition tomorrow. Lin Wei shook her head. All right, then you two go sleep first, and we'll wake you later. Li Yuyu waved her hand, allowing the sisters to rest. Okay, just make sure to wake me up, and let Lin Xiao take the last shift. Upon returning to her solitary room, Lu Xiaoning lay on the lonely bed, the lingering scent of Qin Yuan still present. After 29 days on the island, she experienced insomnia for the first time. For so many days, Qin Yuan's presence had granted her peaceful slumber, even when she slept on the ground. With the sky as her blanket and the earth as her bed, she slept soundly. Yet now, without Qin Yuan, even the fur-covered bed felt cold and desolate. She repeatedly reassured herself that Qin Yuan was fine. She was merely overthinking. However, once a woman's mind begins to wander, it rarely retreats. And a myriad of thoughts surge forth. She succumbed to sleep, drifting off amidst her fears and anxieties. The 30th day. The spirits of the group were notably low, except for Lin Xiao, who had slept the best. Around 2 a.m, Lin Wei rose to keep watch. Initially intending to wake Lin Xiao at 4, she refrained from doing so to allow her sister to rest, bearing the burden alone. Sister, why didn't you wake me? Lin Xiao, noticing her sister's dark circles, looked at her with concern. Silly girl, as long as you sleep well, it's fine, Lin Wei smiled, comforting her. The others, feeling similarly drained, lacked appetite for breakfast. Now that it's daytime, let us go find Qin Gu, Lin Xiao suggested softly. No way. Not only Lin Wei but even Lu Xiaoning firmly opposed. Qin Gu mentioned that the forest is dangerous. Many wild beasts emerge from there. We know nothing. Seeking Qin Gu would be akin to walking into death, Lu Xiaoning stated directly. But we can't just sit idle and wait here. Lin Xiao persisted. Everyone should continue with their tasks and remain focused. No one is allowed to leave the territory, Lu Xiaoning declared, issuing a firm command. Without Qin Yuan, Lu Xiaoning had to shoulder the responsibility of the group, ensuring that no problems arose. In the distance, Himing and Zhao Chong, having gone hungry for 3 days, suddenly conceived a brilliant idea upon realizing that Qin Yuan had not returned that night. Zhao Chong proposed a plan. Their target was clear, the individuals in black suits on the southern beach. They had previously observed that the numbers on the black suit side were greater. While the captain had ties with Qin Yuan and would likely not easily agree to them, only the black suit faction could help them achieve their objectives. They exchanged knowing smiles and set off for the southern part of the island, heading towards the individuals in black suits. Chapter 98. Super Saiyan Qin Yuan found himself enveloped in a lengthy dream, the environment around him shrouded in ambiguity, cloaked in darkness, compelling him to run aimlessly. Suddenly, he was beset by zombies from behind, and unbeknownst to him, a gun materialized in his grasp. Desperately, he fired, but the zombies remained impervious. And the gun possessed an infinite magazine with no recoil, allowing him to unleash a continuous barrage. Time appeared to stand still. The zombies refused to perish. And the bullets never ceased. Initially gripped by tension, Qin Yuan gradually grew accustomed to the surreal scene, ultimately finding it tedious. He chose to cease firing, standing still as the zombies advanced towards him. Upon contact, they passed through him, as if he had transformed into a holographic projection, utterly invulnerable. Though he sustained no physical harm, his psyche felt like a tumult of 1,000 ants crawling and gnawing at him, an incessant itch enveloping his entire being. Desperately, he clawed and scratched at his skin, yet the urge to itch remained unquenched, leading to a relentless cycle of torment. Over an indeterminate span of time, he acclimated to the sensation and ceased his frantic scratching, much like his earlier apathy towards shooting the zombies. At that moment, he felt his body transition from a holographic state to one of tangible reality. With a decisive punch, he struck the zombie before him, experiencing the gratifying sensation of flesh meeting flesh. He pounded the creature's face, even as its claws lunged towards him, piercing his arm. Unfazed, Qin Yuan continued to strike, undeterred by fatigue. However, as he hurled the zombie away, a notebook tumbled from its grasp. To his astonishment, it was the very notebook he had found on the first floor. His eyes widened in realization as the surrounding darkness dissipated, revealing a more authentic environment. When he glanced at the zombie, he was taken aback. It was not a zombie at all, but rather himself. "I am battling myself?" The doppelganger before him sneered and advanced slowly towards him, drawing nearer. Qin Yuan felt an irresistible pull, a desire to merge with the figure before him. Yet he found himself unable to escape. Suddenly, he sensed someone calling his name. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the other Qin Yuan stood before him, their noses almost touching. "I am you, and you are me." With that declaration, he felt a powerful jolt, and the figure before him vanished. "Brother Qin, Brother Qin." Qin Yuan rubbed his head, awakening to find himself not in his territory, but aboard the ship. "What has happened to me?" He attempted to shake off the remnants of sleep. "Brother Qin, did you dream of anything just now?" Lu Yong inquired eagerly, seeking confirmation. "I dreamed of someone who looked exactly like me." Qin Yuan nodded, responding, "I did as well." "Did you not resist?" "I did not. And then I woke up to see you frowning, so I called out to you," Lu Yong recounted. Qin Yuan sighed, glancing at his watch and realizing that only 3 hours had passed. The last time he checked was at 7 in the evening, and now it was 9. Being on the 3rd floor, he could not see outside, thus naturally assuming it was indeed 9 o'clock. "Look, it's 9, Qin Yuan pointed at his watch. "All right." Subsequently, Lu Yong kicked a nearby can, only for it to embed itself into the steel wall opposite them. "What the hell?" Lu Yong exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Could this be his own strength? He could hardly fathom that a mere kick had propelled the can into the wall, embedding it firmly. Had he become a super scion? Qin Yuan was equally astonished. He had anticipated an increase in strength, but not to such an extent. Skeptical, he retrieved another can and struck it with his palm. Bang! The can was obliterated, flattening into a disc of metal. "Is this real?" They exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by each other's transformations. "Brother Qin, is this true? Am I not dreaming?" Lu Yong asked excitedly. "How about I kick you to test it?" "Yes, yes. Quickly, kick me awake," Lu Yong implored. It was the first time Qin Yuan had encountered such a foolish request. He delivered a light kick to Lu Yong's abdomen, sending him soaring like a wisp of smoke, embedding him into the steel wall in a starfish position. Remarkably, Lu Yong felt no pain or discomfort. "Brother Qin, that didn't hurt at all. Have we mutated, like the Hulk?" Lu Yong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Perhaps," Qin Yuan pondered, baffled by the Hulk analogy. With newfound strength, Lu Yong was brimming with confidence, readily agreeing to proceed. The two ventured into the 4th floor, which housed an armory filled with firearms that were relics from over a decade ago, many warped and leaking, with few functional weapons. However, most of the magazines were still usable. Qin Yuan effortlessly carried out the MP5 magazines, one in each hand, without breaking a sweat. Upon reaching the staircase to the 2nd floor, they confidently set down the boxes of magazines and kicked open the main door. The zombies surged towards them, but their newfound prowess rendered them invincible, akin to Zhao Zilong, boldly charging through. With a single punch, they shattered the heads of the zombies. A swift kick dismantled their bodies, and an elbow strike fractured their bones. In under a minute, they effortlessly dispatched the 20 or so zombies. "Goodness, Brother Qin. This is exhilarating. I never imagined I would possess such strength," Lu Yong exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 99. Invasion. To the south of the desolate island lies the domain of the man in the black suit. At this moment, 2 individuals stand before him, Himing and Zhao Chong. "Boss, we come bearing good news," Himing squinted, bowing deeply. "Oh, what good news?" The man in the black suit cast a disinterested glance in his direction. His current desire was merely to reduce his numbers, not to accept new members. "Qin Yuan has been missing since last night, his fate uncertain." The man in the black suit's eyes glimmered with interest as he turned to observe Yiming and Zhao Chong more closely. "Qin Yuan's fate is unknown. Their territory now consists of 1 man and 4 women. We can storm in, and they possess hundreds of pounds of food. Just imagine. Standing beside the man in the black suit, Su Yu's eyes brightened at the mention of food. She was no longer the same Su Yu. After a month of survival on this barren island, she had truly transformed. From initially showing compassion by leaving a fish for Wang Ji and Yede, she now felt a desperate eagerness at the thought of food. This was her metamorphosis. Starvation had changed her. After a month without a satisfying meal or a good night's sleep, her transformation was understandable. The man in the black suit had a profound understanding of the value of Qin Yuan's supplies, and upon hearing of Qin Yuan's uncertain fate, he immediately commanded, "Everyone, arm yourselves. We must relocate to a new territory." Those who had been among the first to land on the island and had dealings with Qin Yuan, such as Tian, harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards him. However, Su Yu, having spent considerable time with the man in the black suit, felt that he was far more formidable than Qin Yuan. Upon receiving the news, others hastily grabbed their weapons, eager to follow the man in the black suit. Who would desire food? Himing's voice had not been soft. Hundreds of pounds of food would be enough for a hearty feast. Your information is quite good, but I find you distasteful. The man in the black suit's demeanor shifted abruptly, turning cold. What do you mean? Himing's heart sank. Could it be that he intended to? You may not know, but I despise traitors the most. Whoever eliminates them will reap the rewards of their flesh. No, you cannot kill me. Without my guidance, how will you find Qin Yuan? Himing exclaimed, firmly believing that the man in the black suit and his crew were oblivious to Qin Yuan's whereabouts. After all, Qin Yuan had mentioned that their dwelling was hidden within the dense forest, known to very few. Hence, he felt confident in his assertion. Go ask the underworld. The man in the black suit retreated, and the other 10 or so individuals, regardless of gender, were now driven by hunger. Armed with spears, they lunged towards the 2 men. When it comes to killing, fear is prevalent, yet when a swarm approaches and each person strikes just once, the mind finds balance. They reasoned that they were not the principal offenders, merely accomplices. With this mindset, they united in their actions, and in this manner, the 2 men met their demise. Following this, the man in the black suit and his group marched towards Qin Yuan's territory, their spirits ignited by the blood on their spears, their fighting fervor intensified. After Qin Yuan and Lu Yong ascended to the deck, they discovered that dawn had broken. Qin Yuan felt a sense of dread. It's only been 3 hours, yet it feels like an entire night. Qin Yuan was acutely aware of the intentions of the other factions on the island. It was akin to a brutal criminal residing with a wealthy individual. Once the criminal learned that the rich man was absent, he would undoubtedly ransack the home. Having already embraced his own vicious nature, what was there to fear? The barefoot have no fear of the shot. Qin Yuan contemplated jumping from the deck, but reconsidered. The height of 6 stories, even as a super scion, he could not guarantee his safety. As the saying goes, to try is to perish. Upon reaching the ground, Lu Yong chuckled. Brother Qin, do you think we are now strong enough to emulate Wu Song and slay a tiger barehanded? After all, those 2 tigers intimidated us upon our arrival. Seeing Lu Yang's triumphant demeanor, Qin Yuan playfully patted his shoulder, chiding, you were the most cowardly among us. And now you wish to confront a tiger head-on? You truly know how to adapt to the winds. Lu Yong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. I feel confident now. On my mark, 3. In an instant, Qin Yuan dashed away. Hey, Brother Qin, that's cheating. Lu Yong called after him. Sister Xiaoning. It's bad. See you and Tian's group has surrounded us. What? How dare they come here? How many are there? At that moment, Lu Xiaoning could not afford to be concerned with anything else and hurriedly inquired. About a dozen people. What should we do? Gao Xingyang quickly responded. The others frowned deeply. They had already been weary, and their spirits were low, but the news of outsiders approaching instantly revitalized them. In this precarious period, what could they possibly want? Moreover, a dozen people. The outcome was all too predictable. Quickly, let us arm ourselves. We must not allow them to enter our territory. Lu Xiaoning commanded urgently. A fence can deter beasts, but it cannot hold back humans. All their efforts were essentially designed to repel animal attacks, not human incursions. After each person received a weapon, they spotted a dozen individuals approaching with spears. Unwilling to back down, they all moved to the entrance to confront them. What brings so many of you to our territory? Don't you have a territory of your own? Lu Xiaoning glared at them, her voice icy. You are mistaken. From this moment onward, this is our territory. Chapter 100, The Killing Ban. What do you mean by that? Nonsense. Gao Xingyang exclaimed angrily upon hearing the words. Previously, Qin Yuan had instructed him that he was the only man in the territory now, and he had to shoulder the responsibility. Haha, just a cooked duck. All mouth and no substance. The man in the black suit remarked indifferently. If you know what's good for you, it's best to lower the gate and let us in. We can guarantee your safe departure, but if you refuse, don't blame us for being rude. The speaker was Su Yu. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. They hadn't expected such a transformation in her after just a few weeks. How could she utter such words? Qin Yuan? His fate is uncertain, so mind your own business, Su Yu retorted coldly. Your people told us personally that Qin Yuan has returned for a night, and his fate is unknown. We deem such traitors unworthy of existence. So we helped you deal with them. Aren't we doing you a favor? At this moment, a girl from Tian's team burst into laughter, brandishing a bloodied spear triumphantly. Who? Their hearts filled with confusion, but they quickly associated it with He Ming and Zhao Chong. Damn it, if you have the guts. Come in and see whose spear is more formidable, yours or my military knife. Gao Shenyang shouted furiously, unaware of your own mortality. The man in the black suit suddenly pulled out a delicate dagger from his pocket and hurled it at Gao Shenyang, piercing his arm. Shenyang. Liu Yu rushed over in panic, staring helplessly at the dagger embedded in Gao Shenyang's arm. The others were equally stunned. They hadn't expected them to truly resort to violence. You. Lu Xiaoning gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at the assailants. What are you waiting for? Charge in. The man in the black suit shouted, tired of their futile chatter. His comrades, suddenly enlightened, leaped to the fence, preparing to climb over. Hold the line. Lu Xiaoning clenched her teeth, grasping her spear. Together with Lin Wei and her sister, she approached the fence, ready to thrust them down. With Qin Yuan absent, they could only rely on themselves. With a cold snort, the man in the black suit sprinted a few steps, stepping on the shoulders of those in the trench to leap into the territory. You think this rickety thing can stop us? He scoffed, slowly advancing toward them. Feeling a strong sense of trepidation upon spotting the man in the black suit, they aimed their spears at him, warning him not to approach. Lacking the three women's obstruction, the intruders outside began to break down the fence and enter. With determination, Lu Xiaoning tightened her grip on the spear, shouting to bolster her courage as she lunged at them. They underestimated the strength of a woman, dismissing her entirely. However, Lu Xiaoning's physique had significantly improved. Her speed was remarkable. By the time they realized it, her spear had already pierced one of their bodies. The injured man looked at Lu Xiaoning in disbelief. How could a woman possess such strength and speed? The man in the black suit also noticed something amiss, momentarily surprised, before swiftly reaching out and severing the spear. With a slight smirk, the man in the black suit remarked, "It seems you have some strength, woman." Just as he finished speaking, he rapidly stood before Lu Xiaoning and delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. "Sister Xiaoning," Lin Xiao cried out, tears streaming down her face as she grasped her spear, ready to confront the man in the black suit. Lin Wei attempted to hold her back, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiao rushed forward. "Lin Xiao!" Lin Wei shouted, but the man in the black suit paid no heed, sidestepping Lin Xiao's spear and delivering a kick to her abdomen. "With such meager strength, you dare approach?" The man in the black suit shook his head, glancing back at them before striding toward their house. The sound of Sister Xiaoning triggered a reaction in Qin Yuan. He immediately discarded the magazine box, seized his MP5, and rushed toward the territory with blazing eyes. Lu Yang also heard the commotion and, noticing Qin Yuan's state, refrained from saying another word. Everyone in the territory knew that Lu Xiaoning was the person Qin Yuan cared for the most. Anyone who dared to harm her would meet a dire fate. Qin Yuan's expression darkened ominously as he beheld more than a dozen intruders in his territory, along with his people being bullied. Rage surged within him, and he could hardly contain himself. "How dare you touch my woman?" Typically, Qin Yuan adhered to a principle of not provoking others unless provoked. He had no desire to resort to murder. However, witnessing this scene, his heart turned cold, and his expression became terrifyingly grim. They all deserved to die. At that moment, a man raised a spear to strike Lu Xiaoning, and Qin Yuan's rationality vanished entirely. He coldly lifted his MP5 and ended that man's life with a single shot. Blood splattered onto Lu Xiaoning and the others, leaving them in shock. They lifted their heads to see the direction from which the bullet had come. And there stood Qin Yuan. The people of Heyu, the man in the black suit, froze in place. Gunfire rang out. Once they regained their senses, they immediately scattered, realizing they could not fight back against firearms. They were desperate, but they were not fools. Qin Yuan coldly squeezed the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, claiming the lives of 3 men. One of them, undeterred, attempted to flee, but Qin Yuan shot him in the knee, forcing all of them to remain in place. His gaze fell upon Lu Xiaoning, curled up on the ground, grimacing in pain, Lin Xiao crying in Lin Wei's arms, and Gao Shenyang, wounded and held by Liu Yu. His heart bled for them. His people had never endured such treatment. They had all worked tirelessly, striving to survive and cooperate with him to build their home. Why did they have to face invasion? Why were they subjected to such cruelty? Was it merely because he was absent? Qin Yuan's fury erupted. If it was because of his absence that they dared to bully his people, he resolved to eliminate every threat. How? By killing them all. If Qin Yuan embodied silent wrath, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy, then Liu Yang was the embodiment of vocal fury. He seized his weapon, firing relentlessly as he unleashed his anger. Damn it! Is this the height a person can jump to? Yu, hiding behind Gao Xingyang's house, cautiously peered outside. Seeing Qin Yuan wielding a firearm and jumping so high, he was instantly filled with dread. I must flee. If I don't, I'll wait for death. Qin Yuan clutched her tightly, his heart trembling, and he instinctively held her closer. Stay close, he urged, turning to face the crouching group of intruders. The leader among them was the man in the black suit, who had taken refuge in their home. Lu Xiaoning appeared like a wronged girl, crying incessantly while pointing toward Gao Xingyang's house. Qin Yuan nodded, suppressing his anger with a slight smile, and gently patted Lu Xiaoning's head. Then he rose, fixing his gaze on Gao Xingyang's house. Come out, Qin Yuan bellowed. Yu, hiding inside, raised his hands above his head and slowly emerged, saying, You point a gun at us? A coward who only dares to use a gun. Qin Yuan coldly regarded him, unfazed by his words, and slightly raised his weapon, aiming it at him. You dare touch my woman? Who gave you the audacity? Upon hearing the words my woman, Lu Xiaoning felt her pain subside, replaced by a warm sweetness within her heart. Yu chuckled lightly, wearing an infuriatingly smug expression, as if he were certain that Qin Yuan wouldn't dare to pull the trigger. Haha. Bang. Qin Yuan's shot struck Yu's arm without fail. I possess my own unique style of doing things. You stab my brother with a knife, and I retaliate with a bullet. Is that fair? Yu's expression darkened as he clutched his arm, incredulously gazing at Qin Yuan. He truly dared to shoot. Fairness, of course, was a notion Qin Yuan understood well. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yu quickly adjusted his demeanor, yielding to Qin Yuan's words. Haha, all right. Yu readily agreed. Surprised at how simple it was, he merely needed to endure one punch from him. Brother Qin Yu. Qin Yuan confidently advanced, instructing Yu to brace himself. With clenched fists, he summoned all his strength and delivered a devastating blow to Yu's abdomen. Die. Yu instantly resembled a kite severed from its string. Soaring 5 meters away before crashing into a tree, his body shattered. Who are you? How could you possess such? Yu's words trailed off as he drew his last breath, unable to fathom the magnitude of Qin Yuan's strength. Lu Xiaoning and the others stared wide-eyed, covering their mouths. Qin Yuan's punch proved more potent than a bullet, unable to withstand a single blow. Qin Yuan spat disdainfully before picking up his gun and surveying the group huddled on the ground. Do you think my territory is easy to pillage? Do you believe that in my absence, my people are easy prey? Seizing Tian by the nape, Qin Yuan yanked him out. Brother Qin, please, I was coerced. I was forced. Tian pleaded with tears streaming down his face. Coerced? I couldn't care less about your excuses. This ground beneath your feet belongs to me. You tread upon my territory and claim you were forced? Do you not find that laughable? Qin Yuan flung him a meter away, fixing a cold gaze upon him. Truly. Brother Qin, if I hadn't come, he would have killed me. Tian pointed at the recently deceased Yu. Humph, a man is dead. Your words mean nothing now. What I witnessed with my own eyes cannot deceive me, Qin Yuan remarked, his demeanor reminiscent of the King of Hell, inscrutable to others. Brother Qin, we were mistaken. I was wrong. Tian quickly knelt, repeatedly slapping his own face in desperation. Qin Yuan had no intention of annihilating them all. It would tarnish his reputation. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Su Yu, who was hiding among the crowd. Qin Yuan had not anticipated her presence. She was not as he remembered. Su Yu, step forward. Qin Yuan commanded. Reluctantly, she emerged, forcing a nervous smile. Brother Qin, did you call for me? Brother Qin, Tian interjected. She is in cahoots with that man in the black suit, even advising him. Brother Qin, allow me to explain. Su Yu hastily implored. Stop. Speak. I grant you the opportunity. I warned you before, do not enter my territory. No one is exempt from this warning. Why are you now here? Su Yu fell silent, grappling for words but unable to articulate her thoughts. I have no desire to hear your justifications. You must understand that the moment you entered my domain, you declared yourselves enemies. I have various methods of dealing with foes, none of which will be favorable for you. They could have relied on their own hands to survive on this deserted island. A little ingenuity would yield numerous solutions. United, their numbers would surpass what Qin Yuan could achieve alone, and they would gain far more. Why, then, did they choose not to strive for improvement, only to seek plunder? Qin Yuan found this perplexing. Did they believe that what they possessed was a gift from the heavens? Everything here was either acquired through peril or crafted by hand. There were no fortunate occurrences awaiting them. Qin Yuan was relentlessly busy, which accounted for his modest achievements. Ah, Why is there such a vast chasm in human thought? Siyu, we have known each other for a month now. Look at yourself. Are you still the same Siyu you once were? Examine them and yourself. Reflect on your conscience and ask what you have truly gained. Observe what we have built over the past weeks, now ruined by your hands. Does your conscience not ache? Qin Yuan spoke calmly, his gaze steady. I apologize, Siyu murmured, lowering her head. You need not utter apologies. I understand that survival on this island is challenging. Everyone wishes to live. However, you and your group have chosen to bully the weak. Is that just? You cannot hope to defeat me in combat. Does that seem fair? I do not wish to kill you. This is your final warning. I hope you can prove that my decision today is erroneous by attacking us again, but know that next time, I will show no mercy. Qin Yuan spoke with restrained composure, sensing his strength waning and fatigue setting in. It seemed that his scion state was not permanent. They had to leave, otherwise they might discover his weakened state and cause chaos. Siyu was taken aback. She had not expected Qin Yuan to spare them. Thank you, she expressed gratefully. Aware of her loss of dignity, she turned to leave, and the others followed suit in silence. Brother, why did you let them all go? Lu Yang's voice echoed the weariness he shared with Qin Yuan. I am not a butcher or an executioner. Let them be. But this is akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. They are human. They wish to live. Have they committed a crime? We killed their kind to protect our own. Is that wrong? The fault does not lie with you, nor with me, nor with them. It is this forsaken island that has cast us adrift. Qin Yuan laughed, seemingly detached from the situation. My own rules bind only myself. They do not constrain others. There is no need to debate right or wrong. Suddenly, Qin Yuan realized he had become a paradoxical figure, yearning to eliminate them, yet feeling compassion. Why was humanity so contradictory? Ending their lives would be simple. The challenge lay in confronting his own actions, akin to tearing up an exam paper. Easy to destroy, but daunting to face the consequences of tomorrow's submission. Exhausted, Qin Yuan let his gun slip from his grasp, collapsing to the ground. So tired. So longing for sleep. Perhaps a brief slumber would alleviate these burdens. Qin Yuan. Lu Xiaoning, alarmed at his sudden collapse, rushed over despite her own pain. Little girl. I wish to sleep. I am so weary, Qin Yuan said, resting his head on her lap with a smile. All right, rest now, sleep. Lu Xiaoning, puzzled by his transformation, held back her questions, choosing to acquiesce to his need for rest. I will help you inside to sleep. Lu Xiaoning supported him as they entered the house, while Lu Yong, equally drained, lay down on the ground. Once they had departed, Lin Wei retrieved a medical kit to tend to Gao Shenyang, with Lin Shao assisting her elder sister. Thank you, Gao Shenyang managed a faint smile. No need for thanks. We are a team, Lin Wei replied succinctly, diligently attending to his wounds. In the dimly lit room, Qin Yuan reclined on the bed, handing his diary to Lu Xiaoning. Little girl, please translate this for me. I need to catch some sleep. His eyelids felt heavy, fatigue enveloping him, and he longed for rest. He sensed that this super scion state was remarkably unreliable. As if he were taxing his own body, which explained his overwhelming exhaustion. Lu Xiaoning accepted the diary, while Qin Yuan slipped into slumber. After a brief glance at the pages, she set it down beside the bed and ventured out to tidy up the mess around their territory. In his dreams, Qin Yuan heard a voice persistently interrogating him. Why did you not kill them all? The voice was filled with fury. To spare them is to nurture a future threat. Why did you not eliminate them? Qin Yuan gazed into the pitch-black surroundings, listening to the soul-piercing repetition of the voice, and let out a deep sigh. Killing them was simple. It merely required pulling the trigger. Yet, he was no cold-blooded killer. Then why did you take the lives of 3? The question left him momentarily speechless, for he had indeed acted in haste. Not a killer, yet you killed 3 without a flicker of hesitation. TSK. The voice taunted him, and Qin Yuan felt the weight of guilt pressing down. To have slain dozens, I could not fathom. But you have already killed. Taking one more life would reduce the threat. The voice continued its relentless prodding. Qin Yuan stared calmly into the abyss ahead. No matter your reasoning, you are correct. However, the reality remains. If they return with renewed vigor, what will you do? I will ensure they regret their actions, Qin Yuan declared resolutely. Is that so? Zhao Lei was a prime example. You seem to express the same conviction then. In the depths of the abyss, Qin Yuan confronted a mirrored version of himself. Perhaps this was what they called a heart demon. He fell silent, recalling how Zhao Lei had persistently provoked him. I do not require your guidance in my life, Qin Yuan replied coolly. Oh, you are me, and I am you. I merely vocalized the thoughts residing within your heart. What, are you displeased? The figure in the abyss laughed mockingly, as if deriding Qin Yuan. Every individual possesses the right to live and the right to choose their own existence. All I need do is protect those dear to me. Protect those dear to you? They are now wounded and battered. What will you use to shield them? The words pierced Qin Yuan's heart like a needle. He could not deny the truth. For whatever reason, he had failed to safeguard his own people. You have always been a male chauvinist, yet in the end, you could not protect them. Do you not find that ironic? Qin Yuan clenched his fists, yearning to strike the version of himself dwelling in the abyss. What is the matter? Am I mistaken? Have you become enraged? The figure in the depths chuckled derisively. No. You are me, thus you should comprehend that I am neither a deity nor a superhuman warrior. I am merely an ordinary person. I cannot control every situation, nor can I predict how events will unfold. I can only strive to better myself to the best of my ability. Qin Yuan relaxed his fists and offered a faint smile. The abyssal version of Qin Yuan fell silent, at a loss for words. I do not know how to counter your argument, but developing a sense of compassion is unwise. You claim I released a tiger into the mountains. Yet I would remind you that even the great strategist Zhuge Liang captured Meng Huo 7 times. I merely afforded them a chance for redemption. Moreover, they were manipulated by others. Granting them an opportunity to reform is a means of redeeming both them and myself. Qin Yuan remained composed in his reasoning. I hope you can maintain your convictions. The abyss before him vanished, and Qin Yuan slept soundly, showing no signs of awakening. Xiaoning, look. There are words on his back. As the girls contemplated moving the corpses to bury them, they noticed the markings beneath He-Yu's neck. Lu Xiaoning turned him over and discovered a multitude of names inscribed on his back. Xiaoning, look at this name. Isn't he a director at the International Bank? Lin Xiao pointed to one of the names. Lu Xiaoning scrutinized the names. Most belonged to financial moguls and business tycoons. It seemed this man in the black suit was no ordinary individual. What should we do? Let us record the names on his back. He is dead, and we cannot ask him. They took charred wooden sticks to etch the names down, realizing the diary alone was insufficient. What do you think he is? Why would he tattoo the names of notable figures on his back? I don't know. Could he be a mercenary? I believe he is more likely a killer. Li Yuyu asserted boldly. A killer? The others were puzzled by Li Yuyu's certainty. I just think the possibility leans more toward him being a killer. Seeing their gazes fixed on her, Li Yuyu quickly elaborated. Regardless of who he is dead now. Let us bury them. Lu Xiaoning interjected, bringing their conversation to a close. They felt a strong sense of trepidation about the deceased, fearing the possibility of them rising again. They consoled themselves by reminding each other that they had acted first, which alleviated some of their guilt. Xiaoning, Yuyu, it seems we forgot about Lu Yang. Lin Xiao whispered, pointing at Lu Yang, who lay sleeping on the ground, a sheepish smile gracing her face. Let him sleep. It's broad daylight. And no wild beast will carry him away. Lu Xiaoning chuckled lightly. Wow, Xiaoning, you are showing favoritism. But it's fine, he is used to it. Lin Xiao remarked. Poor Lu Yang. After burying the bodies, they set about repairing the fences. Upon hearing a conversation, they realized how foolish they had been. Su Yu sighed bitterly. Despite having spent a month on the deserted island, Qin Yuan had established his territory and ensured ample provisions, while they struggled daily for mere sustenance. Was it that they lacked the intelligence that Qin Yuan possessed? Was it truly their shortcomings? Su Yu pondered internally, distancing herself from the group to seek out the captain and his crew. She did not believe that the captain had fared better than them. Moments later, upon witnessing the captain and his group working together, enjoying food and drink, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. No one wished to see others prospering. They preferred to witness others in a lesser state. Yet, whether it was the captain or Qin Yuan's group, Su Yu found herself at a disadvantage. Despite their own progress not being insignificant, why had their circumstances deteriorated so? Living on the same island, why were their situations so dire? Little did Su Yu know that the group on the plain had already given up hope, with many succumbing to starvation. Birds of a feather flock together, she mused. Perhaps the people she had associated with were not up to par. She now found herself enveloped in profound doubt, clearly unaware that Qin Yuan had not awakened her from her stupor. At that moment, by the shoreline, Su Yu heard the sound of a ship. She gazed toward the ocean with delight. Could it be that someone was coming to rescue her? However, as she turned her gaze, her smile faltered. A pirate ship, those same pirates. She would rather perish from hunger than fall victim to their brutality. Yet fate was unyielding. The pirates began to land on the island. Upon noticing this, the captain and his crew hurriedly collected their belongings and sought refuge in the woods. As the ship halted, the pirates disembarked. The previous captives had informed them that there were still people on this island, and among them were beautiful women. Initially, they had no intention of landing on this infernal isle, yet the women had lost all amusement, becoming vacant and foolish. Their interest waned, compelling them to return to the island. Boss, what shall we do? This vast island, how will we locate anyone? Inquired one of the pirates behind the leader. The pirate captain bellowed in response. Upon hearing this, the other pirates erupted into screams, raising their AKs to unleash a barrage into the sky. The incessant sound startled Su Yu, who slowly retreated, too afraid to make a sound lest the pirates take notice of her. "There is someone over there," one of the men behind the captain shouted, having detected movement in the woods. Suyu's heart raced as she feared being discovered. However, she soon exhaled in relief as the pirates moved towards a different thicket, the one where the captain and his crew were hiding. Upon spotting them, the crew wasted no time and fled. They bore firearms, and capture would surely mean their demise. Suyu narrowly escaped this peril. Meanwhile, within the confines of the house, Qin Yuan gradually awakened, his head spinning and his body devoid of strength. It seemed the Super Saiyan state had utterly drained him. Shaking his head, he realized he could not even rise from bed, yet his mouth was parched, compelling him to call for Lu Xiaoning. "Hey, water!" Qin Yuan shouted, unaware of her presence. Soon, Lu Xiaoning entered with a cup of water. "Awake now? How do you feel?" she asked. Qin Yuan shook his head, indicating he was not well. After taking a sip of water, he felt considerably better. Leaning against the wall, he gazed at Lu Xiaoning, whose face was etched with concern, and smiled faintly. "Didn't I mention the cruiser before?" he asked. "Yes, what about it?" "There were zombies aboard the cruiser. We had no choice but to exit the incubation room. We must have been exposed to some toxin, which is why we became so formidable, but as you can see, the side effects are dire. Now I feel utterly weak." Unable even to grasp a cup, Qin Yuan recounted with a wry smile, succinctly relaying the events aboard the cruiser to Lu Xiaoning. "What? Zombies? No way. How can there be zombies in this world?" Lu Xiaoning exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. "I too find it hard to believe, yet I witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, are you aware that the beautiful country possesses a classified document detailing responses to various global crises? Among them are nuclear warfare and zombie outbreaks." Qin Yuan recalled having seen such a document. "Impossible. If zombies are real, what should we do?" Lu Xiaoning's face reflected shock and dismay. If zombies truly existed, especially so close to them on this deserted island, their future would be utterly bleak. "Fear not. We are armed, with 4 crates of ammunition at our disposal. We can withstand this," Qin Yuan reassured her, while internally forming a vague yet three-dimensional concept of the island. Though he was reluctant to admit it, this island was likely a research facility of the beautiful country, now abandoned for some reason. Of course, this was merely conjecture on Qin Yuan's part. He had no concrete evidence to assert such a claim. "By the way, what about the diary? What does it contain? I haven't looked yet. But we just discovered a list of names behind that man in the black suit, which I have recorded," Lu Xiaoning replied, pulling out the diary and flipping to the back to show the names to Qin Yuan. As Qin Yuan examined the list, his head began to throb. Like them, he was filled with questions. Why had so many names been recorded? Yuyo speculates he is an assassin, while Lin Wei thinks he may be a mercenary. Regardless of what he is dead now. The names on that list must be significant. Otherwise, they wouldn't be tattooed on his body. What do you think? "I concur. I'll check what else the diary reveals and translate it for you." Seeing her earnest demeanor, Qin Yuan instinctively reached out to touch her cheek and caress her hair. However, his body felt too weak to lift his hand, and he reluctantly abandoned the gesture. Lu Xiaoning began reading the diary, initially finding it quite normal, recounting how the crew had arrived on this desolate island. Yet, as she continued, the narrative grew increasingly alarming, detailing the experiments they had conducted, their research findings, and ultimately, the issues arising from internal mutiny, leading to the zombie outbreak. "Qin, good. This diary belongs to one of the crew members and chronicles the entire ordeal. I will translate it for you," Lu Xiaoning shared. March 18th, rain. After half an hour, she had translated the entirety of the diary, which did not specify the year, and they dared not speculate. But the zombie issue was indeed real. "And what about the toxic gas I inhaled? Is it documented?" Qin Yuan inquired. "It mentions SSA-310, a gas designed to enhance human capabilities, but with severe side effects." "How severe?" Qin Yuan felt a chill at the mention of side effects. "It causes one to be bedridden for 3 days and lasts only 3 hours, rendering it impractical for deployment. Unfortunately, you happen to inhale this gas," Lu Xiaoning explained. Hearing this, Qin Yuan grimaced. 3 days of incapacity felt no different than being rendered useless. "What happens next? Is it still usable?" he asked, hoping the state was not permanent. "Yes. It states that it can be reactivated if the body enters a state of extreme combat readiness or feels threatened, placing the individual in a violent state." The diary also refers to SSA-310 as the Fury gas and notes it is a basic version that can combine with other gases for varying effects, Lu Xiaoning elucidated. "So you mean those who turn into zombies do so due to the combination of SSA-310 and other gases?" Qin Yuan pressed further. "That seems to be the case. The diary suggests that the zombification was intended to create versatile elites, but the excessive use of gas resulted in this outcome." Qin Yuan nodded. a resigned smile crossing his lips. It appears I will be relying on you for the next 3 days. Please don't let me starve. Listening to Qin Yuan's jest, Lu Xiaoning shifted slightly. Look at you. She chuckled. Is there anything else written? There's mention of a drug targeting animals. But they had not developed it before it was taken over by another organization. Another organization? They aren't affiliated with the government? Certainly not. These are individuals from a corporate group, though the exact group remains unknown. The diary references 3 different organizations. If they belong to a corporate group, why were there soldiers aboard the ship? Qin Yuan pondered, confused. After all this, it turned out they were not government personnel. It was all too chaotic. Those must be mercenaries. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoning's theory, Qin Yuan considered the possibility, but it remained a mere hypothesis. After all, if they were indeed mercenaries, where had they acquired the cruiser? Qin Yuan's thoughts became a tangled mess. The closer he felt to the truth, the more elusive it seemed. It felt as though he was grasping the tale of the truth, yet still misinterpreting it. Is there any record of what organization they belong to? None. The clues in the diary are sparse. It only mentions SSA, 310 and other gases, suggesting there is an upgraded version, but that too is speculative. Qin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. To be frank, he was uncertain how long this cruiser had been abandoned. The air he inhaled was still tainted with the remnants from years past, which had yet to dissipate, an absurdity in itself. By the way, I have a USB drive here. Qin Yuan suddenly recalled the USB he had removed and attempted to retrieve it, but he lacked the strength, so he asked Lu Xiaoning to fetch it instead. This USB was connected to the computer and should contain vital information they had not taken with them. Qin Yuan explained, yet, having the USB is futile since we lack a computer. We are on this island, devoid of even electricity. Lu Xiaoning sighed, handing it back to him. Just keep it safe. Don't give it to me, or I might forget it, she said, nodding as she tucked it away. Her tone turned somber as she spoke. What's wrong? Qin Yuan noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired. Can you promise me not to kill anyone again? Lu Xiaoning managed a weak smile, lifting her gaze to meet his. I promise you, I have no desire to kill them either, but at that moment, they attacked you, and I lost control. Qin Yuan replied helplessly. Given another chance, he would incapacitate them without resorting to murder. Well, I hope you keep your word. Lu Xiaoning nodded, though internally she sighed. In such unpredictable times, no one could foresee the future. They could only take one step at a time. Actually, before Qin Yuan could finish his sentence, the sound of gunfire erupted from outside. On this island, he was the only one armed. If gunfire was heard, it should be unmistakably clearer, and the sound was approaching, indicating it was not his own weapon. Who else has a gun? The pirates. The pirates have landed again. Panic surged within Qin Yuan. He felt as if he were paralyzed, utterly drained of strength, merely a shell of a man. If the pirates found their territory while he was incapacitated, he would be at their mercy. Damn, everything seems to be going wrong. Why does all this trouble find me? Little girl, help me out there and see what is happening. Qin Yuan struggled to raise his hand and urged. No, you should stay here. I'll check it out. Lu Xiaoning shook her head. Listen to me, come help me. Qin Yuan raised his voice, realizing this wasn't a joke. He doubted Lu Xiaoning could gauge the situation adequately. It wasn't that he underestimated her, but rather his familiarity with the environment. Her recklessness could put her in danger. Lu Xiaoning hesitated, her inner conflict evident, but she eventually assisted Qin Yuan to his feet. Just then, Lin Wei and Lin Xiao rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Qin Ge, what happened to you? Lin Wei quickly approached, supporting Qin Yuan's other arm. After effects, is that gunfire? Have the pirates arrived? Qin Yuan asked urgently. Not yet. The sounds are distant but getting closer. I suspect someone has drawn them here. Damn it. Qin Yuan cursed, then insisted, help me outside to assess the situation. Give me a gun. Qin Ge, in your condition, can you even shoot? Lin Xiao worriedly gazed at him. I can. I'm not dead yet. What is there to fear? With the aid of the 2 women, Qin Yuan staggered out of the house. He spotted Lu Yang still asleep on the ground and the anxious expressions on Li Yuyu and Gao Xinyang. He regarded them sternly, commanding, bring me a gun and load it. Xinyang, you too, grab a weapon. But I don't know how to shoot. Gao Xinyang protested, his face forlorn. You must shoot, or you'll be the target. Would you prefer them to die, or you? Qin Yuan shot him a disdainful glance, then gestured for Lin Wei to hand him the gun. Little girl, help me over there. We'll lay down and shoot from that vantage point. Qin Yuan indicated towards a distant high ground. Lu Xiaoning nodded. What about us? Lin Wei and the others inquired. You all take Lu Yang and hide inside. Under no circumstances are you to come out without my command. Qin Yuan insisted. No, we want to help you. They shook their heads, in their fervor to assist. They were oblivious to the peril. This wasn't a game. If they were shot, there were no adequate medical facilities, only death awaited them. Games can be restarted. Reality only offers one chance. Little girl, are you afraid? Qin Yuan asked as he and Lu Xiaoning positioned themselves at the highest point. With you here. I'm not afraid, Lu Xiaoning smiled gently, reminiscent of the warm sun in winter. That reassurance is enough, Qin Yuan chuckled, channeling all his strength into his hands as he gripped the gun tightly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Little girl, quickly bring me 2 pieces of jerky. Lu Xiaoning, puzzled by his request, assumed he was hungry and hurried inside to retrieve the jerky. Qin Yuan took a bite, feeling little effect. Indeed. Expecting immediate results from a mere bite is unreasonable. He quickly chewed and consumed the entire piece of jerky weighing over a pound. How do you feel? Lu Xiaoning promptly asked. My mouth is dry, and I feel a bit bloated. Qin Yuan coughed a couple of times. Eat slowly. Lu Xiaoning sighed, even at this moment. Qin Yuan could still jest. At that instant, Qin Yuan noticed several figures rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the captain and his men. Qin Yuan. Help! There are pirates! There are pirates! Qin Yuan's anger flared. It was them who lured the enemies here. Damn it, couldn't they run elsewhere? On this vast island, why bring the trouble straight to me? Get lost. You've led the pirates here. How can I save you? Hurry up and leave. Qin Yuan was furious. His once secure sanctuary was now compromised because they had attracted the pirates. Did they think the pirates needed guidance? He was so incensed he could have shot them all. The captain and his crew, terrified, ignored Qin Yuan's warnings and continued running toward him. Damn it. Qin Yuan cursed. Bang, bang. Gunfire erupted as the pirates drew near. Don't be afraid. It's fine, Qin Yuan reassured Lu Xiaoning. The deed was done. There was no point in lamenting. They needed to devise a plan to eliminate these pirates. At that moment, Qin Yuan sensed some strength returning to his hand. He attempted to raise the gun and found he could. Relief washed over him. Being able to lift his arm was a good sign, indicating his strength was gradually returning. Lu Xiaoning remained oblivious to Qin Yuan's improvement. She stayed close, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Little girl, be sure to protect yourself, Qin Yuan advised. Watching as the captain and his crew entered his territory, wishing he could take them all out with a single shot, the sound of footsteps grew louder, and Qin Yuan spotted a pirate wearing a red bandana. Taking aim, he decisively fired. Bang! The pirate's head exploded, and his body lurched forward for a couple of steps before collapsing on the ground. Who? Who fired the shot? The pirates behind were stunned. Who shot their own? Not me. Not me. They quickly protested, their weapons raised skyward, insisting they would not harm their own. Could it be that someone else has a gun? The pirates pointed toward Qin Yuan's territory. No one is to fire. Just move forward and assess the situation. They all entered Qin Yuan's range. But he refrained from spraying bullets, opting to fire precisely and sparingly, striving to keep his position concealed. The captain and his crew, astonished, realized that a pirate had been killed. Could it be an internal conflict among them? They were aware of Qin Yuan's weaponry. After all, he had no firearms. So it could only be an internal conflict among the pirates. However, when they saw Gao Shengyang holding an MP5, their eyes nearly bulged out. Goodness. Qin Yuan possesses a gun. They had been gone for less than 3 days, and Qin Yuan had managed to acquire a firearm. Such speed was astonishing. Whereas Qin Gu? The captain quickly leaned beside Gao Shengyang to inquire. I don't know, Gao Shengyang replied curtly. If they hadn't led the pirates here, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Qin Yuan observed the pirate tentatively advancing but refrained from firing immediately. He was waiting for the pirates to shoot first as a means of intimidation. It's fine. No one is shooting. It must be one of our own who fired accidentally. The pirate leading the way turned to inform the others. The pirates breathed a sigh of relief, stepping forward and firing their weapons in a show of force. This was the moment Qin Yuan had been waiting for. Bang! The very pirate who had just assured them all was now left with a gaping wound in his head. Who was that? Who fired the shot? The pirates, enraged, glared at one another, trying to identify the shooter. Qin Yuan focused intently on them. Only 8 pirates remained, and they were advancing closer, just 100 meters from their territory. At that moment, Gao Shengyang's hand trembled as he fired. It was his first time shooting, and his control faltered, producing a rapid series of gunfire. Upon hearing the shots, the pirates hastily took cover behind trees and began shooting towards the territory. Observing the chaos, Qin Yuan seized the opportunity to strike. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, claiming 3 more pirate lives. Now they could no longer deny that there were multiple assailants. And some were quite skilled with their firearms. Retreat, inform the boss. This place is dangerous. The pirates began to withdraw, abandoning their assault. Qin Yuan, filled with rage, refused to let them escape so easily. Bang, bang. Another 3 shots rang out, leaving only 2 pirates to flee in disarray. Qin Yuan longed to eliminate them all, but they had already dashed beyond his range. Without an AWP in hand, no matter how adept his shooting skills were, he couldn't reach them. Although his marksmanship was particularly exceptional, perhaps due to the wild boar meat and the SSA 310, Qin Yuan's vision and reflexes had sharpened, transforming him into a sharpshooter. Will the pirates return? Lu Xiaoning asked anxiously. They will come back, but not immediately. The thought of the pirates returning made Qin Yuan wish he could obliterate the captain and the others entirely. Qin Gu. The captain chuckled awkwardly. Get lost. It's all your fault. Now the pirates know about this place. Are you satisfied? Qin Yuan barked angrily. If he hadn't been weakened, he would have kicked them away. Qin Gu, we didn't intend for this to happen, but we didn't know where else to run. You were the only one strong enough, so we had no choice but to head this way, the captain replied with a bitter smile. Stop flattering me. I don't want to deal with you right now. Qin Yuan shot him a cold glance. After struggling for so long to establish their territory, now it was compromised because the pirates were aware of it. What should we do now, Qin Gu? The captain, disregarding his dignity, approached to ask. His sole thought was that life was more important than pride. All right. James and the others quickly descended to retrieve their firearms. Qin Yuan wasn't afraid of them turning their guns on him. Despite his current weakness, he was confident he could take one of them down before they could fire. This was not arrogance, it was self-assurance. At that moment, the three women also emerged, gathering around Qin Yuan. Qin Gu, how are things? Are we safe now? Lin Xiao asked pitifully. For now, yes, but our territory is ruined. We must find a new location, Qin Yuan replied helplessly. Where to? Is there anywhere available? No. But if we don't relocate, we'll be killed by the pirates. If we do move, we might find other ways to survive. Qin Yuan was reluctant to change locations. Everything here was painstakingly crafted by them, and the thought of leaving was disheartening. What about them? Lin Wei pointed at the captain and his crew. Let them perish. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't need to change locations. Qin Yuan had no intention of concerning himself with them. He was barely able to look after himself. Yes, he had firearms, but the pirates possessed RPGs. One shot could level the place. How could they fight back? You all gather your belongings. I will lead you into the wild forest to hide. Once inside, do not touch any of the trees. In this crisis, this was their only option. Boss Locke, it's bad. All 8 of our brothers were killed in the forest. They have guns. Upon hearing this, Locke exploded with rage. 8 men. How few are willing to be pirates these days? Losing 8 at once infuriated him. Where? Do you know where it happened? Locke demanded angrily. Yes. We must avenge our brothers, boss. The 2 mournfully replied. I know. Locke turned, retrieving an RPG, determined to obliterate that hill. Locke. Radio. A bald man on the pirate ship shouted. Coming. Locke furiously handed the rocket launcher to a nearby pirate and boarded the ship. Pirates were not merely a lawless group. They operated with a company-like structure. And Locke was just one of the minor leaders. Boss, we're in trouble. I lost 8 men. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, unaware that the pirates had already departed, began preparing to leave. The guns are yours. Go wherever you wish. Qin Yuan waved them away. Qin Good. Don't you think we need to unite at this moment? There is an old saying in Huagua. When brothers unite, their strength can cut through metal. The captain, unwilling to leave, quickly interjected. You're right, but we are not brothers. Without you, we could have fared much better. It is because of you that we are in this predicament. Recruiting subordinates? The crux of it was managing them, ensuring their needs were met. Wait. Perhaps that was feasible now. Previously lacking the means, but now with firearms, hunting would become easier, and food would no longer be a concern. Additionally, bringing them on board for reconnaissance seemed advantageous. Qin Yuan found himself in a dilemma. Should he recruit them or not? Every situation has dual aspects. Accepting them could provide convenience. Yet it also invited complications. Every decision carries its pros and cons, especially in facing pirates, where the benefits undoubtedly outweigh the drawbacks. Ultimately, Qin Yuan chose to take them on as subordinates. Fine, come with me. Really? Everyone was taken aback. The advantages of associating with Qin Yuan were already evident. At least they wouldn't go hungry. This was the greatest benefit. Lu Xiaoning and the others were astonished. Qin Yuan had always been an independent spirit, rarely accepting others. Was this due to the threat of pirates? Qin Gu? Lu Xiaoning looked at him with a puzzled expression. Understood. Their joyful expressions could not be concealed, overflowing with delight. Even though they had just been pursued by pirates, the current elation overshadowed their fear. Qin Yuan himself was unaware that his single statement would evoke such a profound reaction. It is understandable to think that this group of individuals, having lived in trepidation, without a stable abode, and having gone nearly a month without a reliable meal, would feel a surge of emotions at the prospect of Qin Yuan offering them shelter, especially after narrowly escaping the clutches of pirates. Qin Yuan's appearance is akin to a beacon of hope illuminating their lives. Today, the influx of information has surpassed that of the past 10 days, revealing to Qin Yuan that he must exercise greater composure. "All right, Brother Qin," James exclaimed with fervor, feeling reassured simply by Qin Yuan's presence, despite the looming threat of pirates. "You all help gather your belongings. Lin Wei, Yu, Sheng Yang, come here." Without Lu Yang, it was the original 6 individuals. "Brother Qin?" Lin Wei's mind brimmed with questions, yet she hesitated to voice them. "Everyone, please take a seat," Qin Yuan said with a smile, gesturing for them to gather around. "I am aware of your thoughts. With more people, you may feel restricted in your actions and speech, perhaps even uncomfortable. Am I right?" He mused, craving a cigarette but lacking the strength to light one himself, so he asked Lu Xiaoning for assistance. With delicate fingers, Lu Xiaoning held the cigarette to Qin Yuan's lips. He inhaled deeply, savoring the sensation. "Brother Qin, I share your concerns. However, taking in over a dozen of them at once raises my apprehensions regarding our food supply. Not to mention arming them without knowing their character," Lin Wei expressed, her eyes filled with worry, considering the broader implications. "Indeed, Brother Qin. It's not that we refuse to accept them, but we are uncertain of their integrity," echoed Li Yu, similarly troubled. "Women inherently seek security, and accepting these newcomers might jeopardize that sense of safety. There exists no absolute objectivity, nor pure rationality. Moreover, given the previous discord with the captain, it is akin to disliking someone. If not for mutual interests, one might never engage in conversation with them. Their emotional state mirrors this sentiment. Many issues cannot simply be resolved with a casual apology from the captain, as if nothing had transpired. Such a notion is unrealistic and implausible. To illustrate, if one were to strike an axe against a wooden plank, creating a fissure, would uttering an apology to the plank restore it? This is why they addressed Qin Yuan in such a manner. After contemplating, Qin Yuan observed their various expressions: concerned, dissatisfied, indifferent, all captured within his gaze. "In the past, I would have certainly declined and would never have allowed them to join us. I comprehend your feelings. I too am displeased, and I do not wish for them to become part of our group. However, with the threat of pirates looming, we lack the strength to continue as lone wolves. Accepting them and forming a larger team is imperative, not only for them, but for the inclusion of Su Yu and others as well." His words left them even more astounded. "Brother Qin, this is quite reckless. I understand your perspective, due to the external threat of pirates. We urgently require manpower to counter them. This presents not only a challenge, but a significant dilemma. Yet we cannot compromise by bringing in more uncertainties. If they prove to be untrustworthy, we would be beset by troubles both within and without, with their collusion and the formidable threat of pirates. Do you truly wish to witness such a scenario unfold?" Lin Wei could no longer contain herself, gazing at Qin Yuan with earnestness as she laid bare her thoughts. "Brother Qin, we routinely acquiesce to your decisions because you are our leader. Without you, we would likely perish from hunger. Yet today's matter is profoundly ill-considered," Li Yu added, reiterating the core of Qin Yuan's oversight. Gao Xingyang raised a hand to quiet the discussion, playing the mediator as he proposed a compromise. "It's akin to the theory of opening a window. If you simply state a desire to open a window, others may oppose you. But if you suggest demolishing a wall, others may propose a compromise, like opening a window instead. It's reminiscent of haggling. A proprietor presents a high price, waiting for you to counter with a lower offer until both parties arrive at a mutually agreeable price." Qin Yuan nodded, inhaled from his cigarette, closed his eyes, and delved deep into contemplation. It seemed he had indeed acted hastily. The intent to unite forces against the pirates was commendable. However, the execution was flawed for lacking deliberation and consultation with them. Listening to their counsel illuminated the fact that his masculinity had perhaps overshadowed his judgment, selectively absorbing their opinions. They were not without merit. Their assertions were valid and warranted consideration. "You are correct. I have been remiss, and I apologize to everyone. A true gentleman acknowledges his faults. Regarding this matter, Sheng Yang's suggestion is reasonable. James and the others have previously aided us in constructing shelters, thus establishing some degree of trust. Naturally, if they falter in their conduct, we can expel them from our ranks, as we control the provisions. What do you all think?" Qin Yuan proposed, directing his gaze towards them. "You need not apologize, Brother Qin. We are merely discussing. There is no right or wrong," Lin Wei replied with a smile. "We all agree that the captain and his crew are relatively reliable, though the others remain uncertain. We simply need to observe them closely and remain vigilant." "Very well. It is settled then." Noticing the silence from the others, Qin Yuan smiled. "Brother Qin, are we truly venturing into the wild man woods? You mentioned a curse that renders one unable to leave. Is that true?" Lin Xiao, shifting the topic once the discussion concluded, inquired. Indeed, the others shared similar concerns. While most were oblivious, Lu Xiaoning vividly remembered the incident where Qin Yuan had nearly perished. We have no choice but to enter. It seems the pirates are aware of that wooded area, as they deliberately avoided it upon their departure. I believe that once we conceal ourselves within, they will be too intimidated to pursue us further, Qin Yuan stated gravely. Entering the Wildman Woods was a last resort, and he could not guarantee that other dangers wouldn't lurk within. His current physical frailty further complicated matters, otherwise he would be confident in annihilating the pirates. Previously, without firearms, he had to intimidate them, but with weapons now at his disposal, retreating would be untenable. Do the pirates also comprehend the perils of the Wildman Woods? Liu Yu queried, perplexed. I cannot ascertain. However, in our context, pirates are akin to the indigenous inhabitants of these waters. Their knowledge far surpasses ours. We are left to navigate through this uncertainty, Qin Yuan elucidated. Brother Qin, the pirates have departed. The pirates have left. At that moment, James and Mike returned, exuberantly shouting. Brother Qin, when we reached the shore, the pirate ship had already set sail. Perhaps they fled out of fear. What cowardice! Mike laughed heartily, and the others exhaled in relief, smiles adorning their faces. Qin Yuan remained silent, withholding his opinions. Regardless of the circumstances, the departure of the pirates was undoubtedly fortuitous. They could not remain under the constant scrutiny of such a threat. He merely hoped for a swift recovery of his strength, so he could seek another suitable refuge. All right, Brother Qin, you should rest now. Come, everyone, let us express our gratitude to Brother Qin for his hospitality. The captain, noticing Qin Yuan's condition, promptly gathered his people to convey their thanks. Enough of idle chatter. I must candidly state that I do not accommodate idlers here. If you find your lives too comfortable, feel free to depart from my ranks. Do not compel me to expel you. Qin Yuan spoke sternly, prompting immediate affirmations from the others. Soon, they set about repairing the fence and tidying their resting quarters. Lin Wei provided them with guidance, instructing them to construct the simplest A-frame shelters and directing them to the locations of wooden sticks and hay. Since she had consented to their inclusion, Lin Wei refrained from further complaints, recognizing their shared team spirit and striving to assist them diligently. They expressed their gratitude towards Lin Wei. How does it feel to care for a useless person like me? Qin Yuan asked, gazing at the perspiring Lu Xiaoning with concern. It feels nothing. Could you please remove your hand? Lu Xiaoning replied coolly. You have already agreed to be my fiancée. Is it so wrong to touch your waist? Qin Yuan retorted. You are utterly drained yet still attempt to take advantage of me. Just wait until you recover. Lu Xiaoning swatted Qin Yuan's hand away and slipped her own into his clothing. What are you trying to do? Murder your husband? They playfully tussled for a moment before Lu Xiaoning turned serious, looking directly at Qin Yuan. Do you feel any better now? Qin Yuan understood she was inquiring about his strength and shook his head helplessly. As you can see, it remains the same as ever. Though slightly better than that Lu Yang fellow, at least my arms can move now. At that moment, Lu Yang was still fast asleep. Next time, do not venture onto that cruiser again. There are still zombies there, alas. Lu Xiaoning's gaze dimmed. She had thought that surviving on this deserted island, overcoming numerous challenges until the rescue team arrived, would be arduous enough. Little did she expect the presence of zombies and pirates. The longer they lived on this island, the more surreal it felt. These elements, once confined to the realm of cinema, now unfolded in her reality, leaving her feeling weary, fatigued in spirit. Fear not. I am here for you, Qin Yuan said with a narrowed smile. 1,000 words could not compare to the assurance of, I am here. Soon, night fell, and the pirates did not return, which brought a collective sigh of relief. During dinner, each person received 4 ounces of meat. And then 5 pounds of meat was distributed. Brother Qin, what shall we do next? The captain inquired eagerly as he leaned closer. Qin Yuan glanced at him and gestured for him to take a seat beside him. All right, Brother Qin, I shall follow your lead. The captain was indifferent, content to accompany Qin Yuan in any endeavor. A white fox scampered over and nestled into Qin Yuan's embrace, seemingly sensing something, remaining silent and quietly lying beside him. This little creature is truly perceptive, Qin Yuan remarked, affectionately stroking its small head as the white fox remained calm. Brother Qin, you are remarkable. Even animals seek you out. Unlike us, who they wish to evade, the captain chimed in. Enough. After dinner, tidy your sleeping area. Do not crowd around me. Qin Yuan waved his hand, prompting the captain to depart. 2 days later, on the 33rd day of life on the deserted island, Qin Yuan's body had gradually returned to normal, while Lu Yang had awakened, albeit in a worse state due to overexertion, still struggling to recover. Qin Yuan felt a tangible improvement in his strength and reflexes. Though he had not conducted systematic tests, the enhancement was evident. He was far more agile than before, a fact that brought him some comfort. For he no longer felt like a burden needing assistance even for simple tasks. which was truly disheartening. In these past 2 days, Lu Xiaoning had informed the others about the events that transpired aboard the cruiser, as well as the entries in her diary. Their astonishment and concern were palpable. The greatest fear was that the zombies on the cruiser might escape, transforming their ordeal into a real-life survival scenario. Qin Yuan had reassured them that it was highly unlikely for the zombies to descend from the cruiser, as they remained inside, and without any noise to attract them. They would likely stay put. This explanation eased their minds considerably. However, another pressing concern loomed. The wild beasts in the nearby forest were formidable. Tigers, bears, wolf packs, and other yet-to-be-identified creatures posed a significant threat, far beyond what they had encountered thus far. Naturally, they worried about becoming prey. This was an unavoidable reality. Facing such powerful beasts would instill fear in anyone. Qin Yuan refrained from elaborating further, as there was little he could do to control the situation with the beasts. While he could explain the zombies' predicament due to the cruiser's barrier, he could not possibly confine all the wild animals. That would be neither scientific nor realistic. On a brighter note, the pirates had not returned, which had afforded Qin Yuan and his group ample opportunity to develop. In just 2 days, the 25 members of Qin Yuan's team had become well acquainted with one another. Naturally, Qin Yuan was elected as their leader, with Lu Xiaoning and Captain James appointed as his deputies. There were no objections, nor would anyone dare voice them, for Qin Yuan controlled the essential food supply. They merely needed to adhere to his directives. The arrangement faced no dissent, and Lu Xiaoning's exceptional management skills ensured everything was organized and efficient. Qin Yuan felt reassured that with this structure, his team could progress steadily without unexpected complications. James, Mike, come with me to the other side of the mountain. We need to search for a new shelter. To outsiders, it might seem that without Qin Yuan, this team of 25 could easily fall apart. Yet, in these 2 days, he had taught Lu Xiaoning how to shoot, which allowed him to leave with a sense of security. No amount of strategy could rival the power of a firearm. Lu Xiaoning's ability to shoot provided a deterrent. Any ill intent would dissipate in the face of such a threat. Brother Qin, are we really just the 3 of us? Mike, who had quickly learned and now referred to him as Brother Qin, asked. Yes, 3 is just right. More would be counterproductive and could startle any potential threats. They were essentially scouts, needing only to assess the situation and seek shelter, not to relocate entirely or engage in combat. Even against beasts, numbers would matter little if they lacked ammunition. Understood. The 2 hastily gathered their AKs and axes and followed Qin Yuan out. Qin Yuan was familiar with this path, having traversed it once before. The 2 behind him were already tense, gripping their guns tightly. Put your weapons down. There are no large predators here. I will inform you if that changes, Qin Yuan said, turning helplessly to grasp their gun barrels and lower them. He was primarily concerned that they might inadvertently fire. At a distance, it was manageable, but too close, and Qin Yuan could not guarantee his safety. Realizing the potential danger, they awkwardly complied and lowered their weapons. Without my permission, do not fire. Stay close to me. Minutes later, Qin Yuan once again stepped into the woods. In just 2 days, the foliage had become even more lush, making him feel as though he had entered an entirely different forest. He could not help but marvel at the rapid growth of the vegetation. It was astonishing.